Good morning and welcome to the Wargaming.net League Grand Finals 2017. My name is Ryan Ectar Murphy. Joining me here is Jordi the Killzer versus Messi, and we have an amazing day of World of Tanks for you guys today. How are you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling very well. I'm excited to see the 12 world's best teams go at it. Well, not all of them going to be playing today and tomorrow. It's going to be super exciting. And then the main event, obviously, coming up Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be one hell of a week.
Is indeed. Now let's have a look at the groups where we're going to be playing today. As Daki said, not all the matches are going to be included today, but we do have 6 lined up for you. Now, Daki, talk us through this group.
Well, obviously, all the teams have been seeded into groups. We've done that before based on their points throughout the season. Groups of 3. Out of these groups, 2 teams will advance. So one team will have to not compete in the main event, so 2 teams will advance. We're obviously playing in the 768 format for any new viewers, which means that the teams can pick up to 68 tier points, which means that they can either play with 6 tier 10s and 1 tier 8, or they can play with 5 tier 10s and 2 tier 9s. Obviously, I think lower tiers are allowed as well, so they can go below it, they cannot go above it though. The matches we're going to be playing in is going to be a best of 9 for the group stages, which means that the first team to 5 will win the match. If we go to 4-4 though, that means we will go into a tiebreaker, and that is going to be the interesting story if we're going to get any of those.
Indeed, it can always go the distance, as we say. Tiebreakers can, they're always exciting for the viewers. It means that the teams, it's a very, very close battle. sometimes in saying that, though, even if it's a 5-0 game, it's even closer. I mean, the teams can win just on a knife edge at the very last moment.
Some long matches are really quick because of the way the teams play, but this is very high stake, very high importance matches. So I don't think we're going to get a lot of those because everything matters at this point in time. You know, one of these lost matches can really cost you the group stage because, in essence, there's a few matches where teams are favorites. So there's matches where some teams really have to pick up the points if they want to continue in the group stage.
Yep, and the teams have only got 2 games to do it right now. So
exactly. And you can't lose against the team you're favored against because, for example, let's take as example Ding have Brainstorm and Navi in their group, right? So Ding really needs to take the points against Brainstorm because they're the favorites against them. Against Navi, though, they are not.
Yep. And this also comes into the mix of whether teams, you know, keep their secretive tactics, hoping that they get through to the next stage, or do they go with the special stuff? So you just go all out.
You only keep stuff if you're like 3-0 or 4-0 ahead and you know that it's going to be an easy match. Like, you know, you're so far ahead of your opponent, they can't come back. But other than that, this is the grand final, so you don't keep back anything.
Okay, well, let's look into our first match of the day, which is going to be EL Gaming, which is the APAC region champions. They're going to be playing up against Yato, a team from the Chinese region, yep.
Yeah, Yato Gaming, the wildcard for the APAC region. They are playing in the Kongzong League, which is the Chinese equivalent of the Wargaming.net League. It's not part of our universe, therefore they are a wildcard, but they are not a team that has no experience. They've been at multiple grand finals, they've been at WCA as well, saw them there myself, so they are a team that has a lot of experience. And the fun fact there is that the Yato Gaming has the old team captain of EL Gaming, Reflection, which they took second place with at the grand finals. Is going to be playing with Yato, so maybe a little bit of a spice there in that match.
Potential. Let's see how this one goes. Now, EL Gaming, for those not familiar with them, here's a little introduction video to let you know more about them.
EL Gaming is a name synonymous with the WGL APAC League. For years, their lineup has been at season finals, grand finals, and just about every competitive World of Tanks tournament in between. After their unbeaten run last season, EL skipped a beat in their road to the finals this season, losing to Team Efficiency twice. Their position in the Grand Finals 2017 was secured before the Season 2 finals, which they also managed to win. EL Gaming is looking to make up for the weak performance in the last Grand Finals and perhaps repeat their second place from the second Grand Finals.
Now, EL Gaming here, Daki, they're coming with a bit of a point to prove considering their performance from last season's Grand Finals.
Yeah, last season's Grand Finals, they were considered global ranking #1, but they went out in the group stage. So they're not wanting to repeat that performance at the very least. They are a team that we're not always sure how they match up against the other regions because they play in APAC, which is not discrediting APAC region, but I feel the competition somewhere else, like in Europe and Russia, is always a little bit higher. So it's always a little bit of a telltale sign to see how they do in the groups, at least. In the second Grand Finals, they did extremely well. We were all very surprised. We were expecting a lot of them last year, which they didn't prove, but perhaps this year can be different again.
Yep, well, let's look at the team in a bit more detail here, and we can go into the specifics of the players. Now, EL Gaming wearing their Navi disguise there a little bit. Always catching us out there. They always like to play dress up. But no, I mean, the EL Gaming, they're kind of key players at the moment, Daki would say, would be Hardliner, Fox, TS, and Quiet.
Yeah, I'd agree on that. I'd especially point out Fox there. You know, he is the team captain. He also does a lot of the in-game lead. If I'm not wrong, Jordan told me, I think it was Black or Quiet. That helps with that as well. But those are players that we still remember. Fox, Black, Quiet are names familiar to me. Nice as well, I think. But players, for example, Nightmare, Rattlesnake, Hardliner, those are all recent additions. If you compare their lineup to previous seasons, previous Grand Finals, they were not there. But they still have a solid core of players that are very, very familiar with the league itself. And EL Gaming, they've been undefeated for so long, yet this season they actually managed to lose twice to an APAC team, Team Efficiency, who are also at this Grand Finals. So it's going to be interesting to see. Maybe later on in the tournament they might actually get against each other. You never know.
Possibly, there's always that potential, yep. Now, their opponents, Yato Gaming, so a team that admittedly we don't actually have a lot of information like we do with the regular teams in the Wargaming League, simply because, as you said, it's a separate team to what we're used to. But Yato Gaming, they've been around, they've been in multiple grand finals.
And like we said, we don't really know too much about their statistics and such, but we do know their history, which is they've been at grand finals, they have been at WCA, which was an international tournament as well. So they are very, very experienced in essence, and coming in with Reflection as well. He has a lot of international experience, so I feel they might actually be close to each other. You really never know when it comes to these teams that don't often fight each other, how is going to be the balance between them because of different play styles, different timings, different tactics even. So it's always a little bit testing the water in the first 2 rounds and see how it goes, see how they're both going to play.
Yep. Now, we actually had time to catch up with Yato Gaming to ask them about the tournament and their future match here with EL Gaming, so let's have a little listen into that interview.
Hi everybody, it's Grand Finals 2017 time. Just getting ready for the very first group game between EL Gaming and Yato. And I've got Frank here, who is the founder, the daddy, everything really for Yato Gaming. You put this organization together back in 2014. We've seen you at major competitions. You've made a few roster changes though, every season. Why is that?
Because, you know, the team always need the fresh blood, you know. So we change our roster every year and to make this team much better. Okay. Yeah.
And it's worked out well for you this season. You've been competing in the KA League. You've got a win ratio of over 70% there. But for people who aren't so familiar with that league, because it's different to the other regions, just tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, so the KA League is running by Kongzhong, the partner of Wargaming. And also, you know, the top 8 professional teams in China, they play this KA League and to win the championship.
And this was the stage last year where you faced EL Gaming and you knocked them out of the group stages and you progressed to the last 8. So you must be feeling really confident that you can get this first win and get off to a great start this time.
Yeah, also, you know, in some other secondary leagues, and we beat EL Gaming always. So I think this time we can still win them.
Yato Gaming are ready for the first game of the Grand Finals 2017. Any messages you want to say to all the support you get?
Okay, I want to say thank you for our title sponsor, Rise Star Club, and also our biggest, the biggest thanks to our fans. And also, I want to to cheer up with my team. So, 加油, Yato!
There we go. Some interesting words there from Yato Gaming. Matt, of course, he's already there in Moscow talking to the players and being able to get the interviews for us.
Very familiar face there. Someone I know very, very well.
Okay.
Frank was also very involved with WCA. It's a very small world in essence. Had a lot of good things to say there about Yato Gaming. And yeah, they did knock out EL Gaming last time, but this is a different Grand Finals.
It's definitely going to be a much harder match. Now let's have a look in Yato Gaming here in a bit more detail. We can have more information about them. Now, their attack and win ratio here we don't actually have, because again, we say we don't have the particular stats for the region. But I mean, they are the most accomplished team in China. They are the top team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of talent in China as well. We have seen teams such as RG Razor at previous Grand Finals together with Yato. Yato doing very well. Grand Finals 2, which is the 2015 one. I think they got knocked out by School Bus, if I'm not mistaken there. So they have a lot of history. There we see Reflection, obviously, coming in there. We know him very well because he was playing with EL Gaming. So I always like those players coming back against their old team. Always more willing to win in that case.
Yep, indeed. There's always. I mean, this is like kind of like one of the biggest. In a way, it's almost a bit of a big rivalry between these two teams because they both want to show that they're the respective best in their regional area, if you like, that they play in.
Yeah, but I think EL Gaming so far had a little bit of the better of Yato Gaming, obviously being the APAC champions multiple times over and over and over again. I think they should be stronger at the very least. I mean, EL. It's such a weird story because in essence they were always below already, which is always, well, then turned into Gold Bass after Cow Thief left, but they were always behind them. And at one point they just beat them every single time.
Yeah.
They were always below them, and then They came on top, and they've never let it go ever since.
Golbass actually got relegated from Season 1, I believe, in APAC. So they're not even in Season 2, so they had no chance of getting through to Grand
That
Finals
team
this
had a
season.
lot of roster changes, though, but EL just at one point went up and above them. So
Okay, now looking forward to the match. Since the season finished, Daki, and before now the Grand Finals, we have had a content patch. Now, that's changed a lot of the potential dynamics here of the game with the changes to artillery and also potentially involvement of higher tier light tanks.
maybe, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that much of it. There's a possibility for it, but in essence, I think we're going to see very, very little usage of artillery. Could be proven wrong, but I don't think so because the alpha doesn't really work against mouses anymore. Yeah, the reload is nice, but the stun is also avoidable with the reusable medkit. And then light tanks, yes, they are okay for climbing, but other than that, you know, there's nothing that they can really do much better than another tank can. So you want a more all-rounder than a specific spotting tank, for example. The light tanks can still be used on certain maps to climb. We might see the RU, the German one, because it's super quick.
Okay,
For
yeah.
example, on cliff, you can maybe bring one to take the hill very quickly because you can take the hill before anybody even spots you, for example. And on steps, we might see 1 or 2 light tanks. I think we'll never see more than 1, to be honest. I very much doubt it.
Yeah,
But on steps, it's still possible because obviously what it can do better than a Batchat is that a light tank can climb on steps, for example, the 0 line by himself, where a Batchat would need to be boosted.
Yeah, I mean, it would put a lot of your eggs in one basket, having the 2 light tanks. You're kind of giving away a lot of your tactics there to the enemy team. I mean, the teams don't actually have a lot of time preparation to see your lineups. You pick your lineup, enemy team picks their lineup, and you have something like roughly 30 seconds before the battle starts. That's the first time you see the enemy tank lineup. So you either know straight away that your plan's going to work, or you're immediately going to have to change your plans based on what the enemy team are bringing. So it's always a lot of quick thinking. You know, the teams regularly, they know roughly which each other's going to pick, but it's still quite easy to throw a curveball in once or twice.
Yeah, we'll have to see though, because you can always pick a lineup and then do something else with it, for example. But between these two teams, I don't know. It's always a little bit of a curveball playing against a team from another region because obviously you don't have a lot of experience against them. Because the only teams, like for example, the EU teams have a lot of experience with the RU teams because of training and stuff.
Yeah.
So they get very familiar with the meta between themselves. Then the NA teams, they train a little bit against the APAC teams, but they don't really train as much against the European or the Russian teams. So they're not super familiar with the tactics coming out there. They rely mostly on watching VODs of other teams, for example. And then, you know, then you get the international clashes where you have to see how the meta between the teams really involves and how the playing styles match up against each other.
Yeah, that is interesting what you're saying there about the American teams. It was something that a lot of people felt is perhaps a disadvantage for them, is that they don't have the regular... I mean, you were saying it as well with APAC. It's nothing against them, but they don't have the regular higher tier
But
players.
it's very
they're
hard
used to.
for APAC to train against anybody else that
Yeah,
they have, will have
the
about
time
200.
zones, yeah.
Not just the
The
time
ping,
zone.
yeah.
The ping is the biggest issue. Time, you can always make time, but ping, that's a different thing.
Yeah, so with that, you always have the slight advantage with EU and RU teams because they're playing against each other.
Time
Yeah.
zone's the same. We can train against each other. It's all very, very, very easy.
But I mean, this one, EL Gaming Yato, is going to be the first match of the day. It's going to set the scene. It's going to set the pace, if you like, for the rest of the day. It's also going to give the other team in their group something to think about because they're going to be able to sit back and watch this. And I'm sure pretty much every other team as well. I mean, they're going to be practicing, but they're going to be taking note of what's going on, tactics used, map picks, anything like that, rotations, just any kind of helpful information you can get about the teams playing right now, especially like I said, since that patch change that has slightly changed how vehicles work. Certainly artillery always was.
I think for the patch, the biggest change is not maybe the lights and such are a big change as well, but the biggest change for these teams, I'd say, is the reusable consumables more than anything
definitely.
else.
Yeah.
Especially because tanks such as 113s, such as Batchats are prone to lose a lot of commanders, a lot of ammo racks, etc., etc. So those tanks really benefit from that, especially, like I said, 113. Even Mouse has a lot of crew damage being taken, and we might see a part where a team on purposely slows it down, waiting for the repair kits to come back, repair every module damage they have, and then go back in again, which will be a different dynamic than anything we've seen so far. Because obviously, before this patch, you have a dead commander, you use your medkit already, somebody else goes down, well, that's it. That's him for the rest of the battle.
That's exactly what I was going to say. There has been so many matches throughout the season where it's came down to 1 or 2 tanks remaining, and somebody's lost out in a duel because the either loader is dead and their reload time is slower, or they don't have their commander and they didn't have the sixth sense to know that they were spotted. So
yeah, it's that and something else as well. Some tanks are very prone to losing crew members.
113.
Yeah, 113 driver, for example, or the i7 driver, even if we want to talk about i4 driver, is the same thing. For Mouses, the loaders tend to go down rather a lot. And for the Japanese tanks, the ammo racks, if you have the frontal armor and then you have the side, the little flat surface there. Once you shoot through that, you usually ammo rack the Japanese tanks, so they're very prone to getting ammo racked. Now, this kind of solves that problem.
Yep, it is going to be interesting. I'm actually really looking forward to see how teams actually play around that whole ability of holding in the repair kits and counting down the timer, saying, okay, give me a second. Right, bam, I'm fully healed. Let's get right in there. Now, map picks. This is going to be real interesting as well to see what the teams are going to be vetoes. We get 2 vetoes straight away, and Prokhorovka, Yato Gaming are like, nope, want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, Prokhorovka going out here from Yato Gaming. Steps for EL. Not a great fan of that one, so no real surprise that they have vetoed steps out. Prokhorovka is obviously a map that can be played very aggressive, which is still EL Gaming style. If you watch them, they can go very, very aggressive. We've seen them do some weird things as well on Ghost Town, which some of us are like, I don't know if that's going to work, but Ghost Town is the first map that's going to be picked, so EL Gaming is going to be defending there. We're going to have to see what is if the meta changed away from the heavy mouse. I don't think so, but we'll see. Between these two, we might have a slightly different lineups than we are used to. Maybe a little bit less mouses than we're used to, even because of the changes in the meta across the regions, like I talked about already. Mines coming out. Well, for the people that are unaware, Mines is considered a very heavy defensive map at this moment in time in the current meta. Mines is considered as a 1-1 map because the defender should almost always pick up their defending side, and it's very hard for the attacker to take theirs. So that's really considered as a 1-1 map between these two.
Yep. Yato Gaming are going to be on the defense for that one. Then we have, I believe, 2 more bans coming out. So Yato now.
Ruinberg, it's a very defensive map. That's another one of those maps you consider as a heavy 1-1 because between 2 equally skilled teams, it's very hard to win the attack. Cliff being banned as well. It's not been a good map when I've watched EL Gaming on it whatsoever for them. It's really not been a good map for them. I think the only reason Team Efficiency lost Cliff against them is because Safe flipped in his bad chat. But other than that, you know, so far no real surprising map picks. We'll have to see what Yato picks now and what's going to be the final map. There is a little bit... This is the same map picking rules that we've had during the season.
Yep.
Each team bans 2, then pick 2, ban 2, pick 2. The difference here is going to be that before and during the season, the tiebreaker map was always set. We always knew exactly what tiebreaker map is going to be played. Now, in the grand finals, there's a new mechanic where the teams ban up until they get a tiebreaker map. So the teams are responsible for the tiebreaker map themselves. Now, this leaves us not in a situation where a team, for example, can be, oh, this tiebreaker is not good for us because we haven't played it all season.
Yeah.
If they get to a tiebreaker map that's unsuitable for them, that is only to blame on themselves.
It should be their first. If there's a map they absolutely don't want to play, then that should be their first ban, basically, to get it out of the way.
They have no excuses to say, well, the tiebreaker map didn't favor us.
Yeah,
well,
definitely.
then you picked the wrong maps.
I mean, I think it was for us throughout the season, we generally always tried to take the map at the time that seemed to be the most balanced, the most, you know, not favouring attacker or defender.
Decide themselves which they think is the most balanced.
Yep, I mean, the teams are holding up at the moment right now, still debating that last pick coming in from Yato. Muravanka is going to be with EL Gaming on the defense.
Muravanka is again a little bit of a... the thing is, EL Gaming might surprise us on Muravanka with some quick aggressive play again, like we know them. And then Himmelsdorf, tiebreaker, Ruinberg though. This is going to be interesting. I'd love to know who had the last ban for this one, because perhaps Yato was holding back something on Ruinberg or EL. There's 2 dynamics there. Either Yato has one tactic for Ruinberg, and they're like, we're fine to play this in tiebreaker, right? And they banned Ruinberg before, so they were like, okay, we have one good tactic, that's fine for each side. Or EL Gaming saw that that Yato banned Runeberg and they had to choice between two maps, and they were like, well, you banned Runeberg. Let's play Runeberg.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes into mind games, doesn't it? A team could ban a map that they're quite happy to play on, but it makes it look like they're not wanting to play it. So then other teams are like, haha, like, we'll try and make sure that one goes through. And the whole time they have like perfect tactics set up for it, and they're completely comfortable in playing it. Just for whatever reason, they perhaps just don't want to play it straight away. There is certain maps though that teams will straight up just not touch. Like they've only played them maybe 3 times the entire season. Some teams, like Wombats and Tanks, went for an entire season of never playing Ghost Town. They absolutely just straight up didn't want to deal with it for whatever reason.
Well,
Predictions.
Predictions
is always the fun stage. But before I ask you for your predictions, Daki, let's actually see what our favourite little lobster Tomato has and what his prediction is going to be. That's a bold strategy, Tomato.
That's what we call a classic debated.
A bit of debated.
That's what we call a classic debated. He's like, no. But I'm going to go with the lobster for this one at least. EL Gaming was my favorite as well. So it's going to be a 5-3 scoreline. Normally I'd say 5-2 for EL Gaming, but seeing as this is the first match for both these teams, the nerves are going to be high, the pressure is on. Don't think anybody's going to be able to just come out of the gates and be like 5-0, 5-1.
Okay, yeah.
So 5-3 just because the first match of the grand finals, the first match of the day, these teams might still be a little bit tired, maybe.
Possibly there is that. Just to be different from you and the lobster, I'm going to go with Yato Gaming, because why not? Makes it more interesting, and then you can always go, ha! Told you so, or I can do the same, vice versa.
Isn't that what we always do?
And you're always the first person to say I told you so. So
I don't want to say that I told you so.
Score prediction 5-3, 5-4. I think it potentially could go into a tiebreaker already. Again, a lot of teams are going to be feeling each other out. There's lots of potentials for tiebreakers. There's also lots of potentials for landslide victories, to be honest, in the group stages. Some very, very strong teams. Some teams that are, in a way, just here to enjoy the event, their first time at international competition.
You can't say it like that, though, I think, because some of these teams might feel themselves as underdogs, but we have seen greater things happen. We have seen a team like EL Gaming, of which most of us thought, well, that's them out after group stage in the first round, or in group stage itself, take second place. So it's not something we can be like, some of these teams like to put themselves in an underdog position. If you know that you had less training, less preparation, you want to put yourself in that underdog role, because that actually favors you. If you go everywhere and you're like, well, I think surviving group stage will be hard for us, etc., etc. You put yourself in that underdog role.
Yeah,
that's actually good for us, because teams start underestimating you, which some teams will always do, because you come against a team which you think is arguably weaker than you. Like, we should always win this, which is a bad mentality. So being in that underdog role, putting yourself there, it's not a bad thing to do.
True. And the other thing, I mean, that I was kind of leading into is that other teams, when I was going to say they're here just to enjoy the national event, but what I mean by that is they have nothing to lose. The pressure's not on them. The pressure is on the other team. So those guys can just go into it and just enjoy the event. You know, they're not like, God, like everyone's expecting us to win. Everyone's expecting us to smash these guys. It's more, these guys like get in there, like maybe do a bit of razzle dazzle, maybe do a bit of debated tactics and throw someone. There's absolutely nothing more exciting and nothing more that realistically we want than upsets.
Yeah, but all of that can be a facade, though. You can be that kind of team that still wants to win and pretend like, oh, we're just here to
care. Yeah,
we're just have
fun. We're just happy we got here.
That's a tactic done by a lot of teams in every single esports, though. We're just here to have fun. While in essence, they really, really do want to win. It's a little bit of putting the pressure away from yourself and pulling up a facade as we're just here to enjoy the event.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is definitely telling. I mean, this is what teams have been playing for all season. The grand finals is what teams realistically want to get. People say they want to get the domestic league. They want to, win their home title, but it's all about getting here realistically.
Well, domestic league is one thing, right? You always want to be, I'm gonna beat those guys coming out of the RU region. I'm gonna beat those EU guys. You know, you see each other in trainings, in Twitch chat, and there's always a little bit of talk between the teams, like who's better. Like, we'll see at grand finals, won't we? There's always a little bit of. There's always one or two things that sparks some rivalry. You know,
Yeah.
they might still be friends of yours, but you still want to beat them.
And there's some huge rivalries in this event as well. There's some teams who are looking for blood, to be honest, from each other.
I think Navi is the one that's going to be looking for blood the most, getting beaten twice now by Tornado Energy.
Yeah.
If there's one team that should be out for blood during this one, it should be Navi.
Navi looking, they got a point to prove. Kasna crew, a point to prove as well. They want to show everyone that they can stand up against the Russian teams. Ding as well. You have Elevate and Eclipse coming from America. Elevate certainly have in a way, the weight of America on their shoulders right now. They are the great hope for
Elevate
for
has
the region.
everything to prove from the North American region. Eclipse doesn't really have that much to prove because they've had to adapt an entire season to having their main players leave, really. Fecho, Brett, Wallhacks, and Ox all going to Elevate. So Elevate has to perform at this event. If they don't perform, it's not going to be good for them because they have made the team out of North America, which is by many considered the best team ever to come out of that region. So if they don't perform with this lineup, then what lineup would? So they have all the pressure on their shoulders. They have to perform. A weak performance from them is not going to be a good thing.
Yep, and they're expected to perform as well as a big time. So it's not like everything's like the eyes of a lot of regions.
It's different
are
than with
on
Eclipse
Elevate.
because Elevate has the all-star lineup. Eclipse had the season of having to adapt to having most of their star players leave.
lost their players too, the teams.
And I think Elevate has done a lot of training as well, from what I've heard, double trainings all the time.
Yeah.
They've also been training against EU teams during the season, so they have the preparation.
And in a way, it's also kind of the same for EL Gaming. EL Gaming went Season 1 undefeated. Season 2, they only dropped 2 matches against Team Efficiency. So they're another team that have absolutely dominated their
Elevate
league.
is still undefeated, though.
That's true, Elevate's undefeated. For Season 2, I think they had a tiebreaker loss to Eclipse in Season 1. I think they
For
dropped the
season
match.
2, they're undefeated.
Season 2 undefeated, yeah. But I mean, EL Gaming, they've absolutely dominated their region. So now they're coming onto the international stage. They're playing against teams more experienced who play against a higher caliber, and this is a big, huge test for EL Gaming. Can they actually stand up against Russia? Can they stand up against EU? Can they stand up against America?
Well, I don't think we're going to be seeing that in the first match.
Oh, obviously it's going to be, can they stand up against Yato from China? Now, if our Antipodean friend, Elfish Guy, was here, he would tell us that EL Gaming have this in the bag.
Dude, but Elfish Guy is the biggest traitor to come out of the region, you know? At the New York Rumble, he was only on the EL Gaming bandwagon. Forgot about all other teams. I am in favor of every team. You know, every APAC team has equal amount of support of me.
That's only because you're getting freebies from Team Efficiency.
It's not true. We don't talk about those kind of things. But I am in support of any APAC team
that gives you something free.
Unlike Elfish Guy, I just want to throw that out there.
If you're listening there, Elfish Guy, hello. Yeah, he'll be joining us in Moscow when we have the weekend matches. The big matches, actually. We also have Rockstar joining us as well. Mojo will be with us today. Oh, not today, sorry, but Mojo will be joining us tomorrow. Yeah, we have an All-Star caster lineup as well for the All-Star player lineup for the matches we're going to be casting.
Yeah, but now back on track for the match. Let's talk a little bit more about the first map here, which is going to be Ghost Town, obviously. What we expect for the new viewers to come out, pretty standard play, is a few mouses here and there. At least 3, maybe even 4. We have teams bring a lot more, but 3 or 4 mouses is not a uncommon thing to do. We're backed up with some autoloaders. Usually some tier 9s for the attacking side, but an RU can still be picked as well. And for that is pretty standard lineup for the teams. But we have, like, if you want to don't know Ghost Town, because it's obviously not in the random battle rotation. It's a map specifically and specially designed for esports. It is symmetrical, but the caps are not. The caps are not like completely balanced out between the two. And usually the play is the middle cap. And the reason the middle play is the cap is because the northern cap, the #1 base, which just positioned here, and the middle base is here, obviously, can be defended from the left-hand corner where a tank can climb, which is a lot of tanks can climb there. We have seen an AMX-30 climb there, an RU climb there, T-49s climb there, UDESs climb there as well. That's why teams usually go for the middle play, force the defender to come back towards that middle cap, sit on a bit mouses, and then make a rotation based upon that to find a weaker group, right? It's usually the play, the mouses battle with each other, and then it's the rotation of the autoloaders. The bat shot you have, or the T-57s, the 50Bs, those are the key ones. Because we say it for the defender's autoloader really needs to get 2 or 3 clips out, depending on the amount of mouses on the battlefield. And for the attacker, it's having to catch out those autoloaders from the defending side.
Yep, and with the change that we had recently to the mouse, it does make the mouse more powerful, and it does make the mouse more viable in the city maps. Generally, we used to previously see the E100 being used a lot of the time, but it's a higher skill level as well playing the mouse, because then you have to really make your shots count when you're going head-to-head against another mouse. There's no
mouse is
going for center mass like you would with other tanks, really.
No mouse is impenetratable unless they are angling on a solid object. You know, if they are side scraping, obviously side scraping in the term of using cover in front of you to reverse, peek, and shoot, then they're not impenetratable. Only when they are side scraping and really hiding their turret, angling it well, obviously the angle needs to be the gun right above the tip of the hull on the corner for the angle, then they're not impenetratable. There's always the biggest weak spot I'd say for the mouse is you have the main gun, like the main gun of the mouse, and then you have on the on the right of it, I think, it's the small machine gun.
Machine gun port, yeah.
The machine gun port is a weak spot. There's actually no armor behind it. So if you can hit the machine gun port, you're actually going to go through most of the time. And for people that play, for the people that play in randoms, for example, if you are against the mouse and you're a high structure tank, such as an E100, if you get a great enough angle on towards the upper hole of the mouse, you can punch through that.
Yeah, we've seen it with
because I see a lot of people, like, they play in random battles and they see a mouse and they're like, shoot the lower hole. Like,
they go for the mud guards,
yeah, they go for the lower, they go for the lower hole, or they try and go for the turret, which is not always the best thing. If you are slightly above the mouse, or you are a high structure tank, like I said in E100, quite high structure, and you have a decent angle on towards the upper hole actually doesn't become that strong. The only reason it's so strong is because most tanks in the game are a little bit lower, so the angle is much worse to shoot at.
Yeah. You get a shot into there, it goes right into the engine deck, and it can actually be quite catastrophic for the mouse.
But that's the thing for Japanese heavy tank drivers, for example. If you're playing Type 4, Type 5 heavy against the mouse, then the best thing to do is, you might think, I have an HE gun, I don't need to aim, but that is not how this works. You always have to aim for the more weakly armored parts of the tank, because obviously the weakly armored tank, the more HE damage you're going to get. Also, if you splash the mouse on top, on the turret, with the artillery, if you hit the front of the turret, the splash can go into the engine, which creates engine fire again. So all kinds of things to keep into consideration when playing against the mouse.
Yep, and I mean, they favour the city maps because they move slower. The combat usually is kept locked into a specific area, so the slow-moving heavy tanks kind of work in those areas. When it comes to more open maps, we do sometimes see a mouse being used as well, but it's usually just as an anchor for a team rather than
it's just really,
the mobility kills it.
It's really hard. It's not even the mobility that kills it. I mean, if it gets to the battle, it can be disastrous, right? But the thing is, really, the mouse is only really strong from the front. As soon as his side gets exposed, when it becomes over-angled. Over-angled is obviously when the angle becomes too big that it actually becomes penetratable again. Then if the mouse is showing too much side, he will get bent from that side, and then he needs to turn towards the other side and vice versa. So yes, getting drawn across the map is the worst thing to be in a mouse.
Yep, and it will be interesting to see if this is what EL Gaming go with here in Ghost Town, because we were talking about EL Gaming using unusual tactics, and I remember speaking specifically to Elfish Guy or
I remember
Kasna,
tactics from
and
them.
Saying, like, what's this? Like, this would never fly in Europe. Like, the EL Gaming took 6 back chats.
Yeah, and then the next season after, or a few matches after, I think it was Utopia. Was it Utopia? I think it was Utopia that brought six back chats, and we were like, well, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's an extremely unusual tactic to play. We generally don't expect it. I mean, do you think that the North Cap tactic, a lot of teams would try and cap with the North Cap? They would use like IS-7s, IS-4s. Is that kind of gone now? Is that not really a tactic?
It can maybe still work, but I'd say not really anymore because of the A1 boost boost climb in this essence that we talked about, where it is quite easy to reset. What can work though is the the tracking the team across the map tactic that we've seen, going initially for that northern base is almost impossible, I think. Straight away is almost impossible. The better play is to rotate first towards the southern side of the map and draw out your opponent, which is one of the key things to know. Even in random battles is applicable. Draw out your opponents to one side of the map and then quickly rotate to the other to surprise them with the cap.
Okay, now with the Grand Finals currently happening at the moment, this means once again that we have a new premium tank that's going to be a tie-in with the Grand Finals. If you're not already familiar with it, here's a little video about the Chrysler K.
Chrysler Grand Final.
It's quite a cool looking tank, very different to the ones we've had previous seasons. We had the Bulldog, Walker Bulldog, Black Dog they were calling it, nickname.
Talking about the Bulldog, this leaves us with another thing to talk about, which we haven't really touched on yet. For the viewers more familiar with 768 and with the way we play things, because of the patch, obviously, we used to see a lot of T54 lightweights in RUs before, which is now no longer a tactic viable. Obviously, the tier rates have changed a lot.
Yep.
Now, a lot of teams will be playing with tier 9s where they can, but if they want to pick a tier 8 light, I think because of the T54 being now a tier 9, the RU now being a tier 9, you don't really want to pick two of them on most maps, which is kind of a waste. We can maybe pick a tier 9 Bat and a tier 9 Scout, but that's kind of, again, throwing away a little bit of DPM and HP for that, so I don't think that's going to be happening a lot. We're going to be seeing a lot more M4190 Grand Finals. We might be seeing a few of those pop up here and there, because it's now probably considered as the best tier 8 light.
It's a very viable tank.
And if not that one, the WZ131 had, I think, the least changes out of the most light.
Yeah, stayed where it was.
So you got a few changes, but not very significant. So we're going to be seeing either the Black Dog or the WZ come out, I think, for tier 8 lights.
Do you think that's a bit of a big gamble, a team doing that? Does it give away a lot of their tactics?
No, because they've only replaced the tier 8 with what they could after the patch. Obviously, the other tier 8s I don't think are very suitable for that role. The Batchat 12T I think is the new tier 8 for the is it the French line? I think it's the French
lights, yeah. And the AMX 1390, I think went.
The AMX 1390 went to tier 9. Yes, it's not that viable because the gun is like low alpha. Doesn't really work. I think the M3190 Grand Finals is probably going to be the best choice.
And the 1390 as well is a super powerful tank as well. It's a super popular tank in randoms.
In randoms, it is really good. In this kind of format, it doesn't really work out because of, yes, it has a nice amount of penetration, but you have to imagine it might be playing against tanks such as 113, such as a Mouse. Any heavy armor tank, it will still struggle with. It needs to get those flanking shots, which in this kind of format is very hard to get on the flank of an enemy heavy that easily, as he is usually very well covered by the rest of his team. So AMX 1390 randoms, yes. ESL, probably no.
No. And that is something that's really important. A lot of people will be watching this who are not familiar necessarily with the ESL format and the way that the 7v7 works, and they'll be saying, you know, why aren't they taking just XYZ, or why aren't they taking the ABC tank? And generally a lot of the time when we do see things like the tank lineups at the start of the battle, this will be explained. We will be saying they're taking this tank over this tank. You know, this is the reason why this particular vehicle is being brought for that particular map. You generally sometimes see the same vehicles being used over and over because of their flexibility, their strength.
It's the strongest role. I see a lot of people ask, why not, for example, an IS-7 over a 113? Well, there's a few things towards that. IS-7 has the tendency to lose its driver at every second shot. Obviously, the driver goes down almost every time. You spend more time without a driver than you actually do with your driver, which makes it kind of annoying to play. It also it also is. It is also kind of slow in essence compared towards the 113, because the 113 speeds up a lot quicker than the IS-7. So there's that. There's that as well. 113 is obviously multi-rolled. And for example, an E5 doesn't really get used because it has to peak with its cupola, and these players will hit that cupola most of the time, so it doesn't really have that hold down potential.
Yep, it's always. I mean, we get it with the autoloaders as well. Why T57? Why not the AMX 50B? Why the Kranwagen? And
depends on the map. Obviously, we have seen Kranwagens being used, 50Bs being used, but depends on the map. The 50B is good for the quick maps, the Himmelsdorfs out there where they need to be rotating all over the map and they need to be shooting through objects. Obviously, heat does not go through destroyable objects where APCR does. It loses penetration, but it's usually enough to make up for NT57 is usable on a map like Ghost Town because quick reload, fast interclip between the shots makes it a much more viable tank than the 50B because of the HD update. The 57 has become a very, very bouncy tank, very hard to penetrate even at some points.
Okay, well, it looks like everyone is ready to get things underway for this first match of the Grand Finals. It is going to be EL Gaming against Yato here on Ghost Town. We are super excited to get things underway. Daki, you think it's going to go to EL Gaming? I'm going to go with Yato. The Lobster thinks it's going to go to EL Gaming, so we'll see who's right in this one.
So lineups rather quickly, let's talk about them. Double tier 9. Double mouse, double 50B, double 113 for the side of EL Gaming. For Yato Gaming, triple mouse, and they're actually going to be playing with an RT, so that's going to be an interesting dynamic to see how they are going to be using that one. I mean, RT is always a little bit of a risky pick in my opinion. They're going to be trying to defend with that one, so they are going to try and reset the cap with that, but I don't know if I like it.
So EL Gaming here with the black and white camouflage there on the blue side attacking. Yato, they're going to be on the red side attacking. We don't have a camo for Yato, unfortunately, so they're going to be using the default camouflages here of the vehicles in game. And straight away, Bang gets up into that spot above base number 1, Daki.
Yeah, that is the climb we talked about. He will be able to spot from A3 for his artillery. I still don't know if I'm the biggest fan of it, but this is the aggression from EL Gaming that we talked about. Rather quickly taking control over that south side of the map. Fox, TS in that AMX 50B is covering them from K7, K8, where we usually see a batch up, but he's going to be playing it with a 50B. The mouse spots them out, but this is very, very aggressive already.
Hyper aggressive here. Dory and Reflection are getting spotted in this area. We can see that Black has actually already lost his viewport there on his WZ as he's pushing forward now. Lots of tanks spotted at the moment. Hardliner's getting hit actually there by artillery. You can see the stun icon beside his vehicle. That's the downward arrow. Now we can see Reflection taking shots from Black, Hardliner and Nice as they continue to push around here. And Yato Gaming, well, they're kind of caught out here, Dak. It looks like they wanted to go for the base, but now they're sitting back.
They have done a lot of damage to Dory. Dory just about gets away on 242 HP. Very, very lucky to survive that one. I was going to talk about how artillery in a longer, drawn-out game can actually do some work, right? But not if you lose a lot of HP already on one of your tanks, because it takes a long time for that Lorraine to actually make up the difference of the HP you've lost. And I like this from EL. Very aggressive, very well shooting, and those mouses from Yato are really taking a beating already. Look at the difference in HP, 4,000 already for EL Gaming, and they have Reflection pinned down as well, and I think he's going to be in trouble rather quickly.
You saw the artillery symbol there from Curator telling him where he's going to go. Nice and quiet are now pushing up into Reflection. TNT is taking a little bit of damage there as well. So both of these tanks, Quiet's going to be able to clip out into Reflection. He has the potential damage here to take him down if he can get all those shots. Look at the angling here from Reflection, trying to block those shots, but it's not working. Quiet has a great angle on him. Nice has a side angle into him as well. One more shot and he will go down. 67 health and he goes down. First kill of the game. That is Nice getting a kill on Reflection.
Yeah, like we said, Reflection was in a little bit of a predicament there. He was left alone. It's a usual position to be played, but the play from EL was a normal one. You push down that road and you make sure to get that tank. Yeah, Fox takes a lot of damage here, but that's Bang on reload, and Hate now soloed out as well. The RT even goes down. They lose Black for that, but now EL will probably just continue pressing their advantage because they have a lot of HP extra. Hardliner, that's a bad miss though. But it doesn't matter as Dory doesn't have enough shots anyways.
Yep, Dory only has 2 shots, so Hardliner can now kill him in this remaining shot. See Rattlesnake shooting into Hate, TNT and Lucian dueling here with M1, Rattlesnake, Quiet, and Fox DS hanging around in the background as well. EO Gaming pressuring their advantage here in the middle of the battle. Hate's having to back off round the corner. Rattlesnake taking a big hit there, 5-5-1. Lucian still brawling like a bit of a monster down here at the moment, though. Looks like Quiet's going to kind of run round the side here and try and get these final shots, and as now Lucian starts to take a bit of damage back onto him. There is only 3 tanks remaining here from Yato Gaming. EL Gaming have 5 available, so it looks like this first round is going to be EL Gaming.
Yeah, EL Gaming continue to press their advantage, and the biggest issue for right now is Yato Gaming doesn't have the tanks and they don't have the mobility nor autoloaders to make the difference. So EL Gaming coming out strong, coming out really aggressive even on Ghost Town, and it worked out beautifully for them.
And this is also the danger of sometimes taking something like artillery on a map like this. When it comes down to the brawl, once the teams connect together, you're effectively down a tank, and unless that artillery can pump out shot after shot and do consistent damage, it really starts to work against you after a while, doesn't it?
I don't think RD worked whatsoever in this round, to be honest. I still don't like the pick of it being used in a long match. Maybe, but even then, most of the teams play around the city, so the RT is only usable for resetting the #1 base. Sacrificing a double tier 9 setup or a light tank for that is kind of weird to me, but obviously Yato had their own idea. It didn't work out though. EL Gaming continued very aggressive from the beginning, pushing Dory back, and then Reflection left alone in a position where we have seen across regions that you can push in towards that corner and take down that tank very quickly, which is exactly what they did, and it's very well done by them. And then the HP got close at one point, but it doesn't really matter if you have still autoloaders left, you have more tanks, and you're playing against 2 mouses and a 113. So yeah, the HP might have been close, but it doesn't matter if most of them are on the mouse.
Yep, and the artillery was getting the shots initially. There was multiple tanks getting stunned, but as you said, they can just heal up, use the medipack straight away from that. It removes the stun.
I don't think they were using medpack. You don't use medpack on Ghost Town. You just don't. You use repair kit, fire extinguisher, and rations on almost every single tank. On Ghost Town, it's not worth it. You need those rations and you need that extinguisher.
Okay, well they were able to just then ride out the hit from artillery then.
Well, it depends on how much you hit them for. Minimum stun is obviously 12 seconds, even if it doesn't do damage, but it splashes near to you, 12 seconds, and then it goes up by the amount of damage you've taken. So it is not that severe.
Okay, interesting. Now the teams are going to swap positions now. We're going to be EL Gaming now going to be on the defense. We're going to have Yato Gaming on the attack. Yato obviously red side, EL Gaming on the blue side. And let's actually see the lineups from the vehicles here and see what they're going to bring this time round.
So this time around, Yato coming out with a similar lineup as EL Gaming, but 2 bat shots being used instead of those 50Bs. EL Gaming, more multi-role setup, something I like more. 113 for that hold down, quick rotations, double 50B, autoloader potential, double mouse, WZ, and a tier 9 bat shot. Now, this lineup from Yato Gaming is a lineup that can go to the #1 base, which is something we have to watch out for, because those 2 bat shots can get on their cap rather quickly if they want to, but also those WZs can get on there. So you can put 1 Batcha, for example, on the cap, and then the 2 WZs go into that B6, B7 little slope, and you try and force EL Gaming to sacrifice 1 or 2 tanks for that.
An interesting thing here is if you look at the minimap, EL Gaming don't have anyone up in the A1, A2 position. They are just rushing for the cap. It looks like they're going to get a duel here, Daki. They're pushing out Fox, TS, and Quiet. Do get spotted. Bang and Dory in the back lines there for Yato Gaming. So EL Gaming in position here to try and, stop any cap shenanigans that go on from Yato.
It's not really
Yato
a position they can hold.
Yeah.
Because of Dory's position, Bang will spot them, Dory will put the shots into those 50Bs, and they will have to fall back. So if Yato wants to commit to that cap, they can, because the mouses from EL aren't there yet, but those WZs from Yato have stopped seeing those 50Bs. So this is going to be a little bit of a slower game where Yato can perhaps use the double bat shot to rotate, but then again, that leaves the EL that we know that can just counter push. And look at them. This is EL in a nutshell. They are not leaving. You see a lot of teams here would sit further back and let them come into them. EL is willing to take those trades if they can.
And EL have pushed up super aggressive here. They are the defensive team, but they've set their stall out and they're saying to Yato, okay, come forward, guys, come round this corner. This this area where the triple mouse of Yato are in right now, as we commonly call it Death Alley. It's where a lot of tank brawls end up fighting. It looks like Yato are going to try and do a double push at the same time, Daki, and this could go really bad.
This is going to go disastrously bad. Those WZs and those two batches are pushing into 250 Bs and a mouse.
Courser, Bang, Dory, Hate are the ones that are pushing across here. You've got Rattlesnake, Quiet and Fox TS come around. They still have their full clips to go. They're going to get wrecked at the moment. It's just Rattlesnake doing all the damage as the 50Bs come around. But look at this, the push from the Mouses. They're focusing into the 50Bs here. They can take down Quiet already. They're going to try and focus down Fox as well. This is a huge loss for EL Gaming. They've lost their 2 damage dealers, but they still have so much damage on the board. Can they focus into Rattlesnake now and take him down as well? They do, so 3 quick kills here for Yato Gaming.
Yeah, Yato Gaming, the tanks from EL should have really blocked that push because those 50Bs got removed from the map because of it. So EL Gaming, a little bit of miscommunication, coordination there, and Yato Gaming coming out strong. And now they just need to hold on until these 2 Batchas reload because they have most of the HP. Bang and Dory need to come back into the game, and the tanks remaining from Yato need to do as much damage as they can.
Ram kill there from Lucian, taking out Black. Now EL Gaming down to 3 tanks. That's going to be 2 in a second because Nice is on a one-shot. He's going to go down from the next gun from Yato Gaming, taking at him. Yato still have the HP available to him, and this looks like their round. And that was a fantastic push they did there.
Yeah, fantastic push. We'll talk about that more as they've probably going to finish the last tanks here. EL obviously tried to go do the damage while those batches are reloaded, but we can see that they're already clipping again, and this will make the HP for EL disappear just way too much for ever to come back.
Dory measuring his shots. He actually wants to get the last kill on Hardliner because there's a shot available to him. Triple kill there from Dory. Hardliner picked up a double kill before he went down. All that's left is M1 in his mouse. This should be an easy one for Lucian to be able to trade off against him as he turns to try and shoot Dory. It should be an easy shot onto the side. Should get this one through the turret, more than likely, Daki, in that area you're talking about. Nope, he misses. Dory's in a reload. Lucian just needs to basically keep him distracted and keep him facing him.
There's no way for M1 to win this. I mean, Lucian has just too much HP. When he starts face-hugging, he should be able to get a shot or 2 in towards him, but it doesn't even matter. Even if he loses this 1v1, Dory would come in and clip him out. He bounces another shot, which isn't that great, but there comes Dory, and Dory should close it out, and that was magnificent from Yato.
Multi-kill there, Dory finishing that round on 4 kills, and that was a lovely push from Yato, and EL Gaming, like you said, they just didn't seem ready to receive the mouse push.
The big thing there from EL was beforehand they were holding that corner aggressively. Now, after we didn't see it obviously, but they retreated. They went back, and we could see how Yato Gaming did the push from 2 sides. The southern push alone was never going to do anything. The south push itself was never going to do anything whatsoever because 2 WZs with 2 bats versus 2 50Bs and a mouse, it's just not a trade you win. What won them the game is the fact that EL Gaming pulled back from that initial corner and didn't actually block the tanks from Yato that were coming to push through because Yato just casually drove through there with their mouses and shot the 50Bs from behind, which obviously changed the fight because those 50Bs didn't really get to do much after that because both Fox and Quiet just went down. What should have happened is EL had more tanks on that corner, and they should have blocked the tanks from Yato that are trying to push through. That way, well, either of 2 things, right? Either they go block them, or either they push themselves onto those 2 bad shots, which is still not really going to work out because the 50B needs all its shots to make a bad shot 1 shot. Yeah. So they should have really went to block those tanks.
Do you think it was the fact that 4 tanks are pushing down the bottom that perhaps through EL Gaming that they said quick
No,
focus
because if
down?
they have 4 tanks pushing down the bottom side, and those
they
tanks
should have known the 3 mouse, yeah.
They knew how many tanks were in the bottom, so they know that there's only 3 mouses on the top side, which they can block off, which they should have done because they have 1 tank extra.
Yeah, it was strange. I mean, the focus fire from Yato was fantastic. They just went, okay, guys, 50Bs, drop them, doomph, and then straight after that, they then picked one of the mouse and says, okay, take him down next, and that was it. 3 tanks in quick succession straight away, and that was I mean, that was EL Gaming like completely screwed from that moment, to be honest.
I mean, as soon as they saw those 4 tanks, that tier 9 batch that should have been going around trying to flank those mouses. They should have held them there, blocked them, made sure their 50Bs did not get shot from behind because that's what really lost them that round. But like we said, it's the first match, it's the first rounds of the grand finals, so teams are not 100% warmed up yet. They're still getting comfortable, especially the teams coming from very far away. I mean, we always know that jet lag is going to be a little bit of an issue. It's unavoidable. So it's the question of who of these teams is more fresh right now. Who's feeling better? Who's more in the groove?
Yeah, definitely.
Mood.
there's also the added pressure of just simply knowing what's at stake, knowing what's on the line, and not being in your kind of comfort scenario like a lot of these players who have played the regular season sitting at home in their own comfortable chairs or at lands where they're kind of used to it at their local lands, and now they're in a foreign country, different environment, different things to settle in.
But next map, it's going to be Mines. It's
Mines, my
going to be
favourite
an
to say.
interesting one to see how this goes. Artillery might be a little bit of a factor here because of the fact that now on Mines, it allows you with more splash to shoot the hill very effectively, right?
Do you think we'll see Conk gun carriage maybe?
No.
Nope, but
yeah.
we will see 2 artillery, Daki. Great predictions. And, exactly as you said, Daki, there's the German.
I'm not going to tell you I told you so because it's
but
pointless.
you told me so.
No, but like the RTs here work on the defensive side. It works as well because of the reason that it's not very easy to splash on the hill for a decent amount of damage, and you do a lot of crew damage, module damage. It's very annoying, in essence, to lose 2 crew members at once, and a lot of mouses here for Yato Gaming, which is not really a surprise. And EL Gaming obviously has to take a lighter setup because you have to be able to control the hill. Now, I want to see where Nice is going, because I want to know if with the German one he can actually do something climbing-wise before anything even happens. But it seems for now he's just going to try and spot out the climber from Yato.
Straight away.
Yeah, he was trying to spot out if Yato was
were going to do it, yeah.
climbing somebody, but they didn't. And that is some big damage there on towards Reflection already.
Reflection already taking a hit. He's got track damage there as well. Now, what I was going to ask as well, Daki, is normally we see sometimes artillery doing speculative shots because there's only really 2 places artillery can go when you're on the defense. Black failing the climb there in the back chat. He does proxy spot Hate, or Hate is spotted by Hardliner, sorry. So he's going to have to back off before he tries
Let
that
me
again.
tell you, he was lucky that he didn't go up because of Luke. I want to point out the G5 position there of 2 bad shots, Dory and Bang. Now, they are probably aiming at Black. I hope so.
Yes, sir. Black just got hit. Courser got hit by artillery, Daki. Just as I was talking about, there's only 2 places defensive artillery can be, and Fox TS just smacked him there with a shot from his M40, M43.
Yeah, the thing is with bigger splash, it's actually much easier to counter. You'll see it in randoms as well. Your RT being like 50 HP or very quickly. More splash makes it easier to counter, and I wouldn't be surprised if Fox at one point will kill Courser, because if Courser doesn't fire, he's useless, and if he does fire, he's dead.
I wonder if he's actually aiming in the same spot right now. That's going to be real interesting if he's going to switch fire to over where Reflection is at the moment. He is off reload, so any minute now he can choose to take a shot.
But the question is, how much can he splash this for?
But he doesn't know if he connected, that's the thing right now. He has no idea if he's in that spot or if he's in the spot at K4 where Tank's hide at the moment. Nice shot there from M1 into Lucian there, 384 damage. Could have done better, but hey, it's a hit, we'll take that.
Yeah, it's not bad so far. Some HE damage coming back in return. Fox is still on reload. It's going to be a matter of EL still needs to do a lot more damage to Yato Gaming. I mean, just look at the HP deficit they're in currently, and I'm wondering what these batches are aiming for the climb. So Black was indeed very lucky not to go up, because if he did, Dory and Bang would just instantly remove him from this map, from this battle, and send him back home.
So Lucian gets hit again there from M1, and he's not having a lot of luck there with the rolls. That one was 401. The 113 generally does on average about 440 damage, so you'll be hoping for some higher rolls for his next couple of hits.
They're doing a good amount of damage though from the side of EL. Just look at it. It was 16,000 versus around 13,000 I think it was. And now they're almost even it. That's very good for the side of EL, especially with the amount of time remaining. Yato is really trying to counter this zero-line position very hard, because obviously they don't want anybody to get up there. And Hate, did get splashed for 65 by the RT. So,
I mean, Fox TS right now is just pumping out shot after shot after shot right now. Dory takes a huge hit there. He has a damaged turret ring, so he's not able to move. Nice is up here shooting down into someone. He's chipping away at the damage as well. And EL Gaming are sitting pretty at the moment here. Yato Gaming are taking an absolute beating at the moment, and they don't seem to have any answer for it.
Well, they want to survive for 6 more minutes, and they've taken so much damage. Fox is about to reload. Let's see, he fired again. He fired on Hate. That did 227 with Splash. He has about... How many shots does he have? Ooh, Black though. That crossing, that's going to hurt him. 521 taken by him, going back across. That's important, though, because you want those bad shots to have as much HP as they possibly can. Now, Fox has at least 4 or 5 more shots, thinking about it, on towards, for example, Hate. And I don't like Yato's bleeding so much HP. I mean, if one of their tanks goes down, it's GG.
It is. They're going to be in a really dangerous position here at the moment. Now, the new UI you can see at the bottom here, Hardliner's done 400 damage. He's got nothing blocked at the moment. It's 186 assist damage. There's that other statistic that you can see there at the bottom. Really helpful for example, looking at the light tanks to see how much they're actually spotting for their team and how much assist damage they're able to do. Also super helpful for the heavies like the Mousies to see how much damage they can block during a game.
Well, Hate so far has only blocked 800 from that position, so there's that. The real thing I want to still watch is what is Nice going to do in his tier 10 German Light, because that one does not have such great DPM. It has a decent amount of HP, 1,600, but how much of that is going to be effective is my question, because that tank, I've played it myself, it's hard to play really well. So I want to see just exactly how he'll be able to do throughout this battle, because otherwise this could be 1,600 HP that never really gets used.
So Nice, just sorry, M1 there lost his vision port. Andy lost a gunner, which he fixed immediately. Lucian has now got damaged ammo rack, which he now fixes immediately as well. So health packs being used all around here for different teams to keep them on tip-top position. Fox TS is just consistently spitting out damage and stunning the tanks of Yato Gaming. You can constantly see this downward arrow to the right-hand side of the names of Yato Gaming, which means the crew is currently stunned from an artillery shell. Yeah, I mean, Yato, we said this before, Daki, you know, you're saying that the defensive team always has the advantage. Yeah, it's a very defensive map, but I mean, when they're just
There's Nice
losing
going
HP
up,
like
though.
this.
Nice is trying to drive up, and he actually got up without thinking too much, and Bang is spotted in the open here as well.
Bang is having to make a move. He's taking a lot of damage here in order to do so. He's trying to get over to cover that hill. Now we have Nice up there. M1 is able to give suppressive fire to keep anyone from harassing him. And now Nice has got a huge damage potential from up in this area.
Yeah, he can actually do very, very well from here. I think that might be the nail to the coffin of the side of Yato Gaming with 3 minutes, 30 seconds. That's the thing, though, from that German light tank. It's so quickly. M1 does remove Dory, but the German light, it's so quick that he might actually make a lot of shots miss on him and only get one volley of shots towards him.
It's very reminiscent of the old school T50 and T50-2 as Bang pushes here into Rattlesnake, and he's taking a huge amount of damage for that. Rattlesnake can happily just tank a lot of the damage here. Bang's trying to get around, doesn't make his shots count. Huge hit there from Rattlesnake. Bang sitting out in the open here, and Hardliner gets the kill on him. So Yato Gaming down 2 tanks. They've lost 2 of their back chats, which are their key damage dealers, and this is pretty much the beginning of the end for them now.
And this is the end for them. EL Gaming did so much damage in the beginning, and they're now just picking off these tanks one by one. Let's look at the amount of HP remaining on the EL Gaming side. On a mines attack, this is very well done by them. It's impressive almost. This German light working out really well for them. 2 bad shots in position with a mouse to try and counter that. Yet Nice only took 1 shot. This is something that should never happen, but I think they might have lost the game anyways in essence, because they did so much damage to Yato Gaming. Like, they were 4,000 down, and then they got up in HP, which is already most impressive to even look at it. So I don't feel like this is really the perfect defense coming out from Yato.
Yep, and Nice, he's up on a damage farm up in that hill, as you see Black getting a kill on Reflection. M1 now picks up the double kill as he takes out Hate. TNTN and his Mouse is the only one left with Corsair and his GW Tiger P. As Quiet runs round to clip him out in the TVP. 2 more shots. 1 more might not do it. Nope, he's still got a little bit left. The Rattlesnake might pop round for that one. No, it's actually Nice picking up that kill as Hardliner goes in to face off against Corsair. Might take a shotgun to his face here from the artillery, but I think he's going to get this one easily done. As he does so, picking up a triple kill as well. He is the star player for EL Gaming, and well, that was extremely nicely done. Very nice deconstruction of Yato.
Yeah, very well done by EL Gaming. Like we talked about, just the amount of HP damage they did. Blind shots as well on towards Dory. I think 2 of those connected from the beginning of the game. Then the 113, I think it was M1 over there, did extremely well even, I think, from that position on the eastern side. I'll check that in just a second. But he did extremely well from there. He did a lot of damage towards those mouses. Fox really blocked down the RT from Yato from really being a factor throughout this game. And then nice climbing in that German light without even really... Honestly, you have 2 battle shots and a mouse, 390, 390, and then mouse.
Yeah.
He shouldn't go, but he should be pretty much one shot.
Yeah.
So it's very impressive that he got up there, but that might be a thing though, because the German light is so quickly when climbing things. He gets up and he gets away before you reload. You know, he gets up before you reload. So maybe it's a thing we're going to be seeing more and more of, honestly.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, it really did remind me of the way it was moving, the way it looked. It was very reminiscent of the old school
and just
T50, T50-2, which was like tier 5,
just
tier
to
6
mention,
light.
M1 from that position on the east did 4.1k damage. Fox DS and his Artie did a 2.8k damage.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Considering they changed Artie, that's real. And he used tier 8 Artie as well.
And an M40 proving its worth.
Nice pick, yeah. I mean, it shows like the tactics are still there. There still is variety in the lineups. Now, everything is ready for round 2 here, so let's jump right into it. Teams are going to swap positions once again. We now see Yato are going to be on the attack. It's going to be EL Gaming defending. And look at this, EL Gaming bring out the Type 5 Heavy and an E4 Tank Destroyer.
EL Gaming, let's see how that's going to work. Type 5 Heavy with the HE gun, probably an E4. E4, very good pen, obviously. Yato Gaming bringing the double Skoda, lower reload than the TVP, but obviously only 3 shots autoload instead of 4. But look at this EL Gaming move with the bad shots on the eastern side. They might want to try and catch out the same play that EL did on their attack, but Yato is having none of this. They are putting the German light into the bushes to make sure they spot 1-2 line crossing, and then they will take it. I favor Yato's beginning here.
Yato have a nice beginning. We see Quiet moving over there in TD. He needs to get a big shot here. He needs to be able to spot someone, and to be honest, EL Gaming are not in a position whatsoever to receive this. Quiet and Rattlesnake are spotted. Big shot coming out there into Dory, 739. Now Yato are starting to back off from this area. They don't want the mouse in that area. They know that this swampy terrain, it's slow terrain for them, and this could be quite a dominating position actually from EL Gaming if they can use these backchats to get into some nice firing angles here.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that Dory took that much damage for it. There's still a little bit of a trap here with Black, but obviously as soon as he spots as soon as this happens, where these tanks get spotted in C4, C5, and Bang gets spotted over there, that tells the side of Yato, okay, they've gone aggressive on the eastern side, but there's some damage coming out from Fox though.
Nice splash damage there. It actually affected TNT and Lucian there. TNT taking the brunt of that damage. Now, Yato Gaming pushing up into the hill. Black is starting to clip out here into him, but he's taking a lot of damage in return for that. It's not really worth it, I would say, that trade. Black, you have taken an absolute pummeling. He's down to 663, essentially a 2-shot now. But there is a lot of damage going into the tanks of Yato Gaming there. Lucian and Dory have taken a lot of damage for that.
Yeah, but in the meantime, EL Gaming has climbed one of their own backshots on the eastern side. Black, that trade was disastrous. We have to say it as it is. He doesn't need to do that. His team already has the advantage. They need to not have to throw away so much HP. That could really cost him towards the end of the game here, because he honestly, I don't know why he did it. There's just nothing to be gained from it. He sees most of the tanks. He also knows they're going to hit him a few times, even if he's only showing his cupola. With the amount of tanks and the amount of shots they have, he was going to hit it once or twice.
Yep, nice trades here from Rattlesnake, getting a shot into TNT in there. Now, you're talking about the climb from Hardliner there. He did get spotted, so he is visible. He takes damage there, doesn't do damage back in return. 2 shots into Hardliner. This is a bit of a Tamosa trades here at the moment. He's not connecting with these shots, but he is taking the shots.
I want to see how much Fox can splash this light tank for. That's what makes me curious right now. Let's see. Ooh, that's annoying. That's 283 and has to use his medkit already. Fox can actually do a lot in a longer game like this, and so far I'm not really favoring either team's trades. I mean, there's mouse trades in the middle from Yato that shouldn't happen, and then there's backshot trades from EL Gaming that shouldn't happen, but maybe it's a little bit of the nerves, and they're going to try and cap here with the Skodas perhaps?
It's like they're setting something up here around base 2. They want to push down into that area. Perhaps they can maybe sweep round and try and get the jump on Rattlesnake or Quiet. I mean, it's been a lot of eggs in one basket. They now don't have a lot of damage available. But look at this. Reflection is getting pummeled here. He got hit by Arte. Multiple shots coming into him. A lot of damage here now. The Skodas, T50s are going to move down into this area. M1 has the area completely spotted from where he is behind the building. Quiet can't really get any shots in, but his danger is the tanks in front of him as another splash damage comes out onto these double mouse in the hill area. And well, what are Yato going to do with this one, Daki?
Well, I hope they don't get spotted because they just did by Quiet, and now they have to make their move. They're going to take a lot of damage for this one.
Course are getting absolutely pummeled here. Down to a one-shot. You got ammo racked in murder. There he goes down. It is M1 getting the kill on him, and Yato Gaming have lost one of their damage dealers here. The Skoda, the T50s, look like some kind of pocket pick for getting out of a lot of damage, but now in this position they are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Dory can't contribute. He's reloading at the moment. The Mouse that are fighting in the middle, they're taking a pummeling. Lucian's taking a pummeling now as well, and they're getting hit from every direction at the moment apart from behind them.
The HP is still kind of even though, so there might be a chance here for Yato to do something, but they can't take much more damage. Bang does take down Black, which is a very good move, but he's now kind of stuck in the base, and they need to take down this Type 5 Heavy if they want to achieve anything, because they need to remove guns from the game right now.
Quiet picks up the kill on Lucian there, so they've lost the 113. All you have is Hate in the T50 over in that side. He's now on the reload. Nice and Rattlesnake are wanting to push up into the two Mouse that are directly in front of them. Dory is ready to trade here against M1. M1 has a full clip available. Dory has only 3 shots. Hardliner, in the meantime, picks up Reflection in the middle. Ale Gaming have the tank advantage. They have the armor advantage. And, well, Yato Gaming just don't have enough left to be able to continue this fight.
There's no way for Yato at this point in time. They've bled through the rest of their HP, while EL has only bled 1,000. That will be EL Gaming putting themselves on 3-1 though. Interesting start from both these teams, where Yato tries to punish the 1-2 line in the beginning. That didn't really work out. Let's put it like that. And some bad trades from Black coming out, which is also kind of wondering why he did that. There was no need for that. He should have just retreated, honestly, from that position. Hardliner playing with Bang.
Hardliner finishing off with a double kill. M1 during that fight had a triple kill there in his bat chat, and well, EL Gaming really kind of.
But then even that move with the Skodas and the 113, we have seen it. Go Hard, for example, do that where they push down the 3 line, but that's with bat chats and TVPs to try and catch the guy behind the rocks. I don't know what the Skoda and the 113 were going to accomplish, because even if they hit all their shots on the Type 5 Heavy, he's still not going to be dead.
Yeah, and you must have known that somebody was going to be. I mean, they had the TD and
They
had the back
did it
there.
on purpose. They poked with Reflection in the middle so Quiet would peek towards that so they could make that move and spot it. But before they even peeked, Quiet went back and spotted them out. And then there still was M1 behind those bushes waiting for something like this to happen. And they just shut it down completely.
Yeah, I mean, the first TVP got absolutely, like, he was gone in an instant. Blink of an eye, he was gone. Didn't get his shots out. They were trying to pick out the, trying to come round and get the overlap into the Type 5 Heavy and the Mouse in the middle, but it wasn't there.
It wouldn't have worked.
EL Gaming were in a perfect position to be able to deal with it, and now we can see both teams won attacking round on Ghost Town, and now here on Mines, both rounds going to EL Gaming.
Yeah, so far a strong start from EL Gaming, and they have done what we expected them. They're going aggressive on almost every single map, at least in some sort. The overall strategy might not be super aggressive anymore, but they're making individual aggressive plays one towards the side. And Morovanka coming out now. Now that is going to be a question mark. I'm not sure what to expect between these two teams, because I'm not a fan of going aggressive on Morovanka in the slightest.
Well, this is an interesting lineup, to be honest, on both sides. Wow.
Yato are they attacking with this? I think so, right? No, they have to be defending, right? No.
Yato, I think.
No, Yato is attacking.
Yato
is attacking. I was right the first time.
So,
Yato is
EL
attacking
Gaming
with
on
5
the
mouses. Yeah, it's 5 mouses and 2 tier 9 bats. It's going to be hard to make it work, but let's see. They can go everywhere they want to. They can hold 1-2 line very effectively. I guess they want to take every single position around the number 1 base, then put the bat shots in the cap and play from there on. But the question is going to be how much damage will EL Gaming be able to do before they get there, because they are 4,000 HP down.
Yeah, that's a massive difference already. And we were talking about it earlier on. We said, the Mouses, they tend to favour the more city maps rather than more open maps, but here we see a lot of them being used, 5 of them in fact coming from Yato Gaming on what's more open map. But Deck, you want to point out what Nice is actually driving right now?
Yeah, he's playing the German new tier 8 tank. It's like a, you can compare best to a Sturmpanzer 1C. I'd say it looks almost the same in essence, to be honest. Single shooter. They chose to go for that one. We'll see a lot of different picks, I think, by teams, trying to see which one works out the best. That one's kind of a little bit big in my opinion as well, though.
A little bit big. So there's putting a push here from Dory and Lucian into base number 1. While the rest of the tanks are coming around the middle. I mean, this is like the opposite of this is like a cap rush by Mouse, if you can call it such a thing. Whilst the 2 mediums are going around all the other side, they are spotted. Bang gets spotted immediately right now. Corsair is spotted now as well by Nice and Fox TS. They're going to have to try and find these tanks. Fox TS could do a truck ton of damage, but they might get the drop on him here, Daki.
Yeah, but they need to get onto the side of that STRV because they're not going to be penning him from the front. So if they want to kill him, they need to flank him. If they don't flank him, they are not going to do anything because they can't pen the STRV from the front because their caliber is not high enough. So this is going to be a bad trade for these tier 9 bats.
Bang just drives into him face on and just stays there, which is exactly what the STRV wants you to do, is just sit in front of him and allow him to farm damage. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, you can see that the heavies are bleeding a heck of damage here at the moment. Bang is just about to go down on the bottom side. Looks like Fox finally decided he wants to start shooting. Fox is taking a lot of damage now as well. They're pushing into all this area at the moment. It's absolute chaos. Ram kills coming in from both sides, but EL Gaming pick up the double kill, and Yato Gaming have lost 2 of their primary damage dealers.
Yeah, that strategy from Yato didn't work from the beginning. Let's put it like this. Let's be honest about it. EL Gaming had a 113 and E1, which countered the entire 1-2 line push. Then they had an STRV and the German Light in the K line pretty much, and then they sent Hardliner over there as well. As soon as they spotted everybody, they sent Hardliner over there to clean up that side, and then left Yato with 5 mouses to push in, which doesn't really work against the crossfire. Like we talked about, once it exposes its side, it goes down rather quickly, and this is where we are at now.
Yato Gaming able to pick up a return kill here on Quiet, but they simply don't have the HP to stay in this fight much longer. Black now picks up a double kill in his 113 against Lucian and the Mouse. There's only 3 tanks left here on EL Gaming. All 3 of them are Mouse. It's just going to be a case of focused fire here now from EL Gaming to finish off these last tanks. They're going to be sitting pretty 4-1 up, Daki, and potentially they could be winning this here on Muravanka.
Yeah, they could be potentially taking it on Muravanka, but let's not count out Yato just yet. They still get to defend on Muravanka. They're definitely not going to win this round, though.
That is for sure, and you know what the winning thing is, Daki, is I don't mind losing to you so much with predictions, but everyone's going to say, hey Hector, you lost in predictions to a lobster, which is not something I want to be particularly remembered for. Nuts.
Feels bad, man.
Feels bad, indeed, 100%. Now, EL Gaming, that is a very dominating performance. It was really quick. That reaction down in the bottom corner was saying,
It is very obvious reaction.
2 bat chats, yeah, let's get them out of there.
Spot the mouse is kind of obvious where they are.
They can't do anything, yeah.
They all got spotted, so they just sent Hardliner. 2 tier 9 bat shots versus a light tank, an STRV, and a tier 10 bat.
Also, the fact that one of them had already taken 2 shots from the S-Tank and hadn't done any damage.
The only play they had right there was to rush the STRV as soon as they spotted him.
As soon as they saw it, just get in.
Get him tracked, get on his side, and then just kill him. Well, one of them's supposed to keep him tracked, while the other one kills the tier 8 light.
Yeah, yeah.
Because otherwise the tier 8 light will just kill both of them.
Instead, it was like he kind of just drove up and went, oh, there's an S-Tank here. And he got shot, and then he just stayed there.
If they keep him tracked, then perhaps one of the mouses can get a shot in towards them as well. But like this, nah. As fighting STRV from the front with tier 9 batch, that is an impossible fight anyways, because you're just not going to pen.
Yep, and then after that, it was a simple case of overmatch. A really easy match there from EL Gaming.
Yato had only one play, and it was to push in and hope the Amorak 3 of the EL Gaming side, which is not going to happen.
Them's the breaks. So now we see EL Gaming sitting 4-1 up, and we are playing best of 9, so it's first to 5. If EL Gaming win the next round, they are they're sitting pretty. To be honest,
Well, if they win the next round, they're really going to be sitting pretty
much. Yeah.
Because they're going to go and eat something.
Yep. They can have
maybe drink something.
Nice little break. I mean, Yato Gaming are playing later on today. EL Gaming not playing again until tomorrow against Kasna Crew. So Yato have the double games today. Sadly, Yato could be done and dusted in the first day. That could be it.
Yeah, that could be the first team out, but let's not just give up hope on them yet.
Yep. They
can still do it.
Try not, do or do not. There is no try, Daki.
The philosopher's way is not your way.
Well, it was Yoda that said it, not a philosopher, but we'll let it slide, you know. It's not Plato, it's Yoda. Now, lineups here, Daki again. It looks like EO Gaming actually going with the baby bat chats and a daddy bat chat. double mouse 113. And what's going on here on Yato's side?
Yato is...
Is that an
bring-
LTTB?
Yeah, that's the LTB, because it got moved up to tier 8.
Okay, interesting. And is that an IS7?
Yes, that is an IS-7. This is old meta. If Perfection is going to go sit in K6, this is very old meta of, in essence, what you used to do with T54 Lightweight, for example, where you put them on K5, K6.
Cap rush.
And it's hold on, and EL Gaming is going to win this game in under
done.
1 minute. GG.
Is it done? Cap
This,
rush?
this is over. This is this is over. There's 3 matches from the
GG,
cup, and
GG,
there's
good night.
nobody there
Yep.
from Yato Gaming.
Yato.
33 seconds, the quickest game of the entire grand finals is going to be played right here. 28 seconds. Get hyped because it's going to be the quickest game you're going to see all day, unless Bang gets a reset. Never mind. He did get a reset. He didn't go around the corner. All this hype for nothing.
Oh, nice bang. Getting the reset. 2 shots into black, and he is just destroyed Daki's Thunder.
It's still going to be the quickest game of the grand
There's
finals.
no one else to reset. Once they
Never
just move
mind, he
further
hit a
round.
blind shot on
No,
Fox.
Hate's going to get him now as well. Hate can shoot.
Oh, he hit a blind shot on Fox. So and now
shoulda, woulda,
Quiet,
coulda, as
now
Mojo
Quiet got
says.
resetted.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
It's still not going to change anything though.
I mean, it's well, they're bleeding HP right now, Daki. They need to turn around and start getting some kills. I mean, they're in the cap circle. Yato are throwing everyone back to come in for the reset here. M1 is now going to come up into the cap circle as well as an additional tank. So we're down to 10 seconds.
Well,
EL Gaming,
M1 needs to shield these bad shots. These bad shots need to be shielded and they need to track Quiet.
Tian and Dory are going to come in for reset shots. We're down to 5 seconds. Reset shot comes in. We're back to 20 seconds. Lucian gets the kill on Rattlesnake. I don't think EL Gaming actually have enough to block this, and they're
No.
going to have to run away and give up the cap.
I've never been so wrong in my life, Ryan. I feel ashamed right now.
Oh, you were so... Get hyped! Get hyped, Daki!
I was so ready for the base to be capped.
Get hyped! Blind shots. Great reset, to be honest. Coming in from Bang. Yato were like, hang on a minute, guys. We're not going to let you do that. We know where to shoot. Nicely done there from Yato on the resets. And EL Gaming, to be honest, that was the move that pretty much almost any other team would have gone for. It's like, okay, boys, let's just go for a quick cap.
They would
get
have
over and
won
done
it
with.
though, but
Yeah.
they made like 2 mistakes.
Just the wrong positioning. They should have been hugging
No,
that hill.
it's not. They were hugging the hill. They just didn't expect Bang to be already be an E8. I've never been so wrong in my life, but they should have won that. Let's just say I was wrong, but they did it wrong.
They
so,
did it wrong as well. Two wrongs don't make it right, Daki.
Exactly, but like, okay, this is very well played out by Yato in the end there. But if you put 3 bad shots on the cap and you take a lot of damage on them, it's kind of GG.
Yato not even going to lose a tank here.
Nope. This is the look of shame. This is the look of shame.
Get
No, but-
hyped! This is going to be the quickest round ever.
It should have been though, because there's a few things there that should have told EL something is happening, which is the fact that, let's put it like this is, Yato had 1 bad shot, EL Gaming, and they had 1 LTTB. The LTTB got spotted at the church. Where is the bad shot going to be? Where do you think the bad shot might be? That's my question. Who I don't know who they thought is going to reset the base when they have a single bad shot. And the bad shot was not going to peak on E1, I'd say that much, and everybody else is too slow. So I'm very confused. And usually you also like get 1 guy to at least peek the corner to see what's behind.
Yeah.
And they didn't do that. And if they did, then they would have been able to just reposition in the cap. What also saved Yato is the fact that they actually hit
The blind fire shot. Because that blind fire shot, they wouldn't have been able to reset in
If they
time.
didn't hit the blind fire, then
Because
they
it
would
went
have been
down to
over.
5 seconds before the next reset came in, and that would have
he blind fired, I think, Fox going around the corner, which is really lucky for Yato in essence, but EL's positioning threw that one away. But they should have really won that one. I'd stay with that for sure.
Yep, it should have been Muravank. It should have been decided.
It would have been the quickest game of the grand finals. For
That's
sure.
true. That's true. There's no debating that. Yeah, I'll give you that one. Now we're going to go into Himmelsdorf, slower map. You were talking about Himmelsdorf as well, actually, that artillery has the potential to reset caps here.
EL is a very, very good defensive team. Attacking, not that great. So it kind of depends, really. If I think they will close it out in their defense, no matter what.
Okay, so it's going to be decided now in Himmelsdorf, not
Yes,
Muravanka.
this should be the last round.
And if
but
it's not
if it's
decided
not,
here in Himmelsdorf, they'll be decided in the next map.
No. I said 5-3, so
Okay.
Yato can win this round for all that matters for me, but it's EL defending. That's why I'm afraid that they're not going to be winning this one.
Okay, now I see something that I've not really seen here before, Decky, in black playing an Object 416.
That's the thing. We're going to be seeing a lot of different tier rates. What I talked about the entire grand finals, we're going to be seeing different kind of tier rates come out. It kind of depends on what the team likes. But 416 is obviously a very low tank. The issue with it is the backwards mounted turret, which is great for randoms and such, right? It's not good to peek a corner with, but it's good to side scrape on a corner. But in this meta, they can actually put it on B0, for example, and you can spot from there. I think we've seen that before from a team. I think it was GoHard even that did it at one point. But they can also use him to spot the hill, for example. It's just a tier rate.
Corsair in that tier 9 backcheck up there quickly, and he's able to get spots on just onto Hardliner, so he doesn't know the rest of the tanks coming around here. He's expecting just perhaps to see one AMX 50B as he drives around. He did get spotted in return as well, so EL Gaming know he's up there. Black's leading the charge because he is the quicker tank in the 416. Corsair spotted again, doesn't see Black, only sees Quiet and Hardliner and misses Fox TS. So
it's enough of a spot to know. He can now fall back towards E0 and spot from there, and then he will see all four of them. And he doesn't need a lot of support because now Yato should be already making the move on 1-2 line.
Yep, and the little hit squad at the bottom of the map, we see Bang, Dory, and Reflection pushing around at the bottom. M1 is spotting out TNT in across the G line, so they're going to know that M1's over there. At which side did he take over, Matchdacky? Because it looks like EL Gamer are going to push hill.
But it should be going for 1-2 line right now. The thing is, though, Yato has very slow tanks set up again. They have Mouses, 113, E4. Only the T10 and the tier 9 batch that are really quick to get with 113. The two of those tanks were at the hill. So this puts us where we are now with them being very, very slow and rotating. And with the E3 and the IS4 there, they would have to go all the way around 1-2 line, which they are just not quick enough for. The better move almost is just pull back the Mouses and push EL Gaming away from the hill, control the 8 line at the same time, and try and do some free damage if they can. Nice shot there.
And oh, nice shot actually coming all the way from downtown, down beside the church actually, to get the hit into Hardliner. He got a nice shot into the turret there of Hate, but I mean that one came from all the way down at K4, K5 area.
Yeah, obviously from K4, K5 you can shoot towards that gap. But now Yato seems to be doing what I like, just counter pushing the hill. They just need to make sure that they do it with enough tanks. They need 1 or 2 Mouses with them to make it happen, because otherwise I don't think they're going to be winning that one. Obviously EL has 4 tanks up there, so you need to send at least 4 as well, and especially the Mouse. If they can send 4 tanks and get away with sending double tier 9 because of the fact that the Mouse will probably count for 2 tanks in this one, because the side of EL will have to use too many resources to remove that one from the fight. And Hardliner staying here, I'm not such a big fan of it. The thing is, there's more than just, you know, EL has to think as well. Yato's going back up the hill. Even if they see 3 tanks, they might be like, yo, what is coming behind them? How many tanks are they actually sending? And they might try and run away then. And then having tanks in 8 line is not that bad.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we see Bang has pushed up into M1. Right now, TNT is still holding the banana road. Every so often he gets spotted, it is from M1. It's not from anyone directly ahead of him. M1 is locked in where he is. He's going nowhere. If he tries to move, Bang's going to wreck him. Hate's going to wreck him.
These 2 tanks, Lujun and Corsair, are dead because they're doing some weird rotations from the side of Yato. And EL is doing what EL does. They push aside, which we don't think they can push, and they will. And those are 2 dead tanks.
Black takes the hit there. First one is the rest of the tanks come over. Hardliner's going to come flying over as a distraction. Gets a big shot there into Corsair for 439. As the rest of these tanks come round from Yato, Black actually tried to get up over the hill, messed it up, looked like he was going to go for Corsair. Lujin gets away free. Corsair actually looks like he's going to get away for free as well, Daki. And this push from EL Gaming actually didn't really do much other than push the tanks away.
Again, they should have been able to make it happen, but some miscommunication there. Hardliner letting the tier 9 batches get over. The 250Bs deciding, one of them decides to try to go over, while the other one is trying to stop on the K line. And really all they had to do was either continue pushing K-line and kill the 113, double track and kill him, or Hardliner blocks the tier 9 bat effectively.
big miss there from Bang as he tried to get a shot into M1. M1 did get a shot back in return to him earlier on in that trade. Now that actually M1 is in a dangerous position, he can get surrounded here. Looks like that's what Yato are wanting to do. They're needing to try and get something here. They need to try and get some damage down. Now Bang takes another shot there. Hate takes a shot. Rattlesnake here line up one, and Dory doesn't penetrate with that one. And now EL Gaming are counter pushing. Wow, M1 is down 30 health. Now he finally goes down, but in the meantime, Hate is down to 72 health. Rattlesnake now makes a shot count onto Dory, 560 there, a nice hit. And wow, this is still going trade for trade right now. Daki, Yato have the slight HP advantage, but they also have the, I'd say, at the moment, they kind of have the positional advantage because EL Gaming don't have the shots actually on them.
This all happened with the miscommunication of EL Gaming on the hill there, where they didn't make the correct they didn't make the correct play. What else can you say? They let 2 tanks get away, of which they could have catched at least 1, which is just bad play on their part. I mean, you got to say it like it is sometimes. And now they're out of position, and they still have 4 tanks around the hill area. The only thing that can save them now is if Yato Gaming gives them the HP for free. If they open up themselves towards the hill, which shouldn't happen, but it already happened a little bit. Hardliner though, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, I mean, they're bleeding the HP slowly. Yato Gaming had about a 2k HP a couple of moments ago. Now they're down to only about a 1k HP
there's one thing that can happen here, right? You see Dory in the mouse, he can drive onto the cap, he can put the tier 9 bat behind him, and the game's over, right? That is something that should be considered by Yato Gaming as an option right now. This is going to hurt if he stays like this, though. The fighting against E3 in any tank is not a good idea whatsoever. But yeah, getting Dory onto the cap, but the tier 9 bat behind him should be a play they want to make at one point. Because honestly, that would close out this game within, I don't know, a minute. Because they don't have that much time left. Dory is finally moving on towards the cap. I wanted to see the tier 9 bat go towards that as well. And then Bang to cover them in the E4, so hardliner no matter what goes down.
TNT in here was about to drive up towards the cap circle, but look at this, you have Quiet and Fox TS can now provide a covering fire. Lucian and Reflection need to cross this gap. Fox TS is able to clip out into him. When he gets one shot into Lucian straight away, Reflection is going to come round. Fox TS only has 2, but well, Yato Gaming don't know how many shots he has at all on him.
I don't understand this. What is
Quiet's
Yato
taking ages
doing?
to come round as well, and Quiet's going to get shots now into the side of Reflection unchallenged. What's Quiet doing? Like,
what is Yato doing in general right now? Dory is continuing the push. They're really wanting to kill EL Gaming. Corsair is fighting with Black for some reason in the K line. Bang goes down in the E4 because he exposes to hardliner. Yato Gaming is honestly throwing this game away right now.
it looks like there's, I mean, everyone's split now. There's individual battles going off across the entire map right now, and they're going in favour of EL Gaming. Fox TS takes a bit of damage there. Corsair now doesn't know where Black is. Okay, he takes the hit, but now he can clip out Black. He does. Great shot there from, so Corsair now taking advantage in that one. Quiet just casually drives past Reflection. No trouble whatsoever. Lucian taking damage for Yato Gaming there. EL Gaming now back on top. They have the HP advantage. They have the kills now as well going to him. Reflection's going to get one into the back of Quiet, but he's not going to kill him. Fox is still on the reload. Quiet just completely ignored him to drive round there, and it looks like he wants to get the kill on TNT because he knows he's on low health.
I just don't understand what just happened here throughout this game. But EL Gaming, I said they're going to win on the defense, right? So I got that one right at least. Of course, they're now the last one standing. This was a game where EL was winning and we're making a decisive push that would probably have closed out the game, to Yato winning, to then EL winning again because Yato wanted to kill EL rather than capping out EL. What should have happened here, in essence, is Bang should have been in K-line, and then they could have just put Dory on the cap with the tier 9 bachelor behind him. Dory trades against, I think it was Rattlesnake in that mouse, with Bang covering from behind. The mouse tries to push up to reset the cap. He gets a shot from the E4. And then the rest of the tanks are just meant to block off the others from the side of EL Gaming. But Yato wanted to kill all of them for some reason, which I don't understand.
EL Gaming winning this one. And they're going to be our first win of the day. It is 5-2 EL Gaming.
Yep.
The other team that's in the EL Gaming and Yato's group is Kasna Crew. We're going to see Yato Kasna Crew later on today. It's essentially a must-win game now for Yato to be able to survive in the group.
Yeah, but they need to win against Kasna Crew. So let's see if that's going to happen. But this game was It was a weird one. It's fair to say Yato could have I think, won by cap
Should
rather
have won a
than.
Muravanka, to be.
Huh?
They should have won
EL should have
Muravanka,
won.
yeah.
EL should have won a
Yato
Maravanka.
should have won this one, yeah.
Yeah, Yato should have went onto the cap with Dory. Tier 9 Bachelor behind, E4 covering from K2, and then do whatever with the other tanks, really. Just make sure they don't get back to the cap, which wouldn't really happen because EL Gaming had 4 tanks on the hill.
Yep.
4 of them. So Yato Gaming has a lot to work on. We've seen some throwaway rounds from them, really. Mine's defense, that wasn't good whatsoever.
And they bled so much HP during that.
Muravanka attack really wasn't good from them either. Talking about it, like in essence, it just wasn't enough.
And to be honest, in
And this
Muravanka
one-
defense, they were lucky.
No, I wouldn't.
The
say
blind
that.
shot.
Well, I mean, Bang was in the.
Because
Bang they did send Bang to the position that was needed to reset, so
Yeah.
he was going to get some resets. I think they almost lost that because, for example, the LTTB didn't YOLO in to spot, but the resets were fine.
Yeah, I mean, it did work out in the end for them. But unfortunate, 5-2. Well done to Tomato the Lobster. Well done to the Killzor the Tomato. Wait, he's not Tomato. I'm Tomato. He's purple. What? I can't say blueberry because that would be blue. Blackcurrant, I guess, being purple.
I'm confused.
Well, can't call you a tomato. Tomato's a lobster, you know. Tomato the lobster.
At least
can't
me and
say
the
Daki the
lobster.
tomato.
At least me and the lobster are
I'm getting
1-0
I'm
over
getting
you right now.
out-predicted by a lobster. That's the peak of my career right now, to be honest. Everyone's going to be like, hey, Hector, remember that time that a lobster was able to predict matches
Hey,
better
Hector,
than you?
remember the time you got a prediction right? Oh, wait.
Oh, hey, I have some good predictions throughout the season, so never mind. But that's then, this is now. Now, our next match that we're going to have after this one is going to be an absolute slobber knocker. It's going to be 2 CIS teams going head-to-head with Brainstorm and Navi. We're going to take a little break to get everything set up, so please stick around and we'll see you right after that.
Chrysler Grand Final.
And welcome back to the World of Tanks Grand Finals 2017. We're about to get our second match underway. For those just joining us, my name is Ryan Ector Murphy. Joining me here is Jordi the Killzor versus Messi.
Yep, and we've had one match where EL Gaming did what they were supposed to do and played in the style we expect from them. Very aggressive, very formidable win from them. Very important as well.
Yep.
This puts Yato in a tough position. But now to this match here, Navi and Brainstorm. They are obviously in the group Navi, Brainstorm, Ding. Brainstorm against Navi here. I just feel like Navi really has to show a lot more than they did at the season finals. They went down to Tornado Energy once more, which means I don't think they're going to be giving any freebies throughout this grand finals. I feel therefore as well Navi is very, very favourite in this one.
And this is what Navi, Brainstorm and Ding are the group of death. This is the hardest group. All three teams, exceptionally strong teams. Navi, champions in Russia. Am I getting that right or wrong?
Tornado Energy.
Tornado Energy. Always get a mix.
Tornado Energy is the championship Rumble winner,
Okay.
and Navi did not win last season. Tornado Energy won
Always
that one
those
as
two.
well.
My bad. Ding are the champions in Europe.
Double champions.
Double champions, yeah, back-to-back champions, and they won the Challengers Rumble,
Rumble
as well,
yes.
and they were undefeated season 1 and the Challengers Rumble. And then Brainstorm, a very strong team as well from the CIS region, so lots to play for here. As vital.
These teams know each other very, very well. That's another factor that
Yeah.
might play into this one. But this is Navi before grand finals. This is the highlight, you know.
This is the powerhouse team. They're unchanged since 2014.
Yeah, they are the oldest remaining lineup, and I don't know what else to say is there about Navi. They've won everything there is to win, and I guess they want to win another grand finals.
Yep, and if you're not familiar with Navi, here's a little video introduction all about them.
Navi G2A team is a two-time world champion and the most titled team in the history of the Wargaming.net League. The team finished the second season in the first place and many expected them to win at the LAN final. However, in the decisive battle for the title of the season's champion, the Born to Win team suffered a crushing defeat. For the second time in a row, Navi fails to lift the winner's cup over their head, and everyone can't wait to see what will be their result at the grand finals and a possible revenge on Tornado Energy.
With that branding that they have, the very distinct yellow and black across all their different teams in various different leagues.
They only looked as good in their matches, though. The voice said it there, two crushing defeats.
The voice.
The voice. We'll just say the voice said it. Two crushing defeats for them at the Champions Rumble and this last season. They should be out for revenge. Champions Rumble, they lost against Tornado Energy by cap on Ruhenberg. For the people that remember, that was breathtaking. Even I didn't realize it. And then this season, at this season finals here in Katowice, they got obliterated by Tornado Energy, it's fair to say. So Navi has everything to play for. I think there's even more pressure on them now than there was ever before, because they are the most accomplished team in the World of Tanks universe. And they're going to have to prove it starting here.
Yep, and we talked earlier on, we said like one of the most exciting things we could have is a major upset for any team to knock out a team unexpected. But realistically, we have our finals here in Moscow, and Navi Tornado Energy final would be absolutely electric. That place would be absolutely packed at the Ice Palace. Now, Matt had a little chat with Navi already, looking forward to this match and their experiences here, so let's have a listen to that interview.
Deluxe is with me from the reigning champions, Navi. You lifted the trophy in Warsaw. You've had good seasons since then. You must be confident of making it to the Moscow Grand Finals stage.
Yeah, we are champions, and we have two very, very hard seasons this year, and especially the last one. And now we are. I'm sure that we are ready to beat all the opponents.
Of course, one of those opponents, your first opponent, is Brainstorm, who put 2 wins past you during the season. So what happened there?
I think it's nothing, because game during the season, it's not equal game on the LAN. Okay. And LAN is, I think it will be another game.
at the 2016 finals, we saw you using some of the new mechanics. We saw tactics from you we'd never seen before. Are we going to see anything brand new this year? Are LT10s going to come in?
Yes, LT10 I think will be very, very useful on this championship, and we will see a lot of tactics with LT10, a lot of mouse, and maybe a little bit LT10.
Any messages you want to say to all the fans who support Na'Vi?
Thank you for your support. We need it very much.
Well, interesting. So Deluxe saying there that, you know, kind of things are going to be standard, but maybe just, you know, some sneaky surprises there.
And some tier 10 light tanks, which we already talked about. The German one obviously going to be the most used, which we saw in the EL Yato match already. And then some diversity for tier 8. Let's see what Na'Vi goes for. If they're a fan of those double tier 9 setups, or they're going to be going with a tier 8. Obviously, for anybody tuning in, this is still 768, which means 6 tier 10s with 1 tier 8, best of 5, first to 5, more like that, best of 9. Whoever gets to 5 first is going to win the match.
Yep, I mean, with it saying 768, the teams can make 68 tier points using any combination, realistically. They can use lower tiers if they want, but, well, they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot if they do so. You're generally never going to see anything like tier 5, tier 6s. But we saw some in the past with the Crusader, because it shot quickly, it could do cap resets,
Yeah,
but
I
lose so much
don't
damage
think we're going to
potential.
be seeing a lot of
Yeah.
that. But Na'Vi is just such a formidable team. And he touched on the same thing I said, where Brainstorm might have beaten them online, but online is one thing. At LAN, it's completely different.
Yep, and now let's actually have a look at the Na'Vi team sheet in more detail here. As we're saying, the team's unchanged since 2014. These guys know each other inside and out, don't they, Daki?
Yeah, this team knows each other so well. The last change was when Red Rush Unity kind of disbanded, and then they added the Anatolich and Rhino. Obviously, the Anatolich is now the captain. He's the guy that you hear most, and that's the guy with the quick mouth, let's say, because he talks a lot, but he's considered, I think, amongst the best, if not the best captain out there. And then obviously these players don't need much of an introduction. The only real change they've had lately is where Lefsha used to be playing the tier 8 tanks, but now that's more gone on to tier 10s instead.
Something I also want to preface about Na'Vi, because it was brought up last time we were casting a Na'Vi game. Lasha, the name is in Cyrillic, so it looks like Labois.
But
But
it's
it's
Lasha.
pronounced Lasha. So always people ask that in chat, is he saying that name wrong? No, it is Lasha. Mojo corrected me quite harshly in that in the
Yeah,
past.
it's Lefsha.
Yeah, so Lasha. Everyone else in the team, obviously the names are exactly as you see them. Now, Navi's opponent here, Brainstorm, it was brought up by Matt when speaking to Deluxe there. Brainstorm have defeated Navi twice in the regular season. It was a big upset, but
They've struggled throughout the season, so
yeah,
it's going to be hard for them to perform well at this grand finals.
And I mean, Brainstorm, they're one of the teams in the Russian league who've always kind of been there, but always kind of been behind the scenes, a bit like not so serious as well.
But that's pretty much any team, though, except for Na'Vi
Always
and Tornado
standing in-
Energy.
Always
standing in the shadow of the
Yep,
Giants.
Yep. Well, let's have a look at the Brainstorm video so we can have a little bit more information about that team for you guys.
The Brainstorm team surprised many when they were able to break into the LAN finals of the second season. Despite the fact their performance in Kazan was not that successful, the fans remember this young and original team. And even if the results from the second season didn't let them go to LAN finals, they scored enough Grand Finals points to break through towards the Grand Finals 2017. And soon we will find out how Brainstorm will manifest in their first esports event of this level.
Interesting thing here about Brainstorm is they are one of the youngest teams in the CIS region, and also Unity, the other team that could have potentially been here, are super young, and many people are touting either one of these teams to potentially be at the level of Na'Vi Tornado Rocks in a couple of years.
Unity?
It was Unity, I believe. Unity were the really strong team that were at the LAN finals.
NSS.
Nope, it was Unity.
That was unique.
Unique, my bad, not Unity, Unique.
Unity is a little bit older team, which is now half a Navi, but it's okay, Ryan. We'll go with it. One thing to note for Brainstorm is that they've added C9, I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, and H2O Maxon. Both of those players were in Carpe Diem. Carpe Diem obviously did not make it to the grand finals here. Kusok's team, who's going to be analyst, I think, for the Russian.
Kusok's going to be an analyst, yeah,
for the
we'll see
Russian
him.
side. So they have added players with experience. Both of those are pretty damn good players, honestly, and I think it can only make this Brainstorm team better.
And there has, I mean, that's something to talk about as well. I mean, the teams, since the season finished, the teams are able to bring in players, strengthen their teams for the grand finals. We've certainly seen the European teams do it. I don't think there's been any changes on the American teams, but you're just saying, for example, here, it's certainly been done.
American teams, I don't think have
Brainstorm.
added anybody. We know the European teams. Kasna has added Kaizu from Gohard, and Oops has added Annihilator,
Yep.
also from Gohard.
Well, let's have a look at Brainstorm, go into the player lineup actually in a bit more detail here. We can actually see their attack-defense ratio. They have a pretty rubbish defense ratio, to be honest. They're not good at all when being pressured.
Being here at the grand finals, I wonder how they're feeling, because they had to obviously hope from home that they were going, and they did go. This also kind of begs the question of how much preparation that they really have, because the teams that were at the LAN finals have obviously had more preparation, more match rhythm, more of everything. Honestly, they've been to a LAN recently. For them it's been a while now, so it's all kind of fresh again, and you've not been there for at least half a year, so they're coming in here, less preparation, less match rhythm. So to beat Navi is going to be one hell of an upset if they can do it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the first game of the event for Navi, and Navi kind of want to send a message to everyone, especially their biggest rival Tornado, and say, look, we're here, we're strong.
Navi is really good in these kind of matches, though, because if you remember LAN finals, they also wiped the floor with their opponent 7-1.
7-1, yeah.
So they're always really good in group stages of grand finals. They don't really ever make a mistake there. I just don't feel like Brainstorm can surprise Navi.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough call. They came here. I mean, like they're the fourth Russian team essentially. We have Navi, we have Tornado Energy, we have Not So Serious. Not So Serious, as we're saying, always standing kind of in the shadow behind Navi and Tornado, and never quite getting. Always the, you know, as we say in the UK, always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
You would make a great bridesmaid, mate.
Ah, thank you. You could be the bride. Who would you marry, Mojo?
No.
No. Sorry, Mojo, if you're listening here, he'll be like, what?
Venus.
Venus, you and Venus. Okay, interesting.
Or Sheesh.
I was just going to say, he just broke Sheesh's heart. Now, yeah, I mean, Brainstorm, they have a difficult task. It's certainly, people kind of expect Navi to win this one, and then kind of expect Ding to win the match against Brainstorm.
It all depends on the maps they're going to be playing on, obviously.
True. Navi's going to get the first ban, and they're going to say, nope, we want nothing to do
We are
with
not
steps.
really surprised when Navi's steps ban. Let's just say they're not the greatest team on it whatsoever, to be honest. They haven't played it almost at all. So steps being banned, no surprise. Prokhorovka being banned from Brainstorm, no real surprise either. Navi is usually really good on Prokhorovka, but they did went down Tornado Energy on that map at the season finals. But in general, they are always really good because that's a very high coordination map where Navi drives. You can do some, you can play with tactics there, and they've done exactly that. For example, against Tornado Energy, they kept 3 batches in K1 and pushed the eastern side, which worked out really beautiful on that map as well. But so Ghost Town first map, Brainstorm is going to be attacking. We're not surprised. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Ghost Town during this grand finals. Then Himmelsdorf coming out, Navi going to be attacking on that one. Cliff.
2 city maps. I mean, we've always said in the past, you don't expect to win against Russian teams in the city maps.
Yeah, but it's 2 Russian teams against each other on city maps. That's for all other teams not to pick city maps. Then Cliff and Ruenberg being banned, Navi and Cliff. It's just Cliff can be you don't want to play against a team that really wants to beat you because they might try surprising things. And on Cliff it can work, obviously, bringing something surprising or doing something super aggressive. Ruenberg being banned, 1-1 map. You know, I don't think Brainstorm will be winning Ruenberg against Navi whatsoever because Navi is really good on such a defensive map.
Yeah.
There's just no way that Brainstorm is going to win, and Navi probably has the higher personal skill as well, so they're going to be most likely to win, would be winning on that as well.
And then we're going Muravanka, Mines, tiebreaker. Now, Mines is interesting because I tend to notice the Russian teams play Mines hyper-aggressive, even when they're defending.
Yeah, For Brainstorm to win this, I think they need to win one of the first two maps. Need to win either of those, go 2-0 up of it, and then play 1-1 throughout the series. Mines is going to be a hard one for them to hold on to because Na'Vi has that coordination that might be able to break through.
True, true. Well, Daki, in a moment, I'm going to ask for your predictions, but first, we're going to flip it over to my absolute nemesis. It is Tomato the Lobster for his predictions.
Going with him too.
Well, I'm going to have to go with my nemesis here, Dak. I'm going to have to go with Navi.
Alright, so then it depends on the score lines, right? We're both going with Na'Vi. I'm saying 5-1.
5-1. I'm going to say 5-2.
Okay.
Okay.
Could be wrong again.
Okay, it could be. I'm going to be wrong, but at least I'm not going to be wrong to the lobster, because if this keeps going this way, you're going to see me eating a lobster after this event, to be honest.
You will have to get past me to eat that lobster.
I want to know what the story is where he's fighting the other one. Like, I want to know what's going on there. Like, did they just set them up? Is there like some kind of illegal betting ring going on between lobster fights we don't know about? That would be interesting.
At least the lobster seems to be making pretty accurate predictions so far,
he knows
rather
the
than
game.
my co-caster. But
Well, I can't win them all, can we? You know. as
when
we
is the
say.
last time you've won anything? Because I don't
Well-
remember you winning Fantasy League either.
Oh no! Why'd you bring that up? Why'd you bring that up? Why so mean, Daki? Now, how do you see this one going? Sorry, I'll go back. You've already said 5-1. I've already said 5-2. First match is going to be on Ghost Town.
The thing is, Navi's going to be playing very standard.
Do you think that they're not going to do any surprise
No,
stuff? Are they? Not at the start, no.
they are a team that is willing to keep stuff for later on. They might bring out a few new tricks here and there, but their best tactics, I think, are going to be hidden until playoffs because they're a team that individually and as a team itself, even playing standard, should be able to outplay a team as Brainstorm 95% of the time.
Because that's what we're saying as well. If the team playing together for so long, the team doesn't need to talk as much. You can do something. You can just rely on your teammate covering your back.
has no problems with speaking a lot.
You can do something, and you know that somebody's going to be there to cover. You don't need to tell them, hey, like, watch my back, or you don't need to say to somebody, go there. They're automatically going there. They're automatically setting up to cover. And as you said, if not, then the Anatolich will certainly voice his concerns if the team are not doing it as requested.
Well, they take everything serious, though. If things start going downhill, you'll be seeing it quite... Na'Vi is the team that might lose one round, and then they don't let you win anymore.
Yeah.
Because you've taken one round, which is already too much, so they will continue to just roll
and
through
they'll
the
do
match.
it convincingly. They're also one of the teams that I always liked as well, that if they lose a tank, they immediately take two from you. Like, the response is almost instantaneous. There's never any hesitation.
That's the difference between a lot of CIS teams, and that's the difference between CIS teams and most of the other regions, where in CIS you'll see the more aggressive stance to begin with. Just in general, they're more out there, they're more aggressive, more coming at your face. While in other regions, you lose one tank, they're kind of like holding back, trying to play not to lose more, where CIS teams will go full-on aggressive, try and trade it. You know, you see them going out, people making peaks, people trying to make a play to get that tank back in towards their advantage. And that's what we might be seeing. And Na'Vi is just that kind of team. You might kill one of them, but in the meantime, the 6 other guys are dead.
Yeah, I mean, I do love watching the hyper-aggressive play from Russian teams. It's so polished when they do stuff as well. Like I say, like they take a hit or something doesn't go their way, but there's always an immediate response. There's no like, oh, should we go this way? Should we go that way? It's just like, no, let's pick a side. Let's just nail it. Let's win it, and then let's carry on. We've seen them. I think it was against Kasna crew. Navi did that lightning quick cat.
Yeah, but Na'Vi and
Muravanka.
Kasna crew is like, you know, if I want to put my money anywhere, I'm putting every single penny I got on Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Because Na'Vi and Kasna crew, let's just say it's not the most beautiful romance I've ever seen.
They have a history, and the history is basically Navi beating up Kasna crew every single time they've played them. Like not even close, the battles, to be honest. And Kasna it's a sore point for them. They want revenge, but at the same time, they don't really want to play against Navi.
Nobody wants to play against Na'Vi. I don't think Brainstorm's very happy with this group either, but It would be good for them to take points here so they can maybe lose some against the Ding, perhaps, but they would have to take a full win. And I don't know, Brainstorm might be keeping most of their stuff as well for the Ding match.
For the Ding match, because that's
So
the one they need to win.
that's going to be seeing how full out are both these teams going to go. Is Navi going to play 100%? Is Brainstorm going to play 100% or count on the Ding match?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking really forward myself to seeing the tank picks, if it's going to be what we're used to for Ghost Town, or whether they're going to try something different, something unusual, or just a slight curveball, just to kind of rock the boat a little bit, where we're going to see a base one cap tactic, where there's just going to be a fight in the middle.
Between these two, I'd say Ghost Town is going to be a fairly standard one coming out, honestly, because neither of these teams are very well known for their super all-in tactics.
Yeah, yeah. Well, let's have a look at the lineups in just a second as the match is underway here. Now, this is going to be our second match of the day. EL Gaming already defeated Yato 5-2.
There we go. Lineups on the screen.
Conqueror.
Triple bat shot,
PZ1
triple mouse.
seed? No.
So 4 bat shots for Brainstorm, which okay.
Okay, buttons, many buttons. Okay, so we'll see the lineups in just a second, actually, when they start. Sometimes a bit of an issue there, don't worry about that. Navi in the awesome red and yellow.
Okay, so
yellow and black camo.
Lineups, triple mouse, double T57, WZ, and a tier 9 bat shot for the side of Navi. Left shot already going very aggressive to destroy some buildings. Brainstorm, triple mouse, 50B, and double bat shot and an object 416 behind that. The object 416 can obviously sit in that middle cap behind the train, but it can also at one point go to that number 1 base and sit in that, because there is a hold on position where he can sit in with the 416, and you can see Navi's tanks here, the T57s, just destroying all of the buildings on the cap. Left shot will now be climbing onto A1, and it's a fairly standard opening from both these teams.
Navi, the yellow and black camo, red side are going to be defending. Brainstorm are going to be on the attack. They have a kind of multicolored camo, same colors as the team badge, very distinct. Now we're looking here from the mouse of Koba, just kind of pushing up into the middle area. Snaps off a shot, doesn't connect with anything. Daki, what are you seeing here at the moment?
Yeah, left shot went a little bit more aggressive and he spotted out C9. Left shot needs to play careful. I don't think he's super safe. We'll have to find out about that in a second. He's supported by a lot of tanks though, but the cap has started for the side of Brainstorm, and they have put the object for 16 behind that one.
Maxon trying to get shots onto Lashat as well, but looks like nothing available. He's coming down to support C9. Now, the rest of the tanks here from Navi, this is what we're talking about. You see action in one area and they are instinctive. They just go straight in somewhere else to try and get an overmatch. Now, Demasec taking absolute pummeling here. He's getting damaged quite a lot here. Side scraping on the corner as these tanks from Navi continue to push around. At the moment, he's down to half health, but he's surviving. Slide taking a little bit of damage in his T57 heavy for Navi, and at the moment, things going well.
Yeah, Navi is sticking as a giant group of dead though. Every tank together, left shot running away from C9 because he was chasing him down with the bat shot. But the crossfire from Brainstorm, they're almost everywhere, but they're just not making the right trades so far. Navi is holding on, and Prizefighter making big mistakes.
Prizefighter with a dead driver and a damaged engine. He has to get that fixed up quickly to get out of there. He's down to one shot now, 105 health. He goes down. First kill of the game going to Slide. So Navi have the gun advantage now. Can they make the armor advantage work for them? Because Brainstorm still have a huge amount of HP, but now Inspirer is taking a lot of damage. He's having to back off now. He was the lead mouse, and he's having to back off so that Rhino and Strake are now in front of him.
Yeah, the Inspirer was actually on fire, but they've removed the cap pressure, which is a big thing, because now Slide might be able to kill this mouse one-on-one as well.
Slide dueling here with Koba. Koba's having to just angle that turret, just trying to turn it, not give him an angle. Slide now is going to go for the ram kill, does a bit of damage. Actually does 4. Both of them are really heavy tanks. Slide is on a reload. Koba is going to come off the reload and get a shot into him, but look at his Keroloids coming in at the back to pick up the kill there on Koba. Now Brainstorm, 4 tanks left against the 5 of Navi. Still everything to play for, but Navi, these have this gun advantage and they're going to make it count.
You can see just Navi is making their shots count. Negative peeks out, tries to make 1 shot, takes 2 in return. H2O max on, trades equal, but this is the thing. Navi so far, they've been sticking together, and Brainstorm had the better crossfire, but Navi's just making more of their shots count every single time, and now they're going to go for another overmatch.
Navi going to push in here with Rhino and Strake leading the charge as Maxon does take out Slide, bringing it back to 4-4, but the HP still of these two mouses are just bouncing so many shots as Strake finally picks up C9. Negative still around the corner, and I mean the shots coming in from the back there from Demasec could be dangerous, but Demasec has to watch he doesn't get taken out now because he's on a one-shot himself.
Yeah, but Brainstorm is 2k HP down and a tank down as well. H2O Maxon only has 2 shots available towards his 50B, so that is very good for Na'Vi. And it's surprising that this tactic worked out as well as it did, because they were just all spotted at all times, and Brainstorm did not make the correct rotations. The crossfire was there, but the individual positioning, losing a lot of HP, for example, on Dimasek, Prize Fighter on that corner being able to get caught by Slide, then C9 being caught as well, is just the individual decision making and the overall positioning of every tank that is just not going well enough for Brainstorm, because they had the crossfire, but individually mistakes are being made.
Na'Vi at the moment just kind of posturing, just trying to decide who they want to get the drop on next. I mean, Negative still has a lot of HP. Maxling has still huge damage potential, obviously, to be able to get a full clip out in his 50B. They're going to want to try and get him down as quick as possible. But the main thing here for Na'Vi is just to protect each other. If the clock runs down and goes to 0, that counts as a defensive win. So the longer the match goes, then the more in favour it is to Na'Vi. This forces Brainstorm to have to either push out and attack the Na'Vi tanks, or push into the cap circle and try and get something started so they can bait Na'Vi into them.
Na'Vi doesn't have to do anything right now. They can just sit here. They know one guy is on the cap. They will start rotating through the 7-8 line with Strike and Kriloid, Inspire, Rhino, watching both angles. H2O maxed on. They know he's not going to push in. So Strike is going to check, see if he sees anything. He sees nobody there. Negative might be able to spot him on the crossing. He spots out Dimasek, but Dimasek can't trade his Strike. Might take a shot from Negative. There he goes, but he'll be able to get across for free, and then he will be able to get shots on towards either Dimasek or on towards Negative, who is capping. And that will leave Brainstorm to make another reaction, because Negative took a shot already. That is not ideal whatsoever. That was from Kriloid and WZ and Rhino on towards Dimasek. Beautiful. And this is what we were talking about. Dimasek lost so much HP in the beginning that he was quite useless there towards the end.
You can see that when Strike was pushing up there, he was just being careful because he wasn't quite sure where Maxling is. He is spotted now. Maxling does trade some shots. Negative gets the kill on Inspire. In the meantime, Strake's going to probably get one here. Negative, no, it's Rhino picking that one up. He gets the double kill. Kuroid finishing with the double kill, and Na'Vi taking a round 1 here on Ghost Town. And, well, quite a convincing
Super convincing fashion, actually, for the way they played it. They threw all tactics out of the window at one point and decided to go for the straight push. They went towards the north, destroyed all the buildings, and then pulled back and tried to push left shot on 1-2 line. When they noticed there was a tier 10 Bacha there for the side of Brainstorm, everybody turned around, went back towards the cap, which had started with the object for 1-6, and they decided just to continue being aggressive. And the biggest thing there for Brainstorm is just individual positioning. Dimasek in the beginning gave one shot, took 2 in return, and it went on and on like that. And that's the difference between Brainstorm and Na'Vi. Na'Vi, every time somebody from Brainstorm peaked, he got punished once or twice or 3 times even, but in return they didn't do much, and Na'Vi just built and kept building that advantage. And then C9 making a mistake in an autoloader Bacha, which needs to do at least 1 or 2 clips, getting caught out. Prize Fighter as well, being able to get caught by a T57 heavy is just not a good thing whatsoever. The T57 is not that quick, so Prize Fighter just stayed way too long on that corner.
Yeah, they need to get shots out. And it was, I mean, it's unusual in a way, because on doing the player highlights earlier on, when I was thinking about and asking for information about different players, Dimasek and Prize Fighter were 2 of the players for Brainstorm I was told to watch out for. They're the kind of main players for the team. They're the ones that are like the playmakers. And well,
a bad round doesn't mean anything. We've seen players in the EU which are considered superstars as well do 6k damage one round, 0 the next. Superstars have a tendency to not always be super consistent.
Yeah. I mean, they can have their off games, they can have their on games. Now we're going to be going into round 2, teams swapping positions. It's going to be interesting to see the lineups again for this team. We're going to get everything right this time. So there's an Object 416 coming out there for Brainstorm.
Yeah, 3 mouses, an Object 416, 2 Batchats and an AMX50B. That is... am I looking? That did not look 100% correct, actually.
Well, we'll have a look in just a second. So AMX50B, Brainstorm, Prize Fighters in one.
Brainstorm has an AMX30, a WZ, a Batchat, an AMX50B, and 3 mouses. Na'Vi, 3 mouses, double T57, and double WZ. This might be a northern play from them, but it can also do something along the EL gaming style, take control of the map, and then maybe try and push across the K line at one point.
Double W. We need to get a better way. Triple ones or something. Demazek obviously going to push up into that. We see obviously, but I mean, if you see a lineup here, a defensive lineup on Ghost Town that has an AMX-30, they're going to push up into A1, A2 area, and that's exactly what Demazek has done. Now we're in the viewpoint here of over the shoulder here of Maxun as he's pushing up into the middle area with Koba in front of him. That's a double mouse pushing into area 2. The rest of the tanks coming over here. Looks like actually they're going to push into base 2. Nothing really edging up here into base 1. Now, Slide and Anatoch actually aiming backwards into base 1. They expect something to perhaps happen over there, looking for perhaps a cap rush. Not expecting anyone to come round the corner on them, while the rest of their team pushing up into base number 1. Now, I mean, how... Let's see. Navi, defensive area, Brainstorm. Brainstorm are quite spread out here, Daki, actually.
Yeah, Brainstorm, they're just controlling all angles right now. The MX-30 has moved up to A3 as well, with the WZ spotting ahead of him. Navi looked like they wanted to put the triple mouse into base number 2, covered by the double T57. They wanted to have the 3 mouses to go onto the cap, the 57s to shoot anybody on the crossing, but they backed off after seeing the double mouse from Brainstorm, maybe afraid of the amount of damage they was going to take. They're going to be rotating now as well, or just holding. They're probably figuring out what they want to do now.
Yep, now look at this, Inspider, and now Rhino and Strake are going to back off, and Spider's going to back off as well, so they're giving up this area. Anatoch is going to move round into C7 area so he can move up. Trying to get vision into the base. Slide coming over in behind him. Now, Slide is going to push into the cap here, Dak. It looks like he gets spotted instantly by Demazek there, so he knows that this is not something possible to him. Blind shooting into that area perhaps can get a connection, but Demazek is going to move into an area where he can't get shot, and that's going to be a clip out there for Slide for nothing.
It doesn't matter though, T57 has enough ammo to get away with that one. The MX-30 is just spotting out if somebody comes towards that northern side, so they don't really need to leave a lot of tanks there. He can spot for himself, and then he can fall back towards A1 where he can get the resets onto the number 1 base because he's very, very elevated from that position. So Navi is just going to rotate now, and it looks like they're going to do something EL Gaming-esque almost, where they're pulling all the tanks towards the bottom side of the map and perhaps try and catch the tanks from Brainstorm off guard.
Are they going to? Looks like they're going to try and push that way. I mean, at the moment, there's only a small bit of damage done to a single Navi tank at the moment. You can see Slide and Anatoch here moving around with the rest of their teammates. It's Inspirer that's taking a shot there in his mouse. Outside of that, nothing else happened in this match. This is sometimes what Ghost Town ends up being. It's very much a positional match as the teams try and feel each other out, try and see where they can get an overmatch and push in that area. And like you said, looks like Navi are going to try and commit everything down to the south of the map and push there. But they still don't have the vision of where the Brainstorm tanks are.
And they didn't have vision in the last match either, and they still decided to go for it. But left shot, turning around. It doesn't seem like Navi is 100% sure of what they want to do right now, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, this is not the Navi we're used to at the moment. Normally they do something, they go for it, and right now it's like...
That's what I'm saying. They might be just doing things on the fly right now because of the fact that they're playing against Brainstorm. So not really using their set tactics, just picking a lineup and making the rotations based on what they have available towards them in terms of information. And kind of looks like that because they wanted to go for the south, but decided against it, probably because the bad shot would spot them out early. And they might be going back towards trying maybe a gap tactic even, or a push from 2 sides like we saw Yato Gaming do from B line and E line at the same time. But what they can do is right now, with the MX-30 being there, perhaps put the double WZ on towards the cap and then try and play the inside at D6, D7. There's a wall over there where they can play and try and block Brainstorm off from getting the resets.
Yeah, at the moment they're just playing into Brainstorm's hand. Brainstorm's like, okay, we don't need to trade HP. We're halfway through the match and we've done a single bit of damage on a Navi tank, and now Navi just needs to decide what they want to do. And it looks like Navi are trying to bait Brainstorm into making a move, but we've seen this so many times in other maps. The defensive team have no reason to push out and try and find the attackers.
That's why I'm saying they're going to go on the cap. That's why I'm saying they're going to go on the cap. They have to either go on to cap and bait them out or go for a straight push across the B line. They would never just wait there. They need to get Brainstorm to make a move, which is either you cap or either you push aggressively into them so they're forced to rotate. And right now they can do either of those 2 things.
So Slide and Anatoch are hanging back in the T57 heavies.
They just want to clip anybody that tries to come towards through the E6, E7 little courtyard there, the cap. Somebody drives towards that, and then the two T57s will peek up, and they can remove a mouse.
Navi gathering up on the corner here, ready to make their push. Rhino gets himself spotted straight away, as does Strake.
There's going to be the triple cap with the mouse and two WZs behind him. The thing is, the AMX30 won't be able to see the WZs really well. He'll only see the turret, and he's not going to get a lot of resets here. Nobody's actually going to get really resets, and this will force Brainstorm to push in, and this round is looking rather in favor of Navi right now.
Slide and Anatoch are spotted as well as Prizefighter made a move across, and C9 is coming around the bottom of them. Now Koba is getting focused on his mouse. He's getting absolutely decimated there. He's down to almost a third of his HP.
That was the T57s, their own reload now.
Strake has only taken a little bit of damage. Anatoch taking a little bit of damage. The cap is down to 5 seconds. Brainstorm, if you're going to do something, do it now. Otherwise, this is going to be a very nicely played out cap by Navi, and it is. Brainstorm caught with their pants down, and Daki, you called it. Very nicely played cap by Navi.
And they baited Brainstorm in towards them, but the thing is, the AMX30 had nobody to spot for him. He can't reset if nobody's spotting. He had to spot himself. He can't go back to A1, and he had nobody spotting for him, so he couldn't get the resets. And then everything else from Navi was just meant to slow down the side of Brainstorm. Those T57s already did what they were supposed to do. The mouse on the cap will shield both WZs, well, at least their holes, so he needs to shoot turret, which is not going to work out. And nobody else was in position to reset. Brainstorm didn't think that Navi would try such a play, and that's where they were mistaken.
Yeah, it was really interesting to watch, because Navi were like, okay, we'll go here, okay, we'll go there, okay, we don't really have spots, so they're probably spread out. It's like, right, let's try the cap, we'll push up the cap, we'll go up to the corner. Hey, no one's in the corner. This is great for us, like, we've got it. And like, I mean, like you said, there's no spots, then what's the AMX meant to do? Try and blind shoot? Like 3
They
times?
were either going to go for a straight push across the B line if they found somebody there, which they didn't. Nobody was there. So, okay, mouse with WZs on towards the cap, and that was it. That was a fairly easy win there for the side of Navi. Brainstorm a little bit too split, a little bit too much everywhere. Afraid of Navi on every single occasion, it seems like. Trying to predict everything, be ready for everything, but that's usually when you lose to the simplest thing.
Yeah, for sure. And a triple cap is one of the things that, I mean, it's always nice to watch. It's always fun to watch when a team gets triple capped, because the countdown almost goes immediately, 30 seconds in the blink of an eye. But in a way, teams should always be ready for that. They should always know that it's a potential if they leave a base
Well, I have
open.
seen this happen a lot, though. Ghost Town is a very hard map to defend. That's why the attacker is usually favored. And Brainstorm thought with Navi going for the middle play, they weren't going to be doing that one after, and they did.
Yep. Now, our next map that we're going to be playing on is going to be Himmelsdorf. Now, we talked a bit before about this. Is like if you're a European team, American team, APAC team, you just don't want to go near Himmelsdorf. It is the domain of the Russian
I'm afraid
teams.
from Brainstorm on
I think it could be a 4-0 here, a 5-0.
Maybe Brainstorm hopefully picks up one round, because at least my prediction will be right. But everything is showing Navi is just playing. They're just playing.
Navi, yeah.
They doesn't seem like they're using super set tactics, because in the first round they were just pushing together. The second round they just pushed together and did something that was done before. It was not like, okay, super step by step, okay, this, and this, and this. It was just, it felt really on the move, on the fly, just thinking about what was going to happen. They went south, they were like, we can't really do this. They were like, okay, let's go back north then.
Yeah, I mean, it was like they were kind of feeling out where they were, and they were like, okay, let's just go back to original tactic that we're going to do, guys, and do something on the cap circle. And that is, I mean, we say it all the time, in Ghost Town you either go for that central base, which is really hard to defend because there's so many angles you can be shot from, or you do something around base 1, which is generally where you start to see those tanks with the slope turrets and stuff like that, or trying to hide tanks behind tanks. We always see teams try that, it never quite works, but Navi showing exactly how it's meant to be done with the mouse and the WZ.
That's the tactic we've seen before. For example, Oops tried it with double 2-9 bat shot as well. It didn't really work for them whatsoever. So that it didn't really work for Oops, but it did work for Navi, and that was Ghost Town. Ghost Town is like the most team coordination map in the pool, though. You need to have those individual decision making on point, and Navi has exactly that.
Okay, now looking ahead to Himmelsdorf, what do you reckon we're going to see? Is Himmelsdorf a map that can lend to new tactics? Because
No.
as we did talk about earlier on, you were mentioning about artillery splash.
We'll see. We'll talk about it if it ever comes out, because there's a big chance it will never happen. So
There's no point. Okay.
once it happens, we'll talk about it. If it doesn't, then there's no point.
Okay, and outside of that, you don't think there's any real flexibility for new
No,
tanks?
there is no use for a light tank, because if any of the light tank comes against the mouse gets 1,600 free damage.
Okay, okay. So you're going to give Himmelsdorf to be a 1-1, or do you think Himmelsdorf's going to be a 2-0 Navi? Think Navi are going to get the momentum
Well, I
behind
want
them now?
Brainstorm to take one round, but it's probably going to be a 2-0.
2-0 Navi.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, just being sure, you know, because I would love it to be 2-0 Brainstorm, because then my prediction starts coming
Good luck with
back
that.
into it. I should
This
have
is a
said.
Brainstorm with not super much preparation, with 2 new players at a LAN event, which haven't been for a while. It's not looking good for them whatsoever to start with. And Navi as your first opponent, I think they would have much rather started off with Ding.
Ding, definitely, yeah. I mean, Ding don't actually play till... They're playing the last battle of the day against Brainstorm. So Brainstorm, like Yato, they have their 2 matches today, and that could be it, done and dusted. Otherwise, it could be Ding have their last match again tomorrow as well against Navi.
Yeah, I mean, Ding really wants to win the last match against Brainstorm, to be honest, but that could already be the end of the tournament. That could already be the end of the tournament, you know, for Brainstorm. If they lose that one, then it's already over, and then it's just between who takes first and second there.
Yep. Yay! You had quite a focus there for a little while, Daki. You were enjoying that there.
I think our production's in love with me. I love you too.
It's the new haircut. It's the new haircut, Daki. Now, head-to-head, Navi against Brainstorm, Daki. These teams, they played each other multiple times throughout the season, but Navi always coming out mainly on top. I mean, they're steps 100% right now.
Yeah, but you should look at
Probably paid it 3 times or something, haven't they? It's just that it's not accurate for the win.
the amount of stats don't really mean
The defensive
much.
win percentages, though, is a big thing.
Yeah, the best and worst map really doesn't tell you much without the number next to it, because I can play steps once with 100% and then put that for the rest of my career. I had 100% win ratio on steps. Attack and defensive win is obviously very important here. Brainstorm is a very good offensive team, but pretty disastrous on the defense. Navi is more balanced. They're really good on the attack, and they're also pretty damn good on the defense. They obviously only took second last season, which is probably the worst thing for them.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's not a bad thing when your worst map is 50%. Even though, again, we don't have the amount of times it's played. To say, like, oh, what's your worst map? Oh, we're 50-50 on our worst map. You know, it's generally you'd expect teams to be sub 50% on their worst map, because a lot of teams just have maps they don't touch, they want nothing to do with throughout the entire season. And sometimes they get forced into playing it, and that's the hardest thing, to try and force a team into a map.
You can't force a team into playing it if they don't
They're
want
always
to
going to
play
veto it, yeah, I suppose.
Because it can be just your first ban. It's impossible to make a team play a map they don't want to play if they don't want to.
That's why it goes back to us deciding the tiebreakers as we wanted to.
Which we don't do.
Okay, so yeah, we see Ghost Town has gone both rounds to Navi, the defensive win and the attacking round. Very nice cap win on the attacking round. Brainstorm really not really.
Ghost Town was a throwaway. I mean, Brainstorm is going to be, I think, defending first on Himmelsdorf, so that is something that might be going in their favor. You know, like what we can usually see, we won't see any more EL gaming plays. I'm fairly certain of that one. Usually pushing 0 line doesn't really work out too well. A lot of teams have been trying to play a lot more defensive now by just sitting in the base and playing from that point on, which hasn't been such a successful thing for a lot of teams either.
I don't like it.
It can work out really well with really good players, but you can be pulled apart by a really good team, which Navi might be. But we are going to be seeing a bunch of mouses on both teams. I'd say at least 2 per side. That's being generous. That's not. I mean, that's.
Your safe bet is usually 7.
Yeah, but you know,
7
I'm lowering it a little bit. And then obviously Himmelsdorf is the map where 50Bs are still used. We already talked about that. 50B versus T57. 50B can shoot through objects where T57 can't. We would have to load AP, which then again is not worth it to bring the T57 anymore. 50Bs for that quick rotation. You always have at least 1-1-1-3 for those quicker tanks. And then from Brainstorm, from the attacking side, going straight to number base 2 is something you really don't do anymore, because on the defending side, a lot of teams like to play with that mouse with binoculars that can spot the 8-line crossing.
Yeah.
Mouse, I mean, sorry, E3.
E3, yeah, I was going to say as
E3,
well.
E3 with binoculars that can spot either hill for somebody trying to peek on him, or the 8-line and give it 750 alpha driving through that. So that's something to be careful of. So the attacker usually just splits across the map in the beginning, takes the southern side of the map, controls that, controls the hill, and they play from there on, because from that point on, you can see where the defender is going. Are they actually playing 1-2 line? Because from the D line, from that ramp, you can actually spot through the window. You can see if there's any tanks going there. And if they are going 1-2 line, the attacker really does like now to push the K line with a bunch of mouses, 2-3 mouses pushing across the K line, because it's just so hard to make the shots on towards them. If you go mouse, K line, 2 or 3 of them, and they have like 50B, they're 1-1-3. First of all, you're throwing a lot of HP at them. You're throwing a lot of armor at them as well. And if you don't hit 100% of your shots, it's just almost impossible to stop.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's the interesting thing about Himmelsdorf that I quite like is that you generally see attacking and defending tank destroyers as well. Don't see attacking tank destroyers as much as we used to, but used to see the FV getting used quite a lot. We've seen like different FVs versus FV.
FV is kind of useless in this meta, though.
Yeah, I mean, I like seeing TDs on city maps. It's interesting to try and
You might see
get
some
through them.
E3s, but that's also about it, to be honest.
So while we're waiting for the Himmelsdorf match to be ready and everything to go okay, we are going to go and have a quick look at the latest RNG video. So let's see the hectic things going on in World of Tanks.
Let's go.
Couple of awesome moments there. My favourite one was the ricochet. I mean, you chuckled quite a lot at the grill, getting the side shot. What's your favourite RNG moments and stuff like that? When things go against your opponents?
Favorite RNG moment?
Not like if you're a Batcha and you bounce multiple shots at a T-34 from up on the hill.
That's RNG as well, though.
That's RNG. I mean, it's highly entertaining because it's happened to you. Watching a mouse get ammo racked is RNG. It's quite entertaining. I know that's happened to you as well.
Spawning bottom side on Westfield in the mouse, for example. That's quite entertaining as well. I love that. You know, casually picking mouse.
And you were so calm when it happened as well. So calm. I was surprised.
Yeah, spawning bottom side of mouse is amazing.
But
Really.
I think the ricochet ones are always the best. When it deflects off one tank and kills another tank or something like that, they're the
I've
coolest.
actually never had that.
I've seen it only once. Another one the other ones I really like is when somebody's getting aimed at and it misses the intended target and then takes out something like an artillery in the bottom corner or something like that. Anything where artillery dies is always fun, to be honest. But especially when the artillery's not spotted and it's a random shot. Always entertaining. Well, we're still just about ready to get things underway here in Himmelsdorf. It's going to be our second map of this match. It's going to be round 3, effectively, between these teams.
You counted. Congratulations.
That's very good. Yeah, I was like, nobody could see, actually. I was like, 1, 2, 3. Okay, it was doing
1,
good.
2. There we go.
1, 2, 3. Yep. Nobody saw that before. We did like a little countdown thing on screen, and I counted deliberately wrong. Nobody noticed it. It was really annoying. I tried to play the gag, and it just didn't. It didn't work. I didn't sell it enough, Decky.
Everything will be fine if you just believe.
Just believe. Are you a believer?
I'm a believer. That is, it's my favorite kind of style. I love it. But obviously, just still waiting for these teams for Brainstorm at this moment in time. They should get it underway. Obviously, it's the grand finals. Everything has to be perfect.
Yep.
If it's not, we are waiting for that. In the meantime, we should continue talking about the maps and the next one. Ryan, what is after Himmelsdorf again?
I believe it was another. I want to say city map. I think we're playing 3 in a row, but I never wrote them down.
Ryan?
I'm terrible. I'm a terrible person, Decky.
Wasn't it Morovanka?
Oh, possibly.
And then Mines? And then Mines again?
Mines. I know it was Mines and Mines.
I think it was Morovanka.
Runeberg was banned out because you said Navi's going to be
Runeberg
too
was
strong in
banned
that
out.
out. Steps was banned out.
Steps was banned out. Prokhorovka was banned out.
Prokhorovka was banned out. So that means it is
And
Murovanka.
Cliff was banned out
Cliff
by
was
Navi.
banned out as well, yeah. So I need to think of the I can think of the bans easier than I can think of the things.
We're sure we're like with some obvious help, huh? But
Murovanka, yes.
2-0 down. Himmelsdorf not looking to be a 1-1, not looking to be a 2-0 for Brainstorm. That leaves them to win Morovanka 2-0, which is
Navi trying to do a cap rush. I can see him trying to
highly
do it.
unlikely to win Morovanka 2-0 for the side of Brainstorm, and then they would have to Mines at least 1-1 to go to tiebreaker
and
again.
Navi is guaranteed to be aggressive
Yeah,
on Mines.
and
guaranteed.
so far,
even if they're
so
defending,
far
they're going to
Navi is the only
rush
team
hill.
that have won the attacking side, right? So obviously the tiebreaker, you get to pick the side. If you win the quickest attacking round, which is Navi so far. Now Morovanka beating Navi there, unlikely. They can pick up their defensive round, so they would have to win Himmelsdorf 2-0. Honestly, to get back into this match, they would have to win the next map 2-0.
The things are possible. Possible. There's always the possibility. We can never completely write them off. But it is a tough order. They're already down 2-0. A lot of the times when teams take a 2-0 lead, an early lead like this, it kind of sums up dictates how the rest of the match is going to go. It's very hard for teams to come back to this. Although we have seen European teams and other teams throw 4-0 leads. Ding, for example, being one of the best teams.
It doesn't
who
happen
did
in
that.
Grand Finals, though. Online
Well-
is online. We have to separate it from Grand Finals. Nobody on the Grand Finals is going to go down 4-0 and then come back to win 5-4. It's impossible.
Remember this.
It's
so if it
impossible.
happens,
It is not going to happen. I'm willing to bet my life on it.
your life.
Exactly.
Why
It's
don't
not
why
going
don't
to
why don't you
happen.
do a blonde hair bet?
I'm willing to dye my hair pink if somebody comes back from 4-0. It's just not
There we
going to
go.
happen.
There we go. There we go. We have something to look forward to, ladies
It's
and gentlemen.
not going to
I wanted
happen.
to do something where I was like, I'm going to make a bet on something. If it doesn't happen, I'll shave my beard off. But no, it's not going to happen. I mean, we could do a bow tie bet potentially. That's about the most exciting thing. That means one of us would have to
Nah.
wear a bow tie at
I'm
Moscow.
going to pass for that.
Get you the bow tie. We've talked about long term about the long term plans for the bow tie. The flashy lights. It'll look good.
Well, 2-0 for Navi still. For the people that just tuned in, it's the
Yep.
second match of the day. The first match of the day was EL Gaming versus Yato Gaming, where EL Gaming had a very convincing win. They are in the group with Kasna as well. This is a different group, obviously. Later on, we will have Yato versus Kasna as well. Not forgetting about that. A little bit touching on the schedule, what we still have to see for today. Yato versus Kasna. If Yato loses that one, then it will be Kasna and EL Gaming going through the groups, no matter what. And in this group, obviously, it's this match, Navi versus Brainstorm, and then later on today, we will be having Brainstorm versus Ding, where if Brainstorm lose this one and lose against Ding, they're obviously out of the tournament, and it depends who's going to be playing first and second in the group.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. I mean, Ding only play one match a day. If Ding really need to make that one count, if they are able to defeat Brainstorm, then the match against Navi kind of doesn't matter because Navi were favourite to take the group anyway.
Yeah, but
They'll
if Ding
take first
doesn't,
place, Ding will take second
if
place.
Ding doesn't win this group, then they have to play most likely against Tornado Energy coming
The
in,
winners of the other group,
coming
yeah.
out
So
of the coming into the playoffs. So
it's a double group of death,
that's why
isn't
Ding
it?
really
Yeah.
talking to them. They really want to win this match against Navi, which is coming up tomorrow. Because if they take first in group, they get a much better way towards the finals. Because Navi and Tornado are only able to meet each other in the finals. So if Ding was able to win their match, then they would be not going against Tornado Energy. They would. I don't think anybody would like to play against Tornado Energy. Obviously, Tornado Energy, former Hellraisers, winning last season and the Champions Rumble, and not the Grand Finals last year, but the year before.
Yeah. Do you think it's going to be a Navi Tornado final?
Of course.
Is that where all your eggs are going again?
Of course.
If it's not, you'll dye your hair pink.
No, that
She's
is
trying to set up all
that's,
these
that's
things for
a
you
silly
to
bet to take.
potentially dye your hair pink.
That's the silly bet to take because NSS coming in here, nobody keeping much into account for them. They're finally going to be full force, full lineup, and they have been able to bring a lot of pressure to both Navi and NSS, Navi and Tornado Energy. So NSS might be the team that is able to upset one of these two.
True. I mean, they've always had the potential. They were the team that when we were at the last grand finals, I was on the desk and I was like, NSS, they're my pocket pick. They're the team I think is going to go all the way and surprise everybody. And in their very next match, NSS lost quite comfortably. They got actually kind of smashed, and that was my grand final prediction just being like written off in an instant. So, I mean, you said before that they have a full-strength team. NSS have gone through a couple of struggles throughout the season. They've perhaps not been as full-powered as they could have been, but they have everyone here, and they're fully committed. They're ready to go. But that's in a different bracket. This bracket right now is all about Brainstorm, Navi, and Ding, and this match is all about Brainstorm and Navi, where Navi currently lead 2-0. It looks like everything is about to get ready, and we'll be soon jumping into Himmelsdorf. Well, I say soon. Well, we are going to get that done as quick as possible. The rest of the maps we're already talking about, we still favour Navi. I mean, this should be Navi. I mean, we always say things. This should.
The team that picks up the first map 2-0 is most likely to continue the series and win. Now, we have seen it multiple times around where a team picks up the first map and then the second team picks up the second map, but that's more between even teams, and I wouldn't say Navi and Brainstorm so far even. Navi quite far ahead of the pack, I'd say, always, especially with the amount of preparation they have for these LAN finals. The issue with them usually in the online stage is that teams are able to read what Navi is going to do because they've done it in matches before. Now, when you come to an offline finals playing against Navi, they bring out all the kind of new stuff that you aren't aware of, that you can't predict, and then it's when it just starts going wrong because teams are always beating Navi. It's always like, oh my god, Navi lost online, but that's usually because they're countering the strats that are being played by Navi, and now this in the grand finals is impossible to be done because Navi is just, playing the new things and become unpredictable, really. Like in the first two rounds, Navi is very unpredictable, driving one side of the map and then deciding to just go towards the other one.
Yeah, I mean, and that's quite the exciting Navi as well, because Navi's tactics is like Ding. They're very much, business as usual. You kind of know what you're going to expect. You know the rotations that they're going to do, but they always execute them just so well. They always have the rotations. Everything just works perfectly together with them. And then every so often, like you're saying, they're going to do something different. They're going to surprise them. They're going to change the lineup. They're going to just go suddenly aggressive in in a map where you're expecting them to play a bit slower. They're going to just push a flank where normally you wouldn't expect a team to push a flank, and use that advantage to just offset their opponent and say like, hey, like we want this round and we want this round quickly so we can move on to the next one.
Yeah, Navi is the one team that usually plays pretty standard, pretty defensive, but they're the team that can make the biggest surprise because they have been very well known even in previous formats to be more of a defensive team, right? They are very good playing defensive, but when they throw you off guard is usually when they go all out aggressive because people are not very used to them being super aggressive, coming out swinging from the beginning. That rhymed actually. I surprised myself from
You're
time to
a
time.
poet and you don't even know it.
Exactly, but that's when they're the most dangerous. When Navi is feeling it, when they can play defensive and then come out aggressive and surprise you, it creates a little bit of a meta where you can't predict what they're going to do. Either they're going to be playing, like you come into the match and you're like not sure. Are they not going to play offensive again? Are they going to play defensive? Yeah. And that makes you waste a lot of time. And they play off of that. The second thing that Navi really plays off of against most teams is fear. If you fear a team, you've pretty much already lost. If you go into a match, playing myself, and if you go into a match thinking, oh my god, we're playing against Navi, this is not going to look good, then you've already lost. You've already lost the game. You need to go into every match thinking, we can beat them. Who are they again? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of can't let the fear overwhelm you. You have to just be like, okay, it's one match. Let's go for it, and we get this match out of the way. Then we'll just take the next match as it comes, and so on and so on, and not like play passive, not think, oh my god, it's Navi we're playing against. It's just another team, you know. Everyone's just going to do their best and everyone's just going to get stuck in.
Yeah, but it's grand finals, so you shouldn't care about who you play as long as you make the best of it.
Yep. Now, whilst we're waiting on the teams, sadly, it is going to take a little bit longer than we expected, so we're going to have a wee short break and then we're going to be right back after it, so please stick around and we'll see you very soon. and welcome back to the Wargaming.net League Grand Finals 2017. Everything is good to go. We are ready to get into map number 2 here between Navi and Brainstorm. Navi currently leading 2-0. And well, to be fair, Daki, they look like they're probably going to go on and take this next map on Himmelsdorf 2-0.
We shouldn't speak too early yet. Ghost Town, like I said, is the more team coordination, more individual skill map, which heavily went to the side of Navi. But coming into Himmelsdorf, tactics do start playing a role as well. The rotations you make, the decision making from the team captain coming out as well is going to be very important for both these teams. And this may be where Brainstorm can throw a spanner in the works. Navi, we see them play pretty loose, pretty together as a team. This is not gonna work on Himmelsdorf, obviously. So there's gonna be more tactical, and perhaps Brainstorm can surprise us. We'll have to find out.
Yep, interesting. I mean, there's been a bit of a delay here from the first map into the second map that might actually play in Brainstorm's favour. Navi not able to maintain the momentum they perhaps would want to carry into the second map. But I mean, as we were saying earlier, Navi, they have a point to prove. They want to show everyone that they're a dominant team here. They want to show everyone that rightfully they should be feared, and they're going to try and push Brainstorm here all the way.
Well, let's see if they can prove it in Himmelsdorf, because we're almost ready to get underway. So my prediction is, so far, I think maybe Brainstorm might be able to pick up this first round because they are defending. Let's see, though, if they can do it.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. It's going to be interesting to see the vehicles as well. That's the thing I'm most excited about. You were talking earlier on, we expect them to be lots of mouse being used. Will they do that or not? Are they going to change it up? Are we going to see something different coming out from the teams? There's always that to play for. There's always that to see. Who's going to be on individual tanks as well? Who's going to be the anchor? Who's going to be the damage dealers? Generally, you know who it's going to be, but when it's mouses, it's not so obvious because most people are playing like things like autoloaders. Very light lineup here, however, from Brainstorm.
Yeah, it's going to be an aggressive defense coming out from the side of Brainstorm, perhaps. Want to take courtyard control. Courtyard control, for the people that are unaware of it, you take D line to G line complete with 1-2 line. So you pretty much control D line, then you control the G line as well, and you have the 1-2 line under control. You'll be able to see that in your minimaps in just a second. Lefsha is playing the tier 8 French light tank with the autoloader. Not such a fan of that one, but let's see what they're going to use it for, though, because it is a little bit like a 3090, just not as strong.
Looking here from the viewpoint of Brainstorm, Eternal pushing up into the 1-2 line with the rest of his team, Prize Fighter.
Yeah, they're going for courtyard control, like I said. They want to have D to G line. They might put one of the WZs behind J2, 3. There's a little bit of a rubble pile. You can sit behind their left shot. Did spot them out, but now let's see how Navi reacts to this, because it is courtyard control for the side of Brainstorm.
Lisha, spawning him out, hiding behind that piece of scenery. Very good there to keep himself protected so no return shots can come out. Now this gives a lot of information to Navi. And look at this already, there's a trade in the corner. They have the tanks gathered up here. Prize Fighter's in trouble. He is tracked, he's going to go down here. He's one more shot and actually he'll go down. He's still surviving, he's able to back off round the corner. Limp away there on 92 HP.
Yeah, but that costed Navi absolutely nothing other than some ammunition spent for credits. They got a free clip there. Prize Fighter tried to clear it with H2O max on, but he got spotted too early. I mean, not spotted early, he peeked too far. Therefore, the 50Bs were able to get the double track on towards him, which caused him to lose most of his HP.
Lisha here up on the hill, running away from set 9. Lisha has to be a little bit careful as well, and somebody doesn't poke a shot at him from down below in the courtyard. You can see him turning a turret, see if he got any angles or shots down in that area. As Inspirer and Strake start pushing up on the hill behind Kilroyd in the 1-1-3, so that's going to be a bit of mouse dominance on the hill. Looks like they're choosing to take that area, Daki, to push over into base number 2.
Well, it's the obvious move. They can't really push across anywhere else with those slow super heavies, the mouses. They're going to be going over the hill. What Brainstorm is doing very well right now, though, is they're taking more and more control over this part of the map. They've pushed Eternal Seas up in his WZ as well. He spots out Rhino. Rhino lets off a shot, does not connect that one. But now Brainstorm at one point needs to regain control of their B8 position, because they want to punish Navi if they decide to drive off of that.
So Navi, all eggs in one basket here up on the hill.
No, not really. They can drive on the hill, and then they can decide to push C9 off. They can make him run away, and then afterwards they can rotate back down 0 line if they want. They haven't wasted that much time,
And they can get away with that if they want. And C9, he's actually going to get caught probably.
C9's going to back off here after taking that shot. He is going to get caught. A slide can come around and Lusha can focus into him as well. He does actually get away there. He takes a lot of damage down to 460 health. And again, no return shots there for Navi. Everything's playing in their favour.
Yeah, Navi's doing very well. But like I said, they can take that position on the hill, force that bat shot to run away. Did some free damage towards him as well. And now they can rotate back off, which is exactly what they probably will do with those 50 Bs. They can decide to go back off the hill. They don't need to stay there. Their lineup is quick enough to be able to drive off the hill and drive off it again. And with 2 low HP tanks of the side of Brainstorm, this is exactly what Navi should go for. Just put some pressure down that 0 line, get some tanks spotted, put the E3 there perhaps, and then with the rest of the tanks, find those weak links for the side of Brainstorm and make them rotate across the map, bleeding more and more HP. They have 5,000 advantage. Brainstorm really does not have a single foothold in towards this round.
Slide, Kilroyd and Torch just playing carefully here on this corner. They don't know quite where this remaining tank or the rest of the tanks from Brainstorm are, as we see Rhino leading the charge down the corner, then Inspirer with him as well. Now they do have shots into C9 there. Lucky he didn't get connected there.
Yeah, this was blind shots when he's sitting around the corner. They can't actually blind hit him if he's sitting far enough back. They can hit somebody if he's peeking. C9 will not be peeking in that bat shot until he has to. So all in all, not much gain there. It's an obvious position to blind shoot, but I like the rotation from Navi. They're just putting pressure here with their tanks, and they're going to start rotating with the others. Perhaps come down 8 lines. Strike, Inspire going to push down. There's an HE shot from Rhino even. And now the 8-line push might come in with the rest of the tanks, and this should be the pincer, exactly what Navi needs to close out this round.
Just need to bring up the tanks from the bottom to be able to catch out Negative and Koba in that area, who's going to be stuck on the top of the banana road. Now, Eternal is able to spot the tanks pushing across, so he can warn his teammates, watch out. Demazek takes the shot there and also got ammo rack damage, but repaired it instantly. Lusha now moving across the A line. C9 is going to be his focus if he peeks out. Negative there with a massive ricochet, able to survive just a little bit longer. But look at this, Anatolich is being focused as they push round in the back. They're trying to get these tanks of Brainstorm out quickly in this area so they can focus the rest of the teams. There is an ammo rack
Double
in
ammo
the middle
rack.
of that. Papow! 2 tanks down, and Navi are in complete control at the moment.
Yeah, Navi, doesn't matter double ammo rack or not, they had the control. The 8-line push came out like predicted and like they should have, rotating around, finding the weak spot on the side of Brainstorm, which was actually full HP tanks because the low HPs had to sit very far back. And now Navi is just going to continue dominating throughout this round because it never even got close.
Slide pushing it around the corner with the side armor, best armor tactic there, but he is able to survive and back off as his teammates pick up the remaining tank on the kill. Now you have Eternal and we have H2O Maxon left for Brainstorm. Maxon's going to have to run away. He's currently on a reload streak. He's going to push around here first. He can take all the damage you want. Big ricochet again there off the WZ there. We're going to get a third ammo rack perhaps. That would be fantastic, but I think Eternal's just going to go down. Kilroyd picking up the double kill from that. H2O is able to get a kill on Anatolich before he goes down, and this one is going to be Navi 3-0, picking up the first round here on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, that courtyard control from Brainstorm wasn't such a bad idea, but obviously losing 50 BHP, then C9 not really getting the spot out on those 50 Bs, going down towards a one-shot, which caused those 2 low HP tanks to sit further away from the back, not being able to be in the fight, and then Navi coming from with the 8-line push. Like we said, they can take the hill, but it's not everything. They don't have to push down 0 line. The 0 line was even just a distraction, so the 8-line tanks could just push in from behind, clean up those 2 tanks, and then it was already game over after they lost both of those.
Yeah, I mean, the tanks went down quicker, obviously quicker than, I mean, the ammo rack. They were all pretty much a one-shot by
They would
that stage anyway.
They would still be dead at the same time.
And by then that way, I mean, straight away you've got guns in the game. We always talk about that being a huge factor. If you're shooting at someone with 7 guns against 5, it's more damage coming in, more angles you have to try and protect against. And generally, once the team loses 2 tanks like that, it all kind of falls to pieces quickly, unless they have a lot of HP.
But the round was already pretty much lost from the beginning after C9 and Maxon took all the damage. It's very hard to recover against a team like Navi, 5,000 HP deficit. Gun in the game or not, just not really going to change much. Gun in the game is especially effective if the enemy has more HP than you and you have more guns, but in this case they didn't have neither of those.
Yep. Now we're going to be swapping rounds so that Navi are now going to be defending, and we're going to see a Brainstorm on the attack. Now, do you think we're going to see a very heavy lineup from Navi or a more flexible lineup?
More heavy than what Brainstorm brought for sure. It's not going to be super heavy, Could be wrong, but I don't think we're going to see more than 2-3 mouses for the side of Navi. At least 1-1-13. TD can be picked, for example, the E3 with binoculars, but E4s have been shown as well. Obviously, you would bring in an E4 because of the high penetration on the gun, rotatable turret. It's a little bit more maneuverable than the E3. And it works especially well against mouses.
Indeed, it can go through it like a hot knife through butter. Now, is that going to be what Navi do? Are they looking, I mean, if Navi win this one, they're going to be 4-0 up. They're going to be in complete control in the driver's seat. Well, let's have a look at the vehicles being used here. Again, going this HWK12. Interesting.
So Navi going with the triple mouse, an IS-4, a Batshot, an E3, and a German Tier 8. The side of Brainstorm, double 50B, double mouse, Batshot, double WZ for them. They choose not to go with the Tier 8, feeling that the double Tier 9 will give them more firepower, which could be true. The IS-4 can be used on A6, A7, or A5. He can sit there and reset the cap from that point on. Batshot to probably take K1, and then the E3 to sit on D3, D4, maybe even trying to shoot the 1-2 line in the beginning and then move thereafter. And obviously the mouse is just to make sure 1-2 line stays under control.
You can hear from the viewpoint of Navi as they start moving down the train tracks down the number 2 line, and a Torch and Spider. I mean, the camos always look absolutely amazing on the mouse, big huge flat areas to show off the funky tactics. Every team designs their own camo as well, so there can never any be complaints. They choose the colors, they choose the designs. Is there like templates for the designs, or is that done by the teams themselves? Because generally you do see the teams have kind of like similar patterns, if you like.
I think they make it themselves. I don't think there's a template. I don't know.
Would you be the one in control of doing that for your clan, Daki?
Hell no.
Hell no. Okay, so Lasha taking some damage here in the Hawk 12. He's, wow, taking double hits there actually. He's down to one shot. Has to be very careful. He's over there at E1 behind the buildings. Stuck between a rock and a hard place now, because generally any which way he moves, has to wait till he's unspotted and then try and back off from that area.
If we can see the IS-4 at one point, then we were able to see the position I talked about, and Anatoly's taking some damage now as well. Taking some more. Some bad trades coming out here for Navi. H2O Maxon actually getting a nice clip there on towards the Anatoly. But the thing is, Navi had HP to play around with. Now they don't, obviously. Just standard hold from Brainstorm. It's what we talked about when we were talking about Himmelsdorf. You take the lower southern part of the map, where Maxon is, where the mouse of K5 is, the G6-7 window. Those are all very standard positions to be taken. And then you just look. You find out where the defender is, and then you look for a weakness. And right now, the weakness really looking at the side of Navi is that 5 line. The 5 line being very open to flank, perhaps Kriloid in his IS-4. That might be an option that Brainstorm might go for at one point in time.
Eternal Cisse here pushing round onto the D line, has complete freedom to move across the map here. I don't think anyone is on the 7 line. He is spotted, but he doesn't quite know where from at the moment because he doesn't see anyone in return. Kuroid is directly above him. In that area where Mertorius from Ding can write a book about dying, because that's generally his graveyard every time he plays on Himmelsdorf.
He'll just spot out Kriloid and go back then after. This will force a rotation from Navi as well, as obviously they know that there is an option that they might be going aggressive in there. This isn't a thing. You can see he just switched to HE ammunition to do some damage on towards Kriloid, because he knows normal ammo won't do anything.
Nice, 282.
Nice damage though, to be honest.
Yeah, that was a nice hit. Kilroy moves out so he can get his shot, and we're going to get a trade of reverse side scraping IS4s here.
Yeah, but the thing is, Kriloid only needs one shot to even up what Eternal Seas has done to him. That's the difference. If he hits one, then everything Eternal Seas has done to him becomes irrelevant.
My bad, it's not a trade of IS4s, it's an IS4 and WZ. Thank you very much, chat. I'm sure you would have enjoyed pointing that one out. I mean, obviously the slight advantage is with the guy who's already got the shot in, but look at this. C9 could come round here and clip into... wow, actually, that could be a lot of damage if you can get around in there unspotted, but...
He won't push that because there's an E3 in the second window, the one he's going to peek on towards now. He might find him at one point, but Rhino is watching from there, so he can't actually flank behind Kriloid. There we go, he spots him out. Kriloid's going to peek out. Nice shot on the move there, though, from C9. Kriloid not returning that one. He's not going to be too happy about that.
And Kilroyd gets hit again there, 56 there from Eternal. So, I mean, this is that Kilroyd is just stuck, can't go anywhere now, just has to survive as many shots as possible. These two tanks just acting as a distraction, trying to pull Navi away from the bottom area of the map so they can then swing in the various tanks they have in the south area of the map up. I mean, the danger they also have there is Lashaz taking a lot of damage earlier on, so he's now one shot when he tries to run. Can't really do much for his team and has to play as safe as possible. Now, looking here from the viewpoint of Rhino, he has great line of fire across the B line, shooting past where Eternal is hanging on the corner into anyone who tries to come down the hill, but the only tank you have up on the hill is Pricefighter at the moment.
Brainstorm is actually in a very good position here because of Maxon has also covered the 3 line. They know the mouses were there in the beginning. They have their own mouse, which is negative. Is also spotting the rotation, spots out left shot, spots out strike. This is all information gained for the side of Brainstorm, and they're in a brilliant position to take this first round at least, because right now they are starting to drag Navi across the map. And don't forget that Dimasek and his WZ will also spot the 5-line crossing, which will give Eternal Seas time to actually back off and get away from there.
Everything that's happening right now is just bleeding HP from Navi, and Brainstorm have barely lost any damage at all on their tanks. Negative is the only one who's really taken a shot. Eternal has lost a little bit of damage, but it came from HE. It's only significant damages on negative. Everyone else at the moment is on full health, and they can pick and choose their targets. As again, Kilroyd gets hit with another HE shell there.
Yeah, but Eternal Seas doesn't have that many HE shots left, though. That's the issue for him. You can see here C9's ammo loadout as well. For Himmelsdorf is 10, 20 on the bat shot. Obviously, you need a lot of heat for those high armor targets, but you need some APCR as well. He's going to be reloading now. Has 17 shots left. It's important.
Interesting.
Nice peek there from Inspirer.
Nice shot. 471. I mean, C9 was lucky there with that one.
But so far, so good, though. And in the meantime, remember what I said in the beginning, the 5-line is a possibility for the side of Brainstorm if they want to take that, because I see that there's a weakness there. And they have done exactly that. They've taken it with Max Ton and negative. And now Eternal Seas will continue trying to kill Kriloid. And if he can't do that, then the 5-line crossfire will be there, and the first guy that comes around the corner will be obliterated.
Koba taking a little bit of damage there, and Brainstorm and his mouse actually taking 2 shots there with nothing going back out in return. Brainstorm have to be careful they don't start giving away damage at the moment. Kilroyd, another hit into him right now, and does barely any damage back into. Looks like C9 took a little bit of damage.
No, he took that before from the mouse from Inspirer.
Okay.
So far, so good, though, still for the side of Brainstorm. And this was the peak that we were talking about from the 5-line. And now Navi will have to counter push at one point, because as soon as they lose Kriloid, this game is over. Now the peak comes, negative, picks them up, and now Navi has to make a response because they're going to get capped otherwise.
And look at the damage Inspirer is taking right now as he tries to make that push, because there is the overmatch from the AMX in the shoulder. Now in the middle at the moment in the courtyard, Strake is pushing up into Koba with Lashat as well, and a Torch giving them support as well. Koba gets dropped by Strake. Now what can they do in return from this? They can get around into the back of these tanks, and this is going to force Brainstorm into making their move now, as Pricefighter takes a lot of damage and making his move.
Yeah, but Brainstorm is not just committing. They're going to put Dimasek across into the windows to cover off that crossing, and now Maxon is holding off Lefsha and the others, but the cap is the main thing here. They don't want to let Navi come back anymore. Negative is just going to be blocking slide, and keep an eye on that. 28 seconds left on towards the cap, and everything Brainstorm is doing right now is to hold off Navi from resetting. Pricefighter, he made a shield so C9 can sit safe behind it, and now Negative needs to block, needs to be the shield. There's 18 seconds left, and Brainstorm will actually pick up that first round.
Navi getting caught in the courtyard. They're desperately trying to push past this area to get in, but Maxon in the meantime picks up a double kill in his AMX 50B, and the Torch was the only one from the bottom area who can do a reset. We're down to 16 seconds. The cap circle is Slide, pushes forward here into Eternal. Slide is continuing his push over into Pricefighter and C9. He just needs one more shot for the reset. There is a change in the cap circle here, back down to 40 seconds, but Navi are just bleeding too much damage at the moment, too much HP, as there's an ammo rack there from Rhino onto Demon's Deck, but it doesn't matter. There's only 2 tanks here from Navi. They may be able to survive this one, but it's going to be a hell
No,
of a fight.
there's not enough time because C9 can take a shot from Rhino as well, so can Negative. So as soon as Rhino fires, he will be flanked by the bat shot. Here we go. And this is the thing. They forced Na'Vi to try and reset. Tracking shot from C9. It's not an issue so far. They have enough damage between them to make sure that this E3 dies. And this is the thing about Brainstorm was, this is the secondary thing. They were either going to capture the base or do enough damage to the side of Na'Vi that they will be forced to that they just lose by terms of damage and tanks left.
Negative absolutely bullying Rhino here. Rhino can't get turned. He's a non-turreted TD, so needs to turn the entire hull of his vehicle to be able to try and get a shot into the mouse. Now, the Anatoch did pick
25
up
seconds
a kill.
and they're both one-shots, so somebody has to take the shot here. Somebody has to take the shot, and if Anatolic gets around the corner, it can be GG.
Anatoch gets the kill there. Maxon needs to make the shot here. If he bounces or anything, it's going to be a lot of trouble. How much can Anatoch angle? The first shot's a tracking shot, brilliant shot.
He's gonna kill him.
Damage. He gets the kill. Anatoch is winning this one. 8 seconds left, and Brainstorm should have just thrown it. You're in the cap circle. You can't cap. There's 2 seconds left, and that was fantastic play from Anatoch, and it was rubbish shooting there from Brainstorm. Whoa.
It's not shooting that lost him the game.
Not shooting, no?
No, it's adrenaline rush that saved Anatolic. Once
Did
a
he
tank,
switch?
no, adrenaline rush is when a tank drops below 10% of its HP, it gets a quicker reload. Anatolic, the first shot was a low roll, putting him below the 320 HP needed, which causes adrenaline rush to be activated, which means he reloads before Maxon does.
My bad.
But it's also the mistake of C9 peeking too early when Maxon is not on the corner yet. C9 and Maxon need to peek together.
Same time, yeah.
C9 takes the shot, and then Maxon will have at least 2 more seconds because now C9 died and Maxon wasn't on the corner yet, which is individual. Well, not individual. Between the 2 players, there's a mistake being made there where C9 needs to hold off just a little bit longer, or Maxon needs to be quicker on the corner. C9 peeks, dies because obviously he's the bad shot. He has a longer interclip, so it's pointless to let him do the damage. And then Maxon will kill him. But now with Adrenaline Rush and the misplay from C9 and Maxon, Anatolic could actually win that game.
That was crazy. I mean, the first one, tracking shot, okay, it stops him trying to angle.
The tracking shot is not bad.
Good idea. It stops him trying to angle.
No, I don't think he was going for the tracking shot.
He wanted to shoot him in the head.
I think he wanted to shoot him, but he went into the track instead. But he needs to take that shot because if Anatolic keeps driving and goes around the corner, it's GG anyways.
Yeah.
So he takes that shot, which is fine. It goes into the track. The second one is a low roll, which is unlucky on his part, but doesn't excuse the play between the 2 players not being good. And then Adrenaline Rush is a thing. Don't forget about that. These players obviously have all crew skills in the game. Anatolic drops below 320 HP. That's GGVP.
Yeah, Navi picking up that one. 4-0 now.
That was Brainstorm's round, though. For sure.
For sure. For sure. But them's the break. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, as our good friend Mojo would always say. We're going to be going to Muravanka next. Navi have it all to play for. It's in their hands. They can take this one 5-0. It would be the quickest round so far, the quickest match so far of Grand Finals.
Yeah?
Technically, if we just go for pure game time.
Technically.
Yeah, I think Navi might.
I
I
think
mean, are they attacking or are they defending?
Navi is going to be attacking, so there's a chance
they might
here
go
for
for a rush.
Brainstorm.
Yeah.
They will probably try to rush to
Yeah.
close it out quickly.
Just get it done quickly. Brainstorm should see this coming, but at the
Or
same time, Navi
Navi will
might do a
just-
lineup that looks like a rush and
No.
not do a rush.
Knowing Navi, they might play it out slowly, counting on Brainstorm mistake and just close it out 5-0.
Possibly, yeah. It's always the mind games with Navi. There's always the second guessing. So what you think they're going to do, sometimes they do the complete opposite and they sell you a complete dummy.
This is over.
So let's have a look. Daki already sees something. So Daki, what are you?
I see 3 mouses
Oh,
versus
okay.
6 bad shots.
Bold lineup from Brainstorm. I'll give them that. It's bold. WZ, like you said, Daki would be the potential tier 8 being used as well. It is good seeing lots of different lights being used by the teams. It's certainly interesting for all other teams not playing to take note of this and see how they're intended to be played. But those Batchats are going to have a hell of a job against the mouse. I mean, if they can focus the other
Well,
Batchats...
all 6 of those bad shots can just about kill the 3 mouses.
If they can focus the other Batchats, that'll go well for them. But
This is no, because Navi is not going to give him that option. They're just going to play around with the mouses. Push the mouses first anywhere. As long as you keep the mouses on the front, those bad shots either clip onto the mouse or they run away. This gets map control for the side of Na'Vi, and his initial move for Brainstorm could already cost him a lot of HP.
So what's this reasoning for the two tanks sitting way back at A7, A8?
They're just hoping that Brainstorm is going to rush. If Brainstorm does the rush that we've seen a lot of teams do down 9-0 line, those two batchats will be able to clip out as soon as they come around the B9, B0 corner. Kirloid is just spotting, and then he's going to run away as quickly as he can.
Well, it looks like Brainstorm not taking the bait at the moment. They are hanging back here. Koba looks like he's just changed his ammo there, or hit reload again, changing into something else. Everyone else is loaded and ready to go, but he's currently on a reload. Brainstorm backing off from that area, and looks like they're going to just gather up down
That's the
in
correct
bottom
thing
left
to do,
corner.
because they know pretty much most of the tanks from Na'Vi are there as they control E1 and E2. They're spotting from there, they don't see anybody. Well, it means most of the tanks from Na'Vi are going to be 9-0, and they're just going to fall back, put the WZ into the bushes, and hope that Na'Vi won't be able to blind fire him.
And I mean, it is exactly as you said. They're just going to wait, and then eventually Navi's going to have to just do some kind of push, leading the triple mouse to deflect all the fire, and then the gun line at the back of them needs to be able to make all the shots count.
Na'Vi is still just slowly taking map control, getting the mouses first everywhere. This is still like Brainstorm might take 1-2 line here, but they won't get a real advantage from it because none of the mouses are in a position where they can be caught. The batshot is still spotting from A7. If that happens, Na'Vi has literally every single base covered right now. Slide should spot this out early as well, which then leaves Na'Vi to, you know, just get info. That's all they work off. They're getting info. If Brainstorm decides to push here, the game's over. So, yeah, very unlikely.
Brainstorm slowly spreading across the map. They started off in the bottom right area, now they're spread up to the top left area of the map. Strake now moving down, Slide is moving away. It's almost like they have this internal sixth sense that just says, okay, time to move. You know, like they seem to just make all the decisions at just the right time. It's
Slide
really
is moving because Anatolich has gotten so far on towards the H9, H0 position, which means that the rest of the team has to come and support him in case Brainstorm has some trap over there. They're just going to leave one mouse behind, which is more than enough. Well, Strike will be spotting behind no matter what because he's so slow. The Batchets will come support the Anatolich in case of a trap. They have to be there.
It's going exactly as you said, Daki. If it wasn't going to go, I mean, obviously, if it doesn't go one way, it goes the other. But a more patient play from Navi, a more refined approach from them rather than a chaotic push.
Yeah, the issue will be that as soon as one of these, if a mouse gets onto the cap and a Batchet gets behind him, the game is over.
And it's looking like that might be a very strong possibility. I mean, Strake is the one furthest back now. His mouse covering the D7 area. Rhino's moved up into F8, and if anyone goes for anything, it looks like it perhaps might be the Anatolich who's the furthest south at K8.
They might start blind firing soon once they start pinning down some positions where the WZ could possibly be. You do that by spotting tracks, obviously. You check, you peek somewhere, and you get spotted. That usually kind of tells you where you get spotted from, because you can peek up in certain positions that show exactly where you're spotted from. So you peek up there, okay, I can't get spotted from the bushes from the K line. That means he's in the bushes HJ line. And that way you start clearing out bushes one by one by one, slowly but surely. You will get most of them out of the way. And if Anatolich actually goes for this house, he should be able to clean out Eternal very, very quickly almost, because he might even spot him, but I don't think so. But he can clear out those bushes really easily from there.
Anatolich takes the hit. He is spotted, but no other shots coming in for him there. That's C9 that took hit the shot into him. Only getting one there. Was going to get a nice second shot there into the hull. Actually misses that one, perhaps went into the ground. That one hits, but then he gets hit back in return by one of the teammates there of Anatolich. It's like, no, Rhino's on a reload, so it was Rhino actually got the shot off, or maybe Slide? Slide it looked like it was, yeah. Oh, Eternal. Good night, Sweet Prince.
Yeah, I said he might get spotted, and goodbye.
So, one down, 6 to
Triple
go.
cap incoming for the side of Na'Vi, because
Yep.
Anatolich is so far pushed up that they have everything covered. Mouse is covering everything else. Triple cap will come in. Slide and Spider, left shot. In essence, what you do is you put 3 bat shots on the cap, once the side of Brainstorm pushes in with most of their team, which they will have to even try and win this one, you just abandon the cap and you go out and go kill them.
And that's 3 in the cap. Maxon's now on a reload. He's not going to be able to contribute to this fight. Or he might just come off reload as the fight finishes. Strake is just strutting about in the town saying, I'm right here, come kill me. And that's just a distraction because it's the base right now that they need to go and do something about. Down to 16 seconds as Prize Fighter's making his way down south. Negative is the closest one into the base, spots out Anatolich. And this is going to be where the fight is baited. C9 takes a lot of damage going in. He's down to almost a one-shot. We see Negative getting pummeled. C9 getting absolutely pummeled as he goes in for the suicide run, basically for the spot. And Navi still, I mean, they still have all the HP, all the guns available to them. Who's next to be focused is Negative. He goes down, so Brainstorm only with 4 tanks left. Navi still with 7 guns, still with 7 tanks, and looks like they're going to be picking up the first one of the day, Daki, or their first one.
There was not much to be done here for the side of Brainstorm once this round started. So many mouses against so many bad shots. Yeah, they're making it close. Closer than expected almost, but triple cap has started again. 10 seconds left on that one. It's rinse and repeat. You cap, you force them to come and reset. You cap again, you force them to come reset again, and you just continue with that, and you just bleed so much HP, and I think it's GG.
Okay, Slide running away there. There is the cap timer. It is done. Navi have taken this round. Muravanka is actually a last-minute shot there, but it wasn't enough as Navi win this one 5-0. And they cement their place at the top of their table and put the pressure on Ding and Brainstorm for their match later on today.
Yeah, 5-0 from Navi. Convincing win. My prediction closer than yours at the very least. Well, should have been 5-1.
Should have, yeah.
But Navi, convincing win. Playing very strong, more tactical game in this last one. More slow, like expected to close it out cleanly. No need to continue the match longer than needed. You want to close it out as quickly as you can. And it's exactly what they did, taking step-by-step mouses to cover everything. Anatolich goes towards the house. The WZ wasn't the most obvious bush in the world. There is a specific name for that one, which obviously it's not PG.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Really?
The Hector bush.
Yeah. So you got spotted there, and then the concept is fairly easy, right? You put 3 guys on towards the cap. The defender has to push in. Too little time. You have to reset as well, which means you have to leave somebody back. In the meantime, you get shot by mouses wherever you go. You bleed HP, and then it's just over. It's already over. Once you lose your spotter, the game is usually over.
I always like that when you get the cap tactic of they go in, and then they just bait you, and then they just scatter. And then once you're in, they just go back in again, and then they scatter, and it's like, either stay in the cap or go out the cap. But it's a good tactic. It works. It draws the enemy team in, and that's why we have the attack-defense scenario. The teams have to do something. The attacking team have to press the attack. They have to look for the cap. They have to look for the enemy team. They can't just sit back and run the clock down. That's exactly what the defending team does, and there is multiple scenarios where we've had defending teams win by just running away near the end of a match so that nobody can find them.
Yeah, and Navi did it in that Himmelsdorf round somehow.
Yes,
but yeah, that is this match done. After this one, we're already going to have a deciding match, a very, very important one even.
Already,
It's going to be Yato against Kasna crew. And if Yato lose that one, this means they're the first team to drop out of the grand finals, because if they lose that one, it's game over for them. They lost against VL Gaming. No way. They need to take points off of Kasna. They need to take 3 preferably.
Yep, and it's unfortunate as well because that means that only 3 matches have played in the grand finals, and already we have our first team dropping out. Just unfortunate there with the scheduling, really. So we've had one game already. EL Gaming defeated Yato 5-2. We've now seen Navi defeat Brainstorm 5-0. We're about to have Kasna Crew take on Yato Gaming, so that's going to be really interesting. Again, we're going to have a little break to get everything set up for that match, and we'll be right back, so please stick around, and we'll see you soon.
Chrysler Grand Final.
He's going to be punished severely for this act of seconds now. Unclean cap. Outside, he's loaded. He's ready to get into this fight. Has more value.
Kasna for?
Hearing Haiba talk shit. Nice.
Of course, we thought it was going to be easy.
Pissnets.
And welcome back to the Wargaming.net League Grand Finals 2017. We're now looking forward to our third match of the day. If you are just joining us, my name is Ryan Ektar Murphy, and joining me here is Jordi Decisive versus Messi.
Yeah, 2 matches down, one a little bit close, one complete wipeout from Na'Vi as expected. Blood in the water, they smelled it, they took it, and they ran away with that match, that's for sure. But now up, we have a deciding match already for the group with Kasna Crew, EL Gaming, and Yato. It will be Kasna Crew against Yato. If Yato loses this one, that's them done for the rest of this tournament. Kasna Crew looking to win this one, obviously, because they want to take the #1 spot in this group for sure. Taking #1, I think, puts them most likely against Elevate in the playoffs. So they definitely want to win.
More than likely, more than likely. Now, Kasna Crew, they had the match now, Kasna Crew, Yato Gaming. Kasna had quite a strong season, EU season, and one of their best ones, actually. They were able to get into the LAN finals
Still
without
no win,
going
though.
through playoffs.
Still no win.
Still in the shadow of Ding, sadly. All season, Ding have dominated Europe, and Kasna Crew have always came runners-up, always came second place. They've pushed Ding really close, really close. It's always been head-to-head.
Close, but no cigar.
Indeed, indeed. They played them here in Katowice twice. They played them in the Champions Rumble, the Challengers Rumble in New York, where it was those two going head-to-head, and the teams have a bit of history together. Kasna Crew, they want to show everyone
I think
that
it
they
still
can...
has Ilian from Kasna Crew as well. Kasna Crew coming in with some reinforcements, so we'll have to see how that works out. But, you know, nobody cares about second place. It all matters about first.
Indeed, everyone always remembers first place. Now, if you are not familiar with Kasna Crew, we have to ask you as European casters, where have you been this past season? But here's a little video to remind you all about them.
Kasna Crew is attending their third Grand Finals as a team. Playing big events like this won't be an issue for them. They took second place during Season 1 and Season 2, and also at the Challengers Rumble they took second. With their experience at big events and strong showing during the last year, they want to bring the pain to the favorites coming from the CIS region.
Now, we know these guys inside and out, Daki. You've played against them. Mojo, our co-caster, played with Haiba and a couple of other guys. They have a lot to prove this tournament. They want to show everyone that they're fully capable of standing toe-to-toe against the best teams in Russia and the best teams in America.
Yeah, they have a lot to prove, a lot on the line here. They always keep talking how they want to beat the CIS teams, the RU teams. Well, Kasna, let's get out of your group first. It's the biggest nemesis is there. It's EL Gaming. Let's hope there's no cliff to be involved, because then it's going to go rather downhill, at least for Kasna crew.
It can go bad.
I mean, they beat them at the Challengers Rumble, so it's just a little bit of, you know, of memes. But
Just a little bit.
in essence, this is an easy group for Kasna, if you want to put it like this. Let's replace easy, let's say winnable group for Kasna
yeah,
crew.
for sure, for sure.
And it starts here, it starts now. We need to see what they can show against Yato Gaming. We know EL Gaming took a quite comfortable win against them. Kasna should do better than what EL did.
Yep, indeed. Now, Matt had a chance to talk to, I believe, Haiba from Kasna Crew about this upcoming match and their thoughts on the tournament in general. So let's have a listen to how that went.
Here with Vedim of Kasna Crew before their first group game of the Grand Finals 2017. How's the team feeling?
Well, we feel well. We're ready for the games. Everything is fine.
Your first game is against Yato. They play in the KA League, so that's a team that you've not been able to see. How do you prepare for that?
Well, we really didn't see them playing much. They're not playing in the Golden League series, so we didn't prepare for them much. We just prepared as we always do against other teams, and nothing special.
And your training schedule coming up to this? Lots of hours, worked really hard?
Well, we trained as usual also. We had 3 hours, sometimes 6 hours. So, yeah, we prepared much.
And we saw you at the 2015 Grand Finals. You went out in the semi-final stage. You made it to the quarterfinals of 2016. What's different for you this year? How are you going to get to the main stage for the Grand Final?
Well, we won't be nervous as much as we were. And we will show that we will beat everyone.
And have you got any messages of support for anybody who's watching?
Just shout Kasna Crew every time when we're winning and when we are losing.
Well, that's what I get for trying to use my crystal ball to predict. Normally, it is always Haiba that does the interviews, but I guess probably at that time they were all scrimming or practicing.
Well,
or
Diplomat is a main player, so he would be scrimming with them.
Yeah, it's interesting. Again, you always ask Kasna that question. You know, have you prepared any special tactics? And they're every time, no, nothing particular
I
for
don't
this
know, for
team.
Kasna Crew,
I
I wouldn't prepare in particular for this group either, coming against EL and Yato, because preparing for them is preparing much different than preparing for the CIS and EU teams. I would be focusing my preparations on them and not on Yato and EL. As disrespectful as that might sound, you want to focus more on your more likely opponents.
That's true, yeah, to get out of the group stages. Let's have a look at the Kasna lineup, because there is a change to Kasna, and to be honest, it's quite a strong change for the new player that they've brought in, because he had a fantastic season in the Gold League with Europe.
Yeah, let's just say that the 7 players here, not 100% up to date with who's going to play. Vala's obviously in the team, not going to play. Piotr's obviously in the team, he's not going to play. It's going to be Haiba, Stefan, Isne, Vetso, Diplomat, Durs, and Kaizu playing for the side of Kasna Crew. Those are going to be the 7 players that are going to be in the lineup for the side of Kasna, at least. So no Nexus at this event due to circumstances. Let's just put it like that. So it's making their lineup again a little bit weaker, in my opinion. Him not being there.
Yeah, I mean, he's played with them all season, so there is that synergy that you have compared to trying to bond with someone new coming into team. Although in saying that, Kaizu is a very strong player. He had a fantastic
I think he would
season.
play for sure. I think it's
definitely.
I think it's either Vets or Isna.
Depending on tactics, yeah.
Depending on the tactics of who they're playing against, that wouldn't play in the lineup. So I guess Nexus would replace either of those two.
Yep. I mean, the Yizny was primarily the artillery and scout player before we had the patch with the change to artillery. And
I don't think they would replace anybody else. That's why. So.
Okay. Now their opponents, Yato Gaming. We talked about Yato earlier on today, but let's go a little bit look back at the team, because we were able to see from the team playing earlier on the kind of the standout players, if you like, people who were doing more damage. So you talked earlier on, Reflection was one of these guys.
Yeah, but he didn't play that well.
He didn't play that well, but he was kind of always hanging in there. Hate and I think Bang seemed to be damage dealers all the time, and Lujin seemed to be on the single shooters all the time.
And we're going to have to see some more universal strategies coming out from Yato. Maybe EL Gaming just had the key to their heart and was able to unlock the way their minds and their hearts think and unlock the strategies behind. But maybe against Kasna crew, Kasna won't be able to deal with what Yato brought against EL Gaming. But it's never a good idea to bring the same tactic what you played before. So depending on the maps and depending on how many of the same maps we're going to see again, we will have to see what Yato's going to bring. Hopefully more than last time.
Hopefully more than last time. Now, the Lobster, our good friend Tomato, is currently, he's 2-0, isn't he?
I'm 2-0 as well.
You're 2-0 as well. So let's have a look and see what Tomato the Lobsters are going to predict this round and whether I'm going to go against them or not. Well there, no hesitation
I'm
whatsoever.
going with the Lobsters.
I'm going with the Lobsters as
So this
well.
time it's going to depend on scores again. I got to one
Okay.
Navi closer than you did because you said 5-2, I said 5-1.
I'm going 5-1 Kasna. I'm going to say my pick first.
Okay, 5-2 Kasna then.
Okay.
I wanted to say 5-0, but that's like, you
Why
know.
not? Why not? If you think it's going to happen, I think it's going to happen.
Nah, 5-2.
Don't
Five.
cut any favors here for Elfish guy.
5-2, 5-2.
Say 5-0 if you think it's
5-2.
5-0.
5-2.
Okay. It's going to be fun.
Ghost Town coming out as the first map between these two. Yato is going to be defending. It's going to be interesting. We saw them play it already against EL Gaming, where they tried to play the far away game in the beginning with that 50B and such, and EL Gaming just pushed across K-line, punished them everywhere, killed the mouse in the bottom corner, and then just played from that on their attack. Yato actually did a very successful push across the A and the D line at the same time. That is something you can't repeat exactly, but you can repeat the essence of a two-way prone attack. So let's see. Their defense, most teams have more than one defense available, so we'll have to see what they bring out.
Isn't Ghost Town as well one of the most played maps for Kasna throughout the season?
Yeah, it's going to be, like I said, I think it's going to be one of the most played maps throughout this grand finals, even. So
it's certainly a map that a lot of teams like because of that symmetrical layout it has. There's a lot of the teams.
It's also not the hardest map to be good at.
True. It has. It's not really a punishing map in that way, is it? In respect, like you can still come back for it. You can still hide behind stuff.
You can get punished hard, but it's more unlikely because of the fact that you're always playing in super heavies, which can take more of a beating than most tanks. So you can get away with more individual mistakes and more team mistakes.
Yeah, that's for sure. So Kasna crew, I mean, I think they're going to go strong here. I think they're just going to say, like, we need to win this one. This is a must-win for us. We can remove any threat. We can ease the pressure of our remaining match against EL Gaming, which doesn't happen until tomorrow. It's the third match tomorrow, and they can kind of relax for the rest of the day and just enjoy the 3 remaining matches we still have.
We'll see though how it's going to go for them. Like I don't know how exactly they're prepared for this one, how much they're focused on other teams, how they're feeling. All of that comes to show in the first match of the day of a team, you know?
Yeah, yes, for sure. I mean, Kasna, we bring it up. We don't. I mean, it's not something we talked about for a long time, but they are a team who in the past have gone on some severe tilts. But they are a team who've battled through some hard results, like in the regular season.
They seem to be tilting less though now.
Yeah, they had 3 back-to-back tiebreakers last season, like 3 tiebreakers in a row, and were able to win 2 out of the 3. So they've gone through. They're better now at those prolonged matches. They certainly haven't had any big major throws, so I think that's behind them. I think it's unfair, realistically, to bring it up, but
let's hope it's
I
behind
did bring
them.
it up, so I'm sorry, Kasna. But yeah, I'm sure. I don't think it's going to be a factor here, to be honest, in this tournament. Now, jumping straight into round one, of Ghost Town. Now, artillery again being used for Yato, whereas Kasna crew are going to be taking 2 WZs, a Batchat 25. T57 Heavy, double mouse, and a 113.
And the Lorraine RT coming out once more for the side of Yato Gaming, so not really changing up anything. Perhaps even going with the same strategy. But Kasna crew, double mouse, 113 T57 Batchat and WWZ, like you said. A little bit Navi-esque lineup, but a little bit more mobile even with the 113 and the Batchat. And they are going south side of the map, so let's see how Yato Gaming will be able to hold off this time, because it's a similar start to what EL Gaming did against them. Bang, that was a banger of a climb.
Bang, bang, he shot you down. Didn't go up there.
Stefan's going to go to the standard position there for bat shots, K5, K6, because there's some bushes there that you can work with. Ooh, already some HE damage coming out from Chan Tian. I like that. I like that. This is the thing that not a lot of players do. Not a lot of players reload that first HE shell. You know, they go with APCR, and he's already has HE and does some damage on towards Yzne.
It's got a damaged viewport there, so slightly affects his spotting range of the tank. Now, Corsair and Lorraine Arte has reloaded. Bang's clipping out into something, but no connections coming out there, so where is he? He's shooting down into the base.
I want to see what Arte can... There we go.
Whoa.
Arte double stun.
Double stun,
actually did a decent amount of damage there on towards this WZ, and this is a mistake already from Kasna. Chris, a small one, but it's a little bit of a tell sign. You know, like, you know Arte can hit you there. Why do you peek together?
They're going to have to back off now and go one at a time, not do that double thing. You can see the aiming circle from Arte telling all his teammates, that's where I'm going to plonk my shots down, and everyone from Kasna is staying outside of that circle.
So far, I don't really dislike these trades that are coming out from the side of Yato Gaming. They have a decent hold into this match. Kasna crew don't think they can really attack this side of the map. I feel like with Navi, the rotation should come out at one point towards that northern side. We can see there's only Bang right now. But this is the thing, though, where RT will work. I think what EL Gaming did so well against Yato Gaming on this map is that they went very aggressive across the HJ line. Yato Gaming never really got to fully show their tactic, the way they wanted to play it, because EL was so aggressive. Now, look at this. Bang is clearing out the cap. And the difference here between this and, if you remember, Brainstorm, is that he has an RD behind him. He just has to spot and the RD will reset. And Lorraine has enough reload to actually be able to punish that.
Stefan getting spotted out and backs away there, instantly being spotted by a combination of reflection and hate. Hate himself is now spotted. Now, this is the thing, if artillery is left in a prolonged fight to be able to continually rain down shots, it stacks up, it causes damage, it causes frustration. Stefan now gets stunned by artillery. Nice shot on the move there, actually. Splash Ladies just catching him, a little bit of damage to the tracks as well, and all these little HP drains all add up eventually when it comes to the main fight, in the main brawl.
Yeah, but Hay took one in the meantime as well for that, though. But so far, so good for Yato Gaming. I do really feel like they have a strong hold so far in this round. Perhaps Reflection, you know, will just work really well against Kasna crew. He's beaten them before, which says he can't do it twice.
Yeah, why not? Now, Stefan just dodging a shot there, pulled a little handbrake skid in his back chat. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but he gets style points for it. Stunned again, actually, because it was artillery coming in there, so the Splash Raid is still able to catch him. Now, Haiba pushing forward in the 1-1-3 there. Diplomat able to come around the corner. Look at this, no shots available whatsoever there for TNT in there. The side armor of the Mouses. But in the meantime, though, Haiba got smacked here. He got ammo racked. Kaizu's looking forward to try and come in and block him. Haiba ammo racked again. Andy is tracked. Kaizu's having to block the shot for him. Take the hit for the teammate to provide him. Now Haiba is moving.
Mistakes.
Can he back off now?
Massive mistakes. You see, Haiba did not expect Dory behind, but this is the push on towards Vetso, though, but it should take so much damage.
Great shot there from Hay. Artillery's going to come in as well. Can he get one into Vetso? This is going to be a big damaging shot if he does do it, actually. It'll be really effective. Is it coming in? No, Vetso actually hits. He goes down. TNT now picks him up. Now, what can be done here as Yato Gaming have first blood? They still have a huge amount of HP left. Kasna crew throwing a lot here into Hate, and I'm not sure this is the best move, Daki.
Yeah, like what Hate's doing here. You can see how he's not turning his third. He refuses. He wants to angle towards Yzne if he can, because Stefan does not have the ammunition to kill him. He's using that area very well over there. Stefan is now on reload, and now he continues to do the damage towards Yzne. He might even be able to take him down if he plays it very well. Good stuff from Yato.
Stefan stuck in the corner. He can't do anything here. As look at this, the rest of the tanks continue. Yzne picks up the kill on Hate, finally. But what can the tanks of Yato do here? Now, Reflection is taking a pummeling in the middle as Kaizu is able to pick up the kill onto him. Bang is about to go down as well. He's taking a lot of damage in his back chat. Kasna crew are clawing their way back into this one, Daki. But it is a hell of a fight right now between the two teams.
I don't really feel like Kasna crew much has an opening in this one. Kaizu is very low. Yzne is very low as well. Most of the HP is on the mouse. Stefan loses his driver, and one thing I noticed, he does not have a medkit. He's not going to be able to heal that one whatsoever. This is Yato Gaming in the driving seat. All they have to do is play it out well right now, because Kasna crew is missing the HP on the crucial tanks to make the plays. where Yato Gaming still has some HP on Dory, decent amount on Bang as well, and Bang can go around the map and make those plays, and they still have Lorraine Artie, who now over such a game can make a big difference, because when the HP goes low, that's when the Artie starts being annoying, taking down slowly but surely every single tank on the battlefield.
Kaizu sitting on 483 health. He has a one-shot to any one of those Maus at the moment if you want to get a shot into him. Dares now is a victim to the artillery. Again, as we were saying from the start, if this match draws on and nobody pushes into artillery, he will just continue to ruin Kasna's game. He is the party pooper right now, and he is saying, guys, I'm in control here. Now, Dares pushes forward. Lucian is able to block a shot there. Dares takes one in return. Huge amount of damage, and Yato are just continuing to pressure and punish Kasna every time they make a move. Stefan's going to try and pop on TNT and misses the shot. TNT instead aims at the mouse of Diplomat. Stefan needs to get his shots counted, because if TNT turns and shoots back at them, well, that is, what, time
Interesting.
up? No, we're still going in the game. Let's get back in there. Stefan is still alive. Dares is taking out Dory. In the meantime, Stefan takes another artillery shot, and it's got broken tracks completely, but nobody is in an area to shoot at him at the moment. Now, Bang, what can he do? He has a full clip. He has all the damage to do. He's going to kill Diplomat here.
Yeah, this is the important play here. Bang, yeah, they've lost Dory, but instead now the tanks are dying for the side of Yato Gaming. Bang should have penetrated that one. He takes one more from Kaizu, but there we go. Good play from that bad shot. Yes, Stefan made a very important play, did a lot of damage, but he did most of it towards the mouse, using most of his clip, which allows Bang to make his play in his bad shot, and he is so much more effective almost, you have to say, because he gets 2 kills, while Stefan only gets Dory.
Corsair still alive here. Yizne trying to push on into him. Corsair has to run for his life. Yizne is on a reload. If anyone has a shot onto him, he's going to go down here. Stefan backed off into the area. Stefan still with that dead driver. Yizne doesn't have vision. Stefan takes another shot.
Dead gunner.
High artillery.
This
dead
is,
gunner. He's got one crew
this
member
is something
left.
I talked about. This is something I talked about in the beginning when we were talking about Artie, how now it seems to do a lot more crew damage, and this is exactly what I mean. Yizne might get the RT here, but the damage has been done. Stefan is a useless tank now.
Lucian actually taking a big shot in the rear there as he's backed off. It was Dares getting the connecting shot into him. Now Bang is going to push into Yizne. He should be able to get the kill here, because Bang can take at least 2 hits from Yizne. Dares takes another shot. In the meantime, we're down to 3 on 3. It's all going to be Bang actually gets a triple kill. He finally picks up Yizne. It's only Dares and Stefan left. Stefan has that one crew member trying to drive, aim, you name it, he's trying to do everything.
Yeah, that commander of Stefan is really trying to be the multi-role, multiverse, the new crew member. He does everything and he wants everything. But what a game from Yato so far. Really impressive the way they've hold on. I mean, it's particularly like to play from Hate there in the 113, angling towards Stefan. Now another nice shot on towards Durs. Durs trades in return, but Chan is a 3-shot.
Stefan coming in the back there. Dares, a bounce onto Dares. That's not what he needs to connect that one. As Lucian takes out Stefan, it's only Dares left brawling here with TNT in. It's not going to be enough, because Dares also has a tank behind him as Bang picks up his 4th kill, which is a multi-kill, and Yato Gaming takes the first round against Kasna Crew.
A big difference here. Perhaps the aggression, we will touch on this throughout this match, perhaps the aggression from EL Gaming is what really made Yato lose control. Now in this match, they seemed a lot better. They seemed a lot more, reactive. Haiba, massive mistake. Like, honestly, just disastrous. It is not uncommon for the mouse to be covered by at least one tank like a 50B. Haiba sitting in the open. Kaizu, either Haiba made the mistake by going too early, or Kaizu made the mistake by being not close enough. So they lost pretty much Haiba for free. I don't really think he did anything.
And there as well is that Kaizu had to commit to taking the shot to
taking
save
the
him, and then it's dangerous.
Well, if they
Kaizu
poke together, then it's reversed, obviously, and the 50B can't keep peeking because he needs to trade against the T57. So good stuff there from Yato, and not losing control, Bang, crucial. Stefan tried to do what he could. He went on towards the mouse. It looked like he was doing a lot of damage, nice damage on towards the mouse, but that's not everything in a game like this. Stefan killed Dory, yes, which is all fun stuff, but Bang came in, killed Diplomat and killed Kaizu, and that is the crucial thing. And then he went to go kill Yizne as well. Yizne killed the Artie, but the Artie already killed 2 of Stefan's crew.
That Artie played exceptional. Like that was so powerful to the team there.
Artie actually did 1.7k damage.
Yeah, but the thing is the damage he was consistently doing to the crew, the constant stuns, the constant delays, the constant holding.
If you were interested, Kaizu and Durs did above 4k damage, both of them.
It's impressive. Kaizu was in the autoloader. It didn't
T57.
last so long. Dares was in the fight for a huge long time.
Yeah.
Bang was actually the exceptional player as well. Multi-kill, Batchat player for Yato. Team swap positions now, so now it is going to be Yato on the defense.
You see,
and
Yato is not changing their lineups. They're still bringing the same stuff they brought before. The double Batchat, double WZ, and 3 mouses is what they brought before against the EL Gaming as well.
Yato
So-
attacking, sorry.
Yeah, Yato attacking, same lineup as against EL. But Kasna crew, double mouse, T57, 50B, Batchat, WZ, and AMX30. We know what the AMX30 is going to do. Not such a fan of the 50B, but it's Stefan playing it, so he can make that work, most likely. Kaizu is going to be in the Batchat, so taking up the role that Nexus would usually do, I guess.
Yep, it's a straight replacement from Nexus here. It would seem to be. I guess he was coming in the team. I mean, he has an exceptional damage dealer for Gohard, as we're saying. He was the usually in Gohard, everyone's saying, you know, watch Carry Barry or watch Annihilator, and time after time it was actually Kaizu that was coming out the top damage dealer. In a way that sometimes for Ding, Hulkneck comes out on top over Breakneck or Positive.
So many tanks from Kasna crew focused on that AB line, though. I mean, there's Stefan. There's so many tanks there. This could either be really bad for Yato or really good if they spot it out early.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kasna crew were surely been watching the match from earlier on because it was Yato versus EL Gaming,
Didn't
both
seem
teams
to help them.
in their group. But I think they're expecting the same kind of push that they did similar. So they go in on one side with the triple mouse and they try and bring the other tanks in on the other side. But that's not what Yato are positioning for right now.
No, Yato's just taking control over that AB line to begin with. So far, so good for them. Similar start to what they did against EL Gaming, but a little bit more passive even this time. Haiba takes the first shot there on towards his mouse. Good stuff from Dory, really, in that bad shot. Still try. Not really going to pen the rest of those.
The angle, trying to get through, and just the distance trying to aim at the fine point there is just not going to happen.
Ooh, nice one.
Thank you for correcting me there, Dory, as he connects with the last shot there.
What I don't understand is why Haiba is actually trying to take those shots. Like, he's reversing in the open rather than just holding the corner.
There's always the chance that one can get through, and that's exactly what happens. So, first damage there going to Yato Gaming. I mean, they're definitely a team not to be underestimated.
They look a lot better than
yeah, for sure.
their first match so far. I mean,
just because they're not in the one of our 4 key leagues, they're a team who've been at the grand finals multiple times. They've earned their place.
I really
here.
just feel perhaps slow game is more their style. This is what I'm talking about in the beginning, where we need to feel out how these teams play against each other. EL Gaming seem to have a much better read on towards Yato than Kasna did so far, and perhaps the style from Yato works much better against the style from Kasna crew, which is slower, more control, more going around the map and feeling out the enemy's positions, where EL is always trying to make a play, one way or another. They were always making a play. Mine's defense going into the eastern side. Himmelsorf pushing onto the hill. The EL was always making a play. On this map as well, they were pushing forwards in towards them on EL's attack against Yato. Rushed across the K line instantly. That's what Kasna didn't do. They did it delayed when Yato was already set up on EL's defense as well, going aggressive towards D6, D7. This is all kind of stuff that EL does, which Kasna doesn't. So I want to see how this works out now on this defensive round for Kasna crew and the attacking round for Yato.
Where was Vetso shooting at there? Has he just changed his ammo type or something? Because he fired at something and he's at G1, so...
He might be trying to blind fire the bushes in K5,
Probably,
P6, if he can see those, because you know we know that it's not uncommon for...
Here comes the 2-pronged attack again, looks like Daki.
Yeah, but let's see what they do, because Kaizu is going to start clipping on them very early.
They're really going to do the exact same thing?
It does seem like that. Maybe they can catch Haiba though.
Bold strategy, bold strategy. They see Yizne runs. Now Kaizu can take his time, misses with the first shot. He's going to connect with the second one. Nope, he misses with the second one. Third one?
Nope.
Nope. Fourth one?
Yes.
There we go, Kaizu.
But he's on reload now.
Yeah.
If that's 3 times, he's going to be reloaded 1 second before. 1 second before.
Lucian takes damage
But
from
they're pushing off. They're
Diplomat.
pushing off.
They've already pushed past them now. Kaizu's going to get himself caught out now. He's going to run. Haiba is going to get focused now. So Haiba is in a terrible place right now. He's going to go down for free with no challenge to him right now. There he goes as Bang gets
Back
the
to
kill.
the cap. They have to go back to the cap right
circle,
now.
30 seconds right now.
But-
Bang's going to rush into it. What can Kasna do?
Right now, they need to go back onto the cap because Kaizu left the position, and that will push it down very low again, which will force Kasna Crew to push through Yato Gaming's tank. And this is it. This is right now the moment where Kasna Crew needs to get the resets because Yizna won't get them, so somebody else has to.
Diplomat's going to try and run round the back. We're down to 13 seconds on the cap circle as Yato start aiming their guns to a different direction. 10 seconds here. Now Diplomat and it looks like Vetso coming in behind them to try and get a reset. 5 seconds. It's going to be Diplomat and Vetso with the reset if they have the angle. There is a reset coming in. What can he do here? Can Yato turn around and take the fight to Kasna? Kasna taking a lot of damage here, but Stefan still has always HP and he still has always shells as well.
Yeah, but Yato has the isolations here. Vetso is the first one together with Diplomat. Vetso goes down, and now Diplomat will get flanked by those bad shots, and the HP is dropping rather significantly for the side of Kasna Crew. Diplomat, he is a 2-shot though, so Yato is not out of this whatsoever.
Corsair's going to finish off Diplomat here. He gets one through the side. Yato Gaming now, it is 5 tanks to 4 of Kasna Crew. Stefan still all the HP. He's going to come off reload. Kaizu comes off reload. What can he do with the shots? They need to make them count. TNTN is getting caught between Yizne and Stefan. That is great double teaming there. He's going to go down in a second. So that's going to take the gun advantage away from Yato Gaming. Yato, can they come back into this? It looks like Kasna might have taken control back of the game.
I think they can still do this though, because Corsair has a lot of HP. Kaizu is a very crucial player right now with that bad shot. He needs to stay alive because Lupin is locking down Durs. Bang is rotating. It's all going to be between Kaizu and Bang. If Bang can catch out Kaizu, then it's GG. If Kaizu can catch out Bang, then it's probably going into way of Kasna Crew.
Now here's the thing, normally it would be Ders, Stefan and Nexus as the triple damage dealers. Ders is getting caught here. Bang actually takes a shot there, didn't need to take here. Backs off Kaizu. Kaizu can do a lot of damage. This is the thing, Yato are going up against multiple auto-loaders. They need to try and focus a tank because if they try and do trades, it's not going to work in their favour.
They have gone for the double cap now, though. It's Reflection and Corsair on that one. Stefan's going to be the closest. Durs has to push in as well with his T57, but they might try to go for Illusion in his mouse. Durs gets a nice connection there, though. But can they get Corsair behind that rack? Can they? That's the question.
Stefan's going to push with Dare. Stefan's going to drive out into the open, take the hit. 4-7-2. Big hit going into Stefan. He needs to make his shots. He needs to get the other one to next tank. HE coming in from Yizne there into Corsair as Ders finally gets the kill there. Now, Stefan has taken all the damage. Can Corsair drop him? He does. Ders has only got 2 shots left. That's not enough to kill Corsair, but in the meantime, Kaizu has picked up the kill on Lujin. Corsair, what can you do to fight off against Ders? You can take 2 shots, but Yizne is going to be the one that gets additional damage as Ders finally picks up the kill, and we see one coming in from Bang as well. But it's going to be 2-1 right now. Kasna Crew and Bang, you've got a hell of a job to do if you want to win this one.
Corsair misplayed that one in WZ. Eastland, the MX-30 was a factor, but Durs already fired 2 shots, so he couldn't kill him one-on-one most likely, so that's the mistake there. He should have just angled towards Yizne and just tried to play turret against Durs and then kill him in 3 shots and hope that Yizne doesn't connect the back of his turret. Now Bang has a lot to do in this round. It's very unlikely. It looked good there for Yato Gaming at one point, but the isolation of the mouse on B3 and then the push from Stefan and Durs was very well timed.
Yep, very nicely done by Kasna Crew. Now, we know with Kasna Crew, as I was saying, that it's Ders, Stefan, and it would normally be Nexus or the Trinity, like the three-pronged damage dealers here of the team. Kaizu stepping in for Nexus's shoes and doing really well there. Yizne doing what you always expect Yizne to do, which is just consistent damage, always plays great up in that area no matter which tank he's in. Ders can now just hide in this area. They're the defending team, which means well, Bang's never going to get him out of it. He's going to get wrecked trying to go up and kill it.
He doesn't have time to cap by himself either.
Even if Bang went into base 2, Yizne would probably have a line on him, or Yizne
He
would just come down and
They
trade.
can't cap by himself, and Bang will be proxy spotted here by Durs in a few seconds. There we go. This gives Yizne the awareness he needs to know where Bang is coming from.
Get the shot. It's coming up now. Unfortunately for Bang, he can't kill both. Not enough time to go. 1 minute 30. Kasna Crew probably more than happy just to run down the clock in this one and not do anything too bad. I mean, Yizne can die here and it doesn't matter because Bang's just never going to get in to get where Ders is. I'm surprised Yizne isn't actually going aggressive for it to get the kills. Nice hit there. 393. Well, 3 over the average damage. Now he's going to get the final kill. Well played, Yizne. And 1-1 ghost town between Yato Gaming and Kasna Crew. Kasna Crew doing exactly what they needed to do and taking a round back. Had they gone 2-0 down, I mean, it was close.
It's fair to close for the sake of Kasna Crew against Yato Gaming here. Stefan and Durs really saving them in this one. 4K for Stefan, 3.7 for Durs, 0 from Haiba. again.
But Haiba went down in seconds though. Like he got isolated really quickly.
Yeah, I
And
feel
the
like
thing is Haiba is a good mouse player. He
I
was, he
feel
was
like
a really good mouse player throughout the season.
I feel like Yato could have actually won that game very easily. There, they had the advantage. I think one of their mouses pushed a little bit too far almost. If they didn't, perhaps I think Yizna really saved their lives
the
in this one.
the WZ could have taken Dares. Dares didn't have enough to kill him.
Yeah,
and
he
could
should have.
traded off
He tried
against
to
him.
drive around the wreck and he got shot by Yizna from behind.
And had he managed to do that,
Then they probably would have won.
probably would have won it. Yeah,
Yes.
because they could have capped with one and they could have defended with the other one ready to take.
Yeah.
Because they know where the 50B, they know where the 30B is up in the corner.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I think they could have won that one, and this is way too close for Kasna crew. They're not looking even. I wouldn't say they're looking that good so far in this one, to be honest.
But they're not looking strong. But I mean, let's take nothing away from Yato. They're a decent team themselves. Now, I mean, for us, it's easy to say he should have done this against theirs because we can see the shot counter.
Yeah, but
in game they have to count that themselves.
That's not an issue because there is actually connected one onto the mouse, so the mouse says D57 -1, and then he connected the other ones into the other guys, which is 3 of them. So he didn't have time to reload. That's 4 shots he's on. He would be on reload then.
Okay, so well, 1-1 going into the next map,
Himmelsdorf.
which is going to be Himmelsdorf. This is going to be interesting to see how this one goes. Obviously, we're going to get a lot of heavily armored vehicles with Mouse. Maybe even a little surprise.
Okay,
and,
this is.
on you go, on you go. You're desperate to talk about
What
this.
did I say to you about artillery?
You said specifically that artillery might get used on Himmelsdorf because of the splash radius is enough to hit anywhere within the circle, apparently.
Yeah, because the update gave the artillery more splash. So from A2, I'm fairly certain you can reset B6, B7 around the corner with enough splash. You might not do damage, but resets is all you need, which will allow you to pretty much camp with all the other tanks to defend one through line. Because if the RD can hit behind the B6, 7 corner, then there's no point to defend from A6, A7, like we saw Navi do. Now the question is, can this RD do it? I think he can, so that's interesting. And it's not just that. RT could also, if they abandon base 1, he could also just splash behind that.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things when teams do a capture tactic on base 1, they hide behind the building there, and there's no real angles, no real shots to do it. But if you can get Artie to splash them now, that is something. This is one of the sneaky windows that you can shoot through. Vetzel just missing that shot on Hate. That's an early shot that can be done, and well, unfortunately, that gives away his position. We have seen tanks shoot through back and return to that area where Vetzel is and take a lot of damage for it as well. But he's going to spend a lot of time just trying to play peekaboo through the wreckage here.
Yeah, so far, so good for both these teams. I'd say so far Kasna is obviously ahead because I don't know how... Ooh, nice shot there from Durs though on towards the Hate in the 113. That's pretty amazing pen even coming out from Durs there. But another one even. That was not Durs, but that was Yizna in the RT actually splashing against that window, I think. Must have been him. That's interesting. He might actually be able to do a lot of damage towards Hate if he keeps splashing there, because Hate needs to reverse off and then Vetzel should hit him.
And we're going to see in a second, well, roughly about 13 seconds, Yizne's going to come off reload. Perhaps we can get a viewpoint from Yizne to see where he's aiming. Hate's just going to angle himself in that window in the meantime to avoid any more shots. So a lot of damage he's taken already, actually. Vetzel actually gets one into reflection. 465, nicely done there.
Yeah, it was Artie. Look at Hate. He's has
Hate taking splash damage now as well, yep. So, okay, I mean, that was good for Vetzel getting a higher than average roll there. Hate backing off, doesn't connect with that shot. I mean, 113, definitely not a tank known for its long-range accuracy. But it's a good kind of jack-of-all-trades heavy. That's why it's so popular within the Pro League here.
So far, Yato is bleeding a lot of HP, though. I don't think they seem to be such aware of the strategy coming out from Kasna crew with the artillery piece as well.
Lujin now taking a hit.
Yeah, but Kaiser's still waiting on the D line as well, so I don't know how they're going to deal with him, though.
Double stun there. Lujin and Corsair pushing around that corner there, so nice hit from artillery. Vetzel should be able to get another shot here as they're crossing. Is Corsair going to cross on the inside of the mouse, though? Because that means he's doing that to take the hit.
This is going to hurt.
Out. 1-5-2-8 already coming here from Haiba. Nicely done. Lujin, Vetzel misses with his shot there. But Lujin's now pushing into the courtyard. whilst the rest of his team are pushing around the bottom. So 2 shots going back out into Kasna crew as Dares and Diplomat taking hits, but I mean, Legion's going to try and trade as much as he can here and act as a distraction. What else can he do? Corsair taking a lot of damage in the meantime doing this. It's really not really a trade working in his favour, but look at this. Legion's damage blocked right now. It must be quite high at the moment, actually. Now at the bottom, TNTN is pushing in against Stefan, and Bang's coming in as well. They're going to try and get overmatch down the bottom and take out the tank. Stefan, big hit coming in there, loses his gunner.
That's from the E4 even. That's really good stuff there from Yato. Jan and now Hate are pushing up because they can catch Vetso and Diplomat in the side. Yato has bled a lot of HP for this move, but if they can start trading well now, but Kaizu's coming into the fight, and that is going to hurt for those mouses in the middle.
7-8-5 there coming out from Kaizo in the E3 into the flank of Reflection. Now look at this, we have a tank away up in A0 who's pretty much doing nothing at the moment because he's held back by Dares. Yuzny can continue to pummel shots in and just basically distract and annoy tanks. Kaizo's going to come around, try and get one into Lucian now as well. 6-3-7. Not the best of all rolls, but it's still damage. He'll be happy to take it. Yato just bleeding everywhere they go at the moment. They're just taking shots from every angle and can't really find a break against this Kasna lineup.
Yeah, but it's not over just yet. They're down a lot of HP. Kaizu might try to peek into the courtyard. He needs to be careful not to overextend. Dory is now going to be coming as well, and I think he might try to flank the E3. And if he can do that, that's pretty much a dead Kaizu over there. And there's nobody really in position to help him.
Dory can push round here. Dares is still stuck up at A5. He's not able to help into the fight. Corsair's going to come over and act as a distraction. Dory has a free rein into Kaizu here. Kaizu is gone. Dead. He's got no support. One more shot should finish him off in the rear. Nope. There we go as Reflection picks him up. So first kill going to Yato. Kasna still have a lot of HP on tanks like Dares, Diplomat and
But theirs is not
Haiba.
in the fight. Theirs is not in the fight
shot
whatsoever.
Actually coming in there from artillery onto TNTN. He's got a dead loader, he's got a dead gunner, he's stunned, his tracks are damaged as well. I still think that artillery is going to be the deciding factor here. It just continues to cause frustration against the tanks of Yato.
Yato can still rotate though. They have still tanks available, which is the most important thing. Vetso is pretty much a non-factor in this, and the rotations can come out for Yato Gaming. They can still rotate back towards the cap if they want to, for example.
Lucian takes another hit as Dares finally gets the kill on Corsair in the middle there. Now we see a Hate coming all the way down the bottom, trying to get shots into Stefan. It looks like his Haiba takes damage there on Kasna crew. So Yato have lost a T10, but Kasna crew have lost an E3, and that's a trade that any team would be happy to take, as Dares is now being clipped out here by Dory. Dory still has 2 more shots to go. Dares is going to take a hell of a lot of damage for this. Misses with 1 shot, last shot to go. Dares connects with Dory, so 4-2-2. Dory's going to back off and reload now. Yeah,
this is good stuff though. Diplomat picking up another kill. This is very important. Diplomat using his HP and pushing through. Stefan is with him as well, and they're making a play on that side. Ooh, but the E4, that's gotta hurt, doesn't it?
Hate is able to back off around the corner and play safe. Now Stefan's going to rush him. Thinks better of it because he's like, I don't know if I really want to trade there at the moment. Bang is holding in that position as well. Reflection and Lucian with Dory want to push into Haiba and Dares at the moment. They're just trying to...
But Dory's behind Dares. Dory's behind him.
Dory's going to come off reload and he's going to get a free kill on Dares. Stefan goes in against Hate with Diplomat there support as well. Hate's on a reload. Can he get the shot in? He does. 3-8-5. That is a horrible roll there for the 1-1-3. As Bang gets the double kill there. Now, Dory almost got a shot there back onto Stefan. No, Dory, sorry, coming in against Dares. Dares had to push forward. Dory's going after Haiba now. This is a bold move. Can Haiba actually get a shot on Dory? Dory can take that. Dory's now going to run past Haiba, get behind him.
Stefan can't win this trade over here. Dory should be able to pick up a Haiba in the mouse, and that is going to change this game whatsoever. And Yato Gaming are doing it. And look at this. They're playing just better than Kasna crew. Rotations are more on point. Their trades are more on point as well. It's Stefan and Yizne, and it's not going to be enough. And it's going to be Yato Gaming picking up the first round on Himmelsdorf, and Kasna is not playing well.
This is absolutely chaotic. Kasna crew looked like they had the advantage here. They were winning the trades. Yato Gaming's HP were continually coming down, but just the individual fights there. The lack of cover doing anything about Dory. That was 2 tanks that effectively died in the same area on the 3 line. They allowed tanks to come round behind them. Kasna crew had nothing doing it. That's just a crazy bait
what a
there.
Shot.
Crazy bait there.
That's one of the things that doesn't really work against the TD because of the super high penetration side scraping. They just remove you, and that's Yato Gaming. And if Kasna lost that ghost down round, they would be 3-0 down right now. If lucky for them, they won that one because it's 2-1, and they are playing disastrous.
And now here's the thing. That was a win for Yato Gaming, and Okay, it looked like Kasna crew were winning that one, then they lost it. But still, Yato won it with only 4 tanks on the board.
What a play, man.
1,200, I think, 21 HP
Yeah,
left
but listen to
in
this.
total. Daki, what can you give me stats-wise?
Bang did 4.5k damage, and I think he did at least 2k of that when he was already a one-shot. When Diplomat and Stefan pushed in, he was a one-shot, he peeked out, he gave Diplomat a shot. What he did after is amazing individual
7
play.
shots, 7 pens.
Yeah, but what he did after is the more crucial part. He was on this part, peeked out through there, shot down then. He turned around when Unspotted came around the other corner, and when Hate was fighting with Diplomat and Stefan, they were like, okay, let's push that guy. Then the E4 peeked out from the other corner, killed Diplomat. And then Stefan was able to do anything. And Yato taking positions, interesting positions even. Kasna crew Durs, like Durs had all the HP, he rotated, but that left a massive hole in the northern side of the map, which Dory, that was the second thing I want to talk about.
Great.
Dory used that to the full potential. First killing Kaizu when Durs wasn't there. When Durs rotated, he came around and did 3.2k damage in a tier 9 batch shot on Himmelsdorf. Pretty impressive plays.
Yeah. I mean, he picked up Kaizu, backed off, was getting shots into Dares, full clip out, backs off, then comes round the back, and it was like, okay, I'll go for Dares. Oh, Dares is backed off. I'm just going to go after Haiba and just rush past him. And there was nobody that could help Haiba. Had they not had artillery, had they had another tank, maybe it could have been different.
Pretty impressive plays from the side of Yato, let's be honest here. They are doing very, very well, and now I'm convinced that the quick pace from EL Gaming is what costed Yato a lot. They don't seem to react well to aggressive plays, but when they have time to execute, they're on point.
Bit of a mixed lineup coming out here from Kasna crew. They're taking an E50M. It's debatable in the community if that's a weak tank or not. E3 and HWK12 as well. So again, a new light tank being used in this map with WZ132 coming from Yato.
I particularly like putting circles on my E50M. I love those.
Shoot here.
The white ones, you know.
Now he's going to rush the hill in the HWK. I think we just call it Hawk for short. It's going to be much easier.
Hawk, yeah.
Hate, Corsair, Dory, and Bang are going to do rail control.
But the arty did work, like I said. It didn't even go for the cap.
Yeah, it did. I mean, arty's still effective. It's still a thorn in the side of the enemy team to work around. The stun mechanic is really annoying. It affects your loader, it affects your vision, it affects your driving. It does everything. If you don't have a repair pack, as we saw with Stefan, it really screws up your day. And the Batchat only has 3 crew, so once that third one dies, even if you're full health, that's it, you're dead.
Ooh, but look at this Kasna crew. They are going heavy K-line. Type 5, double
gone.
mouse. That's annoying. That costed him his repair kit, to be honest. There's lining up the shot here with the Type 5. He might get some damage. Wow.
Oh, swing and a miss.
That's one of those guns, like, it looks like you're aiming on him, but literally the shell can go anywhere inside that circle, which usually means...
It's going to land in Runeberg.
Something like that. But I wonder when somebody will go help 1-2 line, because right now nobody's... Just the WZ is spotting. I want to see what these 50Bs do after, because...
There's connected. Dare's connected into the TNT in there, I think. Or perhaps it was Vetso, because Dare shot and then TNT took a little bit of damage. It must have been Vetso. It couldn't have been Dare's.
Vetso shooting with a damage gun. He's not going to hit a lot. At least not today.
I don't know where that one came from then. It must have been Vetso. Because Dare's would have done more damage if he had.
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't. It depends on where he hits. It's decent for that tank. 801 on towards the reflection from Kaizu, though. I don't know if that mouse over there is really in a strong position.
Dares is going to rotate round down to the bottom area, back up Diplomat. Haiba's further forward at H3. We're looking at the viewpoint now of Dory and Bang. Kaizu up here up on the hill. He can do a lot of damage in the E3. Can he connect into reflection? He should come off reload. That's a no. And the return fire going right over his head.
He's going to start getting...
Double repair kit there from Kaizu.
Yeah,
and
because of the tracks and such, you still need to repair those. Just wonder how long reflection will be able to last here against an E3. But obviously Kaizu loses pen over distance, which makes it for him harder to pen the mouse. And Yato has completely abandoned 1-2 line.
Corsair is going to get away safely. He's unspotted. He's going to be far away before Diplomat or Dares even see him, if they do. Now, what are Yato doing? Because they're backing themselves up into a corner here, Daki, and this can sometimes go really badly against teams because they they kind of get pressed quite easily.
Yeah, because the thing is, they've left Reflection alone. He's down no matter what. Like, they need to go and help him, and they can't really, and he needs to drive away, which means he'll take more damage, and it's just not really going that well for the side of Yato.
It looks like Yato are actually going to try and do some kind of push on the top area of the map. Hate's getting a shot lined up to him from Diplomat. Diplomat misses that one. Hate doesn't connect with his shot. But I mean, look at this. Reflection just bleeding HP constantly to Kaiser. We've seen this before with teams on a damage farm up there. Hate actually takes a shot back. Diplomat taking a hit there as well, but not a lot of damage. I mean, he can trade all day here with Hate, and Diplomat will eventually win that one.
And the thing is as well, they can't really push zero line because the E3 will just hold that off. Like, he will go to D0, peek over, and nobody can push on the hill after. And they're down a lot of HP now, so it's going to have to be some pretty amazing trades coming out from the side of Yato. But I like this. The 50Bs have decided to back off, and they might actually catch Vetso. If Haiba backs off and is no longer spotting, then they can go behind Vetso and pretty much kill him for free.
They're gathering up and waiting as Haiba finally gets the kill on Reflection. Bang and Dory are spotted, but look at this, they're going to jump onto Haiba. Can he get all their shots connected? Haiba's kind of like stuck in the open again. 2 more shots and Haiba's wrecked. He thinks he's got an angle there to defend. He actually is, so he's safe just now. He has a dead driver. Don't know what equipment Haiba has, whether he has a repair pack or not, a health pack to be able to heal the driver. If not, a slow mouse with a dead driver is not really a fun tank to drive.
Yeah, this is not really going well for Yato. This defense not quite on point. Kasna crew have taken all the positions along the map, and these 50Bs are in problems as well. Kasna will probably just remove them from the map now, and that should be this round over.
Yisney with the bounce off a 50B there in his tier 8 light. Now, I mean, everywhere Yato go at the moment, Kasna have them locked down. This looks like it's going to be a really easy win for Kasna, unless there's some amazing throw, to be honest. Yato are defending, but they can't really do much to defend here. Kasna can just slowly start to pressure them, start to come in from all the different angles, and just pick off the tanks as they come in. They can throw the HP at them, and Yato just can't trade.
Yeah, but they have so much HP that it's not really going to happen.
It's almost double at the moment.
Kasna crew has all the positions, and they can just push down, kill these 50Bs, and then it's game over, to be honest.
Vetso rear end out to them. Stefan's able to get the kill on Dory. Vetso took a lot of damage for that, but Bang is still surviving. Vetso might just be able to finish him off here, if not if one of his teammates tries to get the kill. Vetso does in the end. So now we have 4 tanks of Yato against these 7 actually of Kasna crew. Sorry, just about to count out Vetso there, but he's on 60 HP, still alive. Oh, Dares actually gets the kill now on Hate. Disney coming in looking to pick up the last remaining HP on the board. Try and get a little bit more for him. Stefan looks like perhaps want to ram TNT in there. He's just going to go around behind him and get some easy shots. No, Haiba picking up the double kill. This one's going to be Kasna crew. It's going to be 2-2. Not the results we expected. We expected perhaps Kasna crew to be sitting 4-1 up. I foolishly said 5-0. You said 5-1.
5-2.
You really said 5-2?
He said 5-1.
I said 5-1?
You said 5-1.
Well, my prediction's out the window. Yours is still going.
Feels bad, right?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't feel bad. Don't pretend.
Yeah, but
Don't
this
pretend it
round
feels
is
bad.
really just a throwaway round from Yato Gaming. I mean, with that mouse and that reflection in that position, he was going to go down at one point anyways, and they gave up every other position to try and do something to save him, which really didn't work whatsoever.
But here's the thing. They knew Kasna crew had the E3, and Kasna crew on the attack.
Maybe
So where else is the E3 going to be?
Maybe they didn't expect him to be on the hill. I'm not sure, but that was just a throwaway round, honestly, from their side. But next map being Steps, it was one of EL Gaming's best maps ever.
Okay.
With reflection in it. So perhaps, I mean, Steps is a map where you can actually go aggressive and get away with it. And EL Gaming was always very good at that, especially even when reflection was in the team. CMS know how to do it, and Kasna crew has to attack first.
We have seen Kasna crew. I believe they're one of the first teams in Europe to use the mouse on Steps and make it work really well for them. It was anchored at the top base, and to give it used binos with it. And it stopped any kind of cap shenanigans at the top base. It was really nicely played. In the past, Arty was a big deterrent for the mouse because you could get right down through that engine deck, cause the engine fire, and do some absolutely
We'll
catastrophic
see now,
damage.
though. With a lot of time, Artie might still be able to do something. M40 will be the only one picked, though, so we'll have to see. We can still see Artie on this map. It's one of the few. This is one of the maps where we might be seeing light tank,
for up the hill climb?
tanks. Yes, we'll have to see. Perhaps these teams will go with it. Perhaps they will not. It's up to them, but it is a possibility here. So.
Yeah, it's a very open map, so there's a lot of flexibility for the choices and vehicles you can use and steps. I'm looking forward to seeing if we're going to see something different. Daki, once again, with the crystal balls, almost like he talks to the teams before matches and just kind of like bounces tactics between them, you know? No?
But here we go. Udes coming out for Yato Gaming. On top of that, a German light. Kasna crew. Kasna crew with a German light and the GW Tiger P at Sonardi nonetheless. So
You said it was only going to be an M40.
mainly. Mainly doesn't mean 100%.
Tier 10, Rain Panzer. Okay, we know where that's going to go. A couple of Mousies, a couple of Batchats, STB as well there for TNT and Yato Gaming. It's going to be interesting. A good mixture here of tanks.
We need to follow, what's his name, Bang, and see if he can do the climb successfully on that side of the map.
They're going to push the STB up there, Daki. They're going to push the STB up into A9.
Interesting.
The Batchats are lining up behind him.
But Stefan's going to try and spot out Bang, and if he does, he might go down.
Bang spotted, and Bang is safe.
Bang actually survived because he dropped down.
And the STB's up.
Bang actually survived because he dropped down, and now he needs to run away. Yep.
Diplomat Kaizu coming running over. Bang is hit by artillery on the run.
He flipped himself.
And he did a full roll and landed back on his wheels. Kasna crew are going to loop over and kill him though. Diplomat and Kaizu have him dead to rights. Bang has nowhere to go. There's no terrain to hide behind. And it's Kaizu picking up the first kill here.
Yeah, that's not a good start for Yato Gaming. They have 9 minutes left to try and hold on somehow. Yeah, this is not going to go well because now they would. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. One dead tank doesn't always mean anything. If Bang didn't flip himself, he might have survived. But Kasna just came out to counter that. Nice there from getting the STB up.
That's what they got to earlier on as well, though. So maybe TNTN just doesn't.
Isna will be able to see that the tree has fallen, though, and will give him a good read on what's happening in this round.
He should know from that. He should know. He's been up in that area plenty of times himself. So TNTN continuing to climb up the hill. The rest of Yato Gaming hang around in that corner as well. Hate and Dory, are they going to push Dory up there as well?
Kaizu is already lining up to push Stefan up, actually. Or they're going to push a Batshot up. They're going to try and push a Batshot up on A2 themselves, which Stefan pushing Kaizu first. You can see that is going to happen on B1, B2. This is the reverse climb from the attackers, what they can do. There we go. They're lining up. They're going to go behind Kaizu. Stefan is obviously going to be the last one pushing because he's the quickest.
Choo choo! Stefan pushing into them. It's up to Kaizu.
He should be able to do it. He should be able to do it.
Oh, see, this is the thing. Kaizu,
I think it's easier with the tier 10 light as well because he's quicker and he speeds them up.
The times that we did see climbs being used, new climbs or climbs we hadn't quite seen before, it was done, actually I was going to say it was done by Gohard, but no, Gohard failed multiple times, like 4 in a row.
It was mainly Oops that did.
It was Oops that were doing it, and they were doing it first time, whereas Gohard failed that one on Cliff like 4 times in a row, and it was, they just spent all match trying to climb, and eventually they got their butts kicked for doing so. Splash damage there from artillery right onto Reflection. Kaizu now shooting at him, giving away his position as being up on the hill. Stefan is spotted below him in the tier 10 German light.
Full clip, no damage. 10 heat shots left for Kaizu.
Nice shooting, Kaizu.
Let's see if they can find the Udas though, because Corsair is just sitting in a bush and still up to Kasna to try and dig him out from there.
So it's good that Kasna have a kill already, but in fairness, it's probably the least effective tank damage-wise that they've managed to get a kill onto.
Yeah, but the positional gain from him would have been immense. Vetso is up here on their K2 position. So now Kasna crew needs to figure out where the light tank is, and we need to see how they're going to try and clear him out. Because, well, light tank, it's an Udas, and they need to find him.
This is interesting as well, having 2 tanks up in this area, because generally you don't see it. Dory has to be careful if he goes down too far. Haiba is spotted. Yizny is taking aim. We're looking at his viewpoint at the moment. He's going to try and get one over onto Reflection. aiming slightly behind him. He's going dead onto him now, so we'll see the damage coming out. Whoa, because
Missed.
he moved forward, it went right
Ooh,
over.
but they found the Udes.
Corsair is dead. That was a rush move there from Diplomat there, getting the spot. Diplomat's going to get himself away safely. Barely any damage going back out
No
into him.
damage.
In fact, 0, yep. Diplomat only shot once himself. And, well, Yato Gaming are on the ropes right now. It looks like, for once, Kasna Crew might actually end up taking the lead in this match.
Yeah, the Yato Gaming is in severe trouble with being 2 tanks down. Yes, this is only a tier 8 loss, but this will mean that the cap will get started for the side of Kasna Crew. They can now put 1, maybe even 2 bad shots on that one, and then Yato will have to sacrifice HP to try and reset it.
Yep, they're going to let it run down for so much, and they're probably going to just put extra tanks on it. Yuzni's already moving up. Vetso still sitting down at K2, just saying, guys, don't forget about me. You know, I'm still here. Haiba with the dead driver again. It's 2 matches in a row. Doesn't have a medipack, so he's going to have a dead driver all game. Reflection getting wrecked down to 438, so he's a one-shot.
Kaiser's doing a lot of damage towards him. Kaiser's now on reload though, but Isna with 4 seconds left might give him 1 on the way out. Reflection pretty much going to be dead or a one-shot after this.
How much can Isna do here? Oh, 427, so close. His Reflection is left on 11 HP.
Somebody from the side of Yato needs to drive in, boys. 9 seconds. There we go. There's the bad shot.
There we go. There's a spot
Instant
coming
fire
in.
on towards Dory.
5 seconds. Is there any shots coming in? 3 seconds. Looks like there's going to be no cap reset unless Dory just throws himself at it. Nothing to go here. Yato Gaming are going to lose this first round here on steps. Kasna Crew finally take the lead in this battle, 3-2. And now, slowly, we're starting to see the Kasna Crew that we
That was
expected to turn up.
another throwaway round from Yato. That's 2 in a row. The first 3 rounds were rather promising, but 2 rounds in a row throwaway. Bang, not making that climb. Diplomat went to spot out the Udes and nobody even hit a shot on it towards him.
Not failing, it's not, we'll just rewind that one. Not only did he fail the climb, which saved him that shot from Stefan, but rolling himself after that really screwed it up for him because he didn't get away in time.
You know what's the funniest part? This battle took 5 minutes and 36 seconds and exactly 5 tanks from EL Gaming did 0 damage.
Wow, that's like when I play randoms, that's like the people in my team.
Yeah, you know, you're one of those 5.
Including me. Hey, I got taken out early. It's not my fault. They rushed me, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, Yato Gaming, that was a throwaway round, honestly. That was not very well done by them. What else is there to say about that? Kasna Crew killed the light tank at the beginning. Stefan went to counter that. 2 bad shots down the middle to make sure if he was climbing, he would kill him. So that's the counter to the tier 10 light climbing, obviously. And then finding the Udes rather quickly as well and starting the cap. It's basic.
The STB and the Batchat up in that hill was something we've not really seen. We've seen Batchats up there plenty of times. We've never
not
seen
really
2 tanks really up in that area.
And it didn't work out.
It didn't work out as well. It's also a bold thing to do when you know the enemy team's got artillery. I guess to their benefit, it's not a quick firing artillery. Usually it used to be the Lorraine or something like that would mess them up. Could shoot fairly quickly. I thought it was cool putting an STB up there, but yeah, like you said, it did nothing.
Perhaps if they had the German light and the German light up and the Uda still alive, then it could have worked.
Yeah, if you got up in that area.
Not in this case, you know what I mean?
They would have had the bases locked down.
Look.
Now teams swap position now, so it's going to be Kasna Crew on the defense. It's going to be Yato on the attack. And well, Daki, there's the tank I thought was going to get used, and this is the first time we're seeing it. It's the T100 from Stefan there.
T100 LT, it's difficult to make it work very well because of the low pen on the APCR.
So low though. The camo value on it's insane.
It's 238 pen, I think, with standard and 248 width.
I think if you were to stand beside the vehicle model in real life, it would only come up to your knees.
But Stefan probably going to be climbing A2 with that one, I guess. I don't like it that much. It's not going to pen the size 7 whatsoever. Not going to pen the STRV. It will obviously not struggle against bad shots, though.
It looks nice. I'll give it that. The T100 is a very nice looking tank. Bang and Hate going up into this back corner of TNT in with them as well. They're going to just hide up in this area. Stefan gets up. Wow, look at that. Wow, that was quick.
Yeah, he's up, but if EL Gaming don't go that Yato Gaming don't go that side, then doesn't matter. But Isen is actually up in the Udes. Now that's an important thing as well. The Udes obviously deteriorates Swedish Tank Destroyer.
Is this dude trying to do like a trap here? Trying to get like reflection to bait somebody over?
Just making sure they're not spotted. They might boost somebody as well.
I think they're going to boost someone. We've seen artillery get boosted into that area.
Where is what is Haiba is holding there in his 1-1-3? Is he behind a bush or is he just behind the slope? Yeah,
He's going to be behind the slope thing, yeah. So Bang gets himself all the way up into that area. The rest of the team back off now. Reflection has spotted out nothing. Now, Reflection here in the batch at 12T has the turret in the middle of it. It's a bit of a weird design compared to the rest of the French shot loaders that generally either have the turret at the front or the back.
Even in the Udas will be an issue though, because I don't think they're going to be able to spot him even when he's firing.
That'll be a pain in the butt. And they don't have artillery themselves to be able to get shots out into him.
Well, they're rotating towards the northern side now. They might be able to push out Stefan. Stefan will get one shot off, and then he will have to run away. And if they can counter climb,
that is a possibility. But like I'm saying, that tank is so low, it's so difficult to spot.
well, as soon as Stefan fires, he will be spotted. And they're already blind firing towards
blind firing out already. That was so close. That's interesting. That's nicely done from them because they've left that area for so long. They expect
if Reflection, if they all hold here and aim and Reflection goes to spot, they might be able to actually do something against it.
You're going to move up slightly because Dory needs to stop. Dory's going into siege mode there to line up a shot. Stefan is just sitting there casually. Doesn't have anything like binos or a camo net. He's aiming at that area. And the thing is once his light bulb pops for 6 cents, that means already that tanks know he's there. So it'll basically pop and he'll get shot at the exact same time. Reflection spotted, Stefan spotted, no connections. Nobody was pre-aiming.
So far, so good at stay still. I mean, they've spotted out Stefan. Kasna crew doesn't need to make a move anywhere. Stefan's going to continue spotting, but thing is, he cannot block off if they try. He can try and spot if they try and climb, but he should get punished for that almost every single time. He's not going to pen an IS-7. It's not going to happen, trust me.
Stefan poking in the peeking right now, trying to see if he can see anything. He only sees Lucian at the moment, trying to get shots off again, backs off now. The rest of Yato Gaming are able to go and push up into this area, see if anybody else is over here.
I mean, if they can quickly climb before Stefan even notices, then it's GG.
It looks like they were setting up a climb straight away there, Daki. You can see them all angled up together. If you look at the mini-map, they're doing a different type of climb here. They're not lining up the way I think they would be.
No,
they are going to do a climb normally, okay, but the Udes is the one they're putting at the front.
The STRV, that's interesting. That might, but that can work.
STRV.
That can work though.
He's in siege mode. Oh, he's got to be careful they don't get underneath it. This is the danger.
If they make this climb, then
Please tell me this is something they've done before.
Please tell me this is going to work.
Oh, no! Damage! No, okay.
Please try again.
The danger here is that because of the sloping of the STRV, they could get stuck getting underneath it. They could get stuck up underneath it. Now, Stefan is going to be telling his team they're doing a push, shoot that area. And that's what they're doing, they're blind firing. TNT's taking damage there. They're going to hold their fire until Stefan says, now, shoot. And they're going to get a couple shots in here. This should work.
The damage done is not significant enough to make it not worthwhile for Yato Gaming doing it. If they can climb Dory up here, then Stefan is dead for sure. And that will open up this round.
Second time's charm.
Come on. Yes! Yes!
Nice.
Well done.
Nice.
I'm very glad with this. This is beautiful. Now Stefan in the T100 LT is in so much trouble. He doesn't even know what's about to hit him.
I'm sure he sees it now and he's like, oh heck, like it's an STRV.
The only thing that can save him is a blind shot on towards the tracks of the STRV.
There's a shot.
If he drops
it's
off...
tracked. Dory's tracked. You called it. He got tracked.
Is he spotted though?
He's dead. He got tracked. He's dead driver now. He's retracked again. He's spotted. Stefan's keeping him lit and he goes down to Kaizu. As soon as you said the only thing that could save him is a tracking shot, that's exactly what happened.
Feels bad, man.
You jinxed it, Daki. You jinxed something that was going to be good. Why'd you do this?
I don't know, man. Please.
Daki, why?
I'm not going to say anything anymore, okay? I'm really sorry.
That was it. That was their avenue. They're going to try it again. They're going to try and boost a different tank now. Yato are not giving up in this area, and they're just giving Kasna a free farm right now. TNT takes another shot now, and he's got a broken turret ring, so he can't turn his turret. Stefan continuing to be a thorn on their side. They're going to send 8 up this time.
Nope.
Nope, Hate's not going to make it.
Oh, this is a lost round.
It's just done and dusted. Kasna have yet to take damage in this round. Yato have now wasted almost 6 minutes of trying to get up into this back corner just to get rid of Stefan.
I don't know why they
they're doing
boost.
so. They just keep taking shots.
I don't know
for
why
it.
they boosted the STRV though. Why the STRV? Just get a bad shot up there. He can clip the T100
Why?
LT.
Why the STRV? Well, we don't know because you jinxed it, laddie. That's why. We'll never know.
A bad shot could have clipped out Stefan with 4 shots as well.
It's all your fault, Decky. All your fault.
Yo, don't blame this on me.
You said all that can happen now is if he gets tracked. I'm going to put a mojo on you, Deck. I'm not going to put a mojo on you because that will be like actually a person on you. I'm going to put a voodoo on you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, but that's the only thing that was going to save Stefan. A blind shot on, a shot on towards the tracks. That's exactly what happened. Honestly, I feel like
a bad person.
No. I feel like Dory made a little bit of a mistake though, because like, if he, how do I say it? How do I explain this well? If he
didn't get shot.
No, not if he didn't get shot, but if he angled himself towards the Kasna crew tanks in siege mode,
bounce off him, yeah.
They would not be able to pen him. When Stefan, as soon as Stefan spotted him, and he realized he was going to be spotted, he should have gone into siege mode and angled towards
Kasna, yeah.
Yes, and just waited. They really just killed him at the last possible moment as well.
It was like literally the worst possible bit for him to shots to come in. He got yellow tracked and red tracked straight away, so he got tracked. And then the shots came in, he fixed the tracked, and then he got retracked straight after that, and that was him dead. He couldn't go anywhere. And he was then going in and out of siege mode like, no, I want to move, no, I don't want to move. Diplomat getting the kill there now onto Reflection. There's only 5 tanks left of Yato. They're stuck in this corner. Kasna crew are on the defense.
It would have worked beautifully as well. If the STRV got up, that was going to be such a GG play.
Good, powerful position. In the meantime, though, there is pretty much nothing Yato can do to come back into this one.
This round is over.
It's going to be 4-2 to Kasna crew. As Kasna crew taking advantage now over Yato, whereas previously throughout this whole match, it's been Kasna crew always clawing the round back after Yato taking the lead. Now, this is exactly what Kasna crew needed to do. They're winning a round, and they're winning it very strongly as well, because Yato have just been stuck with nothing to do. It's reminiscent of some teams in Europe throughout the season that just don't have a plan B. They've only got a plan A.
There's
if it doesn't work,
they tried to use plan B, then they tried to use plan C. Plan B died alongside on the hill, and plan C didn't ever get up. So, yeah. R.I.P. Oh, I feel so bad right now. I wish that STRV gotten up. I wanted this to be like at least going to tiebreaker.
Well, it looked like it was going to be like a really cool
if
move.
the STRV got up, the game was over because he would just siege up. Stefan would try to flank him, which would be impossible because the tanks from the bottom side would be aiming up.
They would push into that cap, and then he would have a free farm for him when it came to reset it.
Yeah. Reminder.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Reminder to self.
Don't say. Oh, they need. Oh, the only thing that will save them is no. Just take it.
That was
put it in your pocket.
After that, it was a throwaway round. I still don't understand why they didn't boost the bat shot first, though, because honestly,
because it's cooler to boost the
if
S-tank.
they boost the bat shot first, the T100 LT is 1,500, 1,600 HP. I think it's 1,600.
Somebody clipped it out. Somebody clipped it out.
He would have taken him 4 shots. He could have missed one, and he would still been able to clip him. So, well, most likely, depending on the rolls.
So it
No,
goes
4
to
shot. He's a 4 shot no matter what. Even with that would be it.
Yeah. But it's not as cool as putting up an S-tank up there. But hey, them's the breaks. Now we're going to go to Muravanka. And this could be yet another match decided on Muravanka. Although in saying that, the previous match should have been decided on Muravanka, but instead it went to Himmelsdorf. Now, Kasna crew in the driver's seat. They are sitting 4-2 here to Yato Gaming. They could be putting Yato Gaming.
But still, even if Kasna crew win this match 5-2, it was not a good showing. At least not on the first 2 maps.
If they win here, that means Yato Gaming are going
out,
to go no further in the tournament.
It doesn't.
And it also means that Kasna crew secure their place into the next round.
Yeah, but
automatically.
it doesn't like. Still, there's not a good showing in those first 2 maps. There was really not.
And there's stuff to be worked on.
For a team like Kasna crew that actually wants to compete at Grand Finals and do very well and secure those top 4 positions is what they're always aiming for. And then those first 2 maps are not good enough. And if they played like that against any other team, any team that they're going to meet in semifinals, they would be down 4-0.
True, but I mean, there's a various things you can put down to it. It can be first match nerves, playing in with a new player you've not played with all season. You're missing one of your regular teammates. That's going to play in your mind a little bit. You lose that first round, pressure's on you. You think, oh God, guys, like don't let us do this. A little bit of internal thoughts of, oh God, we don't want to be the team that.
Well,
lost
let's see.
to
This
Yato.
match is not over just yet, and Kasna crew has to attack first. So let's see. Let's find out.
True. I mean, the thing is Kasna crew, when they're attacking, they are well known for being able to clear out the bushes extremely well on Muravanka.
Well, we'll have to find out if they can do that in this one, though.
That is a very fair point. Let's have a look at the lineups as we're getting ready to jump into this battle. Now we see an artillery coming out there for Yato Gaming.
I'm not sure if I'm such a big fan of that, but okay. Obviously, the RT on this map probably has enough splash now to even reset those guys around the corner if they're capping the other base, which was previously pretty much impossible. Probably has enough for that now, but that means they have to put bad shots into bushes, which can really cost you severely if the side of Kasna crew is going to be able to find those tanks. Then it's going to cost them pretty much everything. But let's see the standard split here from Kasna crew, spotting out everywhere, but display from Yato Gaming. If these bad shots go around the corner, they might be able to catch somebody.
Little wolf back here of Corsair, Dory, Bang, and Hate. Hate and Bang are spotted and instantly retreat as they drive through the cameraman and back into safety.
Yep, so they got spotted, and thank God not all bad shots got spotted. Thank God one of them did not get spotted, because otherwise Kasna would have straight put somebody
down through the 8 and 9 line.
They would have driven straight onto that capture circle. Now, at least they have something going for them, but I don't like how they're not spotting that cap whatsoever, pretty much. That's gonna be rough for Yato. I want to see what they do once Kasna crew starts capping, because that's gonna be the biggest question here.
Haiba is going to be able to get himself quite far without getting spotted. That's going to give a lot of information to Kasna crew.
Yeah, it will, and it's just Corsair in his bad shot spotting out towards base 2. If that's going to be enough, I don't know, man. I don't think so, but we'll see, won't we?
Right now, Haiba will be saying, guys, I'm not lit. No one spotted, mate. Where could it be seen from? He knows that Lucian is over there. And now below him is Corsair, and above him is TNT in. Their bases, bushes commonly used by everyone when they're playing in random battles, so it's not always common to be hiding in them for the 7v7.
Now Kasna crew is going to start pushing up at their mouses. I wonder if they still really want to go for that #1 base. I somehow doubt they really want to go for that one, but all their movement so far is suggesting that they are okay with going towards that 113 still there. The mouses are pushing towards it.
Yeah.
But Yato Gaming is counting exactly on that, by the way. They just want them to go base #1. They have 2 bad shots there, a 113, a mouse. They're not even spotting base #2.
Stefan gets spotted going through the middle. Lucian gets the connection on him, 362. Rubbish roll there, actually, from a 113. Batchat shooting in the middle as well. It's Bang and Hate. Might have actually been one of them that connected him. Stefan, 208. Stefan actually taking a big hit from artillery. He's got a dead driver, broken tracks, and he is stunned, so he's sitting dead in the water as Yuzne takes a lot of damage takes 1 shot going forward as well. Nothing back onto Yato Gaming. Just as I say that, TNT and takes a shot at the flank from Haiba.
2 shots from the flank from Haiba, even in that tier 9 bad shot. But they need to be careful not to get too many tanks spotted, because if everybody's spotted, one of the bad shots from Yato Gaming will just rush and kill him instantly. Which is actually what they should do. They should take 2 bad shots and push K-line and go kill Haiba.
Diplomat spotted up in that top area as Yuzne and Stefan continue to push here. Interesting thing here as well, Daki, that is Stefan and the mouse.
They're going to push these mouses. They're going to push the mouses, dude. Look at it. They're grouping up. Everybody 3-4 line. This is going to be a straight push onto mouses and try and clip them.
Yuzne or Stefan?
Both of them. They're going to try and kill both of them.
He's going to go over first. TNT in, goes over to take the bait. Everyone else is coming around the back. Now Haiba can't see any of this. He sees Corsair takes the shot. Here comes the push. They're going round into him. They're going to try and get shots into Yuzne. They're taking like damage going round for it at the moment. There's no shots coming into Yuzne. Lots of bounces. Yisne, finally everyone starts shooting into him. How much damage, though, are Yato taking for this? Yisne gets dropped, Corsa gets the kill on him, but the other mouse is nowhere near. Stefan has been able to back off, he's able to protect himself a little bit. He's able to get away, but he's taken a lot of damage in doing so. 305, he has a one shot, and he goes down to Hate. Nicely done there from Yato.
Kasna crew need to push in right now, and these batchas are on reload or it's game over. But the thing is, they've lost those two mouses. They're too slow in this reaction. You need to kill those batchas before they reload. But now Lushun and Tian and their mouses are coming closer, and these batchas are on the run. And this is not what Kasna crew wants. They're only going to catch Dory, and I think the other ones will get away. And that is good for Yato Gaming because the reloads are now going to be back on their side. When they reload, they will come back in and do another overmatch against the tanks from Kasna crew, who will then be reloading again.
During that entire fight, Diplomat was stunned by artillery, which really affected his contribution as Vetso gets a kill onto the artillery there. Now, what can Yato do when he come back in with the autoloader? Hate is down to a one-shot. He's taking damage there. Kaizu in the back lines. He has 3 shots left as Lugian's going to push onto him. Kaizu wants a shot on Hate. TNT is continuing to shoot as well. Kaizu gets one to Lugian, doesn't do. Hate with a nice little peek gets a shot into Kasna crew. Lugian's going to continue to distract him. Hate again with another peek. This is great play. He is causing Kaizu to split his attention. TNT now can get a shot onto him as well as Lugian goes. He's in between Kaizu though, however, and Ders is now clipping in, sorry. Kaizu gets the kill, and it was Ders doing damage to us. Hate finally gets the kill on Kaizu.
Yeah, but Diplomat goes down now as well, and they still have Chan and that mouse alive. Vetso is now going to try and push in with his tier 9 batch together with Ders, but they need to be careful because there is ammunition available towards the side of Yato Gaming. If they make their shots count, it's not going to be that good for the side of Kasna crew.
We talk about guns in the game all the time, but the danger of having guns in the game is when you have HP in the game on the other team, and that's what's happening in their favour. Ders has all the HP, so he's able to push in as Vetso now picks up a triple kill. TNT has the HP, but he needs to start using it against tanks. He needs to start picking up shots. Trying to get a snapshot there onto Ders doesn't work. He's going to try and continue to push into Vetso, who's clipping out right now into Corsa. Big miss there from Vetso, actually. That could be real important as Corsa can now return fire, and TNT is now going to push Vetso. Nice tracking shot there.
Yeah, but it's not going to save Vetso for more than a few seconds. He might try and get up on the mountain, but Vetso is going to use his last shots onto the track. That means he's going to go down here in a second. There's a still on reload. Haiba is full HP though, and that's everything that really matters. And now Gorsa's on reload, but it's all on Haiba. Haiba needs to find Hate here. If he does, then this game is going to be going back towards the side of Kasna crew.
Haiba does spot Hate. He's going to come around there and he's going to get that killing shot. Hate's going to give him a little bit of a rope-a-dope. Haiba is able to get a connecting shot, takes a bit of damage in return for it. TNT is still coming back into it, still on a knife edge right now.
Yeah, but the thing is they did enough damage to Haiba. Haiba had to be pretty much full HP to win this game. Now Tian will control this. Corster is a one-shot, yes, but the mouse will be able to control most of the battlefield. And if Kasna crew wants to win, they need to put somebody on the cap, which then again leaves the mouse to rotate everywhere he wants. And yeah, Kasna crew might be able to rotate out of this, but don't forget, the thing that Kurster could do right now is you pull back Chan all the way towards H2, H3, and you put Kurster in one of the bushes, one of the standard bushes used by teams. If he does that, and the mouse will be able to shoot on everything he spots, therefore they can't do anything, and that's really what they should be doing. Kurster should be going for one of the bushes, because then they cannot capture base number 2.
Would you say that Kasna stand a better chance keeping the batchas together or splitting them up to try and get different angles?
I don't think they really stand a chance either way, because if Kurster plays it well, then they're not going to be able to get into base number 2. I don't like him sitting that far away. I would have taken the risk of putting him in a bush, but obviously this way can work out as well. The only thing that needs to happen is Chan needs to keep his distance from these batchats.
Yep, they're pushing in. Capsucker, he is spotted. He spots Ders in return for that. He's going to push a little bit forward now. Keep them vision. Haiba is sweeping around him. I think he kind of knows that that's coming. He knows that they wouldn't be split too far. Haiba is on the edge of the cap circle, not going into it at the moment. That would give away his position as well. He's going to try and... They're going to try and double peek here. But
yeah,
the minute someone peeks, then you've got Corsa. I mean, Corsa's going to go down as soon as he spots someone.
Haiba's pushing in now. He has to.
Corsa needs to get a kill on Haiba now.
He does.
He does. Okay, so Ders can clip out into TNT, but Corsa can get shots into Ders from this position.
Yeah, and Ders doesn't have enough ammo to kill him either. He has 2 more shots available. If he connected all shots, he would still probably be on a 1-shot, so that he can just sit here. Chan takes the damage.
Missed his shot. TNT gets a shot into Ders. He gets the kill. Yato Gaming bringing this one back 4-3. They are not done and dusted yet. This is actually
Imagine if they won their Ghost Town round.
Yeah, imagine if they didn't throw that steps round.
That too, but it's 4-3. It's not over yet.
And to be fair, the first one that they won
what
on
they
Ghost
need
Town
is
was really close.
they need a tiebreaker win. Because Kasna is getting 1 point no matter what happens. If they lose this match, they're getting 1 point. And then EL Gaming needs to...
Don't make me count, Daki, please.
I wonder.
please.
I wonder what our tiebreaker rules are again. I forgot. Really?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
That's why I'm not in charge of writing
I don't
rules.
remember. But all I know is if Yato wants to go through directly without having to look at tiebreaker rules, is then they need to win this in tiebreaker, and then EL Gaming needs to knock out Kasna without Kasna taking 4 rounds.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I mean, 3-4. It's going well. It's going well. Both our predictions are out the window. You can still say mine was closer.
Mine is closer
It's
no
always
matter
going
what.
to be. It's going to be no matter what.
Well, the thing is, you said 5-1 because then I had to say 5-0 because then yours would be closer if it was anything more than 0. So
5-0 should never really go for.
So don't give me that. You know, yours is the closest because that's why you said 5-1 because it's the score in between. If it's 5-0, you win. If it's 5-2, well, you probably still win.
Okay. Okay. I just want to beat the lobster, to be honest. I just don't like it when the lobster takes my pick. It just does my head in. I'm like, okay, Daki, here we're gonna go. We're gonna go with the lobster before we go on. Actually, here's what we do next, right? Next time we're gonna go our predictions first, then we're gonna see what Tomato goes for. That'll be interesting.
Well,
But we're probably gonna pick the same team for the next one anyway. So let's jump into this one. It's round 2. Muravanka, Kasna Crew currently leading Yato Gaming 4-3. And well, there's an LTTB coming out, and is it going to work in their favour again? Because last time,
It did not, but
are Kasna going to try and rush? Are they going to try and
they're
do
playing
it?
with that T32 again, Kasna Crew, which means they have to put bad shots in the bushes. They're probably not going to rush.
32? Oh,
He goes to J1. We have seen this before from Kasna Crew even, but Yato Gaming is sticking together for now, wondering what they are going to go for.
Yato Gaming.
They have less mouses than last time, let's put it like that.
That's true. That's true. Stefan going with a really bold scout here, pushing really aggressively, actually.
Well, look at Kasna Crew. They have an STRV, a bat, and 2 more bat shots. 2 of those on K.
Nice.
J,
Corsa. Stefan
J8.
spotted. Stefan guesses he's going to roughly know where that came from. Gets away safely. No connections onto him.
But this is the thing. Kasna Crew is defending that eastern side in a way that Yato Gaming will never get close enough to actually do something about it. Because obviously, putting bad shot in bushes is not something you would like to do. It's not something I'd like to do either. So they're defending there with 2 bad shots and an STRV behind some bushes. Kind of a trap. STRV can spot for himself and can also bounce most of the shots. But I wonder what this T32 is actually going to do if there's a mouse in the cap.
Yeah. He's going to say, guys, there's a mouse in the cap. And I think that's about it. He's not going to be able to get any kind of reset. A little zoom in point there on Kasna Crew's awesome team logo there. And exactly as you predicted again, Daki, looks like we're going to get a mouse in the cap.
Well, it's the correct play, but the correct play is also to push 1-2 line at the same time, kill Diplomat rather quickly, without losing too much HP. Because if that T32 goes down, you put 2 mouses in the cap, Highball will have to push closer, and then you just make sure that you can't get resetted from the eastern side, because they know that it's open.
Yep.
They've left it open on purpose, and they're going for the triple cap, and Kasna will have to react quickly.
They're going in for the mouse. They're sending in the LTTB and 2 bat chats as well. Diplomat can't reset the mouse. Diplomat is getting focused at the moment. Shot coming on over from the back lines there, 5-11. Kasna Crew are going to rotate around to come in from the EF line for the resets. HE from Diplomat into the mouse. Nicely done.
Yeah, but that Kasna Crew will be back on time to reset Dory at least, but Diplomat can't keep peeking over here, but he has to. But as soon as those bat shots start clipping from the eastern side, the reaction should be there to push across, up and over in towards Haiba. At least they would have. There we go. Diplomat gets the spot, and he will get the reset at least.
Gets a hit into the LTTB there, as Dares is going to be the one pushing in. Kaizu as well coming over the top, TNT, and trying to hold off the remaining tanks here. Dares actually taking a bit of damage as he pushes in there. Diplomat down now to a 1-shot, 142 health. Dares backing off. Everyone spotted as Bang now pushes in, kills Diplomat. Vetso's taking a lot of damage in return as well. So is Dares. They're focusing on him at the moment. And Yato Gaming are in complete control of the situation.
Don't forget, the capture is still on, and Kasna Crew have kind of backed off again, and they're not winning the trade so far either. They're down on HP. They're getting outplayed everywhere. 8 seconds left, and Kaizu has to go in for the reset.
Kaizu's having to come in round the back here, and they're just going to turn. Haiba's about to go down. It's 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Kaizu with the last minute reset, but he didn't hit the right tank. Now he does. There's a last-minute reset from Kasna Crew, but now they're going to focus the guns
doesn't
on
matter.
Kaizu. Kaizu's dying for the reset. Yato have yet to lose the tank. Kasna Crew have lost 3. Oh, sorry, they've lost 2. They're about to lose their 3rd, and Kasna Crew are getting absolutely pummeled right now by Yato Gaming for this round.
Yato Gaming showing that their first match was a fluke, are giving it and bringing it to Kasna Crew, who have not looked like the team we know them from the season whatsoever. Throughout this entire match, they've gotten 3 free rounds, but it's not going to be enough, and I think Yato might do it in tiebreaker.
This is going the distance. We are going to be going 4-4. It's going to be going into a tiebreaker right now. Yato Gaming in complete control. Corsair, the only tank they've lost, which is their LTTB, which is their light. They're going to cap out. We're down to 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is it. It's going to be Yato Gaming coming back into this match. We're going into tiebreaker, which, again, is actually going to be Muravanka.
Which Yato Gaming have
Just
won
1-2-0.
1-0. This is a disappointing Kasna Crew. Gotta say it like it is. This is a very disappointing Kasna Crew. They've got pretty much, they had a free win on Himmelsdorf. They had a free win on Steps. They had 3 free wins on Steps. They had 3 free wins. Himmelsdorf was a throwaway round. We both saw that. And the both Steps were pretty much given by Yato Gaming. Any other round that was kind of close has gone the way of Yato Gaming. Ghost Town went the way of Yato Gaming. One Ghost Town went the way of Kasna Crew. But everything else, Kasna's getting outplayed.
That was, yeah, there's no 2 ways around that one. Yato Gaming baited them in. They focused on Diplomat, they took out Diplomat. Ders came in at the back, Ders started to take a lot of damage. Then Vetzel took some damage, then eventually our last minute reset was needed from Kaizu. Kaizu got the reset, fantastic, was needed, but then he died almost immediately for that. So on the 2 shots he got out, he then died. Yato Gaming then had, by that time they had 2 tanks dead for Kasna. Barely anyone in Yato had taken any damage.
Listen, tiebreaker Muravanka, Yato gets to pick the side and Yato chose attack.
Interesting. They're probably going to go hyper aggressive.
We'll find out. They might bring the same lineup though. Kasna Crew is the one that has to adapt right now. Yato Gaming can bring the same lineup, the same tactic, even if they want to. Kasna Crew will have to be the one to adapt, which is probably the hardest.
The interesting thing as well is that they knew the tiebreaker map in advance. They had plenty of time to talk about team lineups, so it's not like we have a lot of the time when we get to tiebreaker, there's sometimes a bit of a delay for the teams to make their lineups, but this is LAN. They don't have that luxury to kind of stall it.
I'm excited.
If you like. I'm really looking forward to this one, because if Kasna Crew lose this one, then there's going to be a hell of a match tomorrow against EL Gaming, because essentially it becomes a must-win for both of them to protect their place, because Kasna Crew...
No, it's only a must-win for Kasna Crew.
Well, EL Gaming just want to win, because EL Gaming want to win the
but
league.
they don't have to win.
But they want to win the group, surely.
Yeah, but it's not a must-win.
Oh, okay, well, it's a very important game. I mean, every game's important, but this was a game that everyone kind of handed to Kasna Crew. Kasna Crew looked super strong. Teams are ready to go. Let's see how this one goes, Daki. It's make or break time, and it is the same lineup here from Yato.
I don't blame them for that one.
Double STRV from Kasna.
Double STRV from Kasna Crew with an Object 416. We have to see where the Object 416 goes. He might be going to E1 or a position like such, but he can also obviously be in the bushes towards the eastern side. They might try a similar trap to what they did before, but seeing as Yato Gaming went for the cap, I very much doubt Kasna's going to be putting so much tanks towards the east. I'd be surprised if they do at the very least.
I can see Kasna Crew just going for a hyper defensive line on number 1 base to stop that again.
But this time they're putting Stefan over there in the 113.
Hate and Corsair are going hyper aggressive down the bottom. Rest of the tanks from Yato, actually only the Mouse going on the 1-2 line, and everything else coming down the 7-8 line, and they have a free reign. This looks like a rope-a-dope from Yato here.
Oh, we'll find that out if they can find a spotter in the bushes, because there's an STRV and there's a 416. It's not one spotter, it's 2 spotters. And Stefan will go towards that E1 position.
And here's the problem earlier on, when Yato played against EL Gaming having a STRV in that bush, they just drove up to him and stopped and didn't do anything. Stefan takes a shot already and gets ammo racked, repairs that instantly. So Yato, if they're going to push the K line and they see that STRV, hopefully they'll decide to rush it this time, not just stand in front of it and get shot.
Stefan only knows so far that there's 1 mouse there. 2 of them didn't get spotted, so then some nice early damage at least on towards that 113. But now
We have to see if Yato can find the spotters in the bushes.
Haiba in a jungle here, actually. He's got a huge amount of bushes covering his area. Yuzni's actually backing off now along the K line. And this is bold from Yato, actually, because they're playing a slow-paced game and they chose to attack. So if they lose this one, you know, you have to think in the back of your mind, they must have had something planned here. They must have, you know, what is their angle here?
They're already pulling back towards the 1-2 line. They want to kill Stefan somehow, but there's a bad chat and an STRV behind him. If that is just going to work out like that, I don't know. I don't think so.
It was a smart move from Kasna, to be honest. I think taking the two S-tanks. They're just going to park the bus and say, okay, you want to attack, come at us, and we're not going to spread out like last time.
Well, we'll find out if it's actually going to work like that. But Jantian so far is getting wrecked in his mouse, at least.
So they're pushing in. Oh, the Batchats are moving over now. Diplomat shooting into that area. He's lit, so they know where they are. Two tanks of Yato are lit. Yato looks like they're going to want to push down that line, and this could be suicidal when they choose to do so.
Yeah, especially because there's two bad shots there, so that is going to be the question. But now, those two mouses, Lucian and Reflection, are starting to push up on the 3 line. It's actually caused a relocation coming out from Kaizu as well, who's gone a little bit more back now. So that kind of leaves Stefan by himself almost. Looking at it, I mean, it's not really peeking there either.
Nice connection there onto a Reflection there from Diplomat, playing peekaboo over the middle area here. TNT is lit as well. There's a cap circle being started. It was Corsair just going in, perhaps acting as a distraction. Lucian now taking damage. Diplomat trading exceptionally well here, able to get damage out and not take any in return.
I wonder what the side of Yato is waiting for right now, because they're sacrificing this HP almost on purpose. I wonder what they're waiting for. Lucian is now going to push up. I really do think they want to get Stefan somehow, but the question is, how much HP will they actually trade to get him?
Stefan is spotted, but no one has shots on him. I think the problem is that Yato, big deflection there from Diplomat onto Reflection. I think the danger here is that Yato just don't have a plan. Like, for whatever reason, they chose to go aggressive. Diplomat and TNT in trading here, but it's going in Diplomat's favour because it's like the first shot he's more or less taken in this trade. Double cap, so they're trying to split the attention right now. Interesting.
Well, they've actually gotten into the eastern cap, the number 2 base, without getting spotted. So now Kasna crew has to wonder what's going on. How many batches do they have over there? Because those batches, Dory, Bang, and Hate have not been spotted
the entire time. This is interesting. Lucian is spotted and reset. Haiba at some point is going to have to make a move in Corsair. They're going to be arguing with each other whether it is the light or whether it's one of the Batchats or whether there's other Batchats hanging in the woods waiting to kill anyone that pushes in. This is a real mind game here for Kasna.
I like it, because now they're pushing 1-2 line and Stefan is out of position.
Now they know the Batchats are there, so at what point is Haiba and Yuzny rush over and try and kill Corsair? Because they're going to try and get the drop on Stefan. Bang's taking a lot of damage for this pushing in though. Hate and Dory are going to kill Stefan here. He's going to get dropped, so tank advantage here to Yato Gaming. Can he focus the rest of the guns? They're going into Dares at the moment. He has a dead gunner. Can he focus shots into him? Kaizu is taking damage at the same time as well. Everyone's backing off as Vetso gets the kill on Bang, so we are tank for tank at the moment. Kasna's lost a 1-1-3. Yato Gaming's lost a Batchat.
Yeah, but I'd say so far Kasna have gotten the worst of this at least. Haiba's in problem as well behind those houses. Still, those mouses are over there. Will the LTTB, and there's still 4 minutes and 40 seconds left. And so far, Yato Gaming in prime position even in this tiebreaker round, and they still have the cap going, and they have the positions, and this will force Kasna crew into a push almost, which they don't want to make.
Kasna crew have committed 3 tanks to the south of the map here to try and get rid of Corsair. He's holding back 3 tanks. Yuzny takes damage in his S-tank. Can the rest of the tanks from Yato take advantage of this? Kaizu is in a great defensive position here. Corsair continuing to harass them at the bottom of the map. 192 there into Haiba. Yuzny's taking more damage in the S-tank. Yato are really pressuring Kasna right now.
Yato are really giving it to Kasna right now. It's almost to say, and look at the HP deficit. Yato is ahead now. Vetso's taking so much on the crossing. These mouses are making it work. And now The cap is still going on the other side, and I don't know. This is not looking good for Kasna.
This is, they just poke each way, like they go on base 1, they go on base 2, they go on base 1, they go on base 2. Now, Corsa has completely backed off. Vetso's going fishing, he's looking for him. Haiba's going looking for him. Vetso sees him, but he's nowhere near. He's getting led in a wild goose chase right now. Corsa can make this run for as long as possible. He is going to go down here, but this is taking Vetso out of the fight. It's giving information to Yato. Yato need to press the advantage on the other side. They've just lost the tank for nothing now.
Yeah, they now need to use Dory and Hate somehow, and Kaizo is still looking towards the cap here. That doesn't go through on towards his armor either. Kasna has even the game auto right now, and that's the difficulty, because now Vetso has free reign on that eastern side.
This was the thing. If Corsa could have stayed alive, he could have continued to distract Kasna. He could have continued to pull their attention away from base number 1. But now they're going to try and triple cap it with multiple mouse. Diplomat's going to come round. They didn't track him. He's going to get a reset in. The Batchats now are going to try and push up into Kaizu and get him killed, but they're going to focus into Dory. Kaizu takes one of the shots from the mouse. He's going to get shot into Hate or Dory as they push over here. Gets one into Dory. Hate's probably going to go down for this. He does, as Haiba picks up the kill. Dory's going to come over next. But look at this. Look at the backfire there from Kasna crew. They had great covering fire for the remaining of the tanks. They're going to take this one. They're going to win the match. They're going to win the round. And again, Kasna crew proving that they can survive tiebreakers and win them.
Yeah, Yato Gaming losing that LTTB forced them into a reaction I don't think they wanted to take. When he went down, I don't know why he was staying around there. They tried to rush 1-2 line, and that was obviously not the right thing to do. Kasna crew holding on, but it's going to have to be a lot better in the future.
Yep, definitely Kasna crew need to work on that. Everyone expected him to win against Yato much easier than that, rather than go into a tiebreaker. But them's the breaks. At the end of the day, they're the ones standing. They are going to pick up points for this, but they still have to make sure that they
need to beat TL Gaming now if they want to.
Kind of need to secure it, yeah. Definitely.
If they don't beat TL Gaming, they're going to meet a hard opponent. If they beat TL Gaming, they're probably going to get Elevate.
And unfortunately, that is Yato's grand finals already at an end, and we've only 3 matches in of the grand finals.
Yeah, Kasna cannot be happy with that one. Let's be honest about it. They've lost every single close round. They've actually lost. And the three of the 4 rounds they've gotten, well, they've won 2 close rounds, but they've lost about 4 of them. And they've gotten 3 free wins, pretty much. The 2 steps rounds were just throwaway rounds from Yato, where they didn't really get into the game. And then the Himmelsdorf defense round from Yato was a throwaway round as well. Kasna, we have high hopes for them in this tournament, but hopefully
that wasn't convincing.
Hopefully this was first game nerves, because if they're going to play like this against a more difficult opponent, they're going to get whooped.
Yeah, I mean, there was some nice things to take from it. There was some nice damage done. There was some nice plays for sure. Get himself in good positions, nice artillery damage from Yuzne, some nice plays on the various maps. They did do well for themselves. You would expect them just to be playing better than they were. Yato certainly gave as good as they got. It wasn't that... I mean, it's unfair for Yato to be critical of Kasna so much, because Yato actually played really damn well to get where they were.
Yeah, Yato played really well in this match at least, and they almost deserved more. If they didn't have such a few throwaway rounds, then they could have won that game.
Yeah, I mean, Kasna crew took the 2 rounds in steps. They had the lead there at 4-2. We went into Muravanka, then Yato brought both rounds
even
back.
This last one, I think a few mistakes costed Yato a lot. But Kasna crew doing what they're supposed to do, proving that the tilt...
They never do it easy, Kasna crew. They never do it the easy
proving
way.
that the tilt, they can come back from it, which is more than they've done in the past.
Throughout the season, they had a lot of experience of playing tiebreakers and winning them. You know, they drilled down hard. They earned it. I mean, if you get to tiebreaker, even if you're 4-0 up and then you lose those next 4 rounds, you go into tiebreaker, you win the tiebreaker, then fair play to you, you know?
Well, that was Kasna Yato.
Yep, Kasna Yato that has been done. Now the next one is going to be interesting. It's going to be a Cold War revival as we see Tornado Energy taking on Eclipse at CIS versus North America. Again, we're going to have a little break. We'll be right back after it, so don't go anywhere.
He's going to be punished severely for this act of seconds there, nuclear cap.
Chrysler Grand Final.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Wargaming.net League Grand Finals 2017. If you're joining us, my name is Ektar. Joining me here is Decisive, and we are 3 matches in out of 6, and we're going to go for our 4th one now.
Yep, 3 matches to go so far. Things went the way we expected, other than this last one,
The scores, the predictions right out the window.
which was almost the first upset at this grand final. Somehow Kasna always seems to get them in trouble when they play against APAC teams. Reflection has something there. Kasna has to reflect on themselves after that match, because if they play like this, like I said, we know they can play much better than that. That's the thing. They should never win never lose so many close rounds.
Definitely, definitely. Now, if you're just joining us, our first match of the day was EL Gaming versus Yato. EL Gaming won that one 5-2. Then we had Navi versus Brainstorm, which was
5-0.
5-0. There we go, just checking. Daki's on with it. And now recently we just had Kasna Crew versus Yato, which went all the way into a tiebreaker where Kasna Crew were able to finish that one. It was on a knife edge. It was a very close...
It was more than that. It was almost lost at one point, honestly.
The entire trade between these two teams was fantastic. It was some really nice play. To be honest, a lot of the time there were some bad plays that kind of let the other teams into it. But
there was a lot of
individual.
There was a lot of good rounds in there. There's 3 rounds you just shouldn't watch. Just skip past the last Himmelsdorf and the first 2 steps.
Himmelsdorf was one of the Himmelsdorf was really
The
good.
first Himmelsdorf was really good.
Yeah.
The second one wasn't.
Rubbish,
Steps wasn't either. But all the other rounds were really high level, especially also from Yato, because they won those rounds. So they played better, obviously.
Yep.
The last Muravanka round was also a very close one, where it looked like Yato was running away with it until 1 or 2 plays from Kasna saved the day and forced Yato into something they didn't want to do. But that is that. This is Tornado Energy versus Eclipse, and this is going to be a tough one for Eclipse.
For sure. Yep. Tornado Energy looking absolutely dominating right now. They look like an absolute Russian powerhouse. This is Rocky 4 in a way. You know, this is it. Everything's set up for it.
Eclipse is going to have to show the best ball of tanks.
Is Eclipse going to be Rocky Balboa, or is Eclipse going to be Apollo Creed? You know?
They're going to have to put the best lot of tanks they've ever played on the show here if they want to win this one.
Indeed, indeed. Now, Eclipse, they came 2nd place, North America. They were in Grand Finals last season.
They've had a rough season, though. They've had a very rough season. Lost Grand Finals, then, did they go down against Kasna Crew?
Yes.
Yes, it was Kasna
And it was
Crew.
really close as well.
It was really close as well. Kasna always seems to struggle somehow. But yeah, Eclipse, it's been a team that's had a rough time this last season because of so many roster changes. They made it work. The finals got really close against Elevate as well. They probably could have even done much better than what was shown, because a lot of rounds were really close. But they've done well to do what they did with the roster changes they had to do, honestly.
Indeed. And for anyone not familiar with Eclipse, here's a little video to remind you.
Eclipse is a former champion of the WLNA. Taken first at the Vegas finals in 2016 under the leadership of T1 Diabetic, the team has been a force to be reckoned with in the WLNA. Since their championship run, Eclipse has been overshadowed by Elevate. Most notably, 4 out of the 7 starting players from Eclipse have taken their skills elsewhere and pushed Eclipse into maintenance mode. It wasn't until Season 2 Finals 2017 that Eclipse took 2nd and looked like the Eclipse that had previously dominated the North American region. Eclipse, though, is for sure an underdog going into the Grand Finals.
Now, Eclipse, like I said, been here before. They were here last season. There was a lot of hope put on their shoulders. They came through from Silver Series. They went all the way through Gold Series.
Yeah.
They won their Gold Series previous season. But this
They weren't
season,
ready last season, and this season, like I said, they've had a lot of roster changes. 4 of their players from last season went on to what we know the current team is Elevate, former Apex, former Noble Gaming, former T1 Cunningham. So yeah, they go a long way back, but obviously those players are also featured at the Grand Finals here. It's Wallhacks, Oxmatis, Vetroxity, and Bread Emperor God. Bread is his full name for some reason. We'll just call him Bread because he's not a
It's
god.
not going to call him God or Emperor.
Unless he
yeah.
proves himself a god, he shall be named as Bread
What's
amongst
a,
us mortals.
What's a god to a non-believer, Daki, yeah?
But yeah, so they've had a rough time. They've had to adapt. Tigers wasn't in the lineup anymore when Wallax and etc. were playing because he was leading the team. Then he came back. They've added some other players for the finish. Also, a lot of experience has been at the grand finals here with the Simp team from before. So they have experience at these grand finals. Not all of them obviously do. They have EXO and Nonik No Skill, who weren't playing at the grand finals, and then Ledif as well.
Yep, they've got a lot of changes now. Again, Matt had a chance to speak to the team, so he actually had a sit-down chat or stand-up chat with Eclipse. So let's listen into how that interview went.
Master Pupil is here with me before their first game of the grand finals. How's the team of Eclipse feeling getting ready for all of this in Moscow?
I think we're feeling pretty confident. We've been practicing pretty much day in, day out, getting ready for this kind of thing. At this point, we're kind of just relaxing, kind of waiting for our games, and we'll just see how it goes from there.
Your preparation right here hasn't been ideal, though. I know one player lost his luggage, and then we've got to talk about this.
Yeah, well, I had a fight with the Sauna, and Sauna won. And basically what I wanted to do was put some water on the rocks, and the steam decided that was a bad idea, came right at me. Thank God I've got ninja-like reflexes, and I got out before I got too burned, but you know what happens.
You weren't playing in this game, though, anyway, so you're feeling like if it's going to happen to anybody, you might as well take it for the team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm a team player 100%. I mean, that's why I'm on this team. So, you know, I took one for the team, and they thanked me for it afterwards.
Your first game's against Tornado Energy. Of course, we know them as Hellraisers from previous seasons. Out of them and Na'Vi, you think that Tornado Energy are actually the world's best team?
Yeah, I mean, they go back and forth. But personally, I think they've got the younger players, and I feel like they mesh with each other a little better. So I feel like they come out on top.
So how are you going to beat them?
We're just going to play our game. We're going to make sure we stick to our strats and make sure we don't get into that kind of fighting and yelling match as we did in last grand finals.
All right. Well, any messages of support for everybody who's rooting for Eclipse?
I'd like to thank all of our fans and friends and family, of course, and to all the people who who were wishing me luck on getting better with this. Thank you, and I think that's it.
Well, there we go. Eclipse looking forward to this season's Grand Finals.
I just want to say Matt Andrews is a
Andrews is savage.
He's
like,
savage,
you know,
dude.
it's
That
like,
was
it's unfortunate.
the guy just burnt his hand. He's like, let me roast you twice.
Let me just burn you again. You know, it doesn't matter. You're not playing.
That was a solid 10. That was pretty good burn.
I know. Well, I mean, he's there as a substitute. He could have been playing. They can always swap in a substitute. Different matches, not obviously when the match is underway.
Now the term giving a hand kind of comes to, because he can't give the other
He'll
one.
be lending a hand, that's all he can do, yeah.
It's just one hand, most likely.
Okay, now, it's interesting what you were saying about how the team has to be careful not to descend into what they did last season, which was lots of arguments, and you could kind of see that on stage. You could see the anger.
That was even him that got rather frustrated. Master Pupil, he was in the video. It was the guy throwing off his headphones.
Headset, for the video. I can remember it was the young lad that was there, Peppers, I think it might have been.
Tigers.
No, not Tigers. There was another one. The one Mort it was. Mort was actually his dad we were talking to in a hotel. And he was saying how he was really down in the dumps. He was up in his hotel room, and it was me and Anfield said, "Oh, you should tell him to come down." And he came down like, "Dude, like, don't be so down. Like, you guys played really well. It's your first international tournament. You had a great season before. Like, don't beat yourself up." And afterwards, people were like, "Wow, like you really lifted the guy's spirit up." And his dad was really happy that these people were saying like, "Hey, like your son played really awesome." So, yeah, hopefully the players won't let it go to their head. They'll keep calm. But I mean, it's easy to say that behind the camera. I've never been up on stage playing for money, so.
I have. And I've lost.
You've lost. And you never get vocal, do you, when you lose, Daki?
Dude, I am the most calm person ever as team leader.
Just if you find any pictures of Daki online at tournaments, he's wearing a big pink fluffy hat.
And he usually looks pretty angry.
You look really angry. Now let's have a closer look at the lineup actually here of Eclipse, because you were talking, Daki, about the roster changes, and we have seen some people who weren't in the main lineup but coming back into it. For example, like Dark God Zim wasn't like necessarily playing first team New York, for example.
No, he was busy as well. He didn't play most of the, not last season, but the season before, season 1, when the likes of Wallx and etc. are there, because he's usually a tier 8 player, and so is Wallhax. So that conflicted over there. For the finish, Darkozim, Drog, I don't think, no, Drog is going to be playing Master Pupil, is not going to be playing Ledif, Tigers. And then there's one more
No
player,
Nick, no skill.
Exo.
Exo, no Nick, no skill, yeah.
Exo is going to be playing. I don't see no Nick, no skill, which is surprising because I think he played at the
I
finals.
think it's just, I mean, it's not, the 7 we're seeing
No,
here
no,
is
but
not
he's not
necessarily,
even. He's not even in the team.
He's not even in the team. Okay, that's interesting.
So I don't think he's going to be playing, which is interesting because I'm fairly certain he played at the finals. But
yeah, he was one of the,
Exo
stronger
wasn't playing.
players.
Exo wasn't playing due to.
It was. I have note down for myself. Personal point to note is Leadif and T1 Diabetic as players to watch for in Eclipse. Especially with Leadif as well. A lot of people have been
Ledif.
talking Ledif. My
I think
bad.
it's Ledif.
That's
I'm
how we
not
say it
sure.
in Scotland. I don't know. I'm just going with it.
Yeah, Ledif was in 07 this season. He
Standout
switched.
player for them. Yeah.
Yeah, he switched over after some unfortunate circumstances with EXO, so they needed a replacement player. And then he came into the lineup. He was playing for a 7. He was their star player, and he's been doing okay so far in Eclipse. You can't really expect much of. You can obviously expect some things, but you can't expect like all peaking performances from a guy that has joined the team in the last 6 months.
Now, their opponents are going to be the CIS season champions, Tornado Energy. And well, Daki, you're going to struggle to find something bad to say about this team, really, aren't you?
Yeah, Tornado Energy, what can you say about them? They're a masterclass team. They're just amazing. The way they outplayed Navi as well at the season finals, even in the last round on Prokhorovka, going all aggressive, catching out Navi. They have the individual skill and the reactions to make any opponent shiver as soon as they enter the stage or the room. They are just individual, one-for-one superstars.
Yep.
And then as a team, they have the captain Nesqui as well, who tells them what to do. Because I was talking to Apawa after the finals, and it was Nesqui that said we should push very aggressive on the east on Prokhorovka, and the entire team asked why, and he said, just listen to me and do it. And they went to do it, and they won the round. So he's a formidable captain as well, and he's guided them through Championship Rumble, and now as well this season finals, and perhaps maybe even a grand finals.
Grand finals again. It's really interesting. So for those not familiar with Tornado Energy, here's a little recap to let you know more about them.
Tornado Energy is the world champion of 2015, one of the most experienced teams of the league. Having won in the Champions Rumble, the teams showed a somewhat unstable game during the second season. However, at the LAN finals, the team was more powerful than ever, completely defeating NSS and Navi on the way to the title of the champion of Season 2. Now these guys are on the rise, and the main question is whether they have enough views to successfully complete the battles during the grand finals.
Tornado Energy. When we had them here for the CIS season finals, they looked relaxed the entire time. Awesome team motto of don't just win, do damage. So they always want to get one over on other teams. They want to show how powerful they are.
Don't just win, do damage. As a fellow friend of mine would like to say, damage is damage.
Winning is winning.
He also says, I have too much WNA to be... But let's keep that for another time.
Okay, now let's actually talk a bit more in detail about Tornado Energy and the players that they have here. Because you were saying superstar lineup, and really it is hard to pick a player individually from the team where you can say, this guy stands out. Okay,
Apo, Griffon,
everyone. Everyone
on their given day. This is not the starting 7 because Bayar is the manager. We are missing Server. Server is the most recent addition to the team.
Yeah.
We were wondering how he was going to do, but he did very well at the Championship Rumble and the last season finals. Obviously, this team has a lot of experience. Apowow, he was in Supreme, and he was also in School Bus from the EU region, for the people that remember him.
Yeah.
I think at one point, even very, very far in the distance, he was in Virtus, but I'm not sure about that. Near You was obviously also in School Bus, then went to went to Hellraisers at the time. Left
Yep.
school bus to go to Hellraisers. Then we have Griffon, who was also in Supreme, and before that he was in GGWP, another European superstar team. And then we have, am I missing somebody? I don't think I'm missing somebody.
Miyu, Griffon.
Oh yeah, Diador, obviously.
Diador, obviously, yeah.
Diador
Obviously.
was in Hellraisers, left to Hellraisers to go to Tornado Rocks, where they won the Continental Rumble. That was in Poznan, where they defeated, I think it was Virtus Pro at the time they defeated, or Wombats on Tanks they were
And-
called. So he has a lot of experience as well. Left Hellraisers, went to Tornado Rocks, and then came back to Hellraisers.
Hellraisers obviously now being renamed as Tornado Energy, Tornado Rocks and Tornado Energy not being the same team, so it is always important to remember to say Energy or Rocks at the end, and not just Tornado, so people get confused. Now, I mean, these guys are the ones to beat. These are the favourites, pretty much, to take the grand finals this season. Arguably, everyone's expecting them to go up against Navi in the final. If that does happen, it will be absolute mayhem at the Ice Palace. In front of a Russian crowd, both teams will be absolutely desperate to win that one. It's probably going to mean the most to them.
It's the two most popular Russian teams.
Yeah. So it's hype. It is big. It is huge. World of Tanks in Russia. It is a big thing for each of these teams, and they will be making sure that they can get through to that stage. So, Daki, let's have a look and see what the map picks are going to be. It's going to be Eclipse with the first ban, and then it's going to be Tornado.
Runeberg, not a map you want to play against Tornado Energy whatsoever. They are probably very, very strong on that individual skill and just overall as well. And then they were also the trendsetters with the mouses on Runeberg. They've defeated Navi on Runeberg. Their repertoire is just amazing on that map. Murovanka, they want to have nothing to do with that. Prokhorovka being picked as first map by Eclipse. I don't know how that's going to work out for them. It has been a good map for them, but it has been an amazing map for Tornado Energy. Tornado's going to be defending first now on Himmelsdorf coming out, playing Himmelsdorf against the Russian team. We can already write down 2-0 there.
Bold. They're probably thinking maybe we can get it for the second round bans.
Ghost down, no surprising ban. No matter what anybody's stats are on it, you don't really want to play it against a team with that amount of individual skill and team coordination, because I'll say it again, Ghost down, it all depends on the individual plays, the team coordination, and people talking to each other, and Tornado Energy would just be amazing on that one. Steps being banned out by Tornado. We saw when Kasna and Yato played it, how it's going to be played out now. Tornado want to have nothing to do with that one. Cliff coming out then, picked by Tornado Energy with Eclipse defending first. That is, again, a map that you can bunker down on, which should favor Tornado Energy, but they can also go super aggressive, which again favors Tornado Energy. Mines coming out. Now that is a map where I think Eclipse is going to pick up at least one round.
If it gets to that stage.
Yeah, if it gets to that stage. Tiebreaker Prokhorovka again. So let's say Prokhorovka, Eclipse needs at least one round on that one, for sure. Because Himmelsdorf, I don't believe in them. I'm very sorry. Forgive me, Randall, James.
Rockstar and Rukil, for anyone who doesn't know their first names. Right, and now I said we're going to do this again. Before we go to our good friend Tomato, your predictions for this one?
I'm going to go so against you.
Are you going to say
5-0 for Tornado?
You're going to go for a 5-0. I'm going to go for a 5-1. Just that way, no matter what the result is, if it's not 5-0.
I am very, very sorry to anybody I have offended now, but 5-0, it's Tornado Energy.
Taking nothing away.
They are the prime favorite to win this grand final.
Yeah, taking nothing away from Eclipse, these are the guys who, even when we had our best European teams go against them, they got spanked. So taking nothing from Eclipse, Tornado are the favourites to win the grand finals. I'm going to say 5-1. I think it can maybe go 5-2. They can maybe surprise them. But I'm going to give the win to Tornado as well. Now, let's have a check-in to see what Tomato, the Lobster, and what his predictions are.
Somehow I feel there's somebody standing there on the side, shaking something like, come. Because this
Lobster is going to be 3 for 3. It's going to be 4 for 4, actually.
I'm going to be 4 for 4.
The Lobster's going to be 4 for 4.
Tomato the Lobster is going to be 4 for 4, yes. Probably.
Wow.
The
This
feeling
is-
when Tomato the Lobster is a better predictor than Ryan Ektar Murphy, caster, professional caster for the WGLU boys.
As I keep saying, I don't pretend to be the expert here. That's why I have you and Mojo sitting beside me. That's what you're there for.
So what are you pretending to be?
I'm pretending to be a beard with a Scottish accent attached. It's working well for me so far.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't noticed.
Got it closer.
But yeah, so Eclipse needs what do they need to win this match? A lot of luck, to be honest. The best World of Tanks they've ever played.
And
There
this is big time Rocky 4. It's like I says, are we going to see
this
Rocky
is a
Balboa?
match really
or
where
are we
we
gonna see
it's a
Apollo
match
Creed?
where we really don't expect much from Eclipse. I want to see them just trying to play the best World of Tanks they've got into them. Try and make a name for themselves, show why they are at this grand finals, why they deserve to be here and represent the North American region as best as they can, which they have done throughout the past, the last grand finals as well. So I want them to give a strong showing. We don't expect them to win, obviously. We're going to have to go with Tornado Energy for that because that is just obvious and reasonable. But we want to see a good showing from both these teams. Even if it's even if it be 5-0, then at least hopefully some close rounds coming out from Eclipse, showing some fighting mentality.
That's what I was saying earlier on. Even though we get a lot of the time, we can get matches that are like 5-0, 5-2, 5-1. It looks like one team had a dominating win. But when you actually go down into the individual details of the battles, they can be won on like 500 HP. They can be won on a cap reset or a missed shot for a cap reset. Like the scoreline doesn't always reflect how the battles went. And certainly with Yato and Kasna crew, it looked like it was a super close game. But arguably, they were letting each other come back into the game. And there was lots of individual skilled plays that turned those matches. It was closer than it should have been and needed to be for either team. Either team could have walked away from that one 5-2, 5-3 easily.
Yeah, but it's a little bit of a different matchup mechanic.
It's going to be hard. I mean, if this was like, for example, Elevate Tornado Energy, you're still going to give it. I mean, realistically, if it's anybody Tornado Energy, you're going to give it to Tornado Energy.
Yeah,
Even
no
if
matter
it's
what.
Navi Tornado Energy, you're still going to say...
Well, I usually bias myself towards Navi, except for the season finals where I said Tornado Energy because I'm a traitor. I remember last grand finals. That one was easy to predict.
Yeah, I mean...
I got that one right up to the
that was
tiebreaker.
easy to predict. Oh, that was yeah. It could go that way. I mean,
We'll have to
I
see.
don't know. Eclipse have it all to play for sure. I mean, we kind of expect them to lose against Tornado Energy. Their next match is against Oops. It's Oops' first international tournament. Oops, we know ourselves, are a team capable of much greatness.
But I think Eclipse
they're
can
also
bring it a lot closer against
underperforming
Oops.
game. They can.
But they've reinforced their lineup now. They've
True,
had more
they've got
time.
Annihilator
They
now,
didn't
yeah.
really kick anybody after the season finals. They realized that they just played bad, to be honest, when talking to them. It wasn't just one guy. It was just, the complete team that was not up to point, not up to par, didn't show the mentality needed to win that one. So hopefully we'll see an Oops that is capable of doing the things we have expected them to do an entire season. And then if it comes against Eclipse, an Eclipse that's willing to win, that might actually be a very good match.
Because, I mean, between the group itself was Tornado Energy, Eclipse, Oops. Everyone expects Tornado Energy to win that group. But then as to who comes second, that's not set in stone. Like, each team could easily beat each other on the day. And it'll be a really interesting match when that one comes tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that one again as well. We've got a lot of really interesting matches that, like, the first place for most groups, you can say, like, okay, that team's going to get it. But the second place is not so sure. And those second place matches are going to be the really interesting ones, I think, over the course of the next 2 days.
Well, the decisive matches are always the most interesting one. The first match of a group can go either way, but when it matters, it's always a little bit more entertaining.
Definitely. That's when you see who cracks under pressure as well, and who can maintain under pressure, and who just implodes. Or that would be implode, that would be explode. My bad.
Yeah, imploding is...
Yeah, and...
Yeah. It's in the word, Ryan.
Right, now, our first map is going to be... Is it Prokhorovka?
Yes.
Okay.
You were slightly worried there,
That's
right?
because there's a delay from you and there's a delay here as well. I'm like, okay. So
I knew it was, but I just wanted to see the...
I was double checking as well. I'm like, Daki, don't put the fear in my eyes.
The fear.
Don't stuck in the light. With Tornado going to be on the defense and Eclipse
The only thing I'm curious in is what I'm going to be seeing here for tier 8s. To be honest, I think the openings will be standard. Light tanks not really have a role in this map because the way the map lends itself, there's no real flanking opportunities. Even in randoms, you have the standard lanes of approach. You have the 1-2 line lane, where you have tanks sitting up with a spotter up front. You have the middle lane
the
where
Kasna lane.
Yeah, you have the middle lane where the heavies just hold, kind of, and then you have like the 0 line where you have some mediums and such. It kind of plays out the same in ESL, let's be honest here. You always have some tanks in middle, some tanks 1-2 line, and some tanks towards the 0 line. So it's almost the same mechanic, which kind of doesn't leave light tanks, other than, for example, a tier 8 to be put in the bushes on the 0 line, a role in towards this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map I don't really expect any surprises on and new picks.
No,
really.
I feel like this is going to be pretty standard. We're going to be seeing some bad shots.
Maybe an RT.
Maybe an RT, maybe. That's also kind of unlikely. We can see some TDs and STRV, double STRV, a 263, for example, are all kind of picks that work on this map. But then you always have the bad shots and 1 or 2 1-1-3s. We've seen people play with mouses, but more and more people switched away from that and went towards the 1-1-1-3, 1 mouse setup.
Yeah, because the risk of the mouse is isolated wherever it is because of the rail tracks, because of the size of the map, and trying to come back and cover somewhere else. Now, what I was going to ask is, we used to see the grill getting played a lot on this map.
Yeah, it's just not as good anymore.
Is that because the grill itself got changed, or because the STRVs just
One,
does
the
a better
STRV
job?
got added, and 2, the gorilla got nerfed.
So
combination of factors.
and there's no, I mean, we've seen the objects sometimes Russian TD being
Object
used.
263 will still be used. We'll still see it on Prokhorovka. It's not a bad tank. It has some pretty decent armor. It can actually bounce some shots. It has a good gun as well. And the thing is, it can punch through the STRV armor.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's one of the only maps to actually see that vehicle being used.
Yeah, just because it's the only map that's really useful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you wouldn't, for example, see it on steps or something, whereas on steps you see like the
It's not
object
the same mechanic
mediums.
though, because on steps you don't need to counter an STRV.
True, true. That is a fair point. Well done, Daki. Well done.
Thanks. I try from time to time.
Time to time.
Usually on Mondays.
What's Tuesday? What's the problem?
Exactly.
Okay, we are about to get this match ready and underway. It is going to be, as we say, Tornado defending here on Prokhorovka. It's going to be the first time we've seen Prokhorovka today. Let's jump into the action. And let's actually have a look at these vehicle lineups as well, Daki. Oh, and the Bulldog's out.
Yeah, the M41 Bulldog, we probably will be using that with the single shooter. I'd be surprised if he uses the autoloader, because the way the gun stats are right now, it kind of forces people to use the single shooter to be more effective. Double E50M, one E50M on the side of Eclipse, which is not a surprise. We have seen that. But this Tornado Energy lineup in general is very, very, very aggressive. It looks like they want to go play in the center. They want to take a fight, a straight fight against Eclipse.
Yep, and it's going to be interesting. We see E50M. Do you see Daki in the lineup?
So
EXO.
the Bulldog does have the autoloader gun. Okay, interesting. But well, perhaps in ESL it's better because it can get the burst damage out.
Yep.
In randoms, it's almost better to use the single shooter now. But as predicted, Tornado Energy leaving nothing up to the test, going straight aggressive.
This positioning from Eclipse is quite strange. You've kind of staggered out on that road there, and they've all been spotted out by Neski, who's going to run away and say, guys, they are all over here. Please reposition yourselves.
And the damage on the 263 is significant.
Drawcup is getting dropped
He's
right
dead.
now. Lidif is getting shot as well. He is ammo racked to try and focus shots out. They're still connecting here with Drawcup and Lidif right now. They're isolated from the rest of their team who is over the rails. They cannot give them any fire support. Lidif is safe at the moment. Oh, they're shooting through the tanks. That's an amazing
Where
angle
the entire
to get.
Eclipse team is standing still.
This looks like it might be a restart then, because Eclipse are doing nothing.
Yeah.
I smell a restart, and looks like Tornado are now not moving as well. So
The game's called whoever moves first loses.
maybe a T-Rex was on the battlefield we just couldn't see, because you know their movement, their vision is based on movement.
Yeah, but that would be their vision, not ours.
No, the T-Rex vision is based on movement. So if the tanks don't move, then the T-Rex can't see it.
But we would be able to see it.
Well, maybe it's the stealthy T-Rex.
Doesn't exist.
Have you ever seen one before? Then how do you know they don't exist?
Because I believe in God's creation.
Oh, not this argument again.
You're checkmate, mate.
You don't need to prove it exists. I don't need to prove it exists. You just need to prove it doesn't exist. Okay.
That's not how this works.
Okay. That's a good argument. We could debate that when we're drunk next time. Who would win, a T-Rex or a tank? Obviously, the tank's going to win. Let's be honest, you know. But an invisible T-Rex, maybe. Like, okay, moving swiftly back onto the topic.
Yeah, the
Muravanka.
teams can't really change the lineups, and they can't.
They can't because
The
they
thing
were
is,
spotted.
Tornado Energy has to change the tactic, though. You can't really try back into the middle
Push
again.
into that area, yeah. So what happens when there is a restart is if no vehicles are spotted. No. You're allowed to restart if nobody's spotted for whatever personal reason.
Well,
if it's a technical issue, then you're allowed. Then there's still a restart, but you can't change the lineups because the lineups.
You can't change the
already-
lineup no matter what. And if it's a technical issue and not on the fault of Eclipse, then the round gets restarted no matter what. We don't want
Is
these
there not a
teams.
way for it to go like it's a win for one way or something like that? Something happens.
That's only if the team's
No, there's
already
something.
up on
If you're
time.
spotted and you wanted to call it for whatever reason, you can't.
Then you
Like if
just-
somebody says,
the-
"Oh no, I've got the wrong
No,
ammo
because
type."
the teams have to wait for the admin to call restart.
Yeah,
so,
so they
the
can't
admin-
just stop playing,
They
yeah.
can't stop playing. They would just lose the round then.
Yeah.
I mean, they would just die.
Yeah.
So
So
there is
there
that.
must be some kind of technical thing happened there to cause a restart. I'm looking here, and okay, I can see why, but we will get that match underway as quick as possible. Now, looking here, Prokhorovka is the first time we've seen it today in 3 different matches. Why do you think teams have been avoiding it?
Because it's the usual 1-1 map, I guess, and teams want to still play on maps where they can win. That's what I would say. Or teams are not feeling comfortably on Prokhorovka. It depends on the amount of training you get on each map, which is something we can't know. It depends on what you want to train, what your training partner wants to train, and how much you feel you can match up in Prokhorovka. Prokhorovka is a hard map to break the defensive side on. You rather pick something like Ghost Town. Even Muravanka is a easier break of the defensive side, I'd say, than Prokhorovka, because it's still a gamble on Prokhorovka no matter what. You can make an eastern side play, and the defender can have a trap over there, which means you instantly lose the round. You can make a 1-2 line play, and they can be all around the corner waiting for you. They can be really lucky.
Guys, everyone's here.
And then, they could be all around the corner, and you could instantly
Sorry,
lose the
Heimer.
round as well, They could be really lucky.
Prepare yourself for a prolonged fight. It's so bad. That's the best highlight we've ever done all season. Poor Kasna crew trying to push up 1-2 line when Ding were waiting on them. Exactly what just happened in the previous round, and it was read by Ding.
Head-to-head between these two teams?
Yes, let's actually have a look at them head-to-head. I mean, it's pretty much going to be dominating from Tornado, but it is interesting to see, their best map, their worst map.
Yeah, but their best and their worst map, there's not a lot of difference
Hawk
between
is
that.
actually their worst map.
Can you call it their worst map, though, if they still have 43%?
Actually, yes, because it's below 50.
But we know teams that have, 20% win ratio on a
True,
map.
true. Some
or,
teams have
or 0%
really
over,
bad.
8 to 10 rounds, so...
Interesting as well that Eclipse have a fairly balanced attack and defense.
Yeah, but you have to imagine that Tornado Energy also kind of plays against
divide teams.
higher, no, not divide teams, but higher class teams almost, higher competition.
Higher caliber, yeah.
Where in NA they have 2 really good teams, which is Eclipse and Elevate. For example, in CIS they have 6. So you're obviously going to lose more rounds, and Tornado Energy is one of those teams that during the regular season, let's just say, sometimes lets their performance down a little bit. They don't win and they don't do any damage. So that's sometimes an issue with them. They always perform at the finals, though, which is another issue.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, how do you prepare going up against something like Tornado Energy?
You pray. You go to your local church shop, you buy candles.
Or whichever religion, if you're not just,
Of course. But you go there, you get a candle, and then you pray for a week straight.
Pray to Aaron Jesus.
Pray to anybody.
Aaron Jesus loves all, and he also hates all, to be honest.
Murazor, anybody.
Anybody.
Anybody,
Pray
honestly.
to Serb, yeah. Now, here we go again. Obviously, lineups are the exact same. Zim's going to be playing the Hawk, Drawcab, and the Object 263. Hopefully, Drawcab will survive a bit longer than he did.
But he was still alive.
If Neski
He was still alive in the end.
Wow, okay, survive longer than he did. He was about to go down. Neski, I wonder if he's going to go down the same spotting route in that Bulldog. We did talk about it previously, about how it is an effective scout. You said it was really good. Now, Eclipse attacking from the blue side with their blue and yellow camouflage. Tornado are going to be defending with their awesome dark camouflage that they've got. It's like a dark grey and their little motto on the side of it. It really does stand out and look awesome.
Yeah, no new tactics coming out here for the side, but from both sides they're actually doing exactly the same thing, except for this time Drog will not be...
He's spotted. Nesky takes damage going over the hill, and Zim's going to chase him down, just going to auto-shoot him.
Yeah, but Nesky is going to win this trade if Zim goes straight for him, and he has some help from the side.
He's stuck on the rails. He tried to jump over and didn't make it. Nesky's going to go down there. He tried to jump over the low carriage and didn't make it, and is taken out.
Yeah, but I'd say Tornado's positioning is still a little bit better because Eclipse
aggression.
used shots, and now they're going to push in.
This aggression here from Tornado. They're just going to push in and try and take down the tank. Apo out on the front line here being focused. He's ammo racked. He's about to go down. He's 101 health, but he's still surviving as Tornado rally the troops and get around him. Tiger's going around the back. He gets taken out by Near You as Nuclear takes down Exo. Tornado circling the wagons here, trying to defend what they can as Eclipse are just shooting into them. There's nowhere else for Tornado to go. Griffon taking out Dark God Zim at the top, and now Griffon can get angles into the tanks of Eclipse here. This is a good old-fashioned brawl at the moment. Server retreating back over the rails. Can Eclipse win this one, Daki?
Maybe, but I don't think so. Diador might be able to get one more shot here off, and he does. Well, Nuclear picks it up, and Griffon was clipping from the side as well. And look at the HP dropping on the Eclipse side. This is the individual skill we talked about, but Nuclear is still amracked, and that might blow up at any moment in time.
Diador goes down, Photo Finish gets the kill on him. Nuclear's coming down round the back of Drawcap, who's actually just tracked him and stops him turning on him. Drawcap's going to turn around in a moment. Griffon is on a reload now. It's all going to be what Griffon comes off of the reload, and where can he get his focus fire on? Server is safe on the other side of the rails. Drawcap actually can be the biggest thorn in his side, and Eclipse might actually be picking this one up. It all depends on what Griffon can do.
Yeah, they have to be careful though, because Griffon is reloaded and right now, and if he can get a nice clip on towards the tanks now from the side of Eclipse, this could be going a little bit different.
Photo Finish goes down, Griffin's going to clip out. He doesn't have enough to kill everyone. Drawcap can get a shot into him. T1 Diabetic's going to use him as cover. 5-3-9 there from T1 Diabetic. Drawcap's going to chase him. Griffon with one shot left. T1 Diabetic can chase him down. Can Griffon get the kill on T1 Diabetic, though? It's dangerous. Bold play from Diabetic here because Drawcap can get circled completely by Griffon.
Griffon needs to go for T1 Diabetic and pick him up, and that's exactly what he's going for. A non-damaging shot, and he's still safe from draw. Griffon with the individual plays here. Ooh, he has to hug the E50M, though. He needs to get a lower plate shot. He does!
Great play there from Griffon. Now he can just run away. Drawcap needs to get a shot on him. He needs to keep chasing him. This is a dangerous thing. He needs to pressure hard. Drawcap has a damaged engine. Tornado are defending. Griffon needs to just run and hide.
Well, both these guys are going to be hoping that the repair kits come back rather quickly because Drog needs that engine and Griffon needs that ammo rack because he still has 50 seconds left before he's reloading, but the bad shot
unspotted.
Is unspotted, and that's the thing, and he's still defending. Griffon with the plays, and this was such a weird round because both teams did exactly the same thing as before, but they're obviously kind of going to adapt to what's happening.
Draw has a rough idea. I mean, if I was him, I wouldn't expect the bat chat to go high. I would expect the bat chat to go low, but by now he is always in a bush. Sneaky, sneaky bat chat. The thing is he's not a one shot. So Drock has to be really careful. Oh, he's exposing his side. It's going to be GG. He's spotted. He doesn't know where he's spotted from.
Griffon is not reloaded.
Drock's going completely the wrong way.
Griffon shouldn't fire until he knows that Drock won't have the time to turn around. He's going to double bush him even. He should double bush him.
Tracking shot for the first one?
No, just double bush him. We won't be able to spot him. But he can also not fire. Drock just went behind the hill. This is such a close fight between these two, one-on-one, and Griffon wants to chase him down.
He must know he's the other way around. He must know he's got his butt to him.
No, because he didn't know exactly where he got spotted from. He could have been spotted from A7 as well.
Oh, Griffon, sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. He's spotted now as well. Drock's like, oh, misses with the first one. He's going to turn. He's going to try and get... Nope, Griffon's going to get this one. Drock's going to just get over. Nope, he doesn't. Griffon with the multi-kill, picking up 4. We can see there.
So excited.
Super serious. Tornado super excited with that one. Oh, there's a little bit of a delay. Oh, they're happy now. Okay.
Oh, they're happy now. So, oh, yeah, it's a live feed. There's a little bit of delay. But good stuff there from Griffon, honestly. But thinking about it, there's a few things there. We could have changed the fight. Nuclear being ammo racked. That would have been 2 extra shots from him, to be honest. And he bounced one on towards the E50M from the side of Eclipse, who was a one-shot at the time, who then obviously survived. And then there's a few more things which changed around. Non-connection in towards Griffon from the E50M, who
Exactly
retracted.
what I was going to say. And
but
that,
also the engine damage on Drog.
yeah, I was also going to say the fact that when Griffon pushed over into the E50M, he didn't try and shoot him frontally. Like, he pushed over, he held that shot, then he went round him,
Drog
and then
did,
forced the face hug to shoot him in the lower plate.
Drog did 4.4. Griffon actually wanted to get on the side of the E50M first.
But he
but
kind of
afterwards
forced it.
he couldn't get it. He just drove away from him.
To get the lower plate. It was nicely
maybe
done.
they thought he was reloading because I don't know. But yeah, there was a nice play from Griffon there, winning the round.
Closer than we thought it could have gone.
Saving my prediction. Yeah, it's always weird though. If you already saw the lineup of the enemy, you already kind of saw the initial play, and then
know what they're going to do.
you need to
Know what
replay
to
the round.
prepare for.
It's a different dynamic, honestly.
Yep. Now the teams are going to swap positions. So this time it's going to be Tornado Energy on the defense. We're going to see Eclipse on the attack. Nope, it's the other way around. Sorry, my bad.
Eclipse on the defense,
Eclipse
Tornado
on
on
the
the attack.
defense, and it's going to be Tornado on the attack. T32 here coming out from Eclipse. That's going to be Dark God Zim. 4 Batchats, a Mouse, a 113. Now for Tornado, we've seen Object 416, double Gorilla. Okay, so we were talking about that earlier on. 2 Batchats, then 2 113s. Okay.
Well, double Gorilla is a little bit older meta, but can still work. We have still seen teams use it. They're obviously not defending. The STRV is usually used for the defending team, which would be Eclipse, and they don't have one, so they have to have plan. The T32 can be used for a few things, right? He can be put on A8 if you're going to defend 1-2 line, but you can also just leave him in the 5 line as the bait, as the tank you need to push onto. He can reset the cap, he can play there. He has a pretty strong turret, not impenetratable for these high caliber tanks, but it's going to be an Eastern clash between these two.
It's going to be another quick fight. These teams reading each other well.
No, I wouldn't say it's going to be a quick fight. I wouldn't say that.
Well,
I wouldn't go that far.
The engagement's going to happen on this side of the map rather than
Tornado
1,
can
2,
still
3,
rotate.
4, 5.
Tornado can still rotate out of this if they want to.
Lots of tanks spotted. T1 Diabetic not spotted, so Tornado know exactly where all the tanks of Eclipse are. Are we going to see Neski going to make a push up towards the middle area, perhaps opposite Dark God Zim?
But all these batches are spotted, so Griffon needs to be careful because he got spotted out. But look at the damage taken; it's already significant.
Double shot going in there to Tigers. He loses his gunner as well for that one.
They're gonna try and clip out on nuclear, all of them. They're gonna stand still and try and clip out this 113. He's in trouble.
He's going to start moving. There's already 1 shot going out to him, 2 shots, 3 shots coming into him. Griffon is in a lot of trouble here, actually. He's taking hits for nuclear because nuclear's hiding behind him and Griffon's spotted.
So far, so good though. They're still alive, but they're gonna have to make a reaction. Double Gorilla spotted out, and they did the damage to Dark God Zim.
Dark God Zim taking an absolute beating there in the middle. He's lost his radio man, that doesn't matter, but he's down to 300 health in his T32. Deodor and Near You are going to pick up something in a minute. Probably going to fire one back over.
Apoa going very aggressive in his 113. The damage is being done though by Tornado, and the Gorillas are pushing up, so they're gonna try and kill these Batchats.
Batchats now on reload. Exo's about to come off reload, but this is going to be too little too late because Trevor can come over and start shooting into him. Reddit goes down, Near You gets the shot into him. They're going to try and focus back into Near You. Trevor's going to stay down there and just die for his troubles. Exo's able to clip out into him. Apowow now can come over with the single shooter and get shots into Exo as Deodor's going to come down after reload and kill Exo here. 1 more shot. There we go, that's one for Deodor. So Tornado only lost 1 tank at Server and a Batchat, whereas Eclipse only have 2 tanks left, which is Drawcap and a Mouse. Photo finish at 113, and this is going to be comfortably first 2 rounds to
Look
Tornado.
at these plays from Tornado. They have some serious cojones to do this kind of stuff, like, let's be real about it. Double Gorilla pushing over the 0 line. I don't think that Eclipse expected that, but it was the correct play from Tornado though. They had to go aggressive because their 113s were in trouble in the middle area. Griffon was in trouble, but pushing with Gorillas like that, perfect timing as well because the Batchats were still on reload. They took the damage from the Gorillas, Server coming over, sacrificing himself, and that was just it. They killed 4 Batchats in 15 seconds.
Yep, very quick round. It's over here in 3 minutes and 1 second. A little bit of a delay. 1, 2, 3. Say hello, guys, and say yay.
It's more than 3 seconds.
Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Yay. Fist bumps all round. We're so happy.
It's more like 6, 7
Yep,
seconds.
It's just like, no problems. They're always the handshakes, fist bumps, everything like that. But yeah.
Hey, well casted.
Well casted, yeah. There we go. Mojo?
Mojo.
Sorry, mate.
But yeah, Tornado Energy, they're nuclear. in a lot of trouble, but good positioning there to save himself. We have players that would sit there and try and take the damage and survive. Nuclear obviously not one of those moving forward. Probably one of the best heavy tank players from the CIS region. Griffon getting spotted again and then almost going down. Luckily enough, surviving just behind the house.
Like the fact that they shot him when they were trying to get
No,
he
didn't.
Was he spotted?
He was spotted. He was spotted. There's
okay.
a bush at the house, and he tried to peek through the bush to spot, but the Batras from Eclipse were already in position to spot him, and he did that. So he got spotted, he got wrecked, but then realizing the Batras sort of reload pushing with 2 gorillas like that.
It's bold. And the Batchat
It's very bold.
Him,
Surfer, you know, taking all the attention. The Mouse and the 113 and the T-32 really didn't get to do much. Zim made a mistake to begin with because he got shot by both gorillas. Something that really shouldn't happen. And then Nesquik just cleaned them up at one point. He could have done maybe more, but enough to save the round? I don't think so.
Yep, so very quickly done there from Tornado. We're going to go into our next round, which is going to be Himmelsdorf. No offense to Eclipse, we're expecting this one to be a 2-0, just generally because, well, you just don't, you know, take Russian teams on Himmelsdorf.
But this is Tornado in a nutshell, though. EL Gaming is aggressive, but Tornado can be even worse than that in terms of aggression. First round, full aggression. They just counter-pushed over the rail at one point. This round, again, initial position, all aggressive rush. This is something teams like Eclipse are not used to, but teams that just come straight at you. In terms of what I've seen in the North American region, the teams are usually a little bit slower reaction-wise compared to the CIS teams, where you can see Tornado is just like on the ball, in the game instantly.
Okay, now talk us through this lineup here from Eclipse.
Well, Borsig, he can have the big gun. For Alpha, it has heat as well, 750 Alpha if it's the big one. The other one's the Yak Tiger gun. Let's see, is that the stubby one? Dark God Team has, yeah, it's the big one. It's the 750 Alpha combined with 2 E3s. This is, I'm going to park my bus and I'm going to hope you're going to drive against it.
Yeah, it's going to be like, hey, we're going to just stay here in the corner and come get us. Tigers is going all the way aggressive. He's all the way down at F1, G1 already.
But look at this. Tornado Energy is setting up in K5-6. They want to punish the crossing, and they will.
T1 Diabetic is spotted going across the crossing. No one connects, though. He gets tracked. No other shots coming in. He is actually in a dangerous position here. Drawcab is not going to go across behind him.
I thought that he was going to get punished more than that. I like the play here from Tornado Energy in the beginning. Oh.
Griffon! Oh, 829. The counterfire coming back. Ouch.
That's good as thing. But that's a beautiful shot there from T1 Diabetic, though. I feel like he should have taken at least one shot of damage there. But, you know, it actually worked in their favor. Not bad. Not bad whatsoever.
Done. Yeah, he's got the building to give himself a bit of cover there. Fires one
I have
back.
only one question. How exactly are they going to plan to defend that number 2 base? Like, if they start capping, who is going to stop that one? Wait, oh, okay.
Zim was in front of him?
Zim is a shield for the E3, so he can block off.
Okay.
He can block off the 5 line. If only the E3 turret was If only the E3 superstructure was
impenetrable.
Impenetrable, exactly.
Yeah.
Isn't there also whatever?
Impregnable.
Impregnable.
There
That
you
one
go,
was
yeah.
I was looking for. But this E3.
I love that. I love that. I love that. Like,
Yeah, but it's still pennable. You see there under the gun, you can pen it for 1, and then there's also how do you call it? It's those lamps or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like this. What is this called here?
That's the driving lights. Go for the aim for the driving lights. You can
Aim for the driving lights, yes.
Just
Because
underneath
behind
the superstructure.
So yeah, where you see those lights that on bottom left of the gun, behind that there's a little bit of no armor, or pretty much no armor because it goes like it's the ball area behind it, which is an easy pen. And then also the E3, you have the cupola, right? And most people will always shoot for the tiny
Machine
little gun, right? That's the mistake. You have, if you look at it, there's an armor plate on the cupola of the E3. On the bottom, on both corners of that little armor plate on the cupola is a pennable shot. Also, the outsides of the cupola are, again, weak spots on this tank. It's not invincible whatsoever.
Just knowing where to shoot it is always the
because
trick.
most people shoot for center cupola, or you have to aim for outside cupola or just under the, just above the top of the turret. Well, superstructure.
Now, Tornado are all going up on the hill here at the moment. Oh, EXO is on fire.
What just happened to him?
Whoa, he just got smacked at the front of his vehicle there, double mouse shooting across at him, hit him, and then the damage was dripping down there. So he poked his nose out, and it looked like someone got shot in the front of him into the engine area.
Checking who did the damage, and it was Diador in the E3.
It's into the fuel tank, actually, because it had
So,
a damaged fuel tank there.
Exo has now 1,303 HP. He took one hit from a 50B, and he took one hit from Diador, which burned him for about 750 because he took 1,464 from one shot from Diador in that E3.
Ouch.
So that is not a good start. I'm not sure why he was peeking like that over there.
I think at the time they didn't quite know where all the tanks of Tornado are,
Yeah,
whereas
but
now they do.
we already talked about it. The E3 is mainly going to be on the hill. That's HE.
HE 151. Bold.
But look at this. Tornado Energy is starting to clear out step by step. That E3 was...
Just creep up
Yeah,
the map,
the E3 was on that rubble pile, and they expected it. Diador already had HE loaded. He punished him. Now they're going to be working towards the cap. This is the question I have. How do they plan to reset this cap? Because yes, Dark God Zim can be a shield for T1 Diabetic. But if he wants to get to A7 with that shield, it doesn't work because he would have to expose his side armor to go around the corner.
Yeah, they've got all the
There's a
angles.
big- there's a
they've
big
got all the
opening
angles
here.
blocked, but they don't have the angle coming in from the beeline.
It's a big opening here. The cap will start. What does Eclipse do now? Because honestly, I don't see a way for them for this going well. Nesqui's on the cap. Nuclear will shield him. Will come in front of him, block him off. That way he cannot be resetted. And now, how do they...
How
on
do they get
Earth,
around to
how
reset?
do they get a reset? A good one.
Because they can't send anyone up along the A line because they'll get taken out on the crossing. They can't come round the bottom because
Now this is what I want to see. What happens here? Dark God Zim will go sideways. That is cool, right?
Just gonna push
but
him.
how is T1 Diabetic going to reset Nesqui? Because if he turns around the corner,
He'll get shot at from the hill.
he will get shot on this side. Now this is, I don't think this is really going to work.
This is some weird partnership thing. It's like, don't worry, Zim. Oh, wait a minute, he backed off. Oh, that's bad.
He
That's
still
a
has
really
to.
bad
He still
positioning.
has to turn his armor, and,
Yep. They're not focusing on the E3 though. That's what they need to focus on.
and Nuclear is just going to block this wreck.
Nuclear's just going to say, like, okay, like we've got a wreck now that's going to cover Nescu. You don't have any shots into him.
Just look at the damage being taken as well, and the cap is still on. They haven't gotten the reset yet. Diador is still blocking off T1 Diabetic.
Diabetic's now
This is
getting
what I'm
shot at
talking
by
about.
Diador.
Diador is shooting T1 Diabetic in the side every time he's going to do this. They're trading so badly for this.
Server being focused on at the moment.
He was
but
on fire.
He doesn't matter. He's got Nuclear can now just step into the place and take shots now as well. Drawcab's having to back off. Meanwhile, at the bottom, they're trying to push into Applewell and near you with the overmatch of the tanks from Eclipse, but the guys in the cap circle, well, they just can't hold on to this fight much longer. T1 Diabetic's having to brute force his way around the corner into Nesqui. Nesqui desperately needs to cap. He's going to get the reset, which he does. Now, Tornado taking a lot of damage for this, but Eclipse have already lost 3 tanks. They're about to
That
lose their
hurts,
4th
man.
one, which is Exo. He's surviving right now on 35 health. Nope, he goes down now. Photo finish, just got ammo racked and repaired that. 3 tanks left to
This is-
7 of Tornado, and that's GG for this one.
That's exactly what I talked about. What do they do when Tornado Energy approaches that number 2 base? How does that Borsig work out for them as a shield? Because you saw it. T1 Diabetic pushed the Borsig around the corner, but as soon as he does that, Diador in his E3 peeks from E0 and shoots him in the side. Now this is a strategy that works against the numerous of things, but not the most obvious one.
Yeah. And, well, Tornado just on cleanup duty at the moment. Leadif is the only person left. Diador picks up double kill. That's 7 people surviving. Again, you'll see Tornado Energy just explode with joy at picking up this win. Never seen a team look so happy. Look at that. He's sitting in that seat really strange, isn't he?
He's just chilling.
He was doing that at Grand Finals, I think, as well. Not Grand Finals, season finals, he was sitting like that.
But yeah, clean win from Tornado. The damage on Exo in the beginning doesn't really matter, even if we talk about the strategy. They did it step for step. They cleaned out for the finish with the HE from Diador. If he stays there, he's going to get wrecked at one point. And then they go onto the cap. They have a mouse shield in the batch. But even if the mouse is not there, then I still don't think Tier 1 Diabetic can come around the corner. He comes around the corner once. Just once he comes around the corner, and he will lose 1,600 HP instantly. It is not a good setup to defend that number 2 base. I feel like there's missing an IS-4 even in this.
Yeah, the
an
IS-4 would normally set up above it, yeah.
If the IS-4 was at A6, like we saw, was it Navi? Yeah, was it Navi? Yeah, it was Navi.
Yeah, it's where many normal
yeah, it was
yeah.
Navi. Where Krillords was, if the eye is 4 and A6, then he can reset fine. But like this, they were missing the tank that can reset that corner.
And the minute you know that there's no tank able to do that, then that's the immediate tactic that says, okay guys, let's push into that area because no one can reset.
Yeah, so I feel like they were missing that A6 tank. I don't know if they forgot about it or it wasn't in the plan.
Or they just didn't expect Tornado to push into that area.
But they were for sure missing it, to be honest. So
I mean, they look completely chilled. They look super relaxed.
they have nothing to be nervous about.
And like I said at the season finals, they looked the most relaxed. They looked the most comfortable. They were just enjoying their time here. Now we do see an artillery coming out here for Eclipse and Type 5 Heavy.
For the people that are unaware, me, I strongly believe at least. We?
Daki, you.
Well, we strongly believe that the RT with a decent splash range, such as the GW Tiger P, such as the M40, such as the school bus, which is the SU-14-2. It looks like a school bus.
Like this one that is being used right now by Eclipse.
Yeah. This one on attack has a different role, obviously, than defense. On defense, we believe it can splash the cap and reset. On the attack, it can do damage, right, to people and windows and such. But the main strength about it, or was about it, is it can function as a shield. You can block off an entire cap with it, pretty much. You can cap behind it, for example. This might be the plan for Eclipse. We have to see. Maybe they just took him to do damage, because he can obviously shoot on towards the rails as well.
From his position, it seems to be that he's still over
He
at G9.
hit Diodor, so...
Diodor get hits already, and is that an ammo rack?
No, it's a loader.
Okay, I can never remember.
Loader is red, ammo rack is yellow.
Okay, I thought it was just one's vertical, one's horizontal.
Yeah, that too, but the color is the difference as well.
Okay. Because if it stays red, then it's a loader, because no one's going to leave an ammo. Well,
yeah, but ammo rack never...
No one's going to leave just as Diodor.
Ammo rack turning red would mean it would be blown up.
Blown up, yeah, okay.
So.
Okay. Just a test, Daki. Of course I knew.
But yeah, he could shoot the rails, but you can see Tornado Energy's response is just to hug the walls. If this is exactly what Eclipse want, we'll have to find out.
Near you get spotted out there by Tigers.
Oh!
Photo finish eliminates Near you with not the one shot, but the second shot. That is why you bring a Type 5 Heavy.
I don't know what Near you is doing there.
He's getting destroyed. That's what he's doing there. What a hit! What a hit! Brilliant there from Photo Finish. Near you took one in the butt from Tigers, and then Photo Finish just came in and said, "Good night, Sweet Prince. See you in the next round."
Yeah, good play there. Near you.
Damage dealt 1,408.
Shots done. One. Juan.
Juan, well done. We talked about this when they made the changes recently to the Type 5 Heavy. It was said, you take a Type 5 Heavy, if it can connect and get through the Batchat armor, it's a one-shot. It will absolutely annihilate it. And there you go. Absolute monster of a shot.
I'd say Tornado is in severe danger.
It's just like, what happened? Like,
they need some real energy here to make it through this round, because RT is going to work on them for the next 7 minutes.
Actually, Dark God Zim could have quite a nice angle from there.
You know what's the issue right now for Tornado Energy? That Eclipse does have that Type 5 Heavy. If they would play A7 with the IS-4...
Zim shot, and he got the shot into Griffin and Server, exactly as I said he was going to aim over
but
into.
if, let's just say Eclipse would rotate back towards the eastern side, a Type 5 would be able to take out A7. So Apple is trying to spot more ahead. It's slightly worrying for Tornado. Let's just see, because it depends a little bit on Eclipse. Because we have seen Tornado win rounds where they were one tank down, and reminiscent is Championship Rumble where Ding killed the full FVTD on mines before the game even started, and then I think Tornado survived with 4 or 5 tanks.
Yep. So it's good that they've got a lead here, Eclipse. Exactly the start they would have wanted, especially the power play of the Type 5 Heavy, just like erasing a tank off the battlefield there.
This SU-14-2 has like 30 seconds reload, looking at it. Obviously, the alternate artillery view really does help for this, because obviously before we still do have a no modification policy. Ooh, bad trades, Ledev. We do have a no modification policy, which means that the battle assistant mod,
Oh, Diabetic getting shot at there from Apple Wow.
which means that the battle assistant mod was forbidden.
Was not allowed yet.
Obviously, but now, like looking at Dark God Zim and the way he's aiming, he can now use that to like try and get shells through the windows.
Yeah. And that's what he's doing right now.
Sometimes he
aiming for
might
Griffin.
get to the wall, but
To the windows, to the wall. Till the... No, I'm not going to go on with that line. Okay, so Drawcap here moving up the Banana Road with EXO behind him. Tornado setting out their defense. They're kind of stuck up into the top left corner. They don't really have any angles externally from that, so it is going to allow Eclipse to progress across the battlefield and just really continue the shot from Dark God Zim here to continue to pressure them.
I don't know if I like this rotation coming out from the side of Eclipse towards the eastern side. It depends on what they want to do with it, right? If they want to go for that number 2 base, I'm not going to be too happy because I feel like their advantage is in 1-2 line right now. The issue is going to be for them towards that eastern side. You have Nuclear and Apple holding there, which is going to be trouble if you try and push that.
So the double mouse constantly spotted. They are in that area. There's nothing they can really do. Diador further up behind them, covering down the rails. That's going to be really interesting. Now, T1 Diabetic actually has shots down onto the mouse. Has to be careful not to get shot back at the moment. Tigers is keeping that area lit in the bottom of the courtyard. Now, Photo Finish is moving up towards the Banana Road, and Dark God Zim is repositioning as well, Daki.
Yeah, Dark God Zim is going to be moving over, perhaps back towards the church, because from the church he's going to be able to shoot the 5-line crossing. Ooh, Ledev, mate, you need to stop making these trades.
He's bleeding
Although
HP.
that's a good play from Diador. It's a risky play, but a good one from that E3 coming out. He knows that they're probably not going to come towards 1-2 lines, so he sets up to shoot the 8-line Ledev. Obviously, there has to go towards the rest of the team and gets punished on that crossing. And this is a rotation from Tornado Energy. Server and Griffon are going to be going back, and I feel like Tornado, rotation-wise, is ahead of Eclipse right now.
Yeah, I mean, Tornado coming back round to cover into the number 2 base. We're down to less than 4 minutes left, so if Eclipse are going to make a play, they're going to have to do something soon.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, but now Eclipse is rotating again, and oh, is that Diador again?
Drawcap taking over 800 in the rear there as he starts to back off, and that looked like it was Diador
It
who
was
got the shot in
Diador,
there, yep.
and Diador obviously has binoculars on his tank as well, but I think this time it was Nesqui spotting for him. Well, I can check that as well, to be honest.
Can have a quick check of the
like 852 assisted
yep.
by Nesqui in the batch of 12D. So some teamwork coming out there between the two, and this is the issue. This is the issue for Eclipse. They're taking too long. Where you see Tornado Energy on the last 3 rounds, very decisive, very quickly. Eclipse gets the decisive lead in this round from the beginning, and has now continued to bleed HP across the board without making a move. And again,
Drawcap, again, you're in the pocket here. Nesqui getting shot at there, just manages to get himself in safely there, but I mean, this is all a one-man show at the moment from Tornado, and it's all coming
Tigers
from
is going to
Diador.
take one. Watch this. Tigers going to take one as well.
Tigers gets a double tap there for his troubles as he gets pushed up into that area. The double mouse now right in front of him. Tigers is going to go down for this. Now, actually, he might be able to survive with this. No, he's stuck.
Tracked.
He's going nowhere. He's tracked in his ammo rack. Next shot's going to kill him. Diador now picks up Drawcap. I mean, he's been farming him all match right now as Nuclear's now going to come round in his E3.
Tigers is still alive for now, but the question is how long will that be? Diador has a small shot on towards him, but Griffon picks it up, and what is going on here for Eclipse? What are they doing? Honestly, they're going eastern side, they're coming back, and then they try some desperate 1-2 line play when they've already let Tornado get in position.
It looks like everything they wanted to do, Tornado were already expecting it and were ahead of them each time. 612 damage from Photo Finish here, but I mean, it's just not working out in their favour. Now there's face hugging going on at the top between Apple Wow and I think it's T1 Diabetic.
Did he flip him? Yes, he did. He pushed him into the wall. Proper to the window, to the wall. Apple Wow is like bullying this bad shot right now. This is not a good trade whatsoever. Diador smells blood in the water. He is doing such an insane amount of damage. He's at 4.7 and he's about to rack up another 750.
This is going south for Eclipse and going south super quickly. They had a nice positioning in this battle. They had a bit of control in the battle, getting a quick kill onto near you, but since doing that, they've done nothing for that. Diador now is pushing 5.4k damage in his tank. Now we're seeing 6.1. He is a one-man machine right now for Tornado, and Eclipse are in his pocket.
Highest damage dealing round so far, by far, Yato from Tornado, showing everybody how it's done in the E3. 6,200 damage on that E3, and his teammates should let him get EXO as well, to be honest. Oh, stealing damage feels bad, man.
Theodore with the double kill. He does pick up the kill at the end. There's only Dark God Zim left in the school bus. He's going to go for the shot. Nope! Griffin picks him up, and that was a convincing win for Tornado in what was the worst possible start they had, and now they are sitting pretty. Match point 4-0.
That was impressive, especially from Theodore. He did a grand total of 6,250 damage in that round, which is amazing, which is probably going to be the highest damage dealing round throughout the grand finals.
One of the highest I've ever seen in him.
I want to point out that in the beginning of the game, Nearyu died with 0 damage, and Tornado continued to lose 0 tanks after that. They survived with 6 tanks. Eclipse, what is there to say? Honestly, getting such an advantage and throwing it away, dear friends, you have a Type 5 heavy, you have an artillery piece as well. You could have easily attacked the eastern side, went through the 8 line. This is what Eclipse should have done. They had the Type 5 heavy, right? Push down the 8 line. The Type 5 heavy splashes the IS-4 to death over time. Tornado will be forced to make a reaction. Losing 2-10 would be the end of that round, but not what they did. Should have gone down the 8 line, should have used the RT to perhaps make a shield somewhere on the cap, anywhere on the cap really. The RT could have driven from the 0 line into the A line. The mouse could have pushed them on towards the cap, and they could have put a Batcha there completely safe, and they would have won that round. Right now, they went towards 1-2 line, which was the best defended spot from Tornado, and threw away the game. All Eclipse had to do is bring the Type 5 heavy down the 8 line, puts the RT on the cap, or puts a bad shot on the cap, or a 1-1-3 even, and kill the IS-4 with HE. Tornado Energy be forced into a reaction, and they would have lost the round.
I was going to say to you, what I expect now from Tornado is a full-on YOLO rush, because it is Cliff. Try and catch Eclipse with their pants down, but Eclipse have a fairly heavy mobile lineup here, a super mobile lineup actually.
T100 LT, I don't know, I think the German one is probably better for Cliff, because the gun that...
Take that over Batcha for Cliff?
Ooh, the German light gets on the hill before anybody even spots it.
Okay.
So there's that. And there we go, the tier 8 choice by Eclipse is going to be the M4190 Grand Finals, which you already talked about.
He doesn't have the autoloader. It's got a single shooter.
It doesn't have an autoloader.
Okay, earlier on you said it doesn't have the autoloader. You were talking
That was
about
the M41 Bulldog.
Oh yeah, my bad. My bad. I should know that. I have that tank.
But yeah, standard opening here from Eclipse. And this is something that I've seen them do before. I think it was even at the finals or during the regular season. I think it was at the finals. They will push down the eastern side with those tanks towards G0, try and peek up, try and punish somebody on the corner. The TVP and the T100 LT from the middle area will try to crossfire, but so far there's nobody there from Tornado though.
Eclipse are driving straight into a gun line here of Tornado. This is going to be over quite quickly, I'd imagine.
Well, if they don't check, Dark God's Him is, if he drops down, he's dead, but they're not going to see it. As soon as they get spotted, Diodor and Server will make the play.
Oh, what a trap.
This is beautiful.
This is lovely. Now the fight starts. They don't know that those two Batchats are there. They're going to start getting the tanks of Eclipse.
They should wait still because
they're going to hold them.
Eclipse didn't use nearly enough ammo to justify... ooh, maybe somebody was driving towards them, but Eclipse didn't use nearly enough ammo for Server and Diodor to afford bouncing.
Now they're clipping out. Leadif and Drawcab are clipping out. There they go. Trap is sprung. Diodor and Server pop up and say, hello guys. They're going to focus Drawcab. Then they're going to focus on Leadif now. Diodor drops back over. Drawcab's like, oh crap, I need to get out of here. Nicely done. Artillery's now aiming in that area as well. Leadif is getting shot at. Nearyu gets the kill on Dark God Zim. In the meantime, Server backs off. He's taking a lot of damage for it. Diodor still has a heck of a lot of shots. Leadif is stunned. He can't go anywhere. Photo finish is on fire, burning to death at the moment.
Look how surprised Eclipse are. They have no idea what's going on whatsoever. They're trying to make plays all over the map. Ledif, Exo are running across. Photo finish is peak in the middle. They're completely confused.
Deodor. Oh, the double tap there. Deodor and Sever getting shot in at the exact same time. Lidev's going to go down. Sever has one more shot, but he doesn't want to peek because he can get hit himself. He's on a one shot. Artillery's aiming across into draw cab now. Can he get the hit? He's aiming that area.
Don't forget, what does Tornado still have towards them? Double mouse.
Full health mouse.
No, two of
as well.
them, which are pretty much...
Draw cab rushing in there. That was bold. He gets the kill on Server. He's on a reload now, but the other tank is going to reload quicker than him. Apo taking a lot of damage here in the middle, but generally that doesn't really matter. Eclipse, draw cab and lead of one shot. 3 tanks left. It's GG.
Apo Wow was pretty much full HP. Tigers clipped onto him, and yet after that, Eclipse still have half the HP of what Tornado has available towards them. They were so confused by this trap. They had honestly no clue what was happening. I don't think they've ever...
Is that been a read by Tornado on Eclipse's tactics, saying we know what they're going to do?
Yes, it is.
That's really nice.
Because it's a read that a lot of teams will... Well, not the way that Tornado did it, but it's a read that a lot of teams will realize what's going to happen is when you see 2 Mouse, you know they have to go into the middle at some point, and you also know that the team you're playing against can't play middle because they don't have the available autoloaders and guns. So it's an obvious play to go around the hill and take map control that way.
And photo finish, last man standing for his team. It looks like the Eclipse is actually going to be coming from the Tornado. Well, it's a battle of elemental phenomenal, I guess. Phenomenon, and well, the Tornado wins. 5-0. Look at them, so chilled.
Well, Tornado can always black out the moon, you know? If there's a tornado, you're not going to see the sun or the moon.
Indeed.
You won't be able to see the clips whatsoever.
Super chilled, super chilled. This is a result we expected. I have to hand it again to my colleague for his prediction of the round. He is very lucky today, so
I'm very lucky today.
Yep.
Really?
I'm more annoyed at that Tornado the Lobster getting it right again.
Tomato, not Tornado.
Again, it's because it's this Tornado on the screen. My bad. Tomato, tomato.
Yeah, it's the play from Eclipse. One, it's kind of obvious that it's going to happen because you need to go around the hill to take map control because you can't let the mouses close distance with you, because when they close the distance and have the AHP available, you just die because 2 mouses. You know, your batches have 1,800 HP, the mouse has 3,200. That's 1,400 more. Once they come into the fight, it's pretty much 2 extra tanks they have there compared to your batch shots, right? HP-wise. So Eclipse's play, it's not just that it's obvious, it's also that they've done it before. When I saw them driving, when I saw them drive there, it's what they've done at the finals as well, I think it was. Exact same play, just a slight different, but in essence the same play.
The trap was beautiful though. I mean, just holding them.
But they waited till the right moment, because when we first saw the Eclipse tanks, they didn't nearly waste enough ammunition or HP trying to deal with near you over there. At one point they did waste the ammunition and the HP that they were happy enough to pick up.
Yep, indeed. So that is our 4th battle of the day. Tornado Energy have defeated Eclipse 5-0. Now our next match is going to be another Rocky 4. It's going to be another potential Cold War thriller, as we're going to see Elevate versus Not So Serious. This is not going to be as much of a landslide victory.
I don't think so.
I'm really looking forward to seeing Elevate play here.
We'll make predictions when we get to that one.
Indeed, and see if I can get one over this Tomato the Lobster right now, who has me in his little crustacean pocket. Once again, we're going to take a little short break to get the team set up for you guys. So please join us after the break, and we'll see you soon.
Chrysler Grand Final.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Wargaming.net League Grand Finals 2017. My name's Hector, I'm joined here by Decisive, and we have 2 more matches to go, 4 of them already done and dusted.
Yeah, one semi-close match in the beginning, a landslide, very close one, a landslide, sticking by the trend, should be a close one.
Yep, indeed. Now we've seen AL Gaming defeat Yato, we've seen Navi defeat Brainstorm, we've seen Kasna crew
Knockout.
struggle against Yato, but also knock them out. The
Yes.
Yato, sadly, are not going to be taking part any further in the Grand Finals. They have lost 2 matches.
You know what I love? Tornado and Navi are just doing what they're supposed to do. Just like season finals, if you remember. Semis, easy peasy for
Easy.
both of them.
No problem.
Both of them really doing what they're supposed to do, but talking about this next one, Elevate, a team known to many in the North American region, perhaps not as much towards our EU viewers.
See,
They
the apex predator of the region.
They were not at the last Grand Finals because they were not at the last Grand Finals. They won season 1, right? But in season 2 they took 4th place.
What were they? They were called
Noble.
Noble. Then that was a catastrophe.
They
how
were
that
Noble,
one went.
and
Yeah,
they didn't. They took 4th place.
because they went to the group stages in 1st place. They won the regular season. They went.
Yeah, they had won the regular season,
Yep.
but they took 4th place at the second season, so they didn't qualify for Grand Finals. The other team, High Voltage, didn't qualify either because they took 3rd.
And when it came to the final match, it was between Eclipse
and Simp, which both
and both of
qualified.
them were going anyway. So,
So-
they didn't. They had obviously the season to win for, but they both were comfortable knowing that they were going to Warsaw.
This year, Elevate out for revenge. Obviously, in the first season, they won that one convincingly. It took them a tiebreaker against Eclipse. And then most of the Eclipse team actually joined towards Elevate, which is now the North American All-Star team. So all the hope of the North American region is on their shoulders. They have had an undefeated season, so it's going to be the first match they lose.
Yep, Elevate are going to be playing up against Not So Serious.
Which is a tough
the
opponent.
3rd powerhouse, if you like, coming out of the Russian team. But let's keep the things focused here on Elevate right now. They are, as you're saying, the American All-Star team. These are arguably the best hope that America's ever had coming into a Grand Finals. They have some exceptionally high-skilled players. Wallhacks, Oxmanthus was the top damage, I believe, last season. Individual damage,
Yeah,
exceptional
Wallhacks,
player.
Oxmatas, Dodoma, which has been
Dodoma,
a standout player.
External 007 was an exceptional Batchat player. He did huge damage last season as well. Like,
Yeah,
they
but
have everyone.
I'd rate the likes of Dodoma and Ox as tier 1 within the... Well, Ox, Dodo, and Brett amongst the tier 1 of the team. Olax is the in-game leader, so obviously he is not expected to do damage. He's expected to make the right calls.
Yeah.
And then we have, well, tier 2. In an all-star team, you're always going to have a little bit of separation of the players that always do the most work or the super consistent one. And I'd say it's those 3, and then external nits and etc. are, more just consistent players, but don't always have those high peaks.
Okay, so for anyone not familiar with Elevate, well, we've got a little video to introduce them to you.
Elevate is one of the top performing teams ever in the WGLNA. After securing their 2nd season championship in a row during the WGLNA Season 2 finals, they are seen as an unstoppable force in North America, even going undefeated in their season as they blaze the path to the Grand Finals. With one of the most impressive rosters ever assembled in North America, Elevate are determined to change the perception of North American teams at the Grand Finals.
Always sometimes make little jokes. We always say things like they are the Apex Predator. Team was previously called Apex. But I mean, let's make no bones about it. They have spanked everybody in their region throughout Season 2.
Yeah, let's hope they're going to play a very serious game, or they're not going to climb any elevations amongst the
climb any
terrain.
mountains, yeah.
Yeah.
You want their opponents to take it seriously.
Well, let's just hope that their opponents doesn't have any wall hacks available towards them, or external help for that matter. Maybe some help from Brett, the god. Pens are always on point.
Just stop.
No.
Just stop, please. Stop. Okay, right. Now, Matt had a chance to catch up with Elevate at the area of training grounds in Moscow right now, so let's see how that interview went.
The number one team from NA, Elevate, and this is Comps. How's it been over the few weeks that you've had preparing for the grand finals?
It's been great. We put in a lot of work. We put a lot of practice hours, and we're confident that we're gonna, perform well here.
You won Season 1 finals, you had an undefeated season, you had a Season 2 finals under your belt as well. So that's like, kind of a perfect run-in. You must be really proud of that.
Yep, really proud of the guys. We did put in a lot of work compared to other NA teams. We've been practicing nonstop. It's nice to see that all this hard work and effort has been paying off.
And of course, earlier in the season, we knew you as Apex, then you've joined Elevate, a big org, lots of teams doing really well in other games too. Has that changed much for you?
I mean, overall, the dynamic of the team has been the same. We have the same work ethic. It's just nice to have that extra support from a large organization like Elevate.
And you're the number one team in NA. I know you've been practicing a bit against EU teams as well. You're playing NSS first. How do you think you're going to fare against the CIS team?
Well, I'd like to say that we'd fare well, but I don't know because we haven't practiced a lot versus Russian teams, so we don't really know how we stack up versus them, but I guess we'll find out on match day.
Which is going to be really, really soon. It's going to be your first game in groups coming like now here at the grand finals. Any messages you want to say to people supporting you back in NA?
I'd just like to say thank you for supporting us, and I hope you enjoy the grand finals.
Okay, so Comps, keeping things calm and collected as always?
Always. It's not the kind of person to get really excited, easy breezy. That's obviously the issue for this North America in general. All the teams coming from there, they can get some practice against European teams, but most top-tier CIS teams unwilling. Don't really want to. They mostly train between themselves to begin with, or against the top-tier EU teams such as Ding, such as Kasna, usually train amongst themselves, and they have their dedicated training partner usually either in CIS or EU, where they spend most of their trainings on. And if they train with other teams, it's usually just scouting.
Yep, indeed. Now let's actually have a closer look at the roster. We can talk a bit more in detail about the players. Now, as we're talking earlier on, completely standout players there. Oxmanthus, he does have a fantastic first name, I do have to say. External 007 as well, also has a fantastic first name.
No. Keep telling yourself that. I like the last names a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
But yeah, this is the roster obviously comes as the manager. He's not going to be playing. We are missing God Emperor Brett on this one and Vetroxity. Question is going to be.
Vetro is not. Okay.
Vetro is in the team.
He's
he
in the
didn't
team,
play.
but yeah, he's on the. I mean,
He
this is like
didn't-
one of the most.
he was a
one of
reserve.
the best players, and he's on the bench for the team.
Yeah, he was the best player in Eclipse after the others left, obviously by far. And in the season before, I also rate him as the best one on Eclipse. But the season before the Oxwallix, season 1,
yeah,
I consider him the best player. Yeah, he hasn't played. He was a reserve player, but there's been time between the season finals and now. Perhaps he might be playing. This is something we don't know. But the usual standard lineup for this team is Nitz, Wallhikes, the Doma, Canadian Impact, External, Oxmatis, and God Emperor Brett. Those are the 7 players that were playing at the season finals. And these are the 7 players which most likely will show up.
I was looking into the details just as close as last night, actually, for the individual stats of the players. Oxmanthus, Season 2, was the highest average damage dealer, and it was External 007 was the highest damage dealer just on Batchat solely.
Yeah, but that's also because he only plays Batchat almost.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still like the
yeah, but
across the entire season.
Well, the thing is, those kind of stats are always a little bit flawed as well.
Ox plays single shooters as well.
Yeah, but the thing is as well, they haven't lost many rounds throughout the season. You always know it as well. It's the same in random battles. If you win, usually
enemy does less damage. So yeah, you can,
enemy does less damage, and somebody has to do the damage right throughout the match, which is usually Ox on the single shooters, because in their games they're over rather quickly, which means the Batchats don't really get to do more than one clip, which is what they've done throughout the season. They've wiped the floor with pretty much any NA team, and then single shooters can actually do a lot of damage. And your average is going to stay high if you don't really lose rounds, because they have no decisive losses, which means there's no rounds in which a single shooter really does almost no damage.
Yep. Now let's go on to their opponents, not so serious, NSS. They're a team that has their ups and downs throughout the seasons in the CIS region. They've always arguably been, oh, not arguably, they have always been in the shadow of Navi and of Tornado Energy. Last season, a lot was expected of them at the grand finals. I think they were second place from their league to get through there because Hellraisers, I believe it was, then came through from being the previous season champions.
Yeah.
So they didn't actually qualify normally. It was Navi top and it was NSS second.
They actually had a very close run-in with a North American team back then, which was Simp, which
yes,
it was actually a tiebreaker win for NSS. They really had to pull everything out of the closet to take that one. There's one player that actually played in that Simp team, which is Nitz. Nitz was a part of that Simp team, so you might remember NSS team, which is not completely the same anymore, with the likes of Losto joining and such, and Monty as well. I think
been
since
strengthened
then.
out, yeah.
The difference between this NSS team and the NSS team we saw at the finals is that at the finals they were missing key players. Which now they are not going to be. They're going to be full force.
Travel issues or something like that. They're going to be finals here, Poland.
Yeah, they're going to be full force, full strength, and they have taken wins off of the likes of Navi and Tornado during the regular season. We expect a lot from this team, especially because they got strengthened already by the likes of Just Cause and Coca-Cola, which came in season 1, I think. In season 1, when Wombats on Tanks disbanded, they joined this team and already strengthened it, and then it got strengthened again with Losto joining. So this team, we expect great things from him. They took 4th last year at the grand finals because Wombats on Tanks was 3rd.
3rd place, yep.
So we expect at least, hopefully, a repeat of that.
Expect them to get to that stage, yeah, definitely for sure. For anyone who doesn't have a clue who we're talking about at the moment, well, here's a little introduction video for Not So Serious to let you guys know more about them.
Not So Serious team has overcome many obstacles and is always surprising its opponents with a non-standard approach and a high level of team play. The team successfully has managed to overcome all the difficulties on the way. They finished the season on 2nd position with a minimal point difference from the 1st place. During the season finals, Not So Serious finished at the 3rd place, losing against Tornado Energy in the semifinals. However, the grand finals is ahead, and we hope that we will see the NSS in full strength performing as we know they are capable of.
Now, Not So Serious, they are a team with a huge amount of potential behind them, especially with the recent changes they've made. We were talking just there about actually Monty coming in.
He was in Hellraisers together with Losto.
Both of them have came over together, and he was a strong player from them.
No, they didn't come over together. Monty came after
He
last
left
grand finals.
straight after the finals,
After
yeah.
grand finals, and I think Losto came after the season 1 because he quit Hellraisers then as well, or got replaced, one of the two.
One of the two, but I mean, this is a team. I mean, obviously, any Russian team you can't underestimate, but it is a huge challenge here for Elevate. And I mean, let's be honest, everyone is looking forward to this match. Both teams where everyone says they have potential, they can do so much.
Well, it's touching back onto what
time.
Comp said. Really, he doesn't know how they're gonna match up against the CIS team because they've had not a lot of practice against them. Now, this favors NSS by far, obviously, because NSS is used towards the CIS and EU style, even if you want to put it like that, because EU CIS meta is fairly similar, has a lot of things taken from each other, and Elevate seem to take a lot from that as well, taking it over from the EU teams or watching VODs, stuff like that. But their strats seem very familiar, very stuff that we've seen before, seen executed before. So I think NSS has the advantage in terms of that, because this is one of the things I was thinking about when looking at Elevate. They are a very good team, right? But the thing is, trainings is one thing. Matches against actual opponents is another. So they've been playing against Eclipse. Eclipse doesn't always play the meta that comes out from other regions. Eclipse sometimes plays their own style, plays their own thing.
We've seen that in APAC as well. We see unusual time picks, things
That's
that wouldn't fly in other regions.
That's what my point I'm getting to is the fact that Elevate, they have been playing trainings against European teams. That much is true, right? But trainings is one thing. So the timings in trainings are one thing, but in matches, you need to be even quicker. Where the Russian teams really excel at that reaction speed, Elevate doesn't have that much experience against teams that react quickly. So the fear for me is that Elevate in this match, that NSS will just react quicker to everything Elevate does, and I'll play them that way because they just know what's going to happen, and they are reacting quicker, where Elevate might be 5-10 seconds behind.
Well, let's bring up the roster here for Not So Serious, have a look at them in more detail. Now, we're talking earlier on, the Monte Bio, so Monte, as he's just more affectionately named, they have Shotnik, they have Coca-Cola, Lolcho, Beowulf was somebody pointed out to me by the Russian casters as being like generally favours the single shooters and is a very strong player on them.
Coca-Cola is a good matchup player as well. Shotnik isn't can play RT very well. We have seen him play. I think it was Shotnik. We have seen him play Conqueror GC at one point even, which is now changed obviously. So I don't think we're going to be seeing that. But the likes of Nidin, very good damage dealer as well. Just Cause when he gets in his element, great player. I mean, all around this is, again, a very, very strong individual team. And we've always been waiting for that performance from them, that not just third, fourth place, but finals.
An interesting statistic there, actually, for the viewers. I mean, I will say the viewers, some actual people who take a lot of pride in it, is that they have the second highest average WN8 in the Russian CIS League behind Navi.
Well, the WN8 got updated now, so it's easier.
It's easier to boost.
Because it got...
Go back to E50M farming.
No, it's actually different now. It's WN8 is now based per tier, not per vehicle. So there is an expected for each tier, and no more for each vehicle.
So what's the easiest tier to farm?
Tier 9, always.
Okay, write that down. Tier 9.
I mean, for me, tier 9 is pretty
It's
good.
easy peasy.
Because in tier 9 you get the 3-5-7 matchmaking, where you're one of the top tiers, the 5-10 matchmaking, but you can also end up with the 3 tier 10s, which is it's not that bad, obviously.
Decent.
Ending up with 3 or 5 tier 10s is not that bad.
Elevate already in the picking bands here, and they're saying, nope, we want nothing to do with Prokhorovka, whereas Not So Serious, interestingly, are banning Himmelsdorf.
I've not been such a fan of Himmelsdorf, so they don't want to play that. It's not surprising. Ruinberg, that's going to be a hard map, I think, for Elevate. They need to do well on their defense.
It's a little joke there that steps elevate, you know, steps elevate you. Hey, hey, ho, 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 hey, hey.
Why are you not so serious?
Oh, come on. Ruinberg's Not So Serious.
But yeah, steps coming out. That's going to be interesting to see how both these teams play it. We have now Ghost Down. That doesn't seem right.
Brr.
Steps.
Steps has been picked and Steps has been banned. Okay, there.
Well, I think it's we'll see when the last two picks, and then we'll know what the
okay, that's going to be interesting. Is it going to be Mines and Mines?
We'll just go past it, honestly.
Okay, maybe it's Murovanka and one.
So this leaves Mines, Murovanka, and Ghost Town still in the pool.
Yep.
We'll just see what the last two picks are, and then we know what the ban is, to be honest. But yeah, Ghost Town being no, Ghost Town was banned, so that leaves Murovanka, Mines, and what am I missing? What am I missing, Ryan? Help me.
Cliff.
Yeah, Murovanka, thank you. Murovanka, Mines, and Cliff. I really looked past that Ghost Town one. I don't know why. But yeah, Ruinberg steps so far pretty good. Ghost Town, no surprise actually to be banned by Elevate. I've seen them play it. I'm not being such a fan, but
I'm surprised actually at Cliff getting through, because usually it's a map that teams just
but
teams don't choose to play it. They kind of get
Elevate
forced
has
into playing
actually
it.
Done decent on Cliff from what I've seen so far. They used to play with that RT as well. That's M40, very EU or U-esque. So they can maybe do something there, but the fact that they banned Ghost Town is very good for them, because going to keep repeating it throughout this broadcast.
The first time today we see Ruinberg, which is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool to see. Well, it was picked before, but it just didn't get there, I think.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be the first time we're actually gonna see a round on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ghost Town, I'm gonna keep repeating it. It's obviously the most individual, most team, most coordination, the quickest map. You need to be on your feet almost instantly, and that's where NSS would definitely get ahead. So Mines is gonna be banned out by NSS.
So we're gonna get Cliff.
I actually don't mind this ban from NSS, because this removes a 1-1 map for Elevate. I think Elevate could definitely win a round on Mines, and then Ghost Town Cliff, tiebreaker Ghost Town. So Ghost Town was not banned. Okay.
Makes sense, yeah. Makes sense. It was coming into the end.
Yeah, but okay, let's repeat then. Murovanka, not surprised. Elevate banned that out. They weren't that good on it, to be honest. For in my point of view, they weren't that good on it. But Ghost Town coming out, I don't know if it's better than a map you're not so good at, because Ghost Town is that high individual, high team skill map. And I think NSS can pull a 2-0 on that one.
I mean, generally when you ask a lot of players what their favourite map is, a lot of them do say Ghost Town.
Yeah, but it's
Is it really Ghost Town? I mean, it's one we like to cast. Me and Mojo, it's one of our favourites for sure.
I like Ghost Town as well. I just wouldn't want to play it against a better team.
Yeah, I mean,
From
for
my
me,
point of view.
that's any match in World of Tanks. To be honest, you know, I don't like any of the maps because I always play against better teams. Okay.
You should embrace your inner red line.
Indeed, indeed. Now it's that time of the match again where we ask for my prediction, I ask for your prediction, and then we go to my mortal nemesis, which is Tomato the Lobster, who's currently beating me. He's 4-0 and I'm 3-1.
3-1 and I'm 4-0.
Okay, so what's your prediction for this one?
5-2 for NSS.
5-2 NSS. I am going to go for 5-3 5-3, 5-4 perhaps Elevate. I think Elevate are going to put up a stronger fight. Sorry, I think it's going to still be Not So Serious winning it, but I think Elevate are going to give them a good fight. So 5-3, 5-4. Let's find out what Tomato the Lobster is going to go for his prediction.
No
Okay.
way.
Okay, Lobster.
No way, Lobster.
Okay.
Wait, whoa.
Let's see how this is going.
No way, Tomato the Lobster.
No way.
way.
Tomato, I think that's a bold call from you, mate. To be honest, this could tie us back. Me and the Lobster could be back level pegging here, and you could be taking a lead actually between the three of us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we count in individual match scores, I'm already in the lead.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. You were lucky.
No, okay, lucky.
Multiple times. Multiple times. I could have gave you lottery tickets to put on, and instead you use your skills to predict matches.
Feels bad, man.
You could have been a fantastic weatherman with skills like that.
No, because most weathermen get it wrong most of the time. But yeah,
I'd be a weatherman then.
I'm really curious to see what Elevate can do here because they've been tested a little bit at a international level, which was at the obviously at the
Champions Rumble? Challengers Rumble.
Challengers Rumble, right? They did okay there, but it wasn't the. I mean, for the team they had, could have possibly done better.
I was speaking to one of them after. I can't remember exactly who it was, and I don't want to drop a name in case I'm wrong.
How did they look like?
I know who it was, but I'm not going to say. But they were saying the biggest thing that they found frustrating was the lack of being able to scrim against European players,
It's always
Russian
going to be
players,
an issue.
regular
It's
players.
really always going to be an issue.
And they
for them.
reckoned that was their biggest stumbling block. They reckoned the team was good enough, but because they weren't getting the practice against the high enough level, like taking nothing away from the any league and any players, but the other top teams from other regions is what they were regretting, lamenting not being able to play against, is what was frustrating them. And that's is potentially something that can come back and bite them. But as we were talking about earlier on, this is the strongest NA team that we have seen coming out of the region for years. And everyone wants this team to do well. Everyone wants to see them actually perform and get out the group stages.
Yeah, we all hope they perform, but you know, analyst as I am, I need to stick with the more favorable side.
I think there. I mean, we in this group realistically, the prediction is Not So Serious first place, Elevate second place, and sadly, no offense to them, Team Efficiency.
I
third
believe
place.
that Team Efficiency, the Aussies from down under, can do diggity things.
I would love them.
And
I'd love them to do.
I
upsets.
have full faith in my man Safa and Bolognese and Skell and Party. I believe that they can bring Australia where it once used to be, on top. All the way on the top. That's exactly where Team Efficiency will end. Ryan, you have no faith in the Panda, and that is going to cost you.
That is not true. I just want to clarify that is exactly what sponsored support looks like. Daki is getting a T-shirt, although he has to take someone out for dinner because he lost another bet. Is that a fair trade?
Yeah, I'm actually getting 2 T-shirts.
2 T-shirts. You're getting, what, a hat from Ding. We should have hoodies from Ding if Mertorius has remembered to bring them once again because he forgot to bring them to season finals. But you have to take someone out for dinner. And no McDonald's.
Maybe I
Or
like...
KFC.
I would take anybody except for you out to dinner.
Wow. Wow. That's just mean.
I hope we're on the other side of the river.
Now,
Far away from each other.
I can say, no offense to Team Efficiency, but they have a very tough task. I would love for them to get a win against somebody. It'd be amazing to be happily disappointed, but they have a tough group here with the Elevate and Not So Serious in their group. But as this one's going to be between right now,
I don't think
Elevate
there's
and Not
any
So Serious.
easy group in this one. Looking at it,
not really.
We would say Group A with Kasna, Yato, and EL Gaming.
And we saw how that
Would have
went.
been the easiest group, but we saw how that went. Yato almost took Kasna to defeat. They actually had Kasna tipping over the edge, and only some lucky branch saved them from falling over. So they clawed back up. They didn't tilt over. They elevated themselves above and beyond. So they took it very serious today,
You're
didn't they?
really raising the bar with the puns right now.
I know,
Really,
right?
it's really, it's brilliant.
It's some high level.
Yeah, it's some high level shenanigans, as Mojo would say.
Shenanigans.
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 I love it when he says that. It's brilliant.
But yeah, we're obviously still waiting for these teams to get ready. For Ruinberg, that is the question. Ryan, I know you're going to ask me at one point, hey, Daki, with the new patch, do you think there's going to be any light tanks or artillery? Well, Ryan,
no.
Let me ask you about it. No, I don't think so, because Ruinberg is a very small map.
I was not going to suggest that on Ruinberg.
You
I
were.
was not.
Yes.
Because we already talked about it, and I told you, Daki, Prokhorovka, not really a map where we're going to see new vehicles that says other than artillery. And you were like, yeah. Now, I know not to ask that on Ruinberg because I know it's highly unlikely they're going to be used on Ruinberg. If there is going to be something used on Ruinberg, it's likely going to be only potentially artillery. I don't see a use for...
I still don't...
I don't see a use for a high tier light on...
really see the use for artillery either.
I don't see a use
the
for
thing
a
where
high tier
the
light.
M40 was like useful in the last grand
But it
finals.
wasn't an M40. They used the Tiger last time.
Yeah,
so it was
but
gonna be
it's
an
the
M40.
same. It's the same thing. It has a high splash. Same with the SU-14 too. It has a high caliber gun. I think it's like 203 millimeters on the SU-14 too.
You're endangering. You're pushing chat here. That right now they'll be actually, Daki. It's 332, not 331. How dare you?
I think it's the 203 millimeter. I could be wrong, but I don't play artillery, so I wouldn't know that kind of stuff.
I could be wrong, but I don't really care because it's artillery. Is what you're supposed to say.
I don't play artillery, so I wouldn't really know.
Lies.
I don't.
Lies. You only don't play artillery because you sold them after the latest patch.
Exactly.
But you were an artillery player.
Well, like,
you were trying to 3-mark the Conqueror gun carriage.
That's a lie.
That is not a lie.
I don't even have near 100 battles on that thing.
How's it going with the M63 marks?
Yo, dude, do you want to be thrown off the stage? Because I will uppercut you through this screen behind you.
Don't worry. One of these days I'm going to 2-mark something. I'll be really proud of it.
Yeah, the only thing you're going to 2-mark is the Chrome LB. If you're lucky.
I've been trying to do it in the Hellcat and I can't even do it.
Oh, that's just really sad. But yeah, Ruinberg, I don't know. Mouse is all around, I think. No artillery. Light tank, maybe instead of the tier 8. Thinking about it, wait, hear me out for a second.
But Daki, are they going to...
No. Listen. What you can maybe do on Ruinberg is we use the CT-54 lightweights on tier 8. You could potentially, although it's a high risk, high reward, use the tier 9 T-54 lightweight together with a tier 9 heavy, for example, and push him down the 0 line. He has more HP now as well, so he might be able to actually survive, because usually he went down towards the bad shots.
Right, question for you. You say could potentially. Would you do it?
Yeah.
Do you think Elevate would do it?
Maybe.
Do you think Not So Serious would do it?
Maybe. I think there's the potential for that. The issue has always been with it that a lot of teams send those bad shots towards 0 line to clip it out.
Just counter it, yeah.
So it still die. It's a high risk, but it has more HP now. So if you can keep it alive for long enough, they're gonna waste more ammo on it. And with a WZ instead of a with a WZ instead of a 113, you're not sacrificing that much. You can still put them on A8, for example. So I think there is the potential there for a play like that to come out. And if any light would be used on this map, it would be the T-54 lightweight, because it actually has some armor if they hit the turret, and there's a highly big chance for bounces there. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Let's have a little look at the teams head-to-head against each other here. We can have a look at things like map percentage, favourite maps they're going to be playing on. So Not So Serious. Okay, we don't know how many times they've played it. Himmelsdorf, 100%. They could have only played it twice. Mine's 18%. That, to me, means that's not good. Like, I mean, worst map, Cliff, 50%. Best map, Steps, 100%. Again, they could have only played it once or twice. Don't have the exact stats here. But look at this. Elevate much stronger on the defense compared to attack.
usually when you have a 100% win ratio on a map, it means you've played it very little,
little,
which
yeah.
is the case here, and it's also why NSS, what map did they ban?
That's what they banned, yeah.
Himmelsdorf.
Mhm.
So why do you think they banned it? Because they played it very
They
little.
got lucky. Yep. Now, actually, let's be saying this interesting. Normally, teams usually always have a stronger attack than they do defense win. Elevate have the stronger defense
I think
win.
NSS banned Mainz as well, didn't they?
I can't remember, honestly. I know that all I can remember is it's Runeberg and Steps for the first two maps. But yeah, a 58% defensive win, but only 46 on the attack. That's generally not what we're used to. Generally, teams always have the stronger attack than defense because a lot of the maps favour the attacker teams. Attacking teams generally dictate the pace of the battle.
Well, in this case, it's different. This is the bus. This is you.
Okay, so we're going Runeberg, then, so we're going close city map. First time we're going to see it. First time we're going to see it
Hey.
today.
How you
Then,
doing?
Hey, then we're going to see Steps right after it. Steps being an open map, so two polar opposite maps. Very different tactics being used. Do you favour either one of these teams for these maps? Do you think we're going to get 2 odds? Do you think we're going to get 4 odds? Do you think they're going to be 1-for-1?
2-0 on Runeberg for thinking about it. Runeberg, even for a good team to attack, is always a little bit of an issue. That's the thing that I would like to say 2-0 for NSS, but I have the feeling that Elevate could actually win at least one round on Runeberg.
Here's the thing that I've noticed throughout the entire season. Every time that we say Runeberg favours
2-0 on Runeberg, 1-1 on Steps.
Every time we say Runeberg favours the defenders, it ends up being an attacking win. We say it's a very defensive map, favours the defenders, and it's like some amazing attacking play, and the attackers end up winning it, and then they lose the next round when they're then on the defense, and it ends up being a double win for the attacking side. I think Runeberg will be a 1-1.
2-0 Runeberg, 1-1
And then
Steps.
I think Steps would be a 2-0.
2-0 Runeberg, 1-1
Okay,
Steps.
I say the opposite, so that'll be interesting to see how the first two maps go. But now we're just waiting. We're solely at the mercy of the players telling us that they're ready. Then we can get things underway.
I think we'll get it underway in about 5 minutes. So.
Any time from now till the end of the day, I would say. It's a good prediction.
You're so smart when you're not talking.
Ah!
Damn
Wow!
it.
Daki, I love you like a brother I never wanted.
Yeah, but
Right.
that's not up to you though, so...
I know exactly, yeah, okay. Now, vehicle picks for Runeberg.
Already touched on it a little bit, but 3
You're
mouses.
saying what we don't expect to see.
Well, what the standard kind of is on the attack, or was during the season, if you remember, was 3, 4
Three
mouses.
mouse trying to go through the middle.
3 mouses,
Bat shots round the
4
bottom.
bat shots, or in the case of teams like Ding, for example, they brought 2, 3 mouses as well, with then bat shots behind it, and a Scorpion G, for example, for the
Yeah.
middle road. This is still a viable tactic. This can still work. Defending team, we've seen a lot of different things. In general, for example, Ding brings the Type 5 Heavy as well. Then you have some 50Bs, and teams used to play it with a T54 Lightweight. Now this is the question. This is the question, what is going to be now, because obviously the T-rates have become less viable. So double WZ, for example, could be a thing. T54 Lightweight with a WZ could be a thing. They could also just decide to pick still a T-rate light tank. They could even bring an IS-3 for that matter, which wouldn't be such a bad pick in all honesty. Like, you can pick an IS-3.
We used to get a lot of teams trying to do cap tactics.
No longer
top.
viable.
Do you think it's just gone right now? It's just not going to happen?
The introduction of the Type 5 really ruined that.
Because of the splash?
Because of the splash that can go through Rex. Type 5 kind of destroys any northern cap tactic. That's why we went into the 2-3 mouses with bat shots.
A bit of a shame, because it always was interesting watching teams trying to come up with a new way to do the block on the top base and try and survive it. And so many teams tried so many different ways, and so many teams had it perfectly. Then they would do something stupid, like the tank captain would move his turret so the gun was then able to be shot and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I just don't think it's going to happen between these two. Elevate is not that kind of Shenanigans team to do stuff like that. They might pull some shenanigans though. But yeah, I don't think Northern Caps are going to be likely in this one. I think it's going to be pretty standard. You can throw a debate out there where we've seen teams come to 3 line with a few mouses and then try to rush the north with the rest of the team, trying to get the mouses to take the damage while you clean up the north. But this is, again, is very hard because the defender can leave tanks in the north, such as double WZs, which we have seen teams do. The defender usually has advantage on this map because of the fact that he is not forced to play with Batchat.
Can kind of dictate where he wants the attack to come from.
He picks a 50B instead of a Batchat. He picks an FE215B instead of a Batchat, a tank that has higher DPM, more armor, and more health. Usually, the attacker wins the round when the defender makes really bad trades and gets tanks caught off guard. The thing is, when we see these Batchat tactics with mouses work, is when the Batchats can come in, clip 1 or 2 guys out, and get out again, which genuinely, like let's say 85% of the time, just doesn't happen. It doesn't get allowed because the defender will just continue pushing, pressing the advantage to make sure that stuff like that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that was something I was going to actually ask you about as we see the FE215B. One of the rare maps that actually gets used on.
It's the reason that it actually doesn't have to move a lot. It's more of a stationary turret than anything else. And the good gun allows it to shoot those mouses coming down the middle. And it also allows quickly killing Batchats. 5 shots and a Batchat is dead. And it has a quick reload. It has a nice hash even. If you're just left against Batchats, so you know you're going to be chasing Batchats, you can afford to load those hash rounds with obviously lower penetration, but they will do more damage.
Yeah, it's not quite as strong as an HE round. It's something that's kind of like in the middle between HE and AP. It's a weird kind of shell. Yeah. They've always talked about changing the mechanics of it, how it's meant to work against how it actually works in the game. But I mean, the action, I think it was the Action X, has still got the hash shell, but then other tanks have got the AP shell. So you know, it's something.
The Action X has hash. And the FE215B have a hash as well. Obviously, you have the hash shells on the British TDs. Those are hash.
His heat is the one I'm getting mixed up with. Every other top tier has the premium round that gives more penetration, whereas the British ones are the only ones that have less penetration for their premium shell.
Yeah, but you have 2 premium shells though. You have the standard ammunition, then you have the premium shell, and then you have the premium hash shell. You don't have HE on those.
I know the British tanks don't have the same rounds as every other top tier.
Yeah, but they get premium ammo with more penetration as well. They have normal ammo.
They have normal ammo, which is APCR.
Centurion Action X has APCR, heat, and hash.
I might be wrong with that, but I am not going to argue it right now because I don't have the Action X down on my little cheat sheet. But I do have the.
You know why I know that the Action X has heat, and I remembered it because I watched this video from Sheesh last night. And he was playing Action X.
FE215B does 326, 259, 326. You're right again, Daki. There you go. Now shut up.
It's not my fault, okay? You try to argue. You try to argue, and if you argue, you need to make sure you have the right argument.
I just wanted to be right for what? No, okay. Okay. I've played Action X all the time, so that makes it even worse. Okay, so everything is ready to go. We're about to get this battle underway. It's going to be the first round here on Ruinberg. Is going to be match number 5 of the day. We still have one more to go, which is going to be another hell of a match to go because it is going to be Ding Brainstorm next, actually, and that could be actually Brainstorm potentially.
Yeah, Brainstorm could be out of the tournament after that one. But first, it's this one, and we're almost ready to get underway.
Yep, it's going to be Elevate, Not So Serious, starting off map number 1 here in this match. Not So Serious, the favourites here, me and Daki both going for Not So Serious. Tomato, the lobster, doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's choosing Elevate. No offence to the NA fans, just me and Tomato, the lobster, have some beef already today. And surely that's just going to build up over this entire weekend. It's going to end up with me killing a lobster, probably. Or me getting killed by a lobster.
Wouldn't speak such terms. Lobster will take revenge.
I'm pretty sure I can get defeated by a tomato. Well, let's jump into the action here, Daki, and have a look at the lineups from each team.
Okay, so
lineups.
Elevate is going with double 113, AMX50B, Mouse, Batchat, WZ, and a tier 9 Batchat. And it says double 113 Mouse and 4 Batchats behind that one. Elevate is going to be defending, obviously. We said they can take the heavier lineup. That's exactly what they did. Obviously, no tier 8 tank like we expected. They chose the tier 9 Batchat with the WZ, which is another option. They're probably not going to be going down zero line. Could be wrong, but sending a batch down zero line is usually not something that works out very well for you. But they can play aggressive 5-6 line because WZ and 113s.
Elevate on the red side with the black and red camouflage, not so serious on the blue side. They've gone awesome kind of blue and white camouflage, not so serious attacking. Elevate defending here, and Elevate going for quite aggressive defense here, taking up position on the middle road.
Yeah, trying to catch some tanks from NSS off guard. They're going to be pushing into the middle road already, and Beowulf will be waiting there in his mouse, and I think they just want to kill this mouse as quickly as they can because they're coming from the backside as well.
They are pushing into Beowulf. They're going to take him down quickly, but the backside guys are going to come around really quick. They have to be careful that there's no overlap on the back. It's going to be down to Oxmanthus and Wallhacks to try and defend the town areas. Just Cause, Shotnik and Monty pushing into him. Nice connection there from Oxmanthus. Beowulf is in a world of trouble right now. He has been focused at the back from God Emperor Brett. Dodoma and External are pushing him in the front. They can isolate this mouse and take him down and then realign their gun line back to the rest of Not So Serious. This is a lovely start here for Elevate.
Yeah, but Elevate is very far away from the capture circle though. 23 seconds. They're going to have to push down
Triple
the middle
cap.
again to get towards that one, and Shotnik is trying to block off Wallhacks.
Shotnik stopping anyone coming in. Wallhack's going over there. We're down at 15 seconds. So everyone from Elevate is throwing himself at it. Wallhack's down to a one-shot. Manthus gets killed Shotnik. External getting a double kill there as he picks up Just Cause now as well. Elevate are actually taking it to Not So Serious right now. Not So Serious only have 4 tanks available. Elevate still have 6 guns in the game.
Yeah, very strong start here from Elevate, coming out swinging in the beginning of the game, and I should have said 1-1 because this is definitely looking like Elevate going to pick up the first round. Lojno getting tracked there as well, getting held, getting ammo wrecked, and that should be Elevate.
The focus fire here from Elevate is exceptional. They have just picked apart Not So Serious here. Tank after tank after tank. External just bullying Indin here. Coca-Cola hiding in behind him as Nitz and Dodoma go around. Nitz picks up his second kill of the match. Monty is running away from Canadian Impact here, and this is absolutely fantastic from Elevate.
Yeah, nice kill there on towards Nitin as well. And now Coca-Cola, the last one, standing for the side of NSS. A nice start there from Elevate, countering the standard opening from the attacker, but leaving the mouse in the middle. We see this very often where the mouse just get left alone in the middle. In this case, there was just one. And they push straight towards him. And the thing is, Beowulf would have been able to do a lot more damage, but the crucial factor to why he went down is that flank from behind, right? You have the AMX 50B, which was God Emperor Brett coming on the flank to quickly remove that tank, and I think he did a full clip on tourism, and then the cap, it got started too late. Honestly, as soon as they saw that middle push, then is when they tried to catch something in zero line,
yeah.
which is not going to happen, right? Nobody's going to be caught off guard over there, because if you make this play, we both know that you can't really leave somebody closed up in zero line because he's just dead. Once they see that play, they should have gone into the play they made later. There were 6 seconds left on the cap. If they made the play as soon as they saw the middle rush, they would have won that round, most likely, because Wallachs would have been forced into a commitment. There wouldn't have been nearly as much support as there was now.
It was nice from Elevate though, because in the lineup,
it was very nice.
in the lineup,
It was very
they
nice
could
from
see like,
Elevate.
okay, they've got one mouse. If we can just get him and stop the crossfire,
it's a 100% counterplay, right?
It was a lovely play. It was really nicely done.
It was a lovely counterplay, but you always have to critique as well when the attacker makes a mistake. Elevate made the correct play. They did everything right from start to finish. There's nothing they could have done better almost. They even sent one guy back towards A5, which is perfectly fine. The issue is with NSS reaction.
Manthus finished.
Yeah,
no damage taken.
Yeah, the issue is with NSS's attack. The issue is the reaction coming out from them was to try and catch somebody off guard in zero line, which a team like them should have known that there's not going to be anything there. They should have gone straight. They should have sent one guy to pretty much clear it out and then went straight into the cap. Now they tried to rush something there, which was obviously not going to happen. So that's where their misplay came. Elevated the right things. NSS did not.
Okay, now here's the lineups going into round 2. A Lorraine 40T coming out there for Monty. Interesting pick. Yeah,
it's the premium Lorraine. He used to be in the game itself as the tier 9 tank. It is, I think it was. It got replaced by the Batshad AP, got taken out of the game and got then reintroduced as the autoloader it is now. It's a 4-shot if I'm not wrong. It's a pretty decent tier 8 premium. The only issue with it is kind of low on HP, only 1,300. So that's that. But other than that, fine tank altogether. He's going to be defending the north together with Beowulf. And the rest of the NSS team, obviously not such a quick lineup. They can't go for the same play Elevate did. They're going to just be defending zero line. Well, Elevate on their attack is bringing one mouse, the 113s and the Batchats to quickly go towards zero line and take control over that F9 position.
So multiple tanks there from Elevate spotted rushing into that position. Nadine is over there. He's able to get any shots as the triple Batchats push over into that area. Already we can see Beowulf has fired a shot, not connected with anything. No Serious holding their fire at the moment. Oxmanthus got himself tracked here, but immediately is repairing it. And he's just slowly rolling down the middle road there.
Yeah, and he is going to be able to do nice amount of damage to the tanks that might get spotted into towards that zero line as well. This 50B here has to be very careful from Nadine, because Shotnik is now going to push up, but he's going to have God Emperor Brett in front of him and Nitz as well. The direction from NSS needs to be a strong push down the zero line, in my opinion, to win this game. If it's going to work, that's a different story.
Wallhacks and Dodoma are going to rotate back down through the city, and the Batchat tier 9s looks like they might push all the way around into base 1.
This timing could really work out for NSS, because these double tier 9s out of the game if NSS decides to push zero line now, and then it's GG.
Looks like they might be doing that.
It's what they have to do to win the game.
They are pushing, actually. They are doing it. So they're going as God Emperor Brett. Just cause getting a kill on God Emperor Brett. That he went down super quick. Now Shotnik is taking a lot of damage and focusing into him. It's Nitz and Canadian Impact. Canadian Impact can clip out into him. There is the Batchats coming through the middle. It's Dodoma and Wallhacks. Looks like they want to try and get in the flank of Lulsho, taking a lot of damage for that, but that gives a lot of information to Not So Serious, because they know the two Batchats are over in that area.
Yeah, they spotted out both tier 9 Batchats, which are going to be reloading. Ox should finish off Lulsho right here, but in the meantime, they should be clearing out the entire little city. Nitz is still in there. Canadian Impact should not be able or be allowed to run away. These two 113s should chase down External and his Batchat as well, and also still surviving against Ox Mattis. Yes, the HP seems close, but that's only because Ox has 2,700 on his mouse.
Batchat's rotating back round the corner to try and help out External. He is between a rock and a hard place at the moment. Oxmanthus finally gets the kill on Lulsho. External is about to go down here in between Coca-Cola and it looks like Shotnik and Monty shooting at him at the moment. What can Wallhacks and Dodoma do? They have all of the HP of their team effectively, and they need to get in there, get their clips out, and absolutely wreck someone and get away again.
The thing is, there's a very big separation between the two halves of the team here. You can say Ox is one half of the team, and the others are another half. Ox is on one side, and he's separated. Ox is going to go down here because Just Cause still has 3 shots. I don't know why he pushed here, because he has no support.
Ox perhaps just trying to draw the attention away so they can get the Batchats over into the zero line. That's exactly what's going to happen, as Wallhacks is going to take the lead. He'll try and jump into Coca-Cola. He'll take 2 hits for this, one from Coca-Cola, one from Beowulf right beside him as Wallhacks tries to solo this. He gets himself tracked. There's a shot coming in. Monty does pick up the double kill on Lorraine. Wallhacks going around the side of Coca-Cola. One more. That is from Dodoma, picks up the kill. Wallhacks still has 3 shots left. Oxmanthus is still surviving. It is going to go right to the wire here. Beowulf is going to get taken out, but he actually, it's Nadine that takes down Wallhacks. Dodoma's going to have to run away. He's in a reload. Monty actually is playing fantastic here.
3
Picks
kills.
up the triple kill.
Triple kill for Monty, making that Lorraine work. And this is the thing still, but Ox being separated on that northern side of the map. Shotnik closes it out, obviously, against Dodoma. A good round there from NSS, a good read, a good reaction. Doing exactly what I said they should do, which is pushing down strong, down zero line to make the counterplay against them, obviously. Well done there by NSS. High fives.
1-1, excitement all round. I've
But
never seen a team so emotional.
they did very, very, very well. The zero line play is the obvious one, because once the mouses get into the fight, you leave nobody in the north because you know most of the tanks are going to be there. They got a little bit lucky with the rotation, but even then I don't think these tier 9 bats would have made much of a difference in that kind of fight, because they still got the clip out on towards the mouth of Loshta. But even if they were in zero line, it's 113s they're shooting at. They're not going to penetrate all their shots, and as soon as they're spotted, they're dead. The difference there is as well, with Ox being, actually, I think it was Brett even in his 113 that got caught out. He's at that last house, and that last house doesn't provide you safety from both sides. So he's either looking towards the 113s on zero line or the Batchat on the other side. So they just teamed up on him and killed him rather easy. But then Ox being on the other side, we saw Nadine do 1 clip in towards Ox, right? The timing of Elevate was off, by the way, with Ox and the tier 9 Batchats. Just want to put that out, because Nadine got a free clip onto Ox, reloaded, and that moment, well, almost reloaded, is the moment the tier 9 Batchats pushed into Beowulf, into the southern part of the map.
Bottom,
But he was already almost reloaded. So when these tier 9 Batchats started shooting, the 50B came off reload, which caused Wallhacks to almost evaporate and Dodoma not to have enough shots to kill off the second 113. So the timing there was also off. I don't know if it was a planned move from Ox or an individual decision. just the coordination between those two groups, and even separating in two groups is usually not the best thing.
Are you able to see how much damage Monty did there? He picked up a triple kill and it looked like the...
I will be able to tell you anything you want, my love.
Ooh.
Hopefully.
Ooh.
Alright,
Oh,
quickly, Monty...
I heard an echo there. Somebody else was as surprised as I am.
Monty 1.3.
1.3, okay,
Well,
decent.
he got 3 kills.
Tier 8, yeah.
That alpha allows him to finish off the low HP target, which is fine. Which is on 100% fine.
Now we're going to be going into our next match, which is going to be Steps, polar opposite here of Runeberg. We're going from a tight city map into our most open map of the game, and this is an interesting lineup from Not So Serious.
NSS, triple 113, E50, Batchat, T100 light tank, and an M40. This might be more of an... depends where the T100 light tank goes, then we will talk about what they want to do, because they can play either the rails or 9-0 line. It really depends on how they want to play it out. Or elevate on the defense, though.
And they've got a light as well.
Yeah, they're bringing the German light. The German light can boost on that A8 position or that
Canadian Impact's
A2.
going there.
Yeah, and he's going to A8. He can climb up there very efficiently, very quickly. Okay, so they have chosen to go very aggressive eastern side, and now the question is the T100 light tank has the speed to actually spot out the Borsig going up the hill. If he goes very aggressive, then Canadian Impact will not be able to reach that A0 position. Now, the A0 position is a crucial one because of the fact that if you don't get up that far, you can actually not shoot unspotted. So if Nidin keeps going, then the Canadian Impact won't be able to get safe.
R8 just missing Dodoma there, is able to get himself away safe. Monty now reloading. Dodoma lucky to get away with his life there, and at the same time Canadian Impact is able to get up all the way up to the top.
So he got all the way up, that's very
nice.
good.
Focus on T100. R8 just missing the T100 as well.
This is not so good for NSS now, because they're taking a lot of damage, but they're going to continue going for it. The thing is, though, RT got nerfed alpha-wise, right? Or penetration-wise, alpha as well. But it can still pen a German light. It can still do 1k or more.
Still do tremendous damage if it gets through. Now, we've seen this with teams before that they put all their eggs in one basket onto this flank, and sometimes it can go against them, sometimes it can hit. Look at this, the aim here from Monty onto Canadian Impact. Splashes, just misses him. No crew damage, it looked like there. Only took the stun damage and a little bit of damage to his track. So very lucky there, rocking back and forward.
Yeah, nice stuff there from that RT. And Monty, we have seen him do some tremendous thing in artillery. So let's see what he can do towards the position of Canadian Impact. It's the battle of the RTs. It's Wallhikes versus Monty. Whoever does more damage. Canadian is making some really, really nice peaks, though, doing some damage, making sure he's shown himself towards the enemy team. But here we go. And SS might be going for the cap here, at least with one guy.
Wally going over, getting a splash damage there on Coca-Cola as Canadian Impact repositions to get vision for his team. Oxmanthus is getting himself spotted at the moment. The mouse, he gets hit by artillery and stunned with the crew, but no crew damage or module damage.
Look what Nidin is very important right now. He was trying to do some new climb in the T100 light tank. I saw it just about on my screen. I'm going to actually switch over to that.
You switch over and watch it from your screen, because I can't see anything from here. I'm watching the viewpoint of Coca-Cola and Nidin.
Nidin. Need to keep watching Nidin, because he was trying a climb. I don't know if he's going to try it again. I think so.
I think he is.
I want to stay on Nidin right now. He got tracked, but he should be fine.
So is it directly ahead of him?
He wasn't spot. Yeah, he's going to keep going now. He's trying to do some climb. Spotted it on my screen. Let's see if he can actually get up. That is the main question here. If he gets up...
I think it's something he need pushed on.
No. He got much further the first time round. He got way further the first time round.
Maybe we had a better run up for it. This is interesting. If there's a counter, this is something else we talked about with the T10 lights. If there's counter climbs that can be done because they're faster, they're lighter, have a bit more power to weight ratio, and they don't have the terrain resistance.
He's going to try again. He's going to try again. Watching the approach he's taken.
Let's see. Trees. Nope, that slowed his approach. So he's taking down the trees this time.
Okay, let's see what he does now. He's going to come around. They're going to keep doing this.
Coca-Cola taking damage in the meantime, so not so serious, just bleeding HP at the moment.
He's going to go. He's
just
going.
chipping away. Nadine is trying again to get up in this area.
So let's see. Nadine is going up. Close. No. He's trying, though. He's really trying.
Tracked himself for that one.
if they make this work, then this can still work. They're in HP down.
Coca-Cola taking more damage there. It's artillery. I think it's chipping away in Ox Mathis
No,
as
it's
well.
Canadian Impact in the
Coca-Cola
in the German
taking
light.
another hit there from artillery. He's tracked and he's got broken tracks.
This is what the Doma is doing is not important. Nadine is the crucial factor. If he makes it up, that's GG VP.
He's done it.
He's done it. Look at this.
Oh,
Beautiful.
what a climb.
What a climb from Nadine.
Everyone watching take note, because that is how that area is now countered, and that is dangerous because now everyone's like, oh crap.
I'm very glad I spotted that.
Very nicely done, Daki. So there is a counter climb possible if you allow
This
someone to do it.
changes the entire dynamic of this map. This changes everything.
Teams are going to have to reposition now to be able to cover
Now
that approach.
Monty, now the thing is Monty needs to do damage towards Canadian Impact, because if he does, then Nadine can actually 1v1 it.
1v1, yep.
But they're
Lost
taking
in
so
the
much
meantime gets hit
damage
by
right now.
artillery, just chipping away. Wallhacks is on a damage farm at the moment. Everyone that's getting lit up is just getting hit. Now the danger is Nadine needs to watch his approach, because the tanks from Elevate, he is spotted and they're going to be aiming over that way. He's going to go for the one-on-one, which is bold.
He's just spotting him from Monty. He's just spotting him from Monty.
Yeah, but can Wallhacks also get a shot on
Of
Nadine?
course, Wallhacks can.
Okay, so again, it's like you said, it's battle of the artilleries.
Wallhacks is aiming towards Nadine. Actually, I don't know if he has a shot. He just about does, but
Nice!
he's getting
God
hit.
Emperor Brett gets a connection. 4-2-3 there on Nadine. So this trade is not going to... Oh!
Whoa!
Massive hit coming in there from Monty.
And Wallhacks missed. Now is the moment. If Monty gets the kill before Wallhacks does, then that position is countered. It doesn't matter if Nadine goes down here. It really doesn't. All that matters is that Canadian goes down. That's everything that matters.
Canadian, this was not the kind of position you were looking to hold at the moment. This is so dangerous. Monty and Wallhacks. Monty's going to come off reload first. Canadian Impact needs to try and get himself safe.
Oh, no, Just Cause!
He's picked up for Just Cause. What
Wallhacks
a
is still
fight.
reloading. Nadine will go despotted before Wallhacks has his shot available. There we go. Nadine's out. That is beautiful from NSS. Just beautiful.
Really, really nicely done there. Nadine now is playing King of the Castle. He can now spot out all the tanks of Elevate, and now this allows Monty to start picking his targets. The danger is that Wallhacks, if he shoots, he is in a bush, has the potential of being spotted, and either Nadine can choose to shoot him or Monty can choose to shoot him. Elevate now need to start pushing in the advantage they have with the HP. Nit's taking a truck ton of damage
Nadine
there.
is shooting nets in the side as well. These 113s, they are not safe in this area. This is just not something that Elevate is used to. This T100 light tank will just continue chipping away. Elevate has only one play left. They were 3,000 HP up, and they're now down.
God Emperor Brett needs to push in Just Cause, and Just Cause is just debating him right now, pulling him into the guns of his teammates. He's going to come round the back and finish him off there. He's taking shots on the side, just blocking him in that position, keeping himself safe from the rest of his teammates. God Emperor Brett. Just Cause is actually in a reload, so he actually has almost signed his death warrant, but no, Coca-Cola now picks up the kill. Not so serious now, in complete control.
What a beautiful play coming out from NSS. Absolutely terrific. So glad we see this in the group stages. NSS is not holding anything back, and that was beautiful. Nadine had needed multiple tries. Just Cause picks up his triple kill in the meantime, but he did it, and that's all that matters. And Elevate, they were not ready for that.
Not at all, not at all. There are so many people that are going to be watching this from different teams right now, and I'm pretty sure they're all going to be saying the exact same thing, which is, I didn't even know that was possible.
This is beautiful. This is a new dynamic coming in with Tier 10 lights. I once wondered if it was possible to climb that side. Many people have tried. It wasn't possible before. Well, apparently it's possible now.
The thing was, as well, it makes it even more impressive, is all solo climbed, and he had lots of time to do it because there was no shots on him.
This is what we
Nobody
talk
watching that
about, though.
area.
This is a standard tactic from Elevate to defend the rail side. You defend the rail side, and you get somebody boosted up, and in this case, the German light. And you defend from that. You have Artie that can reset the cap, and with the quicker reload, this makes this tactic even more viable, because Artie can reset, obviously, multiple opponents in the cap. So you don't have to defend that side. You don't even have to spot it. Now, with this dynamic coming in, you cannot really just leave the eastern side open, because if you do, somebody's going to be climbing up and he's going to be killing your light tank.
It was
and
nice.
Monty is also, we praise Nadine.
The hit from
we
Monty
praise
was,
Nadine, but Monty is what won this round, because he hit. What we talked about is that the fact that RT can still penetrate lightly armored tanks. Its role has shifted more from shooting the heavy tanks to trying to dig out the scouts and the mediums, because if it hits a medium, a lightly armored medium or a scout, it can still do massive damage, and that's exactly what Monty demonstrated towards us.
How'd you come back from that, man? You think you're in a nice, safe place. You think to yourself, okay, we can hold this area, and then suddenly it's like, the T100's up here. And then like, what do you mean the T100's up here? Because to be fair, Elevate wouldn't have seen how it got up there. They wouldn't have known if it got
No, but
boosted.
everybody
they
will
won't know now. Yeah, but everyone else saw it. But Elevate won't
Let's
know
go-
now in their mind for mind games.
Let's just.
They'll
let's-
be like, did it get boosted? Did it do it itself?
Yeah, like right now, I think a lot of teams are going into training rooms.
Oh God, yes. Right now, everyone's
This
doing
this
it.
changes steps as a map,
There's
though.
people watching this at home right now. Think of how many Clan Wars players are trying this right now,
This
booting up training rooms.
This changes steps as a dynamic, though, in terms of map. This climb, because we have seen teams give up that eastern side completely to defend rails, and it's impossible with this.
It changes,
That's beautiful.
It changes it now. 2 T100s coming out here.
Well, let me guess.
Either each climb, yep.
One is going to go A2, and one is going to go A8.
And this is exactly what we kind of wanted with this patch. We're saying, you know, we joke at you poking fun at me, asking, you know, are we going to see the new tanks? Are we going to see artillery? Are we going to see high tiers? Because we're always talking, saying, okay, they're a little bit faster than something like a Batcha, and it doesn't have the damage potential
They're
of the
doing
Batcha.
something a little bit different, actually. Just Cause is not going on A9 because the mouses are defending that. So he's going to try and spot out the middle road, and maybe even, you remember what Kasna did with the kicks quick spotter?
Quick spot, yep.
Yeah, they might be... Oh, Brett!
God Emperor Brett! They were focusing on that area. They knew exactly what was going to happen here. And again, this is another match where at the start, he's being focused.
That he didn't make it up, though. That is the most important question.
Yes, he's up.
It's nice. This is beautiful from NSS. Not just once, but twice now, they have shown what to do against the standard. This is, you see the strategy that Elevate is running?
Nadine's up one side, Monty's up another side.
The strategy Elevate is running. Does it look like a copy-paste almost from what Kasna was doing? Similar style, similar start. The German light to go spot the guy climbing. What did NSS do?
Net's taking a huge amount of
This
damage
is
now as
beautiful.
well.
They did just literally counter the same opening Kasna brought. If Yato did this, it would be the same result, but NSS is showing you what to do.
This is where, yeah, because we were saying all they need to do, because they had somebody up at A1, A2, and we were saying they need to aim up there to take down the tank, and they didn't know anyone. So it wasn't happening. Wall hacks here and artillery trying to get a shot over, double splash, but barely doing any
I don't
damage
even
there.
know if they know Nadine is up, because if I'm Nadine, I'm starting to do damage right now, starting to shoot.
Ox is spotted, so I guess that's going to give the game away as to how he's being spotted. Lolsto is spotted on the other side. Ox is continually lit, so he doesn't necessarily know if that's somebody in a bush. 41 getting
But the
smacked
thing
onto
is,
him there.
if Ox keeps going...
He's going to get shot at the back.
Yeah, but there's more than just that. Just Cause and Nadine, this is going to be a beautiful crossfire. Keep watching. If Ox keeps pushing forward, he's going to get hit one by Monty
He's
in the
blind
Udes.
shot and the blind shoot in the bushes now, yeah.
He's going to hit... Listen, he's going to get hit one by Monty in the Udes. Two, the mouses might hit him. And three, Nadine and Just Cause will crossfire him. What counters Nadine's position is Ox Matis or any other heavy going towards the position where Just Cause is. And
He's aiming as well.
You know why? You know why? Because you can't stay safe from it. So as soon as he gets too close to Just Cause, both him and Nadine will start shooting.
Oh,
Went right over
the
him.
top because it's too high. He doesn't realize he's got to aim lower. Is he going to put the same shot in lower? Yeah, we must surely. Oh God, what was that?
Well, the thing is, he would actually see the shot go through, so he might not think anything is there. But if he went too far, I'm fairly certain.
Oh, he
Ooh.
connected 439.
If he went too far,
He's going back. He's like, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
I want him to drive further and just see what Just Cause and Nadine do.
Canadian Impact being let. I mean, Canadian Impact must be saying to him, I'm spotted as well. I'm spotted. Every time he moves, he's like, I'm spotted. Shotnik taking out the train there to try and get shots across onto Ox and perhaps get shot into the turret.
I don't know, but I feel if Wallhacks, hopefully Wallhacks was watching what Ox was shooting, because that's the one thing about Artie, is that it can see if the shell goes through or it disappears.
Shotnik missing there. Actually had a nice plain shot onto Ox there, so bit of luck playing on Ox's side there. Elevate hanging in here with the skin of their teeth. Ox dodging shots like dodgeballs, but how long can his luck hold out?
Nadine is
now
spotted. Yeah, Nadine is spotted.
He's going to back off now against the Wallhacks. Is going to start
Yeah,
firing
but the
shots
thing is,
up
he
into
can
his
go
area.
unspotted because they're not holding the position that he's just
Trading
playing.
with Canadian
Yeah,
Impact
he's
right
playing.
now.
He needs to be careful because Artie is going to shoot him in about 5
Wallhacks
seconds.
is going to come off.
He can stay he can stay unspotted there, but
Let's see if
Wallhacks will
Wally
get
can
at least
connect.
one shot.
Is he going to connect like straight up?
He will try, that's for sure.
He's shooting. Oh, he got double tapped, so he got hit just before it as well.
Yeah, but now he's despotted, and the only way to clear him out, or properly clear him out, and get him spotted is by going towards the end of the rails. Now, obviously, Just Cause is still there. He will spot that. And if Oxmatas does do that, then we will see that crossfire effect come bashing down on towards him, which is the Mouses, the Udes, Just Cause, and Nidin. The two T100 LTs will probably pen their shots, which is 500 damage, and Ox won't be able to do enough to because he's going to continuously get shot by Nidin.
Can Wallhacks blind shoot him? Canadian Impact, though, is getting hit quite hard there. He's going to have to back off. Wallhacks is holding his shot for something to spot and shoot at the moment, but there's nothing lit here at the moment for Not So Serious.
Yeah, Canadian thought that their area was clean because Ox went there.
Lolshow finally gets a kill on Canadian Impact.
Now they will know that there's a spotter somewhere because Canadian was perma-spotted.
Yeah. Now, Nadine actually is able to get shots into Nitz and not get spotted in return for that one, so Nitz is kind of stuck out here in the middle. Now, what's going to happen down south as well? We have Dodoma and External wanting to push
into
in
Mouses
against Beowulf and Shotnik, and that is not going in their favour because Dodoma is taking a truck ton of damage. He's now down to 175 health.
Yeah, they're pushing into Triple Mouse. This is not going to work out for them. Nidin is now despotted. 4 minutes, 40 seconds left. Wallhacks misses another shot. NSS is showing some masterclass steps right now, honestly.
It's
and
really
you're
actually
going to get your prediction right.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything. I wanted to say it after the first.
Doesn't matter.
I wanted to say it after the first map, but I was going to keep quiet and see if you remember.
It's fine because I'm still going to get my prediction in general right.
That's cool as long as I beat that lobster. Otherwise, me and Tomato are going to have some real beef.
But this is like, in essence, this is very, very nice from NSS. This combination between Just Cause and Idin is beautiful because unless you know that Just Cause is there and blind fire him, you have to push towards him to spot him, and that's the thing. But this is something that's not repeatable, what Just Cause did.
And here's the thing as well, is it's not in any way taking anything away from Elevate. It's not like Elevate have played badly for this
Let's see
to
now,
happen
Ox
to
is
them.
pushing forward, so I want to see what happens.
Just Cause is going to push out now, they're going to try and surround him. So
This
Just
is
Cause is just going to run around him, they want to track him and get behind him. There you go again, double track.
You see the crossfire I was talking about?
Yeah.
The Udes from the top will now punch through, like there we go, that was the Udes from the top, Just Cause from one side, and Nidin from the other side. This
Clinical.
This is exactly what I said was going to happen if Oxmatas pushes forward. Udes from the top, Mouses as well, and then Nidin and Just Cause crossfire. You cannot go for that position. The only way to clean him out is by blind fire.
That was clinical from them though. Just Cause just kept him permatracked, was dancing around the turret. You had Nadine shooting him off top.
And
you had Monty shooting him from the other side. That was
beautiful execution.
Lovely done. And again, that's just taking nothing away from Elevate. Not So Serious.
No,
just
but
showing
Not
that,
So
like,
Serious
this
just
is,
have the better tactics.
This is something new. Yeah, they're like, hey, look, we've got. You wouldn't have seen this throughout regular season.
Yes.
You're not prepared for it at all.
These are two new tactics coming out from NSS, which are catching Elevate by surprise. This is, that's an actual from the Domato, but Just Cause, I guess, is just playing around right now. And Nidin is going to even climb a little bit higher, because why not at this point? But yeah, this is not taking away from Elevate whatsoever. This is just NSS bringing out two new tactics on steps. First of all, countering the defensive tactic that a lot of teams have used. Second of all, nice shot there again from Nidin, triple kill.
Triple kill in a tier 10 lane.
This tactic here as well, this is again the counter to the play that Kasna did, which is obviously still standard. Because Kasna did exactly the same thing. Send the German light to go scout, batch us through the middle road. What does NSS do? They put one, because Elevate thought the same as we did. One T100 light tank for each climb, right? No. T100 light tank on D4, spot them out, triple mouse, and an E50, and three of them hit the shot. And Brett, if all four of them hit, he'd be dead.
Nadine now on a multi-kill.
Yeah, he's doing really well, actually.
Are they going to get Nadine to get his 5th kill? Are they going to leave External? I guess they're not going to do it. External is running. I guess anyone else is going to finish him off, or are they going to let Nadine come over? I would let Nadine do it. I'd give him 5. Guy played exceptional.
I would only
teams
have
don't
given
do that.
Would have only given Diador the 7k damage.
Diador, yeah. He did keep throwing for so Shotnik and External trading. Nadine rushing over as fast as he can. Only needs one more person to shoot External, then he come in and finish him off as External goes out to shoot Shotnik.
I don't think he's going to get it.
I don't think he's going to get it. I think Shotnik's going to take it. If I was him, I'd be screaming at Shotnik saying, leave him for me. Shot's coming in front of him. They have left it for him. Take the shot. There we go. Mega kill. First time we've saw that. First time we've ever seen someone picking up 5 kills, and well deserved. That was fantastic there from Not So Serious.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful play coming out from them. Not just innovative on one side, but on both sides of the map, bringing something we haven't seen before. Other teams might have something lined up like this as well. You never know, but they're the first ones to use it. And that's all that matters.
Yeah. I mean, and this is exactly what we wanted as well. We want to see new stuff. We want to
It feels
see
really
excitement.
bad for Elevate because
Yeah.
let's just be honest here. NSS is
From
not,
the start they had as well.
NSS is not leaving anything up to chance. They are taking this very serious. For a team that says not so serious, they are taking it very, very serious. They are not holding back tactics. Unless they have some better stuff than this ready, they're not holding back tactics.
And the thing that makes this match even more interesting is that Elevate absolutely dominated them in that first round. Like, the Elevate were all over them. It was Elevate being clinical, taking out the mouse, focusing in on the rest of the tanks and saying, hey, like, we're here. Like, we're here to stake a claim. Like, take us seriously.
Let's just say this is going to be... both step rounds are going to be watched very carefully by all teams at these grand finals, especially Kasna Crew.
Be replayed multiple times,
Kasna Crew is going to be watching that one for sure as well, how those triple mouse and E50 hit those bat shots. Because I don't know if you can still counter the climb if the bat shots need to take a longer way around, because they will take more time. And we saw Nidin didn't even get spotted. So the question here remains is, can you actually spot him? That's question number one. Can you actually spot him? And question number two is, can those bat shots get in position on time to actually punish him for it? Because if you play the same thing as NSS does, you need to take a longer way around. Because otherwise you lose most of your HP on one of your bats.
Because what was interesting as well is that to allow that climb to happen, because NSS were expecting it, they pushed strong in that flank. So they pushed the tanks away from being down to be able to get any kind of vision or crossfire. So all the tanks were sitting back up in the top area where Rohax was in the artillery. So they didn't have vision on what that T100 was doing. So now
well, they sent the German lights like Kasna did, but he didn't spot him. So the question is, can you actually spot the T100 light tank climbing or not? Because Kasna did spot the bang, but was it the German light spotting him, or was it the bat shots?
Possibly, yeah.
Because the Kasna's bat shots actually got all the way.
Now here we go into our third map, which is going to be Ghost Town. Always a favourite here to cast. Always a kind of predictable 1-1 map, but there's nothing really exciting. Well, actually, Wallhacks in an RT and Ox in a Type 5 Heavy. This could work.
Well, Type 5 Heavy is not that bad. We've seen it been used on this map before. Over time, he can do a lot of damage to tanks. He's also a big threat to that bat shot, but also only that bat shot, really. For everything else, he needs time to do the damage. And similar start here from NSS, as we've seen it from a lot of teams so far. Navi, Yato, all of those teams, similar starts, double WZ, taking control of that northern side, and playing from there. Just trying to feel out where their opponent is.
Now it's the WZs here in Death Alley. They're going to rotate back round and come around the bottom area to cover the base. Actually, they're just dancing back and forth. They don't know where they want to aim to at the moment. Elevate are kind of grouped up at the top. Canadian Impact is only one south. Lawshaw shooting across there into Dodoma, doesn't connect with the shot, no penetration there. Beowulf and Lawshaw able to move across there, and Dodoma actually now getting shot at there by both WZs peeking round the corner. That was nice shots from both of them.
Yeah, nice damage there. RT coming in though, doing some nice damage as well.
RT taking a little bit of splash damage there into Lawshaw and tracking him, as Beowulf now gets shot as well by External 007 peeking over in his mouse. So Trade coming over here in the northeast area.
I want to see what Just Cause is doing. Is he making a trap over there? Or because Just Cause is a crucial player right now. Look at what Just Cause is doing on the minimap in that bat shot. Is he making a trap for the bat shot from Elevate? Or what is he doing? Because he is very, very crucial as well. Because if Canadian drives past him, he's going to die or he's going to clip out on God Emperor Brett. That's the question.
He's got rear shots onto God Emperor Brett in a minute, so we might see his HP start to drop, as he can get any kind of distraction onto him. Trade's carrying on here in the city between the heavies. There is a cap. That's just because Beowulf is hovering about in the cap circle right now. Nothing too serious that Elevate need to react to at the moment. It's just really kind of
Just
using
Cause,
it to bait them to come over.
If Canadian Impact comes around this corner, Just Cause will kill him. Here we go. 1v1. Just Cause is getting the better so far of Canadian Impact. This could be a bad shot dead for the side of Elevate. And this is good stuff because look at that. Canadian Impact losing the trade against Just Cause is much more important than this, but in the meantime, the heavies are under a lot of pressure as
Look at
well,
this,
though.
the rest of the tanks coming in from Not So Serious round the back. They're going to focus onto Oxmanthus, drop him first. We see that Canadian Impact has dropped, Nits has already dropped. This is clinical from Not So Serious again. They distracted the team with the bad chats trading off 1v1, and there was a 4-tank push came round the bottom. It was just focused fire. They eliminated the tanks really quickly, and now they're just going to go on the remaining tanks to Doma. Externals left the only one in the team. All you have after that is God Emperor Brett and an artillery. This is going to be a really quick round here for Not So Serious.
Yeah, I feel like Elevate was pushed into that engagement with Just Cause winning Canadian Impact. If you lose that side, you have to do something, which is pushed in the middle. NSS was ready for it, cleaned it up rather quickly, just as God Emperor Brett. And I want to reference back to what we said about Ruenberg, where we talked about individual skill and team coordination. And I was afraid for the side of Elevate how this was going to work out for them. And this first round is kind of just proven the fact that I don't think it's a good pick.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about artillery. I mean, we saw it work really well for Yato.
Well, it can work, but you need to be able to win the trades, right?
Yeah.
If you don't win the trades, if you lose the 1v1 on one side and you lose the team fight on another side, then RT doesn't really get to do much, does he?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's a bold thing to take because you're effectively taking one gun out of the game from the very start. And if the enemy team just want to then try and bully you in the middle of the town and do it in areas where artillery can't help, then it really goes against you.
Let's just say Elevate had to make that commitment because of the fact that Canadian Impact was losing the 1v1 against Just Cause rather badly. Just Cause won that. And if you lose that side, that would allow NSS so much map control, so much rotations, that Elevate had to push in. If you allow Just Cause to just play the angles, play the distance game against your mouses, he's going to start chipping away. He can take one line and chip away at the heavy tanks. You need to send something to control him, because if he stays far enough away, he's not even going to get spotted.
Yep.
So you have to push in. But if you're playing against a team with such player skill and individual focus, you're pushing into a death trap, really. And it's going back to, I just don't feel like Ghostan is a good pick for this against this team, at least.
The interesting thing as well, as you said, it's going to be Batchat versus Batchat, and we know pretty much in all those situations, whoever gets the first shot in and pens, that's it.
Yeah,
GG.
the Just Cause was just quicker on the reaction because they were like literally 100 meters away,
Beside each other,
100 meters away from each other, and Just Cause just was aware that there could be somebody there, and Canadian wasn't really. He didn't expect. He
was lucky he didn't shoot one across into God Emperor Brett.
Yeah.
That could have like
because
changed
as soon as he fired a single shot onto God Emperor Brett, that would leave Canadian to just go kill him.
Yeah. But nicely done. Now we have Not So Serious sitting here on match point. We're going to go into round 2 here of Ghost Town teams swap sides, obviously. Now we see it's going to be Elevate on the attack, and it's going to be Not So Serious on the defense. Now, Not So Serious going there with the Udez. We pretty much know that's going to go up at A1. It's a very common place. I've never seen the Udez go really anywhere else on this map. Interesting here that Elevate have the Object 416 and Mousy, so you'd expect some potential cap tactics with that.
We have seen Object 416 being used as well by, I think it was Brainstorm against Navi. If you remember, it went into the middle cap behind the rails. Well, rail, there's like a crane. There's like a crane over there. They're going to be doing something similar to what we saw Kasna do, actually, but in this case with an Udez. Just Cause is going to climb up. Monty's going to follow him. Just Cause will be the dedicated spotter, most likely, for Monty. If at one point, for now, Coca-Cola can do it, right, in that heavy tank. But if he leaves at one point, then the Batchat can become the spotter from the Udez.
Nice and easy climb from both of those tanks getting up into that area. Now external, God Emperor Brett just waiting, aiming down towards, where are they at the moment? They're aiming down towards H1, J1, but no one's there. No one there at all. See what I mean? There we go, a little stat there from external. This is going to be interesting. I was kind of thinking that Not So Serious might just push it. A lot of the teams, when they get to the stage, just go, okay, let's try and go for a quick win. If we lose this one, we're still on match point and it's only 4-2, you know? But it looks like Not So Serious are playing cautiously.
They want to close it out cleanly. You don't want to give away more tactics than you've already done. They've already given away stuff on steps. They don't want to give more than this.
Trading there.
Shotnik actually doing 2 for 2, 3 for 2 now. Decent shooting from him. Just needs to make sure not to trade too much. Was that an Udez shot even?
Be really careful.
Yeah, it was an Udez shot. That was Monty actually from the backside.
Beowulf, this is where we've seen tanks fall over here trying to side scrape on this,
this
edge area. Beowulf has to keep checking into non-sniper view that he's not too far back when he tries to side scrape. This is where Applewell's reversed off backwards and various other
No,
tanks.
Applewell was a little bit further in G5, G6.
And generally it's caused by tanks trying to sidescape. Oh, Beowulf loses that trade. 499, it's quite a nice hit there from Ox.
But the
Ox
Udes,
is
that's the
taking shots
Udes.
back, yeah, and the Udes is taking shots into him.
This is nice amount of damage, though. Beowulf might be losing the trade, but Oxmata's staying there too long. This Udes and this bad shot from the back
You must
lines.
know that, yeah, 390.
It's, the Udes, it's just the Udes. I'm going to have to go check how much Monty has done so far, because that was some...
Well, the assist damage from Beowulf is 1,000.
Yeah, but it's
1980.
1,583 so far from Monty.
Monty, wow. That's like
That's
when Karitz was up in that
paying
area.
off. He's already done enough for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's like when Karitz was up in that area for Ding, and he absolutely dominated the match. Now,
Just look at this. Probably the best player from Elevate is left on 347
left on one
HP.
shot. Yeah, with less than 3 minutes gone. Now, how can Elevate come back into this one, Daki?
Realistically, not really. I just want to put it like it is. I don't like to tell lies. It's very hard to make the play now, especially because you want that mouse to be the battering ram, the one to take the damage, and they've only got 2 left of those. Oxmatis is pretty much a non-factor in this game. He needs to stay back, side scrape, and not take any more damage. Now, K-line push is impossible. 113, 50B, covering that, they're going to lose 1 tank for sure on that one. Plus, they only have 1 bad shot, where we saw teams push across it with a WZ or a 113. Well, we saw EL Gaming with double WZ even in a 113 push across it, so you need some heavy tanks to go across. So that's impossible for them, because they only have 50Bs and mouses. Now, number 1 base play is also impossible, because you have the bad shot spotting ahead of the team.
Nitz now taking damage.
I don't know what
Nadine
Nitz is doing.
clipping into them. Coca-Cola shooting into him as well. Shonik is directly ahead of him with
Nice shot,
shots.
though.
Okay, he gets one back into Coca-Cola, but now crossfire there. Monty can get shots into him. He's trying to juggle between Coca-Cola and Monty. Shotnik can just
There's
peek
the
over as
K-line
well.
crossing. Let's see how it works out, though.
So pushing all the tanks down the bottom. Canadian Impact taking a little bit of damage. They're going to try and get the jump onto Coca-Cola. Nice shot again there into the rear end of Canadian Impact. Coca-Cola and Shotnik for now are safe. God Emperor Brett taking a lot of damage in the crossing as well. So far, a lot of damage going on to Elevate, but not coming back out in return. They're trying to focus Shotnik at the moment, it seems to be. And now they're pushing into Coca-Cola. So can they drop Coca-Cola? And again, there's still the danger of how much damage can Monty farm from the position he's in.
The thing is, yes, they've taken down Coca-Cola, but look at the damage taken. God Emperor, Brett, Canadian Impact, a lot of it. And I just want to point out, Monty is still in that position. Wallax, in the meantime, gets removed. And this is the thing. They don't have enough heavies left to hold the center. They're losing the Doma. They will lose Ox. They will lose Nitz as well. And then those 3 tanks are just locked out of position. And there's still Monty doing damage from the back lines.
Lawshow getting a kill. Just Cause gets a double kill. Canadian Impact picks up a double kill as he drops Shotnik. But look at this. Not so serious. Still have all the HP on the board. Monty's still sitting up on that hill with 1,000 HP available to him. And he's just spitting out shot after shot
He just
after
hit the
shot
gun
right
twice,
now.
so for bad shot. So I don't know about, he's shooting a lot of shots, which is not connecting too many right now.
Nitz is
There
about
we
to
go.
go down here. If he can angle nicely against Lawshow, he is going to survive a little bit longer. External has a lot of HP, but now he's being focused at the moment by Nadine. They're trading against each other. You're going to have the mouse drive in front of him to save him. Just Cause running away from that area is surviving as well. Elevate just do not have the HP to continue trading at the moment. This is going to be 5-1 to Not So Serious, taking nothing away from Elevate. They're just simply outplayed with Not So Serious, bringing new tactics to the board that everyone is going to sit up and pay attention to.
Yeah, and Monty picking up another kill. 2.5k damage for him, which is pretty darn good for that Udes. Yeah, Elevate. Their first match against the CIS team, and NSS showing just a little bit more of everything, which is not taking away from Elevate, but First round on Runeberg was really, really hopeful from Elevate coming out. Really had high hopes after that, especially because it's Runeberg. But then afterwards, the second Runeberg round, NSS showing the reaction, what to do against that play. Then the first steps round coming out, NSS showing how to break a defense, which is Elevate was in a good position, right? They honestly thought they were doing really well, which we also thought, everybody that was watching, until we saw Nadine Klein. But then the dynamic changed a little bit, because if he gets up, the match would be different. Elevate thought they were in a good position. They didn't. That's the thing. They think they're in such a good position that they don't need to rotate. Nobody would rotate there because they're so far ahead. Now with Nadine going up there and RT hitting the German light, this changes the dynamic, because then the round is almost immediately lost, because all of a sudden they have to rotate out of nowhere, but no pressure put on them. They are on 100% pressure. Second steps round, just world-class play from NSS. I don't know what else to put it. Like, first of all, the tanks hitting the shots into towards Golden Emperor Bread.
Yeah.
Needing making the climb. Just Cause spotting them out. Just Cause going to go play an A7, A8. And after that, they just played it all flawlessly.
The way they dismantled Oxmanthus was like...
That's the thing, though. We saw that coming from miles away. As soon as he pushes forward, crossfire coming in, and it's over. And then these 2 rounds on Ghost Town. Said in the beginning, I don't know if Ghost Town's going to be a good pick for this team because it's a lot about team rotations, about making the correct plays, about hitting the shots. And let's just say NSS definitely did hit their shots in that one.
Yep, and exactly as you're talking about, Runeberg, both teams won the defensive round. We talked about it before, Runeberg generally favours the defensive team, but then after that it was all one-way traffic. From Not So Serious, picking up both wins in Steps, both wins in Ghost Town. We never got to Seacliff, would have gone to Ghost Town for tiebreaker. And let's be 100% here, it's 5-1. Okay, that's a fair score, but that is not... that's not to say any played bad here. It's not to say Elevate played bad here.
NSS was the favorite team in this one, always. This was a test for Elevate.
Unless your name is Tomato the Lobster, in which case you got it wrong, Lobster.
But yeah, this was a small test for Elevate, but it's not the main focus in the group.
Yep, I mean the other player and the other team in
their
the group
main focus,
is team efficiency.
Their main focus should be team efficiency. Beating team efficiency is all they have to do.
Team efficiency, Not So Serious, are going to be the first match tomorrow.
So, okay. That's interesting as well, honestly. But yeah, that's all Elevate should focus on. Forget about this match. They tested, didn't work out, move on.
Yep, indeed. So unfortunate for Elevate, bit of a baptism of fire for them going up against the first time that they've ever really played against, many of them potentially played against Russian teams. Big stage here. But there is still more to play for, so they shouldn't be too down from it. Learn from it. Certainly, every other team that watched that match will be in training rooms right now. They'll be talking about it. They'll be talking how to do it, who in the team's going to try it, and they're also going to be talking about how the hell to counter it so it doesn't happen to them as well. And the other thing we've got to worry about is how many other sneaky tactics are going to come out.
We'll have to find out perhaps in the next match.
Indeed. So we are going to have a short break while we get ready for our final match of the day, which is going to be Ding versus Brainstorm. This is a must-win match, effectively, for Brainstorm to stay in the
that's exactly
grand
that.
finals here. If Ding can defeat them, then that means Ding knock them out, and Ding are going to guaranteed second place for their group.
Yes.
Everything to play for, looking forward to it. Please join us after the break, and we'll see you soon.
Chrysler Grand Final.
He's going to be punished severely for this act of seconds now. Second cap. He's loaded. He's ready to get into this fight. Value.
Good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to the Wargaming.net League Grand Finals 2017. I was about to say Season 2. My name is Ryan Hector Murphy. Joining me here is Jordi Decisive Versamesi, and we're currently going through the group stages here to find out which teams are going to make it through to the final event on Saturday, Sunday.
Saturday, Sunday indeed. Group stages today and tomorrow. Still obviously playing in 768 format, which allows you to bring 5 tier 10s, 2 tier 9s, or 6 tier 10s and a tier 8. Best of 9. First team to 5 will win. We've had one tiebreaker so far, which is when both teams get on 4 points. Obviously, there's a few vehicle limitations as well, as in...
no special tanks, basically.
So no T-22s, no 907s.
No mission tanks.
No
Any other
260s.
tanks, any of the premium tanks, they can be used. They're okay.
Yes.
We do
Any
see
of the
things, Scorpions.
Any of the normal tier premiums.
Yeah, unlocked normally. Now, we've already seen 5 matches today. We have seen EL Gaming defeating Yato. Navi have defeated Brainstorm. We've seen Kasna crew defeating Yato. That was the one that went to tiebreaker.
Yep.
Very close game, very interesting game to watch. Tornado Energy kind of demolishing Eclipse, to be honest, today.
Yeah.
Not So Serious being smashed by...
No, Elevate. Elevate getting smashed by Not So Serious.
Yes. Not So Serious smashing aside Elevate. In a way, unfair. It was 5-1, but it's unfair to take it away from Elevate. They, Not So Serious, brought a lot of new stuff that generally nobody would have been expecting, and it would have been a hell of any team, really, to be able to counter that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but all those new tactics coming out on steps, it really throws you off rather quickly. And SS just showing a masterclass of steps play, and after that, spiraling out of control for Elevate, it's fair to say. I think they would have counted on maybe losing Ghost Town, but at least taking 1-1 on steps, they could recover on the last map, which is obviously not how it went, but we will be seeing both of those teams play tomorrow. Today, we're going to be seeing if Brainstorm can remain in the group or Ding is going to pick up a victory.
Yep, already we've had to say goodbye to Yato Gaming. They've been defeated twice, which means they can no longer stay in their group because, well, you only play 2 matches in the group stages. This means that they're going to be the first team home. Now, Brainstorm are effectively fighting to stay in the group stage, and Ding are going to be playing their first round. Ding, season champions, back-to-back season champions from the EU region. An extremely strong team, went through the entire first season undefeated. Went to America for the Challengers Rumble, remained undefeated, and it was only when they ran up against Russian opposition did it go a bit pear-shaped.
Yeah, a bit downhill. They weren't ready for Tornado Energy back then, but Ding
I don't think anyone's ever ready for Tornado Energy.
No, I don't think so either. And they've reinforced their lineup since then as well with adding Elian, so it was a closer season, Season 2, but that's also because everybody else became much, much better than the season before. The competition was much fiercer, but Ding still prevailed though.
Yep. And for anyone not familiar with Ding, well, here's a little video recap to give you more information about them.
As a team, this will be the first Grand Finals they attend, but don't let that fool you. With 3 core members coming from Wombats on Tanks and Tornado Rocks, their experience goes back all the way to the first Grand Finals. Ding managed to win both Season 1 and Season 2, and also the Challengers Rumble. The loss versus Tornado Energy at the Champions Rumble was a learning experience, and they look to do better the second time around with a stronger and more experienced lineup.
Now, Ding, they're a team that have a lot of high expectations here, don't they? They have a lot of people watching them, expecting them to perform, and similar in a way to Elevate.
They're also the team that has trained the most, I think, throughout the season and perhaps before this as well. I think they've had the closest ties as well with the CIS server because of the teams, because of the players in their team. For example, Breakneck going all the way back to the Virtus Pro era. Same with Koreeds, famous in-game leader for Virtus Pro. Second place at the first Grand Finals. Not doing that well at the second Grand Finals, getting knocked out by Navi in the quarters, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I think I'm not wrong. Yes, I'm correct in that one. And then last Grand Finals, obviously, in going third place. So again, a good performance from them. So they have a lot of experience. So yeah, like the voice said in the video,
The voice.
it might be their
Do
first.
you like that voice, do you?
Nah.
It's the same one you hear in your head all the time, is that why?
Yeah, but now I hear yours, so it's kind of worse. But
It's like a lullaby.
they're breakneck Koreans going all the way back to the first grand finals. Tons of experience, honestly, tons of experience. Positive also, tons of experience. Not as much as them, but still. And the rest of the lineups has been at multiple lands now. Season 1, Season 2, Challengers Rumble, Championship Rumble. So they are used to this environment. They should be. But obviously the experience from the other players will always help.
Now, Matt had a chance to catch up with the team before this match, have a little talk about what's upcoming and their thoughts on the tournament in total. So let's have a listen to that interview.
With Elian here before their first group stage of the grand finals. Just seen your opponents in the group. What do you think about that game between Na'Vi and Brainstorm?
Well, it was rather fast, and of course, Na'Vi won. I kind of expected them to win. Maybe didn't expect to win 5-0. But we are now playing Brainstorm, and I expect to win.
So preparation coming up to here has been good for you? You're happy as a team with how you've made your way to the grand finals?
Well, we came as first place from Europe, so of course I'm happy. The preparation maybe could have been better. I think we could have played more and with better opponents, but we'll see how it goes.
You're a team who's known for having a few roster changes. You have players from other teams as part of Ding. You yourself were part of Kasna. Does all that experience from different teams come together really naturally for you?
Well, we try to focus more on playing our strategies and positions good and less about, individuality. So, yeah, we try to make it work.
And of course, as you said, Brainstorm have just gone down 5-0 in their first game against Na'Vi. They're calling this the group of death. It's all very well coming here as #1 seed, but you've got the other two teams to contend with. Brainstorm, you feeling okay about? How about Na'Vi?
Well, we're gonna play Na'Vi tomorrow, obviously, and it's the previous champion of Grand Finals, so it's not gonna be easy. But we really hope to beat them because of the later seeding in the brackets.
And what would you like to say to everybody who's supporting Ding?
Well, I hope you enjoy the games.
Elaine with those cold eyes, just staring at the camera.
Yeah, obviously he's very right there. If they beat Na'Vi and Brainstorm, they will get a much, much better seeding.
Yeah.
If Tornado and Na'Vi take their respective first places in the group, that will put them on either side of the playoff bracket, which means they can only meet in the final of the grand finals. Now, if Ding were to beat Na'Vi, then the first matchup in the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken, would then be Tornado Energy versus Na'Vi. So there's a lot at stake here because if Ding doesn't beat Na'Vi, then the first match, if they beat Brainstorm and then they lose against Na'Vi, then the first match they will play will be against Tornado Energy. And that's just something nobody wants to do. You don't want to play against Na'Vi, you don't want to play against Tornado Energy. So tomorrow, the stakes will be even higher than today. But first of all, they need to win here.
Yeah. First of all, they need to make sure they get Brainstorm out of the way. Now let's have a closer look at the lineup here of Ding. We just had Elaine there on the interview. He is the one of the main damage dealers for the team brought in, but he doesn't actually tend to play the bat chats. Now he plays more of the single shooters, doesn't he?
Yeah, he also plays some 50B and such. Breakneck is usually the dedicated bat chat player or positive, but you can also count Shish _ the animal as probably one of the main players for this
team mascot.
Team mascot. The morale he provides is beyond no other.
Yep. Creets, obviously team captain we're talking about. I mean, Breakneck and Positive, two outstanding players individually. Hawkneck tends to play the TDs a lot of the time. He can step up, do tremendous damage. Shockish as well had a fantastic season last season.
Yeah, he was
a real standout player for Ding. He was Mr. Consistency.
I think he might have even be the biggest damage dealer.
Yeah, he played fantastic, to be honest. Yeah, a lot of the time he was carrying the team.
On Himmelsdorf, though, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing Positive play those tank destroyers, where Hulknik will probably play a 1-1-3. For example, but Hulknik can indeed play it on other open maps, such as Prokhorovka, we've seen him play, Gorilla, for example. Breakneck, Positive, usually main bat chat players. Elian has now transformed more into a mouse player, heavy player, such as the likes of 50B and such. He even plays 113, but he's an all-around just amazing player. He's never really underperforming. Unlike in Kasna crew, where he was always expected to perform, he always expected Elian to be the top damage-dealing player for that team, which puts a lot of pressure on him. In this team, he's become more of not a support player, but more of an all-round player. One of the players that is just consistently there. He doesn't really top the charts anymore, but he's never underperforming. He always does what is expected from a player of his caliber.
Yeah, reminiscent of how Milos plays in Oops. Just always just a one you can rely on to get the job done.
But Milos actually has to do a lot more damage.
True, true. I mean, that's something that's a real strength of Ding. They have so many players that have the potential for a high damage game and carrying games. Now, their opponents, Brainstorm, we saw them earlier on today. They played against Na'Vi, and it was a bit one-sided there, wasn't it?
Yeah, Brainstorm never really got into that match, let's be fair. Na'Vi played a very loose style, a very aggressive style even, just taking it to Brainstorm from the beginning on Ghost Town. There was no real tactics involved on that first map. It was more, okay, they're not here, we're going towards the other side, and going to go fight them.
Yep, indeed. So again, if anyone's not familiar with Brainstorm, here's a little video introduction just to remind you all about them.
The Brainstorm team surprised many when they were able to break into the LAN finals of the second season. Despite the fact their performance in Kazan was not that successful, the fans remember this young and original team. And even if the results from the second season didn't let them go to LAN finals, they scored enough Grand Finals points to break through towards the Grand Finals 2017. And soon we will find out how Brainstorm will manifest in their first esports event of this level.
Now, Brainstorm, this is a super important game for them. This is probably their most important game right now.
Well, could be the last game.
Last game, could be the last game of the Grand Finals, yeah. And then they just have to sit back and watch the next 3-4 days take place.
Yeah. Let's see. We can maybe compare this, for example, to EL Gaming Yato. EL Gaming had a very strong performance against Yato Gaming, absolutely wiping them off the map as well. Very convincing win, 5-2 there for the side of EL Gaming. Then Yato came back though and managed to take Kasna crew to tiebreaker, which was also very impressive from the side of Yato, which was not expected. Now, Brainstorm had a worse performance, I'd say, than Yato against EL Gaming, but they were playing against Na'Vi. The scoreline against Na'Vi is usually a lot more not close than a lot of other matches. For example, at the Grand Finals, Kasna crew always gets 5-1 or 5-0 by Na'Vi, while against other teams, Na'Vi goes like 5-3, 5-4, for example, Tornado Energy. It all kind of depends on how the teams match up against each other. So now people that were watching the first match between Na'Vi and Brainstorm have been like, oh, Brainstorm, no way. But it might be a lot closer than people actually think, because it's a lot different playing against Na'Vi, playing against Ding.
Yep, indeed. And also there's the added difference of playing in the LANs compared to playing in the offlines that we talked about earlier on as well. Let's have a closer look here at the lineup of Brainstorm and the players involved in that team. We can highlight some players that are standout here for Brainstorm. Now, I want to, I mean, for me, it was Demasec and Prizefighter are the ones that, for me, were the ones to watch in the performance, although C9 was actually doing quite a lot as well.
I'm going to just keep paying attention to the ex-Carpe Diem players and see how they're going to be performing, because I'm expecting a lot from them, because they're obviously brought into the team as reinforcements, as strong players that will make them a better team. Now, we will have to see if that is actually the case. Can they do what they're supposed to do? I expect much closer result between these two than what we saw between Na'Vi and Brainstorm. It's just a completely different match. Should forget the scoreline between Na'Vi. Brainstorm is not such an underdog in this one.
True, true. I mean, they are a young team as well. They're, I mean, the average age 21. It's their first international tournament as well. It's the first international tournament for Ding as a team, but not for the individual players within the Ding. Some of them are like international veterans by now.
It's not the first.
Well, sorry, New York. It's the first Grand Finals for the team.
It's the first Grand Finals.
I'll track that one back. I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to take it back, Daki, okay? Okay, so it's the first Grand Finals for Ding, but not for some of their individual players, especially Breakneck and Koreats.
Well, Breakneck, Koreats, and Positive, the only ones to play a Grand Final so far. But as that's just a thing that we have to look past. We saw Ding perform already at the international stage. They had that match against Tornado Energy, which was a little bit of a
fluke. Tornado Energy was just far beyond and above. It was Ding and Kasna obviously at the championship rumble. Both Russian teams just by far better prepared, just better playing than those teams. But this is Brainstorm, this is not Navi either. So this is again for Ding. This might, if they win this match, they might still get wiped.
They
by
could
Navi.
still get like smashed by Navi, and then the problem is that they then go up against more likely Tornado Energy once they get out of the group stage, and that's going to be a hell of a fight. Now, Ding are the team to beat in Europe. They were the team that set the pace for the entire season. They had a bit of a ropey second season, dropping some matches here and there. They especially lost one to Gunrunners, which were at the time.
I was going to say, they lost to Gunrunners.
Yeah,
so
and they threw away a 4-0 lead at the time.
it was
when they
after
did
that match Danny started aiming for weak spots.
Yeah. An interesting thing as well is every time that Ding lost a match, the team that defeated them then lost
Would
the
lose
next
the
match.
next match. Yep.
It's a Ding curse.
Map picks coming out here, Cliff.
That's not a surprise for me, to be honest. Ding never really
No, they never seemed so good.
looked good on it at all.
Prokhorovka being banned by Brainstorm. I think they banned that in the first match as well, if I'm not wrong.
Ding have a good lockdown on Prokhorovka, so
Yeah,
I wouldn't
they
be
played it
surprised at that.
well.
They play it well.
Decent lockdown on Prokhorovka because they got trounced 2-0 by Kasna crew at the season finals. They got really outplayed there, so perhaps they're not feeling that confident on that one. Kasna took their 2-0 here in Katowice
That's right,
to bring it to tiebreaker.
They didn't do a 1-2 push.
Exactly, they brought it to
that.
tiebreaker. So mine's the first map. That's in essence going to be seeing a 1-1. Now steps coming out here is going to be an interesting one. Have they watched the last match?
Yes.
Did they?
Are they going to try it?
It's not about trying. Did they already know it?
Yes.
You can't really immediately copy something after you've seen it. Everything requires training. These climbs, for example, like the one Nidin did, it might look easy on screen, but that requires training.
He did try it multiple times
Yeah,
as well.
he
so
tried it
yeah.
multiple times, and it would require one player from Ding to train that one. So that's maybe a 1-1 map again. Himmelsdorf. This is a lot of 1-1 maps. I feel like the difference maker here should be, honestly, Himmelsdorf or Runeberg. I think Mines and Steps, actually, let's not say Runeberg. Let's say Steps and Himmelsdorf could be the difference makers. I think Runeberg, 1-1.
I'm not sad to see Muravanka not a chosen map. It tends to be one of the longer maps we have. Unless there's a cap rush, it's always a long map.
Ghost Town being banned by Brainstorm, I think after the beating they got from Navi on that one, they're like, no, never again.
If you listen on a quiet day, you can sometimes hear the howls of Brainstorm haunting Ghost Town.
Yeah.
Okay, now, Daki, it's our favourite moment of the stream. What is your predictions for this match? First of all, just give me who you think's going to win, because I'm sure it's the same as me.
Ding.
Okay, I'm going with Ding as well.
With the scoreline of...
I'm saying 5-3.
I was going to say 5-3 as well, so I'm going to say 5-2.
We can say the same. We can be the same.
So,
now,
maps again, well, this 2-1-1 is 5-2.
5-2, okay. Now, right now, in predictions, I have to painfully say Daki is leading right now, 5-0. Me and my good buddy Tomato the Lobster are 4-1. So it's all going to be what Tomato the Lobster chooses. There's one way to find out. Let's see what he goes. Let's see what he's going to go for. I'll be honest, there's pretty much never any hesitation from Tomato. Like, he's focused, he lands,
Tomato the
he
Lobster.
looks one way and then he goes the other way. He's lemming training, to be honest.
Tomato the Lobster is just playing with us. He's like, I'm going to this. No.
I want to see him like walk one way, stop halfway, and then
I
turn
feel like
back.
there's somebody on the side like shaking a can of food, come towards this side, and they just didn't know about the last
But
match.
I also want to know who the Lobster is fighting and what's going on there. I want to know if there's some beef going on there, because the Lobster he's fighting looked purple. So it looks like Tomato Unicum fight there. I wonder what his name is. Maybe Unicum the Lobster?
Peach the Lobster?
Peach?
Peach?
Peach? You would call Lobster Peach?
I don't know, man. They called it Lobster Tomato, so...
okay. Well, it's... Okay. Right. So, we're all the same. We're all in agreement. So it looks like I'm more than likely going to finish the day on tie with predictions
you've
with
already
a lobster.
finished the day on tie with the lobster. Tomato the lobster.
Wow. Mojo's watching this right now going, man, this is going to be hardcore. Like I'm just going to play it safe each time, I think.
That's what I've been doing the entire day as well.
I should never have gone for Yato, to be honest. It's coming back to bite me. Right, this is going to be interesting, Daki. First map of the day, first map between these two teams is going to be Mines. You reckon it's going to be 1-1 Mines?
From what I've seen, I mean, between EL Gaming and Yato, EL Gaming actually got the better of Yato, but I also feel like this was partially due to the tactic that Yato brought to the table and the fact that they didn't seem prepared for Mines defense. They brought a lot of mouses. They got kind of outplayed. They didn't do the damage towards the guy climbing either. Between these two, I don't think that's a possibility for it to happen. We might see some more TDs. We've seen Mines defense be more with like E4s and such.
Sometimes you see double TDs.
Yeah,
in defense,
so I don't feel like that all mouse tactic from Yato, sorry, was really that strong. So I think between these two teams, yeah, I think thinking 1-1 is a solid bet. I don't think either of these teams can break the other on the defense.
Do you reckon for the attacking team we're going to see some tier 10 lights?
We might still see that German light come out because the way it climbs so quickly.
I think it favors Ding. It seems like a kind of tactic Ding would use. Although Ding sometimes
I
are very reliable,
because Ding is the team that usually struggles with adapting. We talked about that for 2 seasons.
They're kind of reliable, so I suppose,
They rely on the stuff they know, which is usually not what the meta brings.
They played their
Although
worst.
they've had more time. They have more time now. Yeah, they played their worst when
the mouse changes came in.
when the patch came out. But this time they've had more time to prepare. They should be used to the meta. So perhaps we'll see them innovate. And yeah, there's a good chance for at least Artie. There's a good chance for some lights. I wouldn't say more than 1 per match though.
Yeah, I can't.
Except for steps, obviously, where it's.
I can't
meta.
see a reason to take. Yeah, I was going to say more than 2 lights or more than 1 really, but then we just.
But
saw
NSS is the only
showing,
one.
Yeah.
NSS is the only team so far though that brought 2. I think 1 is going to be more commonly used than 2. I just feel like 1. Bringing 2 is a risk, obviously, because you have way less DPM than you would have with bringing other tanks.
You're sacrificing HP as well for it.
Because the LTs, the light tanks, are more meant for like, how to say, multi-use usage. It's not just a spotter. Where the Bachelor is an all-rounder, the LT is a multi-use. It can do some damage, but its main role is still spotting.
Yeah, stable mobility.
What the key is of this light tank, it's not supposed to be a high damage dealer. That's never been the intention, because if you make a light tank that has a lot of view range and very high DPM, now then you get something that's borderline OP, right? Because you can be the light tank, but you can also be the one that does damage.
Because you're spotting for yourself, double boost
then
yourself.
What is the point of playing a medium tank, for example, which is a tank that is supposed to have some spotting and damage dealing potential?
That's exactly what happened when we had the tier 8 format, and then the tier 8 lights were introduced, and everyone switched from a kind of balanced lineup to everyone just taking the T54 lightweights, and it was just like crazy. And that was actually when EL Gaming dominated, because nobody was prepared for just the Zerg rush of everyone taking the same light tank, basically.
So LTs, maybe they need a little bit more damage, but other than that, I still enjoy playing them in randoms, actually, at least some of them.
Which ones do you have?
I have the German one, I have the French one, and I have the Russian one as well. I have the Chinese one and the USA one researched.
I think the T100, the Russian one, looks actually really cool.
I really do like the T100.
I like the look. It looks fast. It just staying still. It's like the T44.
The only issue you have with light tanks is really when you get onto a city map, because then you need to play really, really well to do a decent amount of damage. On any other map, you can get some spotting, you can get some damage. You just shouldn't play it. If you want to do damage, then you don't play light tanks, obviously.
True. So you don't play light tanks a lot then?
Well, I actually enjoy T100 light tank because it can climb a lot of spots on the maps.
Zan and Leon, I wonder what he thought of that climbing steps. I wonder how many times he's tried it now.
Well, probably once or twice.
Once or twice, yep. So, it's going to be real interesting. Again, sorry, we're at the mercy of waiting until the players are saying, okay, ready to go, then we can jump straight into the battle. It's not us just talking because we like to hear voices, even though we really do like to hear voices, although I don't really like to hear his voice. I'm not even sure if he likes to hear his voice, because he just refers to it as the voice.
I'm not even going to respond to such a thing. What do you even respond to that? There's so many things I could say, but Ryan, I'm just beyond that. I really just don't play that kind of game. You know, I've moved on and beyond.
moved on and beyond. To be fair, there is
I've
always
elevated
there is
myself.
always again. Here we go. Don't do
Currently,
this.
you're in a
Don't
brainstorm.
You're giving me brainstorm.
Things are dinging
right now.
around in there. I can hear it.
Oh my God, Dickie.
Ryan, think
this-
positive. Otherwise, it's going to be very shocking for you.
Dickie, this is just no.
Are you fighting for a prize or what?
No, you need to be more humorous and not so serious all the time.
I think you need some more H2O in your life.
Oh God, that is the best you can come up with now, really.
What?
I just need some H2O in your life.
Well,
like
they have a
like I'm
player
gonna
called-
break your neck in a minute, Daki. You know?
Oh.
There we go. How's that one sound? Eh? Boom! Yeah, you got nothing. Yeah,
I don't even have to respond. That was actually really bad. I don't want to respond to that one because it's just going to lower the level. You know, it's how you beat an idiot. You know, drag him down to
Drag
your
it down to
level,
my level,
and
beat him with
experience. Exactly.
Every time it works. It's
So-
like, come down to my level.
But yeah, between these two, obviously still waiting for some players, which is not an issue. As we said before, it's grand finals. Everything has to be perfect before
Yep.
both these teams. We shouldn't focus too much on Mines because I really just don't think this is a map where we're going to see a lot of interesting things happen between these two. I think we should look forward to the likes of Himmelsdorf, the likes of Steps.
I'm looking forward to Himmelsdorf.
Those are the two maps we should be looking forward to. Himmelsdorf doesn't really have much room for innovation, but we saw some interesting things already, especially Yato Gaming against Kasna crew. It was very interesting the way they played that. Eclipse tried some new things there as well, with less success, let's put it like that. And let's see what Ding decides to do and what Brainstorm decides to do. Because one thing we're always sure of with Ding is that they always have one very solid standard tactic. This is what they've done.
Sometimes it really plays against them that as well. Like
Yeah, but this is the first match. Your standard can't be readable if it
Yeah.
hasn't been played yet.
True.
So
And like you said, this interesting thing about the climb on steps is how many of the teams knew about it beforehand.
The
So
thing
how
is,
many teams know about that, or other stuff as well that we don't perhaps know
usually climbs like that are shown by someone.
about. And then, yeah.
Most of the time they're shown by someone. Only in very rare occasions does somebody find a climb which nobody knows of. Last grand finals there was the new Mines climbs, and
Mines climbs.
Mines climbs, and a few teams knew of them. Some didn't. Some did. They were new back then, but the top tier, the top top four knew.
I like the back one from the south side, the bottom side. You rarely ever see. One of the teams tried it. I think it was Kasna, or it was when positive against Kasna. He tried to do it and go up the. When you come up from the bottom side, you go up the right hand side of it, and then you go up like that one. I really like because it's very rare that you see it.
It's not that useful, that one. That's
And
the
that
point.
boost that we saw as well, where the other tank pushes him up into that area as well. We've not seen that one used a lot. That's from the north side, because generally the north side has the north side has the climbs that get into the middle. They have the boost that can get into the middle, and there's generally not a lot that comes from the south side. The south side doesn't really have any climbs that the south side can really do to get into the middle area as it used to, because that one climb that they did have that was useful got blocked off. And now they can only go up the right-hand side of the map.
Yeah. It took me a little bit to process your English. You know what I mean?
Oh, come on, son. You're just thinking about waffles, is that what it is?
Yeah, because your head resembles one.
Did you think about stroopwafels?
Sure thing. But yeah, Mines is not going to be that interesting between these two teams because it's a very defensive nature biased map right now. But Steps are going to be interesting. I would love to see. If anybody would know about this climb, it would probably be Ding.
And if there's anyone who would keep it quiet,
it would also be Ding. They tend to know most of the climbs as well. And Breakneck is a gifted climber. He knows most of them. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can do that one. But then again, if Brainstorm expects this from now on, then you just don't give up the eastern side that much. You just defend from further back. You change up your tactic or... Well, it depends if they're willing to change up their tactic. If they believe in Ding knowing this, obviously that is the question.
Now, these teams going against each other head-to-head, we can have a look at their favoured maps and their least favoured maps, which is always interesting because it kind of helps you see where the teams avoid. And it's no surprise there, Prokhorovka actually is Brainstorm's best map, but that's the one he didn't want to play on.
Well, it doesn't mean it's your best map during the season that you want to play it at the when it most matters. It all depends on the preparation you had. Like I said, if you haven't trained a map well enough or you don't feel comfortable on it right now with the meta changes and such, then you just don't play it.
Yep.
Ding, on the other hand, Steps has been their best map throughout last season and the season before that. They were undefeated up until one very late stage on Steps in Season 1. I don't even know if they lost the defensive side. I don't think they lost the defensive side ever in Season 1. So there is that. Morovanka, on the other hand, Ding is really not good in it. They never have been whatsoever. So, yeah, I'm very glad they are not going to be playing that.
Yeah, another interesting thing, there's Ghost Town being removed by Brainstorm, and they've only got it 33. I get the feeling that they've probably only played it 3 times all season. Or some variation of 3. And obviously not done too great on it. Understandable one to avoid that. As we talked about earlier on at the start of the broadcast, there is some certain maps that some teams just will not touch with a barge pole. They want nothing to do with it. They don't practice it. They just straight up will just they have the option to do a ban, and they know that every time that's always going to be their ban.
Yeah, it's a thing you can do as a team. Obviously, it allows you a weaker map pool, which is exploitable at one point in time. But it also allows you to just be better on the other maps. It's a sacrifice you make, but a sacrifice that sometimes is worth it in some teams' cases. But this map pool between these two teams, I like it. It's going to be interesting to see. But like I said, Mainz and Ruenberg are maps we should kind of, well, forget about. And we should be focusing on towards Steps and Himmelsdorf. Because those are 2 maps that are not really super biased. Steps kind of is, but these new climbs could make the difference. Because Steps in the previous season was more defense biased than anything else. But now with the meta changes, this might shift. Himmelsdorf, on the other hand, it's a decently even map, to be honest.
I find that for Steps as the defensive side, unless you kind of push out kind of far, there's not actually a lot of hard cover for the defensive side in positioning, really. When you look at the attacking side in the area of the maps that they have, and kind of like the freedom that you have as attackers to be able to spread out in quite a large area on Steps, that can sometimes really go against the defensive team because they simply run out of space to maneuver and they get pinned in a corner, or they get pinned along the top of the map, or they get pinned along the right-hand side of the map. It can be a very map-dominant type of battle. The defenders always giving up a lot of space to the attackers. You generally don't really get that on other maps. Sometimes other teams can play defensively and play hyper-aggressive.
You can't
like
cover everything on Steps, that's the issue with it. There's just too much space to cover. The caps are really far away from each other. I think they might actually be the furthest away caps from each other, distance-wise.
You don't have direct line, well, obviously, generally in other maps you have direct line side between them, but...
Not really. Prokhorovka? Hello? Ghost Town?
Hi.
Ghost Town?
Ghost Town, direct line of sight between them? Okay.
Between the caps?
Okay.
Morovanka? Himmelsdorf? Direct line of Ruenberg? Direct line of sight?
Direct line of sight? Ruenberg?
No.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have direct line of sight.
On any of maps. You don't have it on any map.
So I was right then.
Yeah?
Don't make fun of me, Daki. I said something right.
Well, Brainstorm looks very, very ready to start playing.
Ready to play. So you can see at the moment, while we're currently waiting for things to get ready, I'm not actually quite sure what the reason is, but the reason doesn't matter. The thing is everything will be underway once we know everybody is ready. Now, this is our last battle of the day. Tomorrow we have some amazing matches lined up for you guys. So give you a quick rundown of the matches tomorrow. We're going to be starting off with Not So Serious versus Team Efficiency. This will be the first time Team Efficiency playing in international competition, other than playing in the, I guess APAC, you can kind of in a way say it's international. It's going to be Oops versus Eclipse. Then we're going to get EL Gaming versus Kasna Crew, which is, Kasna Crew can get himself through. Oops versus Eclipse. If Eclipse lose that one, they're out. It'll be the first time Oops are playing international competition. Elevate versus Team Efficiency. That's one we expect Elevate to bounce back on. Team Efficiency still potentially could cause an upset. They're an unknown,
you never
really,
know.
To Elevate. Tornado Energy then going to play Oops. And then we have Ding Navi as the last game of the day tomorrow. So then after tomorrow, we then have a break. We have no games on Thursday, and we have no games on Friday.
And the main event.
And then the main event is on Saturday and Sunday at the Ice Palace in Moscow.
That's going to be interesting. A lot of seats.
It's huge. Yeah, I think it's going to be completely filled. It's the first time we've had. It's the first time a grand final has actually been in Russia, I believe.
Yeah, it's the first time the grand finals is anywhere else than Warsaw.
Yep, we've had them recently in Warsaw. We've had things like Euro Steel and stuff, which is not quite the same level as this, although Euro Steel did have a lot of high caliber teams at it. But this is definitely the first time that we're going to have a major tournament here in Moscow, and well, the Russian players are going to be absolutely hyped for it. The game has the biggest following in the Russian region, and I'll be really excited to hear the noise coming from that area, to be honest. I mean, even when we had them in Warsaw, we were filling out the arenas we had in Warsaw, we had to get bigger each time, but this one here in Moscow, this is the everything to play for, and it's especially important for Navi and Brainstorm who want to win it. Or Navi, sorry, and Hellraisers, sorry, Navi and Tornado Energy who are the favourites here.
Well, they're always the favorite to no matter what event they're going to. They're really, you know, there's just no real competition right now. We'll see though. Maybe NSS can show a spanner in the works, but that is just, you know, time will tell.
Time will tell, indeed. Now, whilst we're waiting for everyone to get ready, let's have a look at another RNG video and see the crazy things that happen in World of Tanks.
Chrysler Grand Final.
Whilst we were watching those clips there, I mean, couldn't help saying to myself that one on airfield, all I could think was low tears, low tears. The KV-1 following the other tank off the cliff, the Leopard just surviving there in that corner, absolutely insane. Some really RNG moments there, to be honest.
Amarak, feels good, man.
Amarak at the end shot in mid-air, it was a beautiful shot. Now we are still waiting to get started here between Brainstorm and Ding. It's going to be the last match of the day. If you are joining us, my name is Ryan Ektar Murphy. Join me here is Jordi the Killzor versus Messi. Huh?
Chuckles.
Chuckles? I'm not ready, and my partner Chuckles. Many people are not going to know where that one comes from.
He is. Starts with a D.
Whoa, easy, Tiger.
Dumb?
No.
Dumber.
No, okay, I'll go with that. I'll go with that. Everyone, we have multiple witnesses. Daki just said that he is dumber than me.
No. I said dumber, which implies I'm dumber than Einstein. I didn't say who I'm dumber than, Ryan.
Is that your excuse?
Can't be wrong if you talk your way out of anything. See? You're already confused. That worked out. But we should be fairly ready soon, TM, in this universe or the next one or a parallel
like I says,
universe.
Around about between now and the end of the day, everything should be okay. Once that gets underway, it's going to be Brainstorm Navi, me. I'm predicting a Ding win. Daki is predicting a Ding win. My nemesis, Tomato, the lobster, is also predicting a Ding win. which means if Ding do win, then me and the Lobster are going to be equally 5-1 today. We both lost the first match. We've both estimated that Yato was going to win, and instead EL Gaming win. And if Ding win, then Daki is going to be 6 for 6 on all his predictions.
It's almost like I know what I'm talking about.
Almost.
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 I said almost there, so you had something to jump on.
Everyone can be lucky sometime.
Every horse has its day.
Yep, 60% of the time it works every time.
Well, there's this saying in Finnish, 60-50.
You said that last time and everyone went crazy because apparently it's 50-60.
But it's the same thing, 60-50.
No,
What's the
but
difference between
I don't know.
60-50 and
I don't know.
50-60?
Last time you said it, you got it round the wrong way apparently.
Well,
And all the Finnish guys in
what's
chat
the difference?
went crazy.
Some guys said it's 50-60 or 60-50. It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. It doesn't matter where you put the 60, does it?
I don't know. I'm just saying, whatever you said last time, it was the wrong way round. And you said there's this saying in Finland, and apparently you got the saying wrong. So they were really angry.
50-60 or 60-50 is literally the same
Well,
thing.
you tell them that their saying's wrong then. Like, good luck with that.
Well, that would imply I care, which I don't.
You've just lost your Finnish fan base, Daki.
See ya.
Let's have a look at the groups. Actually, we can actually break down the teams here at the group stages, and we can see the matches that have already been played as well and talked about them. So EL Gaming sitting top of Group A on 3 points as they defeated Yato today.
The only thing that can still change in Group A is obviously EL Gaming can still be number 2, and the Kasna can be number 1, depending on how that match goes tomorrow. This is the group we're playing in currently. It's obviously Group B with Navi, Brainstorm in Ding. If Ding win this one, that will mean Brainstorm is out. They'll be going home. Well, home.
Be staying in CIS.
They'll be staying where they are, probably.
Watching the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. So this depends on... obviously, if Brainstorm win this, then we get to the part we don't like in the tiebreakers, obviously. If Brainstorm win this clean, and then Ding would, in a magical move, beat Navi.
If Ding
losing
defeat
points.
Navi, that's the biggest upset possible of this tournament.
There's still a few groups that can end 3-3-3. B, C, B. Wait, we have two groups B. I'm like...
two groups B.
I'm like, B,
Hey!
C...
Are you telling me you don't want the D, Decky?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it is strange that there's two Group Bs there, so well, okay. I mean, we were asking for that information quite quickly there, so we could talk about the groups, so it was okay. We'll let that one slide. Now, everything looks like it's going to be ready very, very soon, TM, and then we can jump into the match. We are talking already. We're going to get Runeberg first round. No, it's not Runeberg and Steps. That's me looking at the wrong round.
Ryan.
Let's go again. Mines.
Himmelsdorf.
Mines. No Z.
Himmelsdorf.
Himmelsdorf.
Then we have Steps, and we're closing it out on...
I want to say Cliff, but I know it's not Cliff.
No, try again.
I want to say Prokhorovka, but I know it's not Prokhorovka.
No, try again.
Ghost Town?
No.
It's not Ghost Town either.
Well...
Yeah. So then, that's going to be
Ryan,
an interesting round.
let me give you a tip. Starts with an R.
Runeberg, there we go.
There we go.
Hey! Daki, it's been a long day, mate. It's been a long day. This is our 6th game we're casting today.
Yeah,
and we've done this all today without waking up Mojo. So he's doing good down there.
Well, I'm not sure if he's awake or he's alive.
He's sound asleep. Yo, Mojo! He will be casting with us tomorrow. We're going to be
But yeah,
rotating tomorrow.
obviously we already talked about it, but we'll repeat it once more. Mainz and Runeberg are very defensive nature map, where the defender has a massive advantage because they're not really forced to go around the map, because Mainz, obviously, the caps are, because it's a small map, right? Across, it's less than a kilometer, I think, across.
It's short, yeah.
So there's that.
It's a game that it's a map that a lot of people are questioning. Should it still be in a rotation for high tiers?
Yeah,
because
I
everything's
like it in high
spotted so
tiers.
quickly.
I like it in high tiers. It's a different mechanic.
It's fun in low tiers as well.
It's decent in high tiers as well.
It's one of the oldest maps as well we have.
But it naturally lends itself towards 1-1. Anyways, Mainz will be a lot different, I'd say, with the new when the HD maps come out.
It gets completely changed. That's something, I mean, I would love to be able to talk more about it. Perhaps at Grand Finals, and perhaps at the main event on Saturday and Sunday, we might get more information about it. I do know that there is multiple senior people there from Wargaming that are going to be there. For example, Anton Pankov, Evily's going to be there, executive publishing producer. Thane Lyman's going to be there, who is product manager of World of Tanks or something. I can't remember Thane's exact title, I do apologise. Very, very senior person who's making sure a lot of the changes go through. So maybe we'll get more information. Perhaps it might be a reveal video or something. That would be amazing. But if you haven't saw it already, go look at the HD map changes, especially what happens to mines, because it gets completely overhauled.
Cliff looks a lot.
Cliff gets overhauled as well.
Cliff gets like the Greek theme.
Yeah, Mines changes from what it is now to looking more like a Greek or Cypriotic map.
Same with Cliff.
Has big pillars and stuff. Cliff as well gets a complete change how it looks.
It gets even a sort of pantheon, I'd say.
It looks amazing. It looks fantastic.
The small hill on the east gets like a pantheon or whatever you call that. I think it's a pantheon. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's
a temple. A temple. That's the Greek structure.
It looks really cool.
Isn't the temple a Greek structure?
I have no idea, Daki, to be honest. I'm not even going to hazard a guess.
Say it's a Greek
structure.
It
looks really nice, put it that way. It looks really fantastic. And it will change the way these maps are played, which is going to be real interesting as well. Yep. So it looks beautiful. I can't wait to find out more information about that. So we're just doing our final checks, and then we'll be able to get this final battle underway between Ding and Brainstorm.
So
Brainstorm fighting for their life.
Yeah, fighting for their life. We were saying mine's a very defensive map, and so is going to be Ruinberg. We saw it really in the match between Elevate and Not So Serious as well. Both teams picking up their defensive round on Ruinberg, which is something we tend to see rather often. So those maps we expect generally to be a 1-1 between these two teams. So the difference is going to be made on Himmelsdorf, and if not, it's going to be made on Steps. If neither of the teams gets a 2-0, which means we will be going towards a tiebreaker. Tiebreaker. Not that great for either of these two teams. Well, it's great for Ding if they win it. If they lose it, if they lose the tie, Ding needs to actually win in tiebreaker or just win.
I don't see it going to tiebreaker, to be honest. I don't see it going to tiebreaker.
What was my prediction again?
I think you said 5-2, and I said 5-3.
Okay. So 5-2 is going to be there. Ding's going to make the difference on one of those maps.
Okay. I think Ding are going to win it. Brainstorm, regular season finishing 6th place. Ding finishing 1st place. Ding having a bit more experience on LANs as well compared to Brainstorm. This is Brainstorm's first LAN, I believe. They've not made it to season finals, is that correct?
They made it to
Did
Kazan.
they do it last Kazan they were at?
Yeah, they were
so
at
that
Kazan
was season
finals.
1.
Yes, they were
and
season
they didn't do
finals.
it to season 2 because it was Unique that was there instead. And people potentially thought Unique might get through rather than Brainstorm. So looking forward to this one. Everything is ready to go. We can just about jump into the action and show you guys the vehicles that the teams are going to be playing on, and we'll give Daki a little time to think about the tactics used and how they're going to be applied here. Now I can see it looks like there is an artillery coming out here for Ding, so that's going to be Meritorious playing it, and well, he was extremely effective in the season finals with that.
Yeah, Meritorious on the M40, Ding very heavy behind that quadruple mouse, Batshot and the TVP, and Brainstorm deciding to go with a tier 9 Waffentrager and the T49. Obviously the T49 got moved up a tier. It still remains with its derp gun. The small one is great for randoms because it has lots of DPM. It's a really fun gun to play with. And triple mouse and a German light. And I'd say the German light will be climbing the eastern hill very early on. At least he should. I could be wrong in that one. But he can also take the island rather quickly if he wants to.
This is interesting from Ding as well, because Ding are on the attack and they have a super heavy lineup. Now look at this. C9 is already flying up there in his German light. Positive and Breakneck are going to get spotted come there. Breakneck stops, Positive carries on. C9 is spotted now, so Positive knows he's up there. There is a shot connected onto C9 as well. On the move, not from Positive, because Positive's still on a reload.
It was Breakneck. He already grabbed another reload in his TVP, but as we talked about, that German light can really take that eastern side super, super quickly. Where we used to see Batshots climbing that, Batshots obviously got punished very heavily if the enemy team had TVPs available towards them, where C9 only takes 1 shot of damage, which gives them control over this, and I want to see how Ding counteracts this, because when I spoke to people, we already saw this as an option, where the German light can take it without really taking any damage. Now Ding needs to be able to react towards that and have a plan on how to break it.
There's Positive already doing the climb at the back. He's getting up into that area. I was going to say Meritorious already has fired. He's on a reload now. As soon as he comes off, it's going to be interesting to see where he shoots that. Positive's going to come off a reload at roughly the same time. So where will Mary be aiming for? Is he going to try and take potluck and try and shoot where one of the Mouse tanks are? Is he going to try and find C9?
Nah, he's just blind. He was blind firing the island for now. Didn't really get any connections. In the meantime, the mouses from Ding are starting to cross over towards that D0 position. We'll have to see what the plan is from there, because it will take a long, long time to get them back from it. So it feels like this already is small commitment from Ding, putting the mouses in that D0 area. Obviously, from D0 they will be able to shoot on towards G4, G5.
Positive getting hit there. And the back chat at the back there, he is spotted, so where'd that one come in from? Cobra, or it can't be Demazek, so I guess it was Cobra.
Meritorious was aiming at C9, but he's still aiming at C9. Let's see if he can actually get a connection on towards him. He's lining it up, maybe.
It's going to be a difficult shot. C9 is moving ever so slowly, and he is protected by that ridge in front of him as well. Splash damage potentially though, if he can take out a couple of crew members, it could be really strong. There's the shot going out.
Nope, hits the top of the hill.
Hits the top of the hill as expected there. So looking at the viewpoint here, Hulknick and Shockish moving down that side. Actually no, they're pushing into the middle area, but don't really have any line to go in. I mean, they're having to play up against TD here as well, and it is H20 Maxon sitting there in the E4 waiting to face them.
Yeah, but look how far the mouses from Ding have already gone. They're not really going to the standard position for mouses. They're already going straight across that side, just pushing forward.
Trying to really bait out, I guess, any shots, let them see where everyone is. They're trying to get return fires back. So Alien takes 540 there. Push back Koba at the moment. Are they going to try and climb with Positive? Is that the distraction here, Daki?
Yeah, they're trying to push back the mouse so Positive can actually climb up. I don't think there's enough fire available for the side of Brainstorm to actually effectively block that. So Positive should be able to get up pretty much for free, and that will give them the eastern side.
Positive goes up cleanly as well. Nobody's spotting him at the moment, and then he can put pressure onto that tier 10 German light.
Yeah, but look at that. At the meantime, we have the 3-line commitment. Shock is from behind. Koba's in a little bit of trouble, because if those mouses from the other side keep pushing forward, he's getting shot from behind. Shockish is the one providing the fire on towards the side there, and I'd say Brainstorm is in a lot of trouble right now.
This is really nice play. Prize Fighters having to back off as well. So he's taking a lot of damage there, and the double mouse combination here of Alien and Kreitz can push. Look at this. Positive is pushing hard onto that German light at the moment in the hill. He's having to back off, though. Positive actually is the one coming off worst here.
Yeah, but the thing is, Meritorious is actually having a clean shot on the back of that German light, so he's going to be taking a lot of damage very soon. I think he can't sit safe from Meritorious where he is now, and if he runs away, he's going to be clipped by Positive. In the meantime, the mouses from Ding are winning the fight on the middle area. Koba is in a lot of trouble. Meritorious lets off a shot, 404. They will start taking...
Stunned. Is Positive going over?
It will add up over time. It will add up over time what Meritorious does. Next shot might take him out of the game.
Eternal now getting shot at as well, as is Koba here. Koba's continuing to take a lot of damage here. Hulknick in return is taking damage back for the trades. Now there's the shot going into the back of him. Koba is getting hit front and back at the moment. Shockish picking up the kill there. First blood going to Ding in this round. They have artillery, so eventually it's still 6 guns versus 6, but Meritorious can still cause a lot of havoc with the artillery.
And he's aiming on C9 again, lining up the shot. This German light, he might be going down here if he connects. 316, but it's still damage over time, but it's not even important because Kreitz is already pushed in the base. Alien will be following him. They're going to push the Waffenträger out of position. He's going to get shot from 2 sides if he stays there. And Ding have masterfully broken this defense rather quickly.
So it's really nice play from Ding. Kreitz can now turn around and shoot into C9. That'll let him leave Positive to roll over the hill if he wants to get a shot. Kreitz using his HP as the advantage as their Positive gets the kill there on C9. Right after that, Dima goes down. Nice quick double kill there from Positive with the rest of his teammates bringing down the HP. Now we can see the viewpoint of Alien as he's starting to trade over with Negative. Alien actually taking a bit of a beating as he goes forward, but Brainstorm, they've lost 3 tanks. Ding still have all the tanks in the game.
A very strong display here from Ding on Mind's attack, showing how to do it. Again, lineup from Brainstorm, very split, very far away from each other. Hulknick is doing the classic Alien, you jump tactic there towards Prize Fighter. And yeah, this round is over. Very strong display from Ding, not letting anything off to chance, going very aggressive from the beginning. Well, you know, as aggressive as you can be when Mouse is really going towards that eastern side. And it don't really feel like Brainstorm was expecting this kind of play either.
Really nice there from Breaking It, coming right round there on the back of the T49, who wasn't ready for that at all. He's able to get 3 shots out, carry on the kill. Positive now with the triple kill. Mary getting a shot over there onto Maxun, who misses in Shockish. Shockish going to pick that one up for the double kill.
Foolish
and that is clinical from Ding. They only lost Hulknick. Very nice display.
Yeah, very well done. Maybe I was wrong on the Mind's defense after all. Strong display there from Ding, but again, Brainstorm playing a very standard defense, which Ding has had a lot of time to learn how to break. I don't know if it was worth it.
I like the double mouse push.
Yeah, it was very
pushing
good.
off the other mouse.
Well, they
you
just-
normally see a 1-1-3 there,
The tanks
trading
from
back and
Brainstorm
forward.
just got caught in a crossfire. 2 mouses one side, 2 mouses the other side. Breakneck controlling the 1-2 line allows them to sit over there and not take a lot of damage, because obviously the Batcha would have to peek out at the little island to get those shots on towards the rock. With Breakneck in position, impossible to do this. So very good display from Ding on how to break this defense on mines. I'd like a little bit more proactive defense on mines than this. EL Gaming was a little bit too aggressive for my liking, but just sitting there, it's reminiscent of the 742 days actually, not 754, where teams would just sit on mines, and over time, the more something is played, the more and more teams start to learn different methods to break it, and you could just see it here. Pushing that spotter away is not something very uncommon. It's something that it's been done before. So, yeah, Brainstorm already needs to pick up the next round.
Yeah, I mean, if they go 2-0 down here, is a start of a very slippery slope. It's always hard to recover from 2-0 down. Some teams can do it. Other teams, when they have a lot of pressure on them, it's not something they can easily come back from. It weighs on your mind, like, oh crap, if we lose another 1 or even 2, like 3-0, 4-0, that's a big thing to come back from. You said yourself, if anyone comes back from 4-0, you dye your hair pink.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen, like I said. But 1-0 down, it doesn't mean the world if they can pick up their attacking round. They were probably counting on winning the defense. Perhaps the meta has changed now on mines, with the teams having so much practice for the attacking side to be more favored, but it's not the trend we've seen so far at the very least.
And again, we're seeing a mix-up in the vehicles being used from each team. Interesting lineups on both sides. I'm certainly interested to see how this Ding lineup works, because it's something I've never seen Ding play before.
It's a camping lineup as well from Ding, at least that's what it looks like. They can't really challenge the hill. Brainstorm again bringing the light. The German light could climb the eastern hill very quickly. We've seen it being done before. And Ding with the T100 light tank can obviously also climb that eastern hill very quickly if he wants to. And it does look like he's going to be lining up exactly for what I was talking about.
Okay, so Brainstorm, red side attacking here with the
Actually,
white,
no,
black and orange camo.
Breakneck is not doing that.
And Ding, blue side, they're going to be defending, and they have the black and white camo.
Breakneck just wants to take the island. That's interesting use of a T100 light tank, but it works out. Guessing afraid, or the plan from the beginning, because they see the German light, they know they cannot climb there because he's equally quick. He might spot them out. The Scorpion and TVP might be able to do just enough damage to make it not worthwhile. If the Scorpion hits and the TVP hits, that's pretty much a dead light tank. Breakneck is just going to be sitting on the island and spotting above the edge.
Okay, so how do you think Brainstorm are going to approach this one?
Similar-esque to how Ding did it. That's probably the answer. Genuinely, 1-2 line is just not an option. You need to play over the eastern side, get heavy tanks there. A 113 in D0 is never a bad thing if he can do some damage from that. And then something Ding-esque would not be that bad with the mouse pushing further forward. Yeah, it's really the way it is. Scorpion can cover the 1-2 line, also very effective. Because it's just not a trade you're willing to make. A Scorpion will give you 2 shots before he goes down, and it's only a tier 8 in essence. They can rinse and repeat what Ding did as well. If they push the eastern side out, then they can... if they push the eastern side out, then they can climb with their German light as well.
I like how, when we're compiling all the information about the various different teams, one of the things we did highlight and point out, because it was very noticeable, was that Ding rarely used artillery. And ever since we said that, Ding have taken artillery in almost half of their battles all the time, with Mertorius playing it. And it works out well when they do it. It's certainly not a bad tactic. I was joking with them at the end of the season finals. It almost looks like a pocket pick, like they've always had that potential sneak tactic to use Mary in the artillery.
Yeah, they don't really like to go for that much, because it forces Koreans to play a tier 10 tank, which is, like, let's be real, most of the time not the best thing in the world to have. Koreans is a great
nice
shot.
Mary.
Koreans is a great in-game leader, but let's just say Tomato the Lobster and him have about the same effective damage.
Dacky.
I don't think he's afraid of admitting that either.
Kreitz has had some fantastic damage games. Like, for example,
Yeah,
when
but
he was on steps
if he does,
up at A0.
If he does if he does damage, then there's usually something wrong with the team.
And he's had like a wonder game when he was playing the T49 when he got some ridiculous pens on
He
Cliff.
did pretty well in the Udas as well. Nice shot
Nice
there
shot
from
there,
Negative
Yep.
towards Shockish. But if he is doing the damage, then it usually doesn't mean much good for the team.
Yeah. I bet I'd say like he's had, I mean, here on Mines as well as Cliff, he's had some wonder games of the T49 back when I was a tier 8 and getting some huge penetrations and setting tanks on fire.
We can see Maxon actually didn't really go for that. He went for that one-line position rather than on the hill, so must be a reason behind this. He is not safe from Marty though over there, I think.
We'll find out in just a moment. Meritorious is coming off reload and we're going to aim across there and get a shot in. Eternal is right beside him and Eternal is spotted.
The thing
as
is
well.
that Maxon can get despotted, so Mary would have to blind fire him, which is always a lot more tricky than actually, just connecting the shot straight up. But there we go. Yeah, Maxon actually did take a shot.
Breakneck.
I don't think it was from. I don't think it was from Meritorious.
Whoa! Eternal getting a big hit there by artillery, damaged gun, broken tracks or damaged tracks, and the stun sitting on top of him.
Yeah.
So open top Scorpion.
Maxon did not get hit by the artillery. He got hit by somebody else, maybe even Alien.
Nice little design there from the HP of Brainstorm. Almost the perfect little angle there for the HP remaining.
But now they're doing something similar to what Ding is was doing. They're starting to push that eastern side. Negative going first, obviously, in his mouse. Shocker should be able to land a big hit on them, though, for about
like
500.
Last round.
Yep, very, very reminiscent.
Are they going to go for a Shockish going to hit Prize Fighter? Yep, 530.
Not bad.
Nice. Shockish. Prize Fighter taking one in the butt as well there from Alien. Now, Positive trading with Negative.
And there's the outside play again from the same as we saw Ding, the mouse Koba pushing down there, getting Shockish in the flank. And now the question is, can they do enough damage? Shockish is taking a bunch of it though.
C9 in the meantime as well is taking a lot of damage. Pricefighter just managing to dodge a shot that would have hit him really hard there. Alien taking a little bit of damage. He does take damage to the ammo rack. Shockish taking another shot in the rear end and he's caught again exactly as Ding did to Brainstorm in the previous round. Brainstorm are doing back to Ding, and the thing is Shockish can't block shots like the mouse did in the previous round, so Shockish is going to go down here for this. Koba taking a little bit of stun damage as Negative continues to push there into Alien and Positive, just bullying them out of the way. And looks like in a battle of polarities, it's going to be Negative in charge.
Yeah, but the difference here between Ding and Brainstorm is that they've actually managed to kill one of the tanks. Prize Fighter goes down, the HP is starting to even up as well. Perhaps there's a possibility here for the side of Ding to draw it back, but keep in mind that in the meantime the matchup has climbed as well on towards the eastern side. For the side of Brainstorm, Negative needs to do what he can. Positive trying to survive as long as he can. Alien push down towards that. Positive goes down, and I don't think Ding is going to be winning this one.
It's going to be really difficult for Ding to recover from this one. Really nice play there from Negative, just bullying his way forward as Meritorious slams a shot into the house rather than connecting in there with Negative. Alien having to protect himself from multiple angles now as Negative can just peek and take a shot as Alien has to cover two different directions. Nice shot there from Alien, 5-3-4, but he's going to go down in the next one. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. This is only where Negative can aim. Alien might be able to sidescrape his way out of this one if he can survive. He can! That's a massive miss there from Negative.
He needs a high roll though, 511. He doesn't have the alpha for that. He needs to wait for Negative to expose.
Doesn't have the angle.
And Koba was from the side as well.
Koba picking up the kill there. Breakneck is now spotted from his areas. Now Hulkneck is being focused down. Look at the shots going into him. The damage dropping like really, really quick. And now this looks like Brainstorm and cruise control.
Yeah, Brainstorm. Positive from them in this round, honestly. Good play. Very reminiscent to what Ding did as well. But apparently it's the new way to break this. I wish the other teams that played their mine so far knew this as well. It's working out wonderfully for Brainstorm though. It's the same concept as what Ding uses, right? You push those tanks in towards the eastern side, then you can climb effectively from there. Your batchet doesn't take a lot of damage. Once your batchet is up, you can start doing the damage towards the tank, and the guy under the hill just really gets butchered. You saw Shockish there in the Type 5. Didn't fare much better than the mouse in the last round, to be honest. Actually died even quicker.
C9 has to be careful. We've seen many tanks kill themselves come off this hill too quickly. Breakneck did pick up a kill on the Scorpion G there before he goes down. So internal CC, now he's aiming towards where the Batchat's coming in. I mean, it's just nothing really he can do at the moment here. T100, last one to go down, fighting over with H2O Maxsoon. And this is going to be 1-for-1 here on Mines as we look forward to the next round, which is, or next map, sorry, which is going to be on Runeberg.
Runeberg? No.
That's what I have written down when you were talking about them earlier on.
That was the two maps I was talking that were defensive nature.
Okay, my bad. I thought you were just talking about the order. You tricked me into writing them down in the wrong
No,
order.
because I said I was talking about defensive maps.
Okay.
It's Himmelsdorf
Okay.
next.
Himmelsdorf. Like I says, it's been a very long day, Daki. Very long day.
You know something what else is very long? Your beard.
My beard. I knew that was going to come. Yeah. I was actually tempted to trim it up quite a bit, by about half length, but yeah, I'll probably go after the grand finals. To be honest, I can't shave it off before then.
So twice the same tactic coming out with different setups, showing that it's not just one setup that makes it work. I'd say Ding's setup was a little bit more effective at it because of the mouse potential. They have DPM, the armor. Felt a little bit more potent than what Brainstorm was bringing, but Brainstorm made it work anyways. Even with a 113 with Prize Fighter, I don't think doing too much in this round as well. So there is a break there. I think teams are going to be rethinking Mind's defense and how to do it. So far, so good though for both these teams, picking up their attacks. Steps, perhaps we'll see the same trend.
In your opinion, with what we just saw, how would you set up against to counter something like that? Would you have TDs waiting over there for that?
I'm not sure how to counter that effectively because it's a very strong push.
Would an S-tank hiding in base?
No, an S-tank wouldn't do anything. As soon as the S-tank gets spotted or somebody climbs Eastern Hill, he's dead.
Okay.
Because he would just get clipped from the top or he would get shot by the mouses itself as well. So I don't think that's an option. I think they need to be a little bit more proactive if they want to actually beat that. Maybe climb a light on the 0 line, take the risk, and play a little bit more aggressive on the Eastern side like we saw teams do before. Make them waste a lot of time to actually get forward into the round and then use time in your advantage to perhaps make it happen.
Okay, so now we are going to get steps here, so we're going to be starting...
Oh, so it's not Himmels, it's steps then
It's not
Himmels.
steps, so we're both wrong.
We're both wrong.
I guess it's going to be interesting.
Look
There
at
is
this.
a T100 from Positive.
Yeah, but look at this.
Double ring Panzer, okay.
Double German light.
And an Object 140 in there as well.
Yeah, interesting lineup, honestly.
I smell
one
shenanigans. I'm calling shenanigans here.
Only one. I want to see what these German lights can do. If they have a particular use, let's see what the T100 light tank does for the side of Ding, though. It's going to be positive. Kurit's doing what we saw before already from NSS even and from other teams as well. Yeah,
He's going to do this easy peasy.
Yeah, it's very easy in this one. Nope.
Positive. A little bit too much speed there. And that actually saved him. Because the... Oh, nice shot in the rear then. Big hit there. Big hit there.
Yeah. What I was going to say is it's very easy actually in that one until
And
positive.
look where everyone else was
Yeah,
gathered
they were
up there
just
waiting
lined
to
up
shoot.
for it. I don't think he would have made it, honestly.
Arty stun coming out there onto Alien, but for no damage.
Now, what is the usage of the second German line? That is my question. I don't have the answer just yet. Positive is going to do it the second time around though. Smooth criminal.
Nicely done. I mean, Positive generally always makes that climb first time anyway. He's extremely good at it when he's playing in the back chat. So, business as usual for him, as Demasek takes a little bit of damage there in his Object 140. Positive did take a hit when he was turning around to go up again. Alien is spotted. As we're looking at the viewpoint here from Negative, it is actually quite cool here that we have Positive fighting against Negative. Alien, a little bit of splash damage there.
When you put positive against negative, you get neutral, no?
I'm not even going to pretend to know anything about that in physics. I'll get
Doesn't
it
that
wrong.
balance each other out?
I think they actually
Cancel each other out,
No, I was
no?
thinking in magnets, they push against each other when you go
Yeah,
same.
but doesn't positive and negative cancel each other? I could be completely wrong, by the way.
I'm not even going there. I know what chat's like, Daki. I'm not even going there. Right now, I wouldn't be even confident spelling my name correctly without chat telling me I did it wrong. Well, generally it's because I don't know how to do it, but never mind. Breakneck just driving about here in the middle. He is spotted, trying to see what we can see from the enemy team, trying perhaps debate out a shot.
How will
from
they hold off
artillery.
the same thing as NSS did? That's the question. Kuritz might actually be able to... Ooh, that's spicy. That's spicy. Blind fire.
That's a rather cheeky, that one, yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice one.
Cheeky
But
breaky.
the question is, would they be able to hold off a similar play to what NSS did? Perhaps that's why they're all grouping up already on the Eastern side.
I think they could do it. Like I say, if there's a team that was perhaps ready for it, like we said earlier on, it would be Ding. If there was a team that knew about it but didn't want to tell anyone because they didn't want to give it away for grand finals,
what I've been
it would be
thinking
Ding.
about so far, is there a possibility here for either these German lights Would these German lights, the two of them, be enough to boost somebody on B1? Would it be enough?
I don't know if they have enough power to do it.
That's my question right now. Would they have enough? Oh, yes, Camonat as well.
Cheeky splash.
Yeah, but look
damage
at
again.
Positive's equipment setup. Camonat
Camo
and
and binos.
binoculars.
And he's
Obviously,
peeking over so he can get the vision.
Why would I need binoculars on a light tank? Don't they have enough view range standard? Well, if you bring extra view range, what obviously allows this is negate more camo. The higher camo percentage, you know, the higher view range you have, the higher percentage of camo you can punch through.
C9 did spot him. Eternal's just about to come off a reload, so Positive better keep moving at the moment, because in another 2 seconds, Eternal's going to fire another shell
Now
his way.
I want to see this. I want to see this. I want to see what these German lights are going to do.
Ooh. Oh, 477, nice shot there.
That's a very
coming from
spicy
Shockish
blind
at the
fire.
back there.
I think so far Dimastek got blind fired, Senai got blind fired once, and then Kuriz got blind fired once as well. So lots of high-level blind fire going on between these two. Now the question is, can these two light tanks boost each other up?
They're expecting it. Hulknick is aiming in that area.
I want to.
Are they lining up for it here?
I keep following these guys. That's exactly what they're lining
they're
up for.
going to do it. And this is exactly what you're asking. Is it possible? This is
Yeah,
something else new.
this is the question I just asked. If can they boost each other up? And yes is the answer.
Oh, we're seeing so much new stuff
he
coming
dropped
here.
off,
Nope,
he
he's
dropped
dropping off. But this is interesting. Okay, so that's why you would take these two tanks.
Yeah, very interesting there between these two teams. I'm glad I asked myself that question before I was being.
I like the way your mind thinks, Dacky.
I could have been like, yeah, I knew this all along. You know, it's better to ask the question.
I'd totally be like that. I'm gonna be like, watch this. They're going to boost. Don't you know that? Don't you know that?
They need somebody to block off Positive when he's speaking up, because right now one of the main issues is that he keeps on spotting these light tanks. Oh, and
C9's down to one shot and he's tracked at the moment.
Dude, he just took blind fire into the tracks.
Wow. So lucky. And there's not a lot of damage coming back out right now. Brainstorm have that. I mean, there's Demasek now taking a shot as well. He's spotted. They know where he is. They're going to drive for this boost. Now, C9 has to be careful not to take damage when they're doing this as well. He has made it now. Maxsoon, shot in the butt. This is where Hulknick was pre-aiming. He is lit. Can they take him out? Hulknick has spotted himself.
I don't know if they have view range all the way up until there. If they have draw range even. Positive's now spotted out. He needs to be careful. He's going to try and continue spotting.
Damage again.
If he survives this, I don't think he will.
Positive can drop on. Breakneck finishes him off. So he died in almost the exact same position as where the STRV died there.
At least we know it's possible now, right?
Yeah. At least we know it's possible, but teams are prepared for it.
I feel like what they were really missing is somebody... Ooh.
Oh, nice Positive. Nice.
What they were really missing is... what I wanted to say is somebody in D1, C1, wherever it is, to permanently stare down Positive's position. Because as soon as he peeks, he needs to be shot at.
So you need to keep him backed off so he can't then spot the
Because
climb.
right now, Positive could just peek, play around it, be like, yo, what's up? Even if they had to take binos on a bad shot, for example, and spot him out every time he peeks and then somebody else shoots him, it would have been worth it. Because right now, they were so split across the map, while their only focus is to take A2. Well, if you want to take A2, then make sure you focus on it in the beginning.
And here's the other thing as well. They've now lost 2 Tier 10 lights, which could have, in another situation, been something like 2 Tier 10 Batchats. So it's a lot of damage the team's potentially missing.
I think this plan can really work if they have somebody staring down Positive. If he is not allowed to just... Nice.
309, nice.
The main issue is that he was just allowed to peek over, spot. Nobody's shooting at him. Why would he be afraid? It's only RT. RT needs kind of a lucky connection to like kill him in one shot, so he can continue spotting, spot for his team, and that's exactly what happened. Now, if they had somebody staring him down, Positive peeks once, takes a shot. Positive peeks the second time, while Positive takes another shot. Then he would not be able to do this.
Positive being super cheeky here, poking out and getting some shots into the tail end of Negative. Again, it is a battle of the polarities, and Negative doesn't have the view range that Positive has, because Positive has these binos as well to help him.
Yeah, Positive is not going to get caught over here. Very unlikely. This round is over. We should start thinking about the next one.
Yep, indeed. So it's going to be 2-1 here for Ding. Brainstorm in no way looking like they're going to do any kind of cap pushing or caps at the moment. We're down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Ding have the map in lockdown, and Brainstorm are going nowhere right now.
Yeah, and Ding's even pushing a little bit more aggressive, trying to take some control. Shockish moving up, trying to do some damage. because, you know, damage is damage after all.
Koba taking a shot there from Karitz up on the hill.
There's no way for Brainstorm.
It is a nice lockdown here from Ding. Really nice example of map control. They have the tanks and the climbs. It is possible to do counter climbs, we saw it previously. But Brainstorm, I mean, in a way they were kind of disadvantaged by going with the double light tanks there. Both light tanks now dead. We see now that Prizefire has been dropped by Karitz up on that hill. Now it's Koba they're going to focus on, take out another tank. Nicely done there from Hulkneck. All we have left is Negative, Demasec, and Eternal. Breakneck pushing in for the kills. Like Ding want to get a kill on everyone rather than run down a clock. Not much here. Anything Negative can do. Breakneck has a full clip and he's just going to measure those shots into the rear end of him. 3 more to go. Eternal getting the kill on Positive. Breakneck with the double kill. Positive finally goes down to Artillery, but well, it's way too little, way too late.
Yeah, the thing is just pushing in to close out the round, to give Brainstorm less time to think about what to do. We've seen a successful eastern side climb counter now. We haven't seen the A2 one work out just yet though, but it does show that a lot of teams across the regions have figured out the same thing to try and counter that, which is boost up. Now, for EL Gaming, it wasn't that successful. No, for Yato Gaming, sorry. But there's always the chance, you know, like I think if they just block off that spotter, yeah, Shokish can't do anything, he's too low profile.
No, I mean, Eternal just got a kill on Breakneck as well, so Artillery still swinging, and Ding not sealing this game out as convincingly as perhaps they should. Eternal picking up a double kill, he killed Positive, then he killed Breakneck as well, as Breakneck went to go in and kill him. Hulkneck coming over here on full health. That should be an extremely easy kill for him.
Yeah. So in essence, I think this plan is workable if you have somebody blocking off the peak from the T100 LT. Steve's just playing with the aiming. But yeah, if you have, for example, that bad shot on...
Hulkneck spotted him. He's not going to survive. He's going to get a kill. Is he going to survive? 2 seconds. 1 second.
He's alive.
Going to survive. Wow. Ding, come on. Let
yeah,
the match go the full distance.
The plan is, in my opinion, usable, executable, but I think maybe you need a batch shot on E1. You can put him in that pocket over there, which we've seen before, and aim on the climb. With somebody else on the behind the rock or at that little hill over there at the rail to spot that guy. If you spot him, you can shoot him. In essence, very easy concept. So then the Batcha might be able to hit him, for example, or anything else with a high shell velocity. Obviously, you want a high shell velocity so you can like nail that shot. And then the RT comes in as well. You make sure that the T100 LT is afraid, because I think if you kill him, you get such a free reign over the map that it's worth to spend 5, maybe even 6 minutes to try and kill him. Slowly but surely does the job, you know. You don't have to sacrifice so much HP on your German lights like they did now. And then you might be able to kill Positive without losing 2 light tanks.
Yeah, it's always great to see counter plays coming out. It's always great to see new picks.
Well executed counter plays, though.
Very, very nicely done. Yeah, I mean, both times we've seen teams able to deal or try to deal with tanks up on that area at A1, A0. Both times there has been nice climbs, but both times the defending team have been able to say, okay, like there's something up there, let's shoot it down before anything happens.
Yes, so that's why they need to make sure that the T100 light tank can't spot. If he can't spot, nobody's going to get up there. Which is the main thing. But let's see how Ding decides to approach their attack, because the same concept could apply from the side of Brainstorm. They could now do the same thing what's happened to them. Boost an Udes, get a light tank to take A2.
Yep, now the teams are going to swap sides. Now it's going to be Ding on the attack. It's going to be Brainstorm on the defense. Ding taking Artillery with them this time round.
Yeah, but also a German light, which is being played by Koritz, which is interesting. That Koritz is actually playing that one. It's hard to... Light tanks are...
light coming from Brainstorm.
Get to that in a second. But Koritz playing that one. It's a very high skill tank, light tanks in essence. The skill cap is higher than any of the other tanks, I'd say, in this lineup available. But yeah, 2 lights coming out for the side of Brainstorm. They're going to boost one up, and they're going to boost the second one even, which is going to be a bad shot. In the meantime, T100 light tank is going to be trying to climb the eastern side. And the Udes is going to be spotting ahead, just like, what's their name did? NSS did.
NSS, yeah.
So Positive and Hulknik are now rushing the middle. Will they be on time? That's the question, because the T100 light tank, he's going up.
Kreitz is over there. Kreitz gets spotted. He sees C9. Nicely done there from Kreitz. He does get a connecting shot, but C9 is now safe for the rest of the climb. Or he just needs to stay there and go unspotted. He's peeking out. Shot back into Kreitz. Multiple other shots coming in from the remaining tanks of Ding, all trying to get shots into him, but it looks like for now they have to give it up. They can't really get any additional shots. Oh, more shots actually coming in there. Can C9 get the... I mean, Breakneck's going to go and try and proxy him.
Yeah, Breakneck, I don't think he can go in and proxy him, to be honest. I think if he goes towards A2, he's going to die.
C9's a one shot now.
It's under pressure. I don't think he's going to survive for much longer in that position. I don't think so. He's not completely safe and meritorious. 5 seconds and he's going to die. 4, 3, 2, 1. Meritorious shot and missed. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
Breakneck should get the finish.
Whoa, Breakneck. That's exposing yourself for a lot of damage here. Alien taking a lot of damage as well. Finally, Breakneck gets the kill, but look at the damage he took for that.
Counter push in the A-line.
Massive attack on him. They're pushing back into Alien. Breakneck, sorry, is going to go down for this. Bit of a Tamosa trades there. I'm not sure if I would have taken that one.
Yeah, and Dimasek is going to continue pushing as well. Has to be careful here. Alien is holding that area. Let's see how quickly they can clear out that 113, because if Dimasek has APCR loaded, it's not going to be the easiest fight of his life. The good thing is that most tanks of Ding, the Bachas, they were rotating. The German Light was as well.
Alien is able to miss 2 shots there. A shot coming in over Dimasek, misses. Alien comes back, misses his shot as well. Dimasek only has 2 shots to go. Alien has now turned around and is using his armor to block the shots. Big hit potentially coming in here from Alien. Dimasek coming over. Now look at this. Ding are fully committing the rest of the tanks into this fight. Positive takes a shot before he goes over. Dimasek's on a reload. Prizefighter's trying to clip out into Alien as well. Hulkneck takes a lot of damage as he goes over the rails there. Dimasek is tracked on the rails. Kreitz doesn't have a shot into him. Prizefighter finally takes out Alien. Positive takes out Prizefighter, but I mean, Ding took a lot of damage for that trade. The advantage here is with Brainstorm.
Yeah, but you've got to imagine though that, never mind, the Mouses are out of the fight and the German Light is boosted on the eastern side, but he's not. The Shokish needs to get away from these Mouses if they want to win this round, and he needs to do the damage towards Maxon as well, but he's driving in towards the Udas, that's the thing. Ding needs to kill everybody except for the Mouses right now.
Yep, now Maxon has been focused. He is in the tier 10 light. He's 193 HP, so he's a one-shot. If Ding can pull their tanks back and just avoid getting shot at the moment, they have a chance to survive here and they continue to do damage. Now the Mouse takes out Hulkneck there. That is Koba that did that, so
Bad
it is
trades
now
from
3
Kuriz,
on 4.
Bad trades from Kuriz. Shokish, if he can get Maxon, it'd be super important. He does. That was very important because Kuriz was on high HP and threw away almost that round by peeking, taking a shot from the Mouse and everywhere else. But now, this is Ding's round, honestly, because they have the mobility, the rotations, and the RT. Shokish needs to kite as long as he can, Kuriz needs to do the damage, and this should actually be Ding's round.
This is exceptional play here from Shokish. He was running away from 3 Mouse. He's still surviving. He has given his teammates angles. You've got Kreitz and Mertores dropping shots over here as well. Kreitz just chewing through the Mouse at the moment here. Dangerous shot coming out for artillery if Mary takes this one with Shokish right beside Koba. Negative, missing the shot at almost point blank range.
Big
He
miss.
is going to hate himself for that. Artillery coming over from Mary. He gets the kill onto Koba. Splash damage there into Negative as well. And Kreitz is just continuing to chip away into the back armor here of Negative.
Yeah, the thing is though, if Negative was able to kill, for example, Shokish, which he would have been if he didn't miss the shot, he'd still have a lot of HP to work with, but limited amount of time. Now Negative will just be trying to play it safe. Positive is not completely in the safe yet. If Negative was able to kill him, it'd be a different game, but now the triple crossfire is just too much.
Every angle right now covered here by Ding. Really nicely demolition of Brainstorm and a good recovery actually from a situation that looked like they were about to lose that round.
Yeah, very well played there by the Ding boys, honestly, towards the end there. Yeah, Hulkneck and who was a positive, took a lot of damage in their bad shots, but they ignored They gave Dimasek one shot. They were like, okay, we don't care, he's on reload, and then focused Prizefighter, who had to rush Alien because Dimasek didn't penetrate his shots, which is obviously hard on a 1-1-3 on that. Well, it's still medium distance. Who's angling, facing towards you. It's not the easiest bend. But then great play there from Shokish, running away from the 2 Mousers, guiding them around.
He did great there.
Some very, very high important misses there from the Mousers. I think that they missed at least twice. Negative, if he kills Shokish there, if he hits the first one and kills him, he has a chance to win that round, because don't forget, both of those guys would be one-shot.
Kreitz was a one-shot, Positive was a one-shot.
But the only reason Kreitz was low HP is because he peeked, tried to kill Maxon, didn't see an angle to kill him, aimed at the mouse, and then took a shot from the mouse, and then took a shot from Maxon as
Out
well.
of interest, what was the damage like from Ding there? Because looks like Shockish actually had a considerable
5.2
amount.
from
Whoa.
Shockish.
He was farming those mouses as he was
Yeah,
running.
but Kuriz had actually 3k in the German light as well.
That was really nicely done as well. He was chewing through them from the back. So nice positioning there. Very well played from Shockish to keep the angles for the mouse so that Kreitz was able to get the shots and keep them flat for him.
But Kuriz then again shouldn't have made the mistake making him solo HP. They would have been able to close that one out a lot more efficiently if Kuriz doesn't make a misplay. Because Shockish had to kill Maxon rather than Kuriz. Then Kuriz should have just honestly just go kill him. He tried to peek up. I can't hit him. I'll shoot at the mouse. Takes a mouse shot. Takes a light shot. It's just individual.
There was also the artillery kill in one of the back chats as well, which was really helpful because had he come back into it, that could have turned the fight around completely as
those back chats were Timasek and both Prize Fighter were in no man's land. They would probably have died, but yeah, it obviously did help. Positive surviving there on the slither of health as well. All in all, great individual play to win the round in the end for the side of thing.
Yep. Now, the next map we're going to go into is going to be Himmelsdorf. We always joke and say, like, you don't want to ever play a Russian team against Himmelsdorf. You kind of don't want to play against Ding on Himmelsdorf either. They have a good read of it.
Well, we'll see how Brainstorm does on Himmelsdorf right now. They should have won one round against Navi, if you remember, where our dear friend Yanatolic survived on 50 HP because of an adrenaline rush and a mouse.
Yes.
So let's see how they do this time around, because if they can win in the round against Navi, they might be able to win a round against Ding. Well, should have won a round against Navi. Let's put it like that.
Now, WZ132 coming out on the side of Ding. There's going to be Kreitz in that one, positive in the E3. We've seen him do a lot of damage with this tank on this map. Breakneck in an E50M. Not something we generally see used a lot, although generally if we do see it, it is used up on the hill, whereas Breakneck's going down low. On Brainstorm, we do see the artillery, M4, M43. This is the one you predicted earlier on it was going to be used. Instead, we saw GW Tiger.
Same concept.
Maxun, yep, in the E4. So it's the battle of the E4 versus E3 here. And negative in the mouse. So we don't have a mirror matchup in TDs.
Look what Kuriz is doing. He's already blind firing towards where he thinks the RT might be. Obviously, the RT is not sitting in that obvious position. But some of you are going to wonder, RT on Himmelsdorf? If I play RT on Himmelsdorf, I don't do anything. I hate it when MM puts me on Himmelsdorf. Literally every RT player ever, if it comes Himmelsdorf, oh, MM, come on.
No, it's not fair.
But obviously Breakneck playing the E50M just like Stefan did. There's a small gap there where they can shoot through. But RT has two usages, I'd say, because most of these teams are not going to be playing with a medkit on their tanks. If somebody pushes across the K-line, he could stun them, actually make them very useless for 20 seconds. But he can also reset base number 2, we think. At least we haven't seen it come into effect yet. So that's why we say there's a probability that he can get the reset there on towards that B6-7 corner, which was previously impossible with tier 8 RTs other than the Kongchi C, which is obviously a tier 10 RT, which would sacrifice you a full tier 10, which wouldn't be worth it. But now the M40 with the update, more splash, every RT has more splash. The splash range got increased, so to make stun more effective for hitting multiple targets, obviously. We think he will be able to get the reset over there.
C9 and Alien have each other spotted here down at the bottom of the rails. Only other tanks that are spotted by Ding at the moment is negative. They don't really have vision on anyone else. Now they see prize fighters, so you can see it popping up on the minimap as we're looking at the viewpoint here of Alien. Rest of Ding at the moment positioned quite well, just trying to spot out anything they can see down below them for Brainstorm, and at the moment Ding in a reasonable position to start kind of move anywhere in the map really they want to go to.
I'd say Ding is in a really strong position right now. I kind of like what they're doing now. I think K-line counter push is really the only play they can go for. We'll have to see though. C9 sitting over here. We have seen tank destroyers blind fire this area. It is actually possible. It's out of view distance, you know, where the tank disappears, but it's not out of render range for the tank shot itself. Obviously, shots itself disappear after a certain amount of meters as well. So there's a limit to where you can see, and there's a limit to where the shell goes. At one point, it just disappears, it stops going.
Splash damage again going up over into Kreitz, and there is a push on the hill as well. It looks like it's not going to be a mouse, is it? Is it Prize Fire that's pushing up into the hill?
It's a 50B pushing up on the hill. It's a very risky play, but he can make it work. If he catches the tier 8 there for free, it will be a magnificent play. It's very risky rotation, really, from the side of Brainstorm. To pull off this, be pretty amazing, honestly.
Alien is tracked, whereas Koba takes damage, and so does Negative taking damage there, and they're heavies. Triple Mouse coming out, I guess Artillery's holding a shot as C9 luckily gets away there with only one connection on him. Breakneck took some damage as well, and Ding. And C9 is going to have to back off because it has a triple combo that can come over and do a lot of damage. Now, what can Artillery do?
Yeah, that's the question I'm going to see as well. If RT fires, how much stun can he do on towards him? There we go.
Mertorius getting focused
all three
here.
stunned.
All three stunned. Meri getting focused here. Alien and Shockish are going to continue to push into C9. Now, can they get across safely? Shockish is bouncing a shot. He's
C9's on fire as well.
Alien taking damage. C9 burning quite badly here at the moment. Lots of damage. You can see module damage come up there as well, potentially crew damage. Shockish is ammo racked, he has broken ammo. Mertorius has got a damaged engine, that's going to affect his maneuverability over in that area, and Ding have taken a lot of damage for this position.
Yeah, but they need to kill C9 now. Alien looking for the connection, a nice one there on towards the third of C9. Needs to find another one, because once they do, they start getting that control. They have sacrificed a lot of HP, but if they can kill C9, they can start working the angles. Negative is in problems though, because Alien has a side available to him, so he has to push in towards Hooknick almost.
Artillery going all the way over there and getting a connection into Breakneck, it looked like, as well. Now, how can we do this? I mean, there's still a lot of HP here on Maxson, H2O Maxson hiding in that corner. He can do a heck of a lot of damage actually, but look at this, Kreitz is pushing up into the base, and Kreitz is going to get a free run behind Daki. He can jump onto Artillery. This is really nice play from Kreitz.
It's not just that as well. A positive is peeking around the corner, making the play, but keep in mind, Prize Fighter is coming from behind, which is more crucial, as he will remove Breakneck and might even come behind Hooknick.
Breakneck gets a double kill, Breakneck goes down, but look at that, in the meantime, Kreitz did get the kill on Eternal, and then Kreitz can now come around into the back. He's going to get shots into Koba for this, and this is going to be a free damage farm for Kreitz. Ding still have 6 guns in the game. They've taken a beating for it, but more importantly, they can still get those guns to work for them. Brainstorm only have 3 left. Okay, they have HP on those 3 guns, but they're going to have multiple angles to defend from in just a few moments.
Yeah, they're going to be drawn across the map now. Well, not across the map, they're going to be drawn outside of their positioning. Kreitz will be going behind anybody that's facing the other direction. He just needs to be careful. If he peeks into Maxon, he's certainly dead.
Would Kreitz going into the cap circle be a viable tactic just now, just to purely just distract him?
No, actually, never mind what I just said. I mean, no. I said yes, but I was thinking no. Because Prize Fighter is still alive. Prize Fighter is a quick rotation tank. He would just go kill Kreitz quickly.
Prize Fighter's running through the middle of the courtyard right now. Nobody has shots on him or vision on him.
He probably will go to try and kill Kreitz. It depends on how much damage he will take on this crossing, if any, to be honest. He needs to kill that WZ.
And he's going to go the exact same route that Kreitz went, and Kreitz knows he needs to make a run for it. 6th spotted. Kreitz, very nicely done, makes himself safe, gets into the building area. Shockish now pushing up onto Maxon. Kreitz goes down to the E4 of Maxon. That was really nicely done, and this is kind of turning it back around. We've talked before about guns in the game, and as we've said before as well, guns in the game is only going to go in your favour if you also have some HP to trade. If the other team has HP, then those guns in the game are not going to go your favour.
Ooh, and Shockish takes a shot there from Koba from the side as well. They know where Prize Fighter is now. They need to get this mouse. They need to get Koba. He is the weak link, but he's going to try and finish Shockish, and he does, and that's just not good for Ding, is it?
Nice shot there from Hulkneck. He's able to get another one into Koba. Koba's now down to a 1 shot. He's got a dead gunner as well. Mertorius is looking to line up a shot. Great shot there from Alien into Koba. It is now 4-2. But again, the danger here is Prize Fighter. He can come out, he can clip someone. Maxson can just hide himself in a corner somewhere and force them to come at him head on, which is not what they want.
The thing is that, let's just say Ding doesn't have the quickest tanks available in the world.
Should Ding just break off and leave Maxson there right now?
Ding should go all together towards base number 2. They should maybe leave Positive as only one to control, but I don't like it if they would. And they should peel off to base number 2 because Prize Fighter is a tank.
Positive get across. Oh no, he's tracked. That's the worst possible time for that to happen right now. Mouse misses the shot going right over, and Positive's going to die for nothing. No, he actually gets himself safe. Mertorius now actually, big miss there from Maxon, hits into the armor and doesn't penetrate. He's going to get one back there. Nice shot from Mary into Maxon there. Maxon taking some damage, and this is a real fight right now. Ding are really struggling.
Yeah, Maxon getting unlucky there. Lines up the shot, but it actually hit the building, I think. Was aiming at Meritorious, but now Prizefighter is getting chased though by Hooknik. The thing is, he has reload available towards him. Like I said, Ding doesn't have quick tanks to chase him down. Hooknik can't really push in towards him, because as soon as Hooknik pushes around the corner, Prizefighter will go kill him, and
Missed
I think
shots.
this is exactly
Yeah.
what's going to happen.
Missed shots there. Alien missed the shot, and Positive missed the shot there, and Prizefighter as well. Prizefighter's going to come around and clip into Hooknik. Hooknik might get one more into him. Low roll, 403, unlucky there.
That's what we said about the quick lineup, right? This is the thing for the side of Ding. They can't just a nice snap from Maxon, but it's the thing that they don't have any quick tanks left.
Yeah.
Because Hooknik, he didn't have, Elin was not quick enough, so Prizefighter takes the right decision and goes and kills Hooknik. And what do they do now? They need 1 minute to cap it too, but Maxon will be reloaded. I don't know, Positive, you're gonna
Bold, not quick enough, not quick enough. It was really unfortunate they just didn't have the rotational speed, and it was very, very well done there from Brainstorm to force Ding apart like that and to be able to use the speed of the AMX 30B. And this is, sorry, the 50B. And this is exactly why you said the 50B is picked on this map. It has the speed to get around the map.
Yeah, it has the speed, unlike the T57. Prizefighter, that was not that great. Neither was that. But yeah, if Positive doesn't take those shots on the crossing there from the 50B, which was really great timing, he's going to die.
Yeah. Multi-kill there from Maxon. He picks up 4 there, and that was yeah, that was a bit of a carry from him. Who did a nice bit of damage there.
Yeah, very good round by the side of Brainstorm. What I was going to say is, if Positive doesn't take those shots on the crossing, he can actually make it work, to be honest, because now it didn't really work out because Positive was so low HP. Perhaps if he was higher HP, he could have pushed around towards Maxon, killed him, then, well, not killed him, give him 750, Ilian finishes. They both drive into the cap together. Prizefighter is a one-shot, which means you'd have to peek onto somebody to reset the base, and if they have the right angles covered, they could have captured the base. This is all kind of things, you know, timing things where Prizefighter makes a risky peek, but one that worked out very well.
Yep, and I mean, had things been really different, had Kuritz been able to survive and get himself safe into that area, that could have been really different, because it could have been a potential threat into the rear end of the TD in that area.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Kuritz was doing. He was obviously afraid to get flanked.
But the 2 big missed shots on that 50B, like the TD missed, Alien missed.
I don't think they had a very clear shot on him.
It was kind of snapshot, they had to force it. I mean, if they'd got out in that position,
but then again, they were also
game.
lucky that Maxon hit the building against Meritorious to begin with. Like, honestly, Maxon would have probably hit that shot 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, but extremely well played to Ding there. Sorry, to Brainstorm. Ding, as we were
saying, yeah, but they showed against Na'Vi that they are a decent Himmelsdorf team. They should have picked up at least 1 round there, and it was actually their attacking round. So let's see, perhaps a repeat from what it did against Na'Vi, minus the fact of a defending tank surviving.
Yep, but now it's going to be Ding going to be on the defense. It's going to be Brainstorm attacking into them. I'm looking forward to see again if we're going to get any left field picks, any picks that we haven't seen throughout the day, or any change in tactics we haven't seen throughout the day. We're having a quick look at the lineup at the moment. Interesting here from Ding, see if it works in their favour what they're choosing to take. It could be a repeat of the previous time we saw. The Type 5 Heavy could have a big impact here.
At this point in time, with everybody picking RT, it's become clear that it is possible to reset
really
base.
Viable tactic, yeah.
That it is possible to reset base number 2, otherwise you just wouldn't pick it.
And nobody's tried it since we've been seeing artillery.
Yeah, nobody's been trying to cap that since we've seen artillery, so I actually predicted something right. Feels good, man. Yeah, that's interesting to see. Apparently, that is still, it's like, I guess it's personal preference, which RD they pick. Well, the SG-14 was on attack. On defense, we've only seen GW Tiger P and the
M40.
M40, yeah.
So shots coming out, taking down the annoying walls that sometimes absorb shells as they're driving down into that position. Rail control straight away here from Ding. Super aggressive from Brainstorm here up on the hill as well. They've got complete hill control. Let's hope Ding don't have anyone along the D line because, well, they're going to be susceptible. Kuritz is spotted in the Type 5 Heavy. It's going to be safe for now. Demasek looking across at him.
Out of 5 rounds, I think Ding has played 4 with RD.
Yeah, like I was saying, we said it at the season finals, we said Ding rarely use artillery, and ever since we said that as a team fact, Ding continued to take artillery. C9 takes a shot back in return, so trade going in favour there of Ding. The more damage coming out from Ding's shell than it came out of Brainstorm's one. C9 just continuing to drive about up here on the hill, playing King of the Castle. No one's going to challenge him for a little while. And Breakneck gets himself spotted and immediately slams on the brakes.
Similar hold to Brainstorm on the defense. Maxon trying to get some damage on towards Elian. Elian's not giving up anything. He even stopped there to make sure Maxon doesn't get any more damage. He also has a little bit of terrain, how do you say it? Obstacle, a car in between them.
Maxon took a shot right back in return for that as well and had to fix his tracks immediately.
Obviously, cars, you know, anything that you have to punch through with your shot will slow, well, not slow, will lower the amount of penetration you shall have left. And against the mouse, yeah, that's just it that makes a difference.
And the concrete pillars you see on the fences here, they eat shells, so it has to be very careful you don't connect with one of them. It's one of the most frustrating things on this map.
Kreese has actually gotten himself back into A5.
Stun there on C9 from artillery up on the hill. And Eternal is pushing up the banana road, completely unchallenged here.
Yeah, but I don't think Ding is
Shockish is going
willing
to
to
see him.
challenge
Will Shockish
it.
get the shot?
Nope. He didn't fire.
He's not fired yet. He's holding. Eternal, if he peeks, that's a very brave move. It's interesting actually Shockish being on the TD here. Normally you'd see Shockish in the single shooter.
Well, must have a reason. We'll be sure to ask them at one point. Shockish fires, misses.
No Medikite has binos as well, so that will allow him to spot up on the hill.
That was HE from Eternal. But look at positive. He got ammo racked and loader dead in one shot. That is frustrating.
What a horrible combo.
That is really frustrating.
That's like when you get your engine damaged and your driver killed. Especially on something like a...
How does your ammo rack even get damaged from HE ammunition?
Luckily.
Luckily?
Unluckily, I don't know. Either way. Now Eternal's now moved up into the middle area where he sees Kuritz. He's playing back and forward here. It is a bold strategy to play against the Type 5 Heavy. I would not want to play chicken with one of those.
Yeah, when you see Type 5 Heavy, you wait for him to reload. It's actually not the hardest tank to penetrate. I mean, it looks very nasty, armor-wise, but, you know, flat surfaces all around.
He got a shot into Kreetz. Another shot into Kreetz as well. Kreetz taking 2 hits.
More damage being taken by Kreetz.
3. He looks like he's been clipped out at the moment, and he is. He's been clipped out by C9, who's came all the way down the hill. Kreetz is having to back off into that A5 pocket. And now the danger is Eternal. It looks like he wants to try and run the gauntlet. That means he's going to run in front of Shockish and someone else.
See if Shockish can actually penetrate another shot, though.
Huge bounce over the shoulder. That wasn't Shockish.
That was the mouse behind him.
Eternal, though, does take a hit there. 530 looks like the return shot there from Kuritz. Prize Fighters now, meanwhile, moved up into the base as well. And Daki, it looks like Ding are not really ready to be able to defend against this.
I feel like Kuritz is making some individual mistakes right now. He peeked out to give Eternal a shot and took 3 from Prize Fighter in return. Don't want to say we highlighted individual player skill, but it kind of does mean something. That was artillery for 463 coming out there, but Kuritz being such low HP is kind of very annoying for the side of Ding because you need that HP.
If they start the cap here at B6, how are Ding going to reset that?
A B6? RT.
Can he do that in that if he's round the corner?
Yeah, I think so. That's the concept I was talking about. Kuritz should be able to reset the A line, and the RT should be able to reset B6, B7.
Okay, so yeah, Mertorius looks like you'll have an angle over that building area right in the corner of A1, so that's where that one's been left wide open. And this is what, was it Elevate left that area wide open and didn't have a counter to it?
No, it's Eclipse.
Eclipse, okay.
Eclipse against Tornado Energy. They tried to play that with the Waffenträger as shield for the E3, but forgot you can cap around the corner.
Yep. Now, Break and Positive coming around the bottom. The gruesome twosome, if you like, of Ding, able to do potentially high damage if they can get shots lined up. Demazek is taking a little bit of damage there in the WZ, playing in the courtyard. Positive is spotted by Koba. Breakneck not spotted. I mean, there's all little individual fights across the battlefield here. There's no kind of one area that the teams are fighting over.
Yeah, they want to kill Kuritz now, though.
Oh, they're going for it full on, yeah.
But
Kuritz is going to die here.
If he makes one shot, that's enough.
Wow, 607, not enough, didn't pen. Maxon goes down, or Maxon kills Karitz there as C9 comes in the back to cap, but Daki, you want to see something?
This is the thing, though. What does Meritorious do against the two-way prone cap? If you cap on the A line, but you also cap on the other corner at the same time, can Meritorious reset? I think yes, because we've seen people splash that bat shot on the A line before, but different tanks, not artillery. So I still don't think this is ideal for Brainstorm. There's already the splash coming out directly on C9. Question answered.
Now, Ding have lost a tank. They've lost a lot of HP with that tank and a lot of potential damage from that tank. But look at this. Brainstorm are, blocking off the remaining tanks that are stuck at the bottom of the map from Ding and stopping them coming back to defend. Artillery splash there on C9 from a reset. C9 is going to back off from the cap circle. Demasec and H2O Maxon look to push potentially in here to Shockish. Hulknick is over the shoulder. Now Koba's going to take damage on this crossing, but only a little bit. Prize Fighter trading off against Elaine, coming out worse here on the top. But look, there's going to be potential cap rush here. They're going to try and rush into Hulknick, it looks like, in a TD.
No, they're trying to flank Shockish, but Shockish made some brilliant movement here. Maxon didn't actually get past him. Shockish should be able to get the kill, and he does. That is crucial. Shockish blocked Maxon, killed that 50B, and that gives his team a chance. They're down in guns, but up in HP.
Positive to try and get a snapshot off there. Prize Fighter doesn't do it, but Hulknick is able to connect into Prize Fighter. Now C9 comes over, whiffs his shot right over the front of Hulknick. Hulknick turning slowly like a boat as these two tanks are trying to shoot into him. One more shot and Hulknick will go down, but he's going to try and put one into Demasec. 5-2-8, that's a nice roll. It's going to keep him going. Eternal is going to get taken out by Alien, and Ding are just starting to pick apart the remaining tanks from Brainstorm. This is going to be Ding taking lead 4-2 here as we go into the next map, and this is nice play from Ding.
Yeah, like we said, that cap really not an option. We could see it immediately. The reset coming out from Meritorious. Obviously, RT is going to be a big factor on this map from now on. It's what we talked about. He can reset A7, but he can also reset B6, B7. So you can't cap. So it looked like Brainstorm was up. They were even in HP, even up in guns at one point. But the thing is, if you can't cap, you can't force Ding to make the mistake, which means even if you're equal in HP, you have to sacrifice at one point.
Hulknick knew exactly where he was going to come from there. Picks up the triple kill, and that was a great bounce back there from Ding, exactly what they needed after losing the first round.
But it looks like it's even. It even looks like it's favored for Brainstorm, but nothing else is through. Ding still hold all the defensive positions. They forced Brainstorm. Brainstorm is forced because of the RD to push in towards them. So even though it seems even, it's always favored towards Ding, because obviously, if you have to push into an opponent, unless the opponent is really not good at hitting their shots, you can always be sacrificing more HP, more tanks, more everything. And that's exactly what happened. So even though it seemed even, Ding was always the favorite in this one.
Yep. Unfortunate for Karitz being in that situation. We've seen other tanks that have better frontal armor.
Karitz has only himself to blame, to be honest. Don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so.
Lies.
Let's be real here. He drove around that corner, peeked towards the middle, gave C's a shot. Well done, Karitz. And then he took about 3 in return. Before that, he took 3 from C9, something which should never happen. So yeah, they lost the Type 5 Heavy due to individual misplay, and they still won the round.
Next map we're going to be going to, Daki, is going to be Runeberg.
And Ding's attacking.
Interesting. Are they going to go an aggressive attack, or are they going to do a slow-paced, business as usual?
Why would I not be surprised if they bring the Scorpion G? They've been bringing it all season.
Into the corner.
Scorpion G on the attack, middle road.
Middle road, yeah. Sit it right back and then
they've been doing that all season, so I wouldn't really not be surprised if they bring it now again. Maybe they figured out something new, but it was their go-to. I think it was 2 mouses, 4 bats, and a Scorpion G. If they figured out something new, that's what we have to find out now, because that's what they used to bring. We can only talk about what they brought during the season. We can't ask Mojo's crystal ball and be like, what are they going to bring in the grand finals? Please tell me.
Mojo's crystal ball is amazing, to be honest. When he has batteries in it, he's able to.
He needs those batteries for his life support.
He's able to pull out some amazing predictions. So I'm looking forward to him coming back tomorrow. Actually, now I see an interesting lineup there, that has both heavy and flexibility there. So let's have a look. Nice lineup actually from Ding. I quite like this, how they're going to use it.
So 4 mouses, they've switched away from their old setup. So like we said, we can only predict what they brought before, maybe bring something similar. This is something new. So 4 mouses coming out from them. This can obviously be a heavy middle, but you don't generally tend to send all the mouses in one spot. You always make some kind of split, but this leaves a few options here for the side of Ding though. They can still do that A-B line cap, like we've seen from the side of Gohard, for example, with a mouse. You can put one mouse on the A-line cap and put the two tier 9 batches behind him. You can also do a split.
They're going north. Now, previously we saw Monty taking the Lorraine, and Eternal is in the AMX 5100. Is that a personal preference thing?
Perhaps just they like the MX 5100 more. It's obviously, I think, a better penetration rating, longer reload, obviously, slightly more HP, 1400. It's also slightly longer tank. I think it's about the same size and tallness, although the 5100 might be slightly taller. But it's a longer tank, and it's obviously a little bit slower as well than the...
They're blind firing, but they're connecting with nothing. Breakneck got himself spotted and backed off, so I was wondering if it was some kind of bait.
But it also got more shots, obviously. It has 6 instead of 4, gets longer reloads, but I feel like it's a team preference thingy of what they want. Although Monty did very well in that Lorraine with the mobility and the quick reload, getting 3 kills.
Look at all these angles from the various different mouse tanks of Ding. It looks like they're setting something up, hoping that Brainstorm would push someone into the town. But again, teams need to remember that when a team is defending, there realistically is no reason for them to drive out looking for the attackers. They know the attackers have to come to the base. So it's nice that Ding have set up a little trap here in the town, but why would anyone from Brainstorm be driving into that area? Okay, maybe in the middle road, because they're trying to wonder where the mouse is gone. They think the mouses are sitting spotting, but when do you ever see a defending team drive that aggressive into town?
I don't think they're waiting for Brainstorm to go aggressive. I think they're hoping that somebody like Dimasek would peek on the rubble pile or somewhere else. Or somebody tries to cross A-line in towards A4 and they can punish it. Other than that, I'm not really sure what they are waiting for. They're blind shooting towards the bushes still. I guess that's what they're waiting for, doing some blind clips. But at one point, you know, only the tier 9 bad shots can really blind fire, and even then, the ammo capacity on even those tanks is not super high. I think it's 30 for the tier 9 bad shot and 30 as well for the tier 10 bad shot.
It makes me think that Ding are expecting Brainstorm to do something. Like, they've seen Brainstorm play aggressive here on Runeberg, and they're thinking, okay, we'll set up a trap because Brainstorm are going to push. And lo and behold, actually, look what Negative is doing.
Yeah, but he's not really pushing. This is not really an overmatch Ding can take. The tank down the middle is something we've seen during a lot of games not last season, the season before mainly, where people try to play, for example, Object 430 version 2. But it's not something they can push, because if they push on towards that, for one, he could maybe try and run away, but two, there'd be about 4 or 5 tanks coming in quick support. Instead, they are going to go for the #1 base play. How this is going to work out, we'll have to see, because one mouse is going to eat most of the damage, and the other 3 are probably going to try and sit behind them together with a tier 9 bad shot. And we'll have to see how this works out. There's a lot of support here available for the side of Brainstorm, but it's not really bursty tanks, right? It's 2 113s and an AMX 5100. 5100 is not going to penetrate a lot of shots.
Alien is taking the first bit of damage there in return. Now it looks like they're going to get all the way up into the cap circle because they're not focusing tanks. They're splitting the fire here across the various different tanks. Greets is getting recto down the bottom of the map because they have run into the tanks of Brainstorm down the bottom as Maxon gets the kill on Greets, and it looks like this is going to go bad for Ding because they're going to lose the 2 damage dealers they were holding in support there to try and get a flank push onto Brainstorm, but Brainstorm could smell that one coming and they got the drop on them.
Yeah, in the meantime, are they trying to make a box
Pocket
for me?
to protect Positive.
Yeah, but look behind, there's already a 113
Yep.
and...
That's where the damage dealers were meant to be. That's where the bat chats were meant to protect.
Negative's already behind. Breakneck is in trouble. I don't think Ding's going to be winning this round.
No, this is done and dusted already. Ding didn't cover the rear. They went to try and do a cap tactic. Negative came round all the way around. The bat chats were cut out down the bottom. Breakneck, well, if he can get the kill on Negative, that'll be impressive because now Prize Fighter's coming round as well. Ding are just stuck front and back here with nowhere to go.
Well, there's only 13 seconds left on the cap though, so let's not give up too quickly on Ding. If they're shielding Positive well, they might be able to do something, because Positive has all the capture points at this moment in time. Finally, they get a good reset though, and that should close the round.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, as Maxon now gets the kill onto Hulknick. Eternal now gets the kill onto Mertorius. Only 3 tanks left, and this is the danger
There's
we're
a
talking
shielding, they're boxing, they've boxed Positive in. No, it's not over just yet. Don't.
There'll be angles.
We'll find out about that. I think there will be an angle. Let's see if they positioned well. This is Penta Sports in a nutshell. Let's see if they can find an angle towards Positive. I think they should. There's a big
one right there. I mean, like, come on,
there's
guys.
a gap. Like, hello.
like anyone can take it. Demasec is going to go forward and take it, and that's going to be it. GG.
I really thought they tried to do a box formation. Let's just say that didn't really work out, did it?
They also said they had nothing protecting the rear from the route that they came. That the tank negative was just able to stroll right down the middle line.
Feels bad, man. If Ding was defending first, my prediction would probably have come through.
Perhaps, and maybe I'll get a match prediction correct here. So that'll be nice way to end today, Daki.
Yeah.
5-3 is what I kind of went for. Ding had the potential to win the match there. Now they're going to swap sides. Ding are going to be on the defense, and we're going to see Brainstorm on the attack. Brainstorm again fighting for their place to survive here in the grand finals and be able to play tomorrow. Well, actually not play tomorrow because this is their second game.
No, play tomorrow. Play in the Saturday.
Play Saturday, Sunday. Yeah.
Play in the main event.
Otherwise, they're just going to be a spectator, joining the bench with Yato.
Well, let's see. Tiebreaker or clean win for Ding?
Clean win for Ding.
I will like tiebreaker now because then you're also wrong.
Okay, so I could be right twice here. Awesome.
No, you said 5-3, no?
I said 5-3, so clean win for Ding would make it 5-3.
Yeah, but tiebreaker would make us both wrong.
But you said tiebreaker.
I did not.
Why?
I said 5-2 in the beginning.
Okay, and you said, do you think it's going to be a clean win or
no,
tiebreaker?
I just said I want it to be a tiebreaker because then you're wrong, but I don't think it's going to be.
Okay.
There's a difference between wanting.
Why don't you go with what you want then?
Because that's not how things work. I want 10 million. I can't get 10 million.
Well, you can, you just don't know how to do it yet. Think positive, Daki.
I know, I'm rather negative.
As they always say, there's a saying in Scotland, it's not whether the glass is half empty or the
It's
glass is half full. The Scotsman just wants to know who drank his whiskey.
That's a disastrously bad joke, honestly. Things only English people can come up with.
Hey, whoa. Excuse me, you call me English? That's such a Dutch thing to say, Daki.
Thanks, man. It actually is. But now, Ding, I really don't understand that attacking run from Ding. I don't even want to talk about it.
It was poor. It was old school. It was let's be honest, it was amateurish, to be honest. The way they played it.
And I don't really know the essence behind it. We shall ask them at one point. I'd love to know what the tactic was. There's a defensive round. I think this will be a lot better, though.
I get the feeling if you ask them, it was probably made up on the spot.
I don't think so.
Or it wasn't rehearsed.
Ding is not the kind of team to make up things on the spot.
Well, it didn't look rehearsed, and that's not what you would expect from the way that Creets runs Ding, because it is very, it runs a tight ship.
I thought it was tanks.
Well, it's the saying, Daki, it's the saying.
Yeah, but we're not on ships.
I know, Daki, it's the saying.
Yeah, but we're not on ships. So how does that saying apply here?
Never mind, Daki.
Exactly, never mind.
Never mind. Okay, let's have a look at these. There we go. Ding actually taking the Lorraine 40T over the 5100. Type 5 heavy coming out for Ding. One mouse, a bat chat on breakneck, triple 113. But look at this lineup from Brainstorm. 5 mouse and 2 baby bat chat. That is a lot of HP to get through.
Yeah, let's see what their plan is going to be. 3 mouses towards the north, 2 towards the south. Bat chat to go spot out what's over there. If they play the same tactic as Ding, then I don't know. We'll see if it works for them at least.
Again, look at this. Defenders sitting in the attackers sitting in the town expecting the defenders to push into them. Nobody does that. I've never seen, in any season, defenders pushing into the town looking for attackers. I don't know why they're doing that.
Well, Elevate did it.
Okay.
Elevate did it on Roomberg, right?
Okay, but they were doing that because they knew there was 1 mouse and they were pushing in after a mouse. Elevate would not do that if there was 4 mouse.
Elevate did not know the mouse was there. They just pushed blinds.
No. It was 1 mouse. They knew they could go in there and
do
that.
But they didn't know the mouse was going to be there. They blind pushed
But
it.
they're not doing it here against, for example, where there's multiple mouse.
But that's not what you said.
No, it was a measured response. I'm saying like they're setting a trap, expecting it, and it's not happening.
They're not setting a trap.
I know what I
meant.
meant.
They're just making sure that nobody crosses the A line in the beginning, and then afterwards they will make their play with those mouses, because if there's nobody in A3, it makes things a lot easier for them. These 2 mouses might push up on the 5-6 line to try and shoot those tanks in A7, A8 in the side, try and survive as long as possible. Well, I guess Prizefighter and Koba might even try to cross the A line, but H2O and C's capping at the same time, but maybe C9 joining them. Koba, Prizefighter, if they can make it onto the cap or across the A line, that will be impressive. if that's what they're going for. C's will probably go into the cap, but Maxon and C9 behind him. While these two mouses, Dimasek and I can't see the name of the second one, should be negative. Come 5-6 left. At least that's what it's looking like right now to my eyes.
It looks like negative, yeah.
No, I mean the tactic.
Okay. So there is Koba and Prizefighter pushing up. Eternal, Maxon, and C9 going along the lower road.
They're going in the way we said it. Koba, Prizefighter probably going to try to cross A line or put a lot of pressure on towards that. C's is going to get on towards the cap. Max on C9 behind that one.
Timing
and
as
then
well.
the two tanks from 5-6 line to shoot the tanks in A7. Ding, if I can read it, then Ding should be able to do it as well.
Okay, so there is Negative taking damage as they push down the bottom corner of Negative and Dimazek and the mouse. Now these mouse are basically distractions for what's going on at the top because they're doing base cap tactics. Now Shockish can do a lot of damage here in this Type 5 heavy. But look at this, look at the damage Koba is taking on the crossing here. Everyone is able to get crossfire shots.
They can pincer Alien from two sides, from A line and then from 5-6 line at the same time. All Prizefighter and Koba have to do is survive as long as they can, because in the meantime the other tanks will push on Alien from the other side. They're just trying to make sure nobody quick gets back towards the base, because if Breakneck now drives into the open, he'll get shot at for sure.
Alien didn't penny shot there at the moment, so Prizefighter and Koba are now pushing up here. Cap down to 20 seconds. They need to be careful with the resets. It's going to be Shockish coming off reload and peeking around the corner, but look at this, Prizefighter starting to angle himself into that area. Now Karitz is running distraction. Can he get across the middle? He is going to be able to get around the back of him and continue down that road.
Breakneck will make it on time to reset from behind, though 15 seconds is more than enough time for him to get those resets, and I don't think this is going to work out for Brainstorm, to be honest. There's Breakneck.
Breakneck coming in for the resets at the back. Whoa, he was ready for that as Maxon takes him out. Breakneck did get the reset, however, but the biggest problem that they have right now, Ding, is these two mouse in the middle. They're being relatively ignored for all the stuff that's going on in the cap circle. Now they've lost Eternal. They're now focusing onto Koba in the cap circle as well, but it's Maxon and it is the tank beside him that have all the HP, so it is C9. Positive and Shockish pushing up now. Hawknick with him as well. Positive is just going to ignore what they can see there. Shockish is going to come over, reload, and splash into these double back chats. That's going to be some significant damage their way.
Yeah, it should be, but the thing is, Ding is losing. Whoa, Shockish. It's not over yet, though, because look at the HP that Ding is dropping here. They have 5.3k left and only 5 tanks standing. Dimasek needs to get into the play now. He has all the HP.
Low. Oh, didn't kill Shockish there. Shockish does go down. Dimasek picking up the kill. Alien still has a lot of HP left, but I mean, this is what I said. These two mouse that were rolling across the middle have all the HP. Dimasek is now being focused. He's going to trade off here with Alien. He doesn't connect his shot, and Alien can now come back and shoot him. Alien actually goes for negative. Very nicely done, but it is 3-on-4 guns in the game, and there is HP to trade here for Ding.
Shockish killing that Batshot, and Alien surviving, pulling back, and keeping a lot of his HP, is winning this game right now because he already killed one mouse. He will be killing the second one soon, TM as well. And in the meantime, Prizefighter should take a lot of damage from Meritorious. Kuritz is still in the city. Mary needs to do damage here. Alien needs to kill Dimasek, but Alien, he should be able to win this game. Just beautiful play from Alien. Just look at the damage he's racked up so far, Ryan. 5,600 for this mouse.
2.9 blocked. He's almost blocked about 3k. Mary is surviving. Alien wanted to try and get the shot in there to save his teammate. He's going to come round. He's going to finish off Prizefighter. It's an easy shot for him. There he goes. Alien carrying like a boss right now as Prizefighter is, well, Maxton's going to chase Karitz. Oh, Karitz missed there. That was a really important shot. Maxton misses his shot as well. Karitz is going to get safe. Nicely done there by Karitz.
Maxton does not have the alpha. Maxton does not have the alpha to finish off Koritz by himself, but it doesn't matter as Meritorious killed Prizefighter in the meantime. So Alien playing like a boss, really saving that round.
Fantastic play. He was going to get taken out there in the middle. He retreated. He kept all the HP of his tank. He continued to shoot. He's sitting now 5.7k damage, 2.9 blocked, 116 assist. That is a one-man show, and that is fantastic. That is one ding this round. That is one ding this match. And it has knocked out Brainstorm from the grand finals.
Yeah, Maxon doesn't really have an opening in this round. Meritorious even has her wreck. Obviously, wreckage from Brother Tanks.
4k damage
4k
himself.
for Mary. Even if Maxon pushed Meritorious there, he has a wreck in between him. Obviously, wreckage from Brother Tanks. You can spot through it, so you would see him come and give him at least one shot, which would put him into one-shot range for Alien, who's still full HP, and this should be ding.
Nice. Nicely done there from Karitz. He gets the shot off and gets himself back. Maxon, if he wants to push into him, is going to have to deal with Alien coming around the corner. He can run about all he wants. Dinger on the defense. They can happily run the clock down for the next 3 minutes, and that is all our matches for today. So, unfortunately, 2 teams will not be progressing any further here in the grand finals. They're going to be spectators for the rest of the tournament.
Yep. Ding, making it close, but making it work. That's the most important part. Got close here on the defensive round. They bled a lot of HP. The likes of Shockish and Alien really saving them to get a bit meritorious, because other tanks didn't really do much, such as Hulknik. Don't think Breakneck did a lot either, positive neither. So really getting saved.
Mary blocking 980 and
Alien
surviving right
Alien
now.
blocked 3K.
Surviving right now 295. So, you know, vital blocks there from Mary. I mean, unfortunately, the tanks didn't finish him off, the enemy who were aiming at him. Maxon on a wing and a prayer, but not enough, as Mary gets a shot into him. Might get a kill on Mary here, but I mean, it's a token kill. Oh no, Mary picks up his double kill, does more damage, 4.4 he finishes on. And well, that was down to him and Alien doing some exceptional damage there for the team. And well played to Ding. They are they're guaranteed second place in their group now.
Yeah, like I wanted to say, Shockish also doing very, very well for his team. He did a grand total of 4,145 damage before going down. I think he one-shot at one of those bad shots.
I think he just erased it, yeah.
Breakneck 727, positive 669. And then Hulknik 1.5.
But I mean, this is what we identified at the Ding at the start. There's multiple players in the team are capable of stepping up. Everyone automatically
Korit
assumes...
surviving actually made a big difference
Really,
as
yeah.
well. He drove into the middle, was afraid there for a second, but him surviving, shooting those mouses in the side, but Alien really crucial player in this one, for sure.
I mean, multiple times you look at Ding, you're like, okay, Breakneck, positive, they're exceptional players, they're going to do all the damage, but Hulknik can step up,
yeah,
Mary can
positive
step
and Breakneck were actually the lowest in
yeah,
damage.
Shockish can step up, you know, like all these others, and they were generally playing the single shooter, so credit to them definitely. And unfortunately, Brainstorm, well, they're going to be watching the rest of the tournament now from the sidelines. That was their
Yep.
2 matches today. They'll be joining Yato, unfortunately, as being the second team knocked out.
Maybe they can do some team hangout together.
Team hangout, yo. Now let's have a look at the groups and see how everything looks now, Daki, and we can see the positioning of teams who are, you know, second place, first place, and unfortunately going no further.
Yeah, there's a few teams that still have to make a play, which is team efficiency, still 0-2 matches, and oops, we'll be seeing those guys play tomorrow. We know for sure Yato is out of this tournament, and Brainstorm, we just saw them out of the tournament as well. Tomorrow we will decide the next 2 teams that are going to be not part of the main event on Saturday or Sunday, and everybody just wants to play in the Ice Palace, obviously.
Yep, I mean, prediction-wise, it could be it could be either Eclipse or Oops. Everyone expects Tornado to win that group, and it could be Elevate or Team Efficiency. Realistically, everyone would be, I'd guess, if you're a gambling man, you'd put your money on Elevate. However, Team Efficiency is still perfectly capable of an upset. It is the first time they're playing in an international tournament, if you like. I mean, APAC is international teams. But, I mean, it could be stage fright. Who knows? Elevate could be rocked from their defeat against NSS. There's still plenty of upsets capable tomorrow, and there's still plenty of surprises I'm sure that we're going to see. So definitely looking forward to that.
Lots of crazy matches tomorrow. We'll see who makes it to the main event. We'll see who plays against who in the playoffs. Everything to play for some teams we haven't seen yet play. APAC, strongest team efficiency. Gonna do it tomorrow.
I'm going with my favourite's going to be Ding for this tournament, far and away. I've always been a bit of a Ding fanboy and touted them for greatness. So that's me. Probably put the curse on them. I'm also looking forward to trying to out-predict the Lobster.
The Lobster.
Tomato, me and him are going to have some words if I don't get my predictions in tomorrow. We'll also be joined by Mojo at some point. We'll be rotating in and out, me and Daki with Mojo. Mojo will be rotating in and out with us. It'll be... not a tri-cast, but the we 3 of us at some point coming in at different stages. You guys have been fantastic. Thanks everyone for watching. Thank you for chat, for behaving. I honestly have no idea what you guys have been saying, but you've been fantastic. We will see you guys tomorrow, starting once again at 10 o'clock CET. CEST. Hey, so don't go. Oh, I was going to say don't go anywhere. Come right back.
Go to
bed.
sleep.
Have a good night's sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thanks for watching.
Chrysler Grand Final.